World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 413 to Chapter 442. Beside the balcony. Fang Ping held the hilt of his saber, adjusting his breathing slightly. When his mentality sensed two auras approaching each other. In the next moment, Fang Ping did not wait any longer. In a battle in a residential building, once the floor collapsed, there would not be many survivors in the building. Kill! Fang Ping did not bellow out this roar, but roared in his heart. His body was like a lifeless rock, smashing through the glass of the balcony directly, charging out instantly. A dazzling ray of light cut through the void, illuminating the dark night. When the old man who had just broken through the void felt the approaching saber gleam, his face turned pale instantly. Save! Before he could shout for help, the saber gleam slashed through the air with a rumble, descending on him. Bang! In the next moment, a huge explosion was heard in midair. The old man did not even have time to defend, ambushed by Fang Ping's full-force saber, exploding directly. The moment the explosion was heard, Fang Ping also felt a strong sense of danger. With a roar, his body shone with golden light. Boom! The moment Fang Ping dashed out of the room, the middle-aged man who was about to ambush him from the side attacked instantly, punching Fang Ping. The mentality barrier was shattered instantly. In the next moment, the fist force penetrated. The flesh on Fang Ping's chest exploded in the blink of an eye. There were differences between rank 6, Fang Ping had never fought with a real peak rank 6 powerhouse, even when he was being hunted. He, Wang Jinyang, and a few others had joined forces to kill a rank 6, but peak rank 6 was a different concept. When the Xianxia gate was closed, only a peak rank 6 would be achieved. Only such a powerhouse would give their all in every move and technique, unlike the other rank SIXs whose Xianxia gate was not sealed. Unless they were at their wits' end, very few people would unleash their full strength to open the Xianxia gate. Bang! The flesh on the surface of Fang Ping's body exploded, but he did not delay, using the force to fly backward. The golden bones shone brightly. Although the flesh exploded, the bones were unscathed. Fang Ping did not look at the martial artist who was slashed by him. The other party was not very strong. Even if he did not die, he would probably be heavily injured and unable to fight again. The truth was as expected. Fang Ping's full-force saber ambush, the old man almost did not have time to react. At this moment, the saber gleam vanished, leaving only a corpse that was split into two in midair, broken beyond repair, falling instantly. The old man's gaze was still dazed. Obviously, he did not expect that he would be killed in one strike. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly, although he was unhappy with Guardian Plum and even wanted to kill him. Guardian Plum was still a 6th-grade cultivator and a capable subordinate of his. He did not expect to be killed by Fang Ping's saber as soon as they made contact. The middle-aged man was also slightly frightened. Fang Ping was actually this strong, much stronger than he had expected, killing a rank 6 with one slash, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. He did not expect Fang Ping to be prepared for this. At this moment, the middle-aged man had no time to think. Since Fang Ping did not run but chose to attack instead, the moment he attacked, he was hit by his fist again. There was no way he could run. The moment Fang Ping flew backward, the middle-aged man gave chase. Fang Ping, on the other hand, continued to fly backward out of the district. He had not flown far when a rank 6 aura rose from the periphery. Another person had rushed over. Fang Ping, you can't escape. The middle-aged man growled and punched through the air. The air instantly exploded and the void was dyed a blood-red color. F*CKU, I'll kill you. Fang Ping roared. His body shone with golden light. Various forces appeared on his Changdao, including Vitality Force and Celestiality Force. At this moment, he was being attacked from the front and back. The person behind him had already blocked his way. To the side were other residential buildings. If he ran there, once they fought, it would easily cause a lot of casualties. Bastard! Fang Ping roared. These people did not care about the lives of others at all. They were definitely not from the two major companies or the evil sect. No matter how much the two major companies hated Fang Ping, they would not dare to do something like this. If they were found out, all martial artists would attack him together. Only evil sect martial artists would be so unscrupulous, Fang Ping roared. The Changdao sliced through the void again. The saber was like a lightning shadow, cutting through the night and colliding with the opponent's fist. Boom, a loud noise was heard again, covering all the fireworks and firecrackers around the district. Fang Ping swung his saber, but he was sent flying backward again. Behind him, the middle stage rank 6 martial artist also did not make a sound. He held his saber and slashed at Fang Ping. Get lost. Fang Ping was furious. He turned around and slashed with his saber. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Fang Ping's combat strength was fully unleashed. The night sky was illuminated by his golden bones. The chaos-vanquishing saber slashed at lightning speed. The flesh on Fang Ping's hand exploded again, leaving only the shining bones. Protector Zheng, who had collided with him, changed his expression again and again. Above his head, 3 invisible doors appeared. One of the doors had already been completely sealed. As soon as the door appeared, Protector Zheng's strength increased greatly. In the blink of an eye, he and Fang Ping collided head-on and slashed dozens of times. Fire, blood, and golden light flickered continuously between the two of them. Fang Ping slashed dozens of times in a frenzy. He did not even look back. In the next moment, he stepped into the air and soared into the sky, ready to fly away. Boom, above his head, a middle-aged figure appeared. He pressed down with a fist and growled, "If you dare to run, I'll slaughter Sun City." "What does it have to do with me?" "Kill me if you dare." Fang Ping growled as well. His figure kept retreating. If he met one person, he could still escape. Now, however, 2 people were surrounding him. It was difficult for him to break out. In midair, the sound of explosions was endless. The sound of metal clashing also shook the void. 2 rank 6 powerhouses unleashed their full force, instantly creating an immense sense of oppression. The entire scenic lake gardens was in chaos. At first, when the few of them fought, the crowd thought it was fireworks and did not think much of it. However, as the 2 sides continued to exchange blows in midair, the oppressive feeling made everyone panic. This was not even a battle between rank 7 powerhouses. Otherwise, a battle of mentality would have killed a large number of people in the community. On the floor where Fang Ping's house was located. At this moment, the outer wall of Fang Ping's house had been affected by the aftermath and was already cracking. In the chaos, Wang Jinyang's figure flashed and disappeared. Soon, he sensed the location of the Fang family. Wang Jinyang's speed was extremely fast. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the Fang family at the stairway entrance. As soon as he appeared, Fang Yuan kicked him. Wang Jinyang grabbed her ankle with one hand and growled, "It's me, Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping asked me to take you away." Hearing the voice, Fang Yuan said hurriedly, "Save my brother." At this time, they could see the situation outside from the window at the stairway entrance. At this moment, 3 glowing silhouettes were flickering in midair. The golden light in the middle was flickering left and right, but it could not break out of the encirclement. Blinding blood-red rays kept bursting out of the golden light. Wang Jinyang's expression was solemn. Fang Ping might not be killed if he fought with the middle stage rank 6 martial artist, but the peak rank 6 powerhouse's strength completely crushed Fang Ping's. If this dragged on, Fang Ping would not be able to break out of the encirclement and might be killed. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jinyang did not waste any time. He grabbed one person with each hand and turned to Fang Yuan, shouting, "Grab me. I'll send you away first, then I'll come back." Fang Yuan tilted her head and looked out the window. Tears streamed down her face. Without saying anything, she grabbed Wang Jinyang hurriedly. Fang Mingrong did not say a word. Li Huiying was choking, but she did not say anything. Wang Jinyang did not waste any time either. He grabbed Fang Ping's parents and rushed downstairs. Very soon, Wang Jinyang led them out of the residential area. He shouted, "Go, go far away." After saying that, Wang Jinyang leaped into the air. His body was still in midair, but he had already drawn his longbow. Bone marrow force surged out of his body instantly. On the longbow, a thick blood-red arrow condensed in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the blood-red arrow shot through the air, shooting toward the middle stage rank 6 powerhouse. In midair, Fang Ping's entire body was torn to shreds. Seeing this, he did not bother to exchange pleasantries with Wang Jinyang. He roared, hold the big one back, can you do it? 30 seconds. All right. Fang Ping roared. Celestiality exploded instantly, blasting the peak rank 6 powerhouse a distance away. Wang Jinyang's speed was also extremely fast. He blocked the other party in an instant. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He shouted coldly, Wang Jinyang, you're asking for it. Wang Jinyang did not reply. The next moment, he put away his bow and switched to his saber. Bone marrow force surged out of his body again, and the blood-red saber slashed down instantly. Boom, the middle-aged man was furious. With a low growl, he punched. Dong, a loud noise was heard. The Changdao vibrated. The flesh on Wang Jinyang's arm was torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. The thick blood-red force on his body dimmed significantly. On the other side, after tossing the peak rank 6 powerhouse to Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping did not even look at him. 30 seconds. This was what Wang Jinyang had promised. If the time was not up, he did not need to care. Protector Zheng's expression was cold. You want to kill me? I'll definitely kill you. Fang Ping's rage was boiling. These people actually ambushed him. If he did not detect it in advance, his family might be in trouble. Before he finished speaking, the celestiality on Fang Ping's Changdao had already condensed to its limit. As for himself, the flesh on his body was also exploding continuously. At this moment, Fang Ping did not care about any injuries. These people, no matter how big the price, he would kill them. Slash. The moment the celestiality condensed, Fang Ping slashed with his saber. Protector Zheng's expression was gloomy, but he was not afraid of Fang Ping. The power of Fang Ping's slash was extremely great. However, at this moment, he was prepared. His only goal was to hold Fang Ping back. Fang Ping wanted to kill him. In his dreams, in the next moment, Protector Zheng's silhouette disappeared. The moment his silhouette disappeared, Fang Ping was not surprised at all. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Boom! The sound of an invisible explosion shook the void and caused it to tremble. Streaks of invisible waves stirred up heaven and earth. Some of the surrounding trees were hit by the invisible waves, instantly turning into dust. Ah! A scream was heard. In mid-air, Protector Zheng, who had just disappeared, trembled and appeared on the spot. As for Fang Ping, large amounts of blood were seeping out of his orifices. Mentality self-detonation. At this moment, Fang Ping self-detonated a large amount of mentality. More than any other time before, at this moment, Fang Ping was also a little dazed, but he did not delay. The moment Protector Zheng's silhouette appeared, Fang Ping's saber followed. This time, the golden light of Fang Ping's entire body was shining brilliantly. Go to hell! Fang Ping roared, slashing down with his saber. Protector Zheng, whose head was almost blown up by the mentality self-detonation, was also bleeding out of his orifices. However, facing the crisis of death, he quickly overcame the sharp pain in his head and raised his saber to meet the attack. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and Protector Zheng fell down. Seeing this, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. His mentality recovered instantly, he let out another low roar and exploded instantly. This time, both of their bodies trembled violently, falling from mid-air. Fang Ping brandished his saber and slashed wildly. In the end, all the flesh and blood on his body exploded, his internal organs could be seen clearly now. Die! Fang Ping roared. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, heading straight for the other party's head. Protector Zheng's face was bleeding profusely at this moment. Seeing this, he revealed a ruthless look. In the void, one of the Sanjiao gates that was initially half-sealed opened instantly. In the next moment, a large amount of energy gushed out. The initially dispirited Protector Zheng's injuries were mostly healed in the blink of an eye. His gaze was no longer dazed, much more sober. After his injuries were mostly healed, Protector Zheng had the energy to spare. With a slash of his saber, he shattered the blood arrow that Fang Ping spurted out. Although his injuries were mostly healed, Protector Zheng's gaze was still venomous. Sealing the Sanjiao gates was a difficult process. His first gate was completely sealed, and a large part of his second gate was also sealed. In another 2 years, there was hope for him to seal it completely and step into upper stage rank 6. However, at this moment, facing a rank 5 martial artist's attack, he had no choice but to destroy his own gate, opening the second gate completely. At this moment, in terms of realm, he had already gone from a middle stage rank 6 veteran to a beginner. And this step had taken him 6 years. Fang Ping had ruined his 6 years of hard work. He hated him, but Fang Ping hated him even more. 30 seconds were almost up. If he did not kill this guy soon, Wang Jinyang might not be able to hold on much longer. Early stage rank 5 Wang Jinyang was fighting a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Every second was depleting his life force. The moment Protector Jing shattered the Sanjiao gate, Fang Ping said furiously, "You forced me to do this." Before his voice died away, Fang Ping's face exploded abruptly. In the next moment, his entire head exuded an extremely intense light. As the golden light on his head dispersed, the other bones in Fang Ping's body also erupted with a brilliant glow. At this moment, Fang Ping directly honed the remaining 3 skulls. However, this did not come without a price. Fang Ping had not honed all this while because he felt that his physique could not support the complete activation of golden bones. And the truth was as expected. The moment the skulls erupted with intense light, Fang Ping's torn flesh continued to rupture. His internal organs, crystal clear organs, were also rupturing. At the same time, Fang Ping's body also erupted with an extremely powerful aura. The expression of the middle-aged man who was attacking Wang Jinyang not far away changed. Golden bones. A look of disbelief appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Before this, Fang Ping also revealed a golden glow, but that time, it was only golden. It did not have the oppressive power of a golden body powerhouse. The golden bones of a golden body powerhouse were different from those of Fang Ping, Li Hansong, and the others. But now, Fang Ping's body emitted that kind of aura, that kind of pressure, the pressure of a rank 8, Fang Ping did not have time to listen to his nonsense. Right now, Fang Ping was screaming in pain. There was no bone honing more painful than this, his flesh was rupturing continuously. No matter how much vitality force there was, it could not heal his flesh. His internal organs were also rupturing. This made Fang Ping feel like he was about to explode. However, since the system could let him hone his bones, Fang Ping firmly believed that he would not die. The moment the golden bones were completely activated, Protector Jing, who was opposite him, was suppressed by the pressure of the golden bones and fell continuously. Protector Jing, who had recovered a lot from his injuries, showed fear for the first time. He had no intention of fighting Fang Ping. In the next moment, Protector Jing turned around and fled into the distance. "I will kill you." Fang Ping's voice almost could not shout anymore. It was extremely hoarse and suppressed. As his voice fell, the chaos-vanquishing saber's celestiality and golden bones combined. In the next moment, an even more powerful aura erupted. Fang Ping roared and slashed, boom, 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 the saber light fell. The air exploded, and sparks flew in all directions. On the ground, a saber mark hundreds of meters long appeared instantly. The trees and buildings along the way were all shattered. At this moment, Fang Ping did not care if he would accidentally hurt the residents. This slash was aimed in the direction outside the residential area. There was a road outside. Usually, there were many cars. Today was New Year's Eve, and there was almost no one. Although the residents in the residential area were terrified to the extreme, the exchange between both parties was extremely fast. At this moment, other than a few people on the first floor, most people did not even have time to leave their houses. When this slash was made, wherever the saber light was, everything was shattered. The aftermath shattered the ground and cut off the road outside. The shops on the opposite side also collapsed. The lights in the shops were dark. Fang Ping did not know if there was anyone inside. In reality, Fang Ping could not care so much right now. If he did not kill the other party, under the joint attack of both of them, he and Wang Jinyang would not be able to escape. No. Protector Jing, who had already escaped a distance away, felt the saber force coming from behind him. He felt the flesh and blood on his back being torn apart by the saber light from a long distance away. He immediately roared in fear. At this moment, Protector Jing also fought with his life. Boom, with a loud explosion, the completely sealed first Sanjiao gate shattered instantly. This time, even if he did not die, he would fall to early stage rank 6. The moment the Xianxia gate opened, between heaven and earth, endless energy surged into Protector Jing's body. While Protector Jing was escaping, he covered the surface of his body with layers and layers of vitality force. However, no matter how much vitality defense was covered, it was not as fast as the saber light's destruction. Almost in the blink of an eye, the saber light completely covered Protector Jing. Boom, the sound of explosions came one after another. As for Fang Ping, he was no longer a golden man, but a bloody man. His entire body was covered in torn flesh. On both of his arms, all the flesh and blood were almost shattered. Waves of blood-colored vitality force appeared out of thin air, repairing at lightning speed, but it could not make the flesh and blood reappear. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, not caring about these. He stepped out of the midair, arriving at the place where the saber light landed in an instant. At this moment, Protector Jing had not been killed in one slash. Although his entire body seemed to have been cut in half, the other party was still alive. Seeing Fang Ping flying over, the resentment in Protector Jing's eyes intensified to the extreme. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. These people came to kill him first, and they still had the face to resent him. Just as Protector Jing swung his saber to fight back with difficulty, Fang Ping's saber light rose again, slashing down. His head fell. Fang Ping did not even look. He quickly stepped into the midair and returned. Before he could return to his original spot, a silhouette broke through the air, blood splattering the void. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically, grabbing Wang Jinyang hurriedly. At this moment, Wang Jinyang's face was extremely pale. There was a large hole in his chest, his internal organs could be seen clearly, and many of them were already shattered. Fortunately, I didn't fail. Wang Jinyang forced a smile. From the time he rose to the time Fang Ping killed Protector Jing, it was exactly 30 seconds. I didn't expect you guys to really exceed my expectations. As Wang Jinyang spoke, the middle-aged man also stepped into the midair. There were some light injuries on his body, but they were not serious. The middle-aged man really did not expect this, or rather, he did not dare to think about it at all. A peak rank 6, a middle stage rank 6, and an early stage rank 6. With this kind of strength, even if they encountered a powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion, they could still fight. Today, they were only besieging Fang Ping, a rank 5. Of course, later on, Wang Jinyang also participated in the battle, but there were only 2 rank 5s. However, even so, the first to die was not Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang, but his 2 rank 6 subordinates, especially Protector Jing, who was not even his subordinate. The other party was a veteran among middle stage rank 6. Prodigy martial artists. What a pity. The middle-aged man's eyes were extremely cold. This time, even if he killed these 2 people, he would be punished when he returned. He actually lost the lives of 2 rank 6 powerhouses. It was simply a great shame and humiliation. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party did not waste any time. A red fist shadow landed on where Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were in an instant. Fang Ping dragged Wang Jinyang, who was already seriously injured to the point of death, and quickly fled to the suburbs. If they continued fighting in the district would be finished. As soon as they left, the fist shadow landed, blasting a huge pit in the ground. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang fled. The middle-aged man did not stop either, leaping into the air and giving chase quickly. Scenic Lakeview Gardens was not located at the border of Sun City. At first, the battle in the district was covered up by the sound of firecrackers on New Year's Eve. However, when the battle reached its climax, several balls of light collided in the air, and the thunderous sound continued. Soon, most of Sun City knew about it. The police phones in Sun City were ringing non-stop. Commander Bai Jinshan was currently not far from Scenic Lakeview Gardens. Bai Jinshan was helpless and worried, but there was nothing he could do. Sun City was only a county-level city. He was the strongest there. Sun City did not even have a military garrison. Did they expect him and a few rank 2 martial artists from the Department of Investigation Services to participate in a battle between powerhouses? They could not even fly up in the air. Not only Sun City. Bai Jinshan reported to Auspicious Sun City that although Auspicious Sun City's commander had rushed over with his men, he was also extremely helpless over the phone. His biggest request was to evacuate the people, ensure their safety, and not let Sun City descend into chaos. At this moment, the entire Nanjiang had received the news that powerhouses were fighting in Sun City. Two prodigies, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang, were suspected to be involved in the battle. However, the situation did not seem too good. Bai Jinshan saw the two of them in a flash. Both of them were seriously injured. The military base closest to here was Auspicious Peace's military base. At this moment, the base had already located these people through satellites. However, at Fang Ping and the other stage, they moved extremely fast. It was difficult to quickly capture the other party. Even if they could capture them, the base could not use technological means to attack them. These people were currently still in the residential area. Not to mention that Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were among them. At rank 5 and 6, the best way was to use powerhouses to kill the other party. Technological means would only result in a situation where both sides would lose. Outside the residential area, as Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang fled to the suburbs using flight step, Bai Jinshan quickly led his men to calm them down. Looking at the few lights flying away, Bai Jinshan's face was full of worry. He hoped that Fang Ping and the others would be fine, and that Fang Ping could lead the enemy away from the residential area. At this moment, not only scenic Lakeview Gardens, but the entire Sun City was in a state of panic. This was not the first time powerhouses fought in front of the public. Just a few months ago, there were even people from the evil sect who threatened to massacre the city. Today, there were powerhouses fighting in the public area. The sense of crisis made everyone worried. At this moment, the fate of the weak was no longer in their control, and this was vividly reflected. In the scenic Lake Gardens district, some residents walked out of their houses. When they saw the saber mark that ran through more than half of the district, many people couldn't even imagine that it was caused by a human. But at that time, there were still many bold residents who secretly saw this scene from their windows. At this moment, with the arrival of the people from the government, the residents felt much more at ease. In the eyes of most people, the government was the guarantee of safety. He's too strong. I saw it. Fang Ping was the one who made that slash. What's going on? Are they Fang Ping's enemies? It must be someone from an evil cult. I wonder what rank it is. Isn't Fang Ping only rank 4? How could he be so strong? It's not just Fang Ping. I think the other person is Wang Jinyang. On the square in the district that had been destroyed to the point that it looked like a wasteland, many residents had lingering fears and were discussing in low voices. It was inevitable that there would be some noise. There were also people who said that Fang Ping had provoked enemies and almost killed everyone. However, when they thought of the several hundred-meter-long saber mark that Fang Ping had made, they dared not say anything even though they were dissatisfied. A powerhouse like this would be too terrifying when he exploded. While others were discussing, Bai Jinshan was not in the mood to pay attention to this. At this moment, in front of Bai Jinshan was Fang Mingrong and the others who had rushed back. Seeing Fang Mingrong, Bai Jinshan was about to ask a few questions when Fang Mingrong said hurriedly, "Commander, lend me a car. Director Fang, my son is there." Fang Mingrong glanced at the mother and daughter who were crying beside him. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said hurriedly, "I'll go and take a look." "Director Fang, it's too dangerous." Bai Jinshan frowned. Fang Ping's father was just a normal person. If he followed them with a car, he would definitely die if he was caught in the crossfire. Now that Fang Ping's status was unknown, if something happened to his father, it would be troublesome. "Commander Bai, lend me a car." Seeing that Fang Mingrong did not respond to him, Bai Jinshan took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, I'll send you there, but I might not be able to catch up." Those people's speed was extremely fast. He might not be able to catch up with them even if he drove. "No need, I'll drive there myself, you won't be able to sense where they are." "I'll go with you." Bai Jinshan did not say much. If Fang Mingrong followed them, he might not even be able to find them. If he encountered the threat of the aftershock, he would not be able to stop them. After all, he was a peak rank 3 martial artist. Sun City was also his territory. It was reasonable for him to follow them and take a look. Even if he could not stop them, he should at least know their whereabouts. Without saying much, Xianxia quickly ordered someone to drive a car over. Just as he was about to get into the car, a few Department of Investigation Services martial artists quickly rushed over with 2 broken corpses. "Commander," the Department of Investigation Services chief glanced at Fang Mingrong and the others beside him. There was some uncontrollable horror in his eyes. He said hurriedly, "The corpses of the 2 people who were killed by Mr. Fang have been found. They should be rank 6 powerhouses." Powerhouses, even if they were dead, still had their characteristics. The degree of bone honing, the degree of honing of internal organs, these were all extremely easy to see. Even peak rank 5 and rank 6 were actually different. These people in Sun City might not have seen the corpses of rank 5 and rank 6 powerhouses before. However, as the department that handled martial artists' affairs, the Department of Investigation Services still had some understanding of these powerhouses' characteristics. Xianxia's pupils contracted. Rank 6 as expected, when he felt the oppressive aura earlier, he had already guessed it. He did not expect his guess to be correct. This was not the main point. The main point was that Fang Ping was still being hunted even though he had killed 2 rank SIXs. How strong were the evil sect martial artists who were hunting him? Xianxia did not have much time to think. He said hurriedly, "Seal the corpses and other things. Cancel everyone's vacation and carry out stability maintenance." After saying that, Xianxia got into the car. At this moment, Fang Mingrong was already in the car. Seeing that Fang Yuan and Li Yueying were about to get in, Fang Mingrong said in a low voice, "You guys don't have to go. I'll go alone." "Dad." Fang Yuan bit her lip and choked. "I want to go. I'm stronger than you. I want to see brother kill them." Fang Mingrong took a deep breath. After a while, he nodded and said, "Okay. Yueying, don't go. Get in the car." Fang Yuan quickly got in the car. Li Yueying's face was covered in tears. Seeing this, she choked and said, "Bring Ping Ping back. Remember to bring Ping Ping back." Fang Mingrong did not say anything else. He nodded at Xianxia. Xianxia did not delay either. He quickly started the car and chased in the direction where the few people had left. Just as Fang Mingrong and the others left, news of the attack on Sun City had spread on social media. There was even a video of a few people fighting in midair. The video was relatively clear. Tonight was New Year's Eve. At that time, some people were preparing to take a video of the fireworks, but they happened to capture the battle in midair. Although it was nighttime and the distance was too far to capture the specific faces, a few rays of light intertwined in midair, including the sky-piercing saber glare, were captured very clearly. These videos were deleted very quickly. At this moment, the government did not want this news to be made public. The outcome of the battle in Sun City was unknown. It would be fine if Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were alive, but if they were killed in Sun City, it would cause a huge impact. If 2 prodigies of the current era were killed by the evil sect martial artists in their hometown, then the previous announcement of the rankings to boost the confidence of the people would be in vain. At this moment, top-notch powerhouses from all over the country were mobilized, heading towards Sun City. It was not only the government. At this moment, from the direction of Magic City to Sun City, several powerhouses used the flight step and flew rapidly in the direction of Sun City. Reinforcements were still on the way, but Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were a little powerless. Both of them were severely injured. Wang Jinyang was almost killed. Fang Ping's most serious injury was not caused by the evil sect martial artists, but by his own outburst. The outburst of celestiality had caused his flesh to explode. The self-explosion of mentality had shaken his mentality and blurred his consciousness. After that, the activation of the golden bones had also caused him to suffer heavy injuries. At this moment, Fang Ping's golden bones were still shining brilliantly. However, he had not achieved the golden body realm. His flesh breaking down was also a fatal injury. Activating the golden bones did not mean that Fang Ping really had an immortal body. The rank 6 martial artist behind him might not be able to break his golden bones. Although the bones could be preserved, it did not mean that he was still alive. The biggest possibility was that if the other party killed Fang Ping, They could also get a set of golden bones for free, increasing the other party's harvest. In midair, Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast, but it was difficult to shake off the middle-aged man who was chasing after him. This was not the Catacombs Royal City. If it was a catacomb city, Fang Ping could blend into the crowd and burrow underground. The other party might not be able to find him. However, this was the human world, Sun City. Below him were his compatriots. If Fang Ping burrowed underground and disappeared, Fang Ping had no doubt that the other party would disregard everything and massacre the residents below. Moreover, with the extremely injured Wang Jinyang, even if Fang Ping burrowed underground, he would be easily found. Seeing that Wang Jinyang's breathing was chaotic, looking like he was going to die at any moment, Fang Ping cursed as he sped, Motherf *cur, we didn't even suffer so much in the catacombs. It's not worth dying in the hands of these *stards. Wang Jinyang's face was pale, but he smiled and said, even if we die, we can't die on the run. When we reach the no man's land, don't run anymore. We still have the strength to fight. Let's fight with our lives. If we can't kill him, we have to hold him back and wait for Commander Bai to arrive. Fang Ping glanced at him and said, you can still fight? Give me some energy essence. I should be able to. I don't have any left. Fang Ping shook his head. A few high-ranked energy stones appeared in his hand, and he stuffed them into Wang Jinyang's hand. This is it. Make do with it. You're really rich and imposing. Wang Jinyang was still in the mood to tease Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping was indeed rich. High-ranked energy stones were not something anyone could take out. Wang Jinyang absorbed them quickly. He turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, he said, I'll hold him back. You should be able to run away, get lost. Fang Ping cursed. He gritted his teeth and said, you came to save me. Who do you think I am? If Wang Jinyang did not participate in the battle, he could eat his reunion dinner at home in peace. Now that he was seriously injured to save himself, if Fang Ping abandoned him, Wang Jinyang would hold the other party back for a while, and Fang Ping would have no problem escaping. However, if he really did that, he would have lost the basic bottom line of being a human. Even if this kind of person lived, even if he became a grandmaster in the future. No, this kind of person did not deserve the title of grandmaster. What difference was there between him and a cult? Fang Ping cursed. He said hurriedly, even a high-ranked can't kill me. A rank 6 is nothing. Since this **star doesn't give up, then don't blame me for not holding back. Hold him back for a while longer. I'll blow him up. He needed time to condense celestiality. Fang Ping had thought it through. Since things had come to this, he might as well throw caution to the wind. Later, he would condense a huge ball of celestiality and leave himself a breath to blow that bastard up. With 500C celestiality outburst, Old Manly could even kill a rank 8. He did not need much. Condensing 100C was equivalent to a rank 7's full force attack. He did not believe that the other party could withstand it. As Fang Ping said that, he whispered, when I blow him up, run faster. Otherwise, you'll be blown to death. There's nothing I can do. Wang Jinyang's face was pale. Can you hold on? I won't let him have it easy even if I die. As he spoke, Fang Ping had already condensed celestiality in his hands. At this moment, Fang Ping restrained all his aura, using Wang Jinyang's body as a shield. Seeing the middle-aged man's punch piercing through the air toward him, Fang Ping did not even turn his head, continuing to fly forward. At this moment, Fang Ping looked more and more like a skeleton. Almost all the flesh on his body was falling off. When Wang Jinyang saw this scene, he sighed softly in his heart. Condensing celestiality at rank 5 was not without a price. In MCMAU, Fang Ping could only condense about 5C celestiality at most each time. The channeling of 50C had to be done in many times, because his body could not withstand the power of celestiality. At this moment, if he wanted to blow up the fellow behind him, Fang Ping would have to endure a countercharge that was 10 times stronger than normal. Even if the other party was blown up, Fang Ping would be in danger. Both sides had been fighting for only 5 to 6 minutes. The speed of a powerhouse's fight was extremely fast. It would take another 5 to 6 minutes for Commander Bai to arrive, and Commander Bai might not be able to make it in time. Seeing that Fang Ping did not care anymore, Wang Jinyang's gaze deepened. After a moment, the faint sound of blood flowing could be heard from his body. His exposed bones, a blood-like vitality force seeped out of his bones. Fang Ping's bloodied eyes narrowed. This was the force of bone marrow about to explode. Old Wang was also overdrafting his own strength. This time, even if they could survive, both of them would suffer heavy losses. Fang Ping looked at his shining golden arm and sighed softly in his heart. It was useless to think about these things. Based on his current situation, even though he was in high spirits now, he might not be able to fight anymore after a while. After a moment, he arrived at the White Mountains. Sun City had a branch of the White Mountains. Back then, when Wang Jinyang was hunting Huang Bin, he had entered the White Mountains. The passageway to Auspicious Peace was also in the White Mountains. When Fang Ping ran here, he was actually heading in the direction of Auspicious Peace. The next moment, Fang Ping suddenly turned around and shouted, "A few grandmasters from Auspicious Peace will be here soon. Are you sure you want to exchange your life for theirs? As long as we can hold you back for a while, you're dead meat." The middle-aged man who was already very close behind him had an unpleasant look on his face. He said coldly, "You'll have to be able to hold me back first." As soon as he finished speaking, the other party punched through the air again. The red fist shadow pierced through the void in the blink of an eye, attacking both of them. Wang Jinyang's back was facing Fang Ping. Fang Ping grabbed his shoulder while he wielded his saber with both hands. With a slash, he destroyed the fist shadow. Puff, the fist shadow was destroyed. Wang Jinyang suffered a shock too, blood spurting from his mouth. The middle-aged man also knew that this place was very close to Auspicious Peace. He was afraid that there would really be grandmasters coming soon. Within 3 minutes, he had to kill both of them. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Without any further delay, above the middle-aged man's head, 3 completely sealed Sanjiao gates appeared instantly. The next moment, one of the gates opened slightly. At this moment, the other party's speed increased explosively. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind both of them. The middle-aged man did not dare to continue accelerating. Instead, he sealed the Sanjiao gate quickly. When the Sanjiao gate was sealed, the effect of accumulating vitality was at its best. It was considered a preparation for them to step into rank 7. Once the gate was opened, vitality would be lost. It would be difficult to achieve rank 7 again. It was because he considered that grandmasters were coming soon that the middle-aged man made up his mind. He opened a small gap and sped up to catch up with both of them. With this, he would have to go back and recuperate for at least a few months before he could seal the gate completely. The middle-aged man's heart was boiling with anger. As a peak rank 6 powerhouse, he actually had to open the Sanjiao gate to chase after 2 heavily injured rank 5s. He was making a fool of himself. As he neared both of them, the middle-aged man no longer waved his fists in the air. His fists made a sonic boom directly, punching toward Wang Jinyang's head. A ruthless glint flashed in Wang Jinyang's eyes. The vitality in his entire body surged to the extreme. The Chengdao in his hand made a cracking sound. With a low growl, he slashed his saber. Boom, a loud explosion was heard. Even Fang Ping, who was flying in front, was shaken. Pale golden blood dripped from his mouth. He staggered and fell down. Wang Jinyang, who was holding on to him, was limp and powerless. It was as if he had lost his life. Behind him, the middle-aged man flew backward. A clear saber mark appeared on his fist. A few bones in his hand were also broken. "Both of you must die." The middle-aged man's rage was monstrous. The Sanjiao gate appeared again. The gap appeared again. In the next second, he caught up with both of them again. Both his fists hammered out. The void exploded continuously. Wang Jinyang, who seemed powerless earlier, was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He regained his senses in an instant. He waved his saber and slashed continuously. The saber and the fists collided, emitting sparks. Mother *****. Fang Ping, who was in front, was also shaken by the tremendous force. He fell down continuously. The aftermath of the exchange between both parties caused the rocks below to explode and shatter continuously. Fang Ping's speed had slowed down significantly. His figure was no longer stable. It was not only the impact of the tremors. It was also related to the glowing ball in his hand. At this moment, because Fang Ping had restrained his aura, the glowing ball did not emit any energy waves. However, Fang Ping knew that the energy contained in this thing was extremely strong. It should be 50C now, right? Fang Ping estimated in his heart. Right now, his left arm had completely turned into bones. There was no longer any flesh left. Under the tremors of celestiality, the flesh that was stuck to him earlier had all fallen off. Is there still hope for this body of mine to recover? The appearance of the golden bones did not give birth to imperishable substances. Fang Ping strongly suspected that even if he did not die, it would be difficult for him to recover his flesh. Could it be that he would have to live as a skeleton from now on? The key was, without flesh and blood, before achieving rank 8, could he really survive, as his thoughts ran wild. In his mind, the next moment, Fang Ping crashed directly onto the ground. A huge pit appeared on the ground. The moment he fell into the pit, Fang Ping quickly said in a low voice, "Dig a hole and lure him in. You hold him off for another 10 seconds. I'll blow him up." 10 seconds? Wang Jinyang's expression was bitter. This brat really thought too highly of him. Right now, his bone marrow force was almost completely exhausted. If we die together. I believe that you won't die. If you die, at most, you'll be resurrected after a few thousand years. Resurrected? Wang Jinyang was stunned. What did he mean? He still did not know MCMAU's speculation. Fang Ping did not have time to explain. After falling into the huge pit, Fang Ping quickly hammered the ground, making the pit deeper. In midair, he might not be able to blow that fellow up. However, after entering the pit, as long as the explosion hit, he did not believe that the fellow behind him could withstand it. As for himself and Wang Jinyang, it would depend on luck. While Fang Ping continued to condense celestiality, he dug the hole madly. The middle-aged man behind him had already entered the cave. As he fought with the heavily injured and dying Wang Jinyang, he sneered, "Do you think you can escape like this?" The two of them were digging their own graves. If they continued to flee outside, it would take more effort for him to kill them. He did not expect Fang Ping to dig a hole in the stone mountain in a panic. How stupid! At this moment, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang had brought themselves to a dead end. But, finding a grave for yourself before you die is also a wise move. Fang Ping, who was digging the hole, did not bother to reply. In reality, he did not have time to reply. It was hard to say whose grave this hole was dug for. At this moment, Fang Ping's golden bones had begun to tremble. The ball of light in his hand was also getting brighter. His sparkling internal organs were also beginning to shatter. Wang Jinyang said with difficulty, "Done. No, he really could not hold on any longer. He had not reached the stage where he could fight a peak rank 6 head-on. Although both parties were only 1 rank apart, in reality, it was 5 ranks apart. The gap was too big. If it were 2 early stage rank 6 martial artists, they might have been beaten to death. This time, both of us will be famous even if we die." Fang Ping suddenly let out a low roar. Then, he punched out violently, punching a giant hole from the side. Fang Ping quickly pulled Wang Jinyang into the hole. Then, Fang Ping turned his head, looking at the middle-aged man who was about to chase in. He suddenly let out a low roar, and the surrounding rocks exploded instantly. The middle-aged man's body swayed slightly, but he was not affected much. However, blood flowed out of his nostrils. Mentality self-detonation. You can deal with others, but you're not qualified to deal with a peak rank 6. The middle-aged man sneered again. Although his mentality was not strong, it was close to the stage of external projection. In addition, his Sanjiao gate was sealed, and his vitality force was strong. If Fang Ping wanted to rely on this to deal with him, it was a little lacking. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. Self-detonation of mentality was only to delay the other party's pace. The next moment, Fang Ping suddenly grinned. "I'll give you something good." Before he finished his words, Fang Ping tossed out a ball of light that had no energy fluctuations. Then, Fang Ping punched the hole forward frantically. If he did not run now, he would be buried with them. Old Wang, hang in there. Fang Ping let out a low roar. Wang Jinyang's expression changed drastically too. What little remained of his bone marrow force emerged again. This time, it was not to attack, but to cover the surface of his body with layers and layers of vitality defense. Fang Ping did the same. Vitality force, bone marrow force, and mentality covered both of their bodies in layers and layers. The middle-aged man behind him had just been shaken by the self-detonation of mentality, so he was slightly affected. The ball of light that Fang Ping tossed out did not have much power. Seeing both of them burrowing madly inside, the middle-aged man chased after them almost subconsciously. The moment the ball of light neared, the middle-aged man's pupils contracted suddenly. Danger! Run! Such a thought rose in his mind instantly. At this moment, his hair stood on end. He felt an incomparably intense threat of death. As for the ball of light, the moment he retreated, it had already exploded. Boom! The glaring white glow almost lit up the entire mountain range. The deafening sound of the explosion and the roar spread throughout this part of the world. More than 10 li away, Fang Mingrong and the others who were chasing in their car suddenly saw a glaring light rising from afar, followed by a deafening roar. In the next moment, the ground shook as if an earthquake was coming. In the White Mountains, some of the nearby mountain peaks disappeared directly. In the center of the explosion, a deep pit with a circumference of 100 meters appeared. Countless gravel splattered everywhere. Most of the stones had already turned into dust, and smoke rose everywhere. Less than 30 li away from this place, the expression of the Nanjiang Military Region's commander changed drastically. Had a high rank made a move? Which side's high rank had made a move? Song Mountain Range. In a huge pit. The smoke and dust gradually disappeared. The entire mountain range was extremely quiet at this moment. After an unknown period of time, some of the rubble at the bottom of the pit moved slightly. A moment later, a broken head appeared at the bottom of the pit. I didn't die. A voice filled with extreme resentment rang out. The middle-aged man struggled to climb out of the hole. At this moment, his body was already in a terrible state, and both of his legs had completely disappeared. Just as the middle-aged man was struggling to crawl, a nearby gravel was flipped up again. A golden skeleton-like creature shook its broken head and crawled out of the rubble. Its voice sounded like a broken gong. Not dead yet. I'm lucky, but sooner or later. At this moment, Fang Ping was really a little delirious. Fortunately, he still had his wealth, so he was constantly healing his injuries. Fang Ping was still fine. He would not die now. However, after digging for a while, when he found a body that looked like it had been dismembered, Fang Ping's hoarse voice rang out again. Brother Wang, I'm sorry. Are you still alive? As Fang Ping spoke, a few high-ranked energy stones appeared in his hand. These were also the last high-ranked energy stones he had. The energy stone was crushed by Fang Ping's hand bones and stuffed directly into the corpse. Fang Ping waited for a moment. After a while, the corpse moved slightly and said in a barely audible voice, Dead. Dead? Not yet. Fang Ping turned his head and glanced at the half-human body that was still crawling. He said mildly, Go ahead and crawl. You'll be the best if you manage to crawl out of here. The middle-aged man didn't die, but the lower half of his body was blown up. His upper body was also battered to the extreme. Fang Ping deduced that his Sanjiao gate must have been blown to pieces. There was not even a hint of vitality force fluctuation on this fellow. The fact that he didn't die meant that he had a strong will to live. But now, even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live much longer. Fang Ping did not go forward to kill him. He did not have the strength to move now. The other party could not crawl out anyway. After catching his breath, Fang Ping saw that the middle-aged man was still crawling. He said with difficulty, Why are you struggling? Do you think you're like us? Our bone marrow has mutated. Do you think you've mutated too? I might as well kill myself. The divine sect won't let you off. The middle-aged man's blurry eyes were filled with despair. He couldn't live, just as Fang Ping had said. His injuries were so severe that even his Sanjiao gate was shattered. Even if he managed to escape from this place now, he would not survive. Unless he soaked in the energy essence to heal his injuries. However, even rank 9 martial artists valued this item greatly and viewed it as a precious treasure. He was only a rank 6 martial artist. Even if the evil sect had it, it was impossible for them to let him use it. This was not something that could be repaired with just a little bit of effort. Perhaps it would take a few kilograms of energy. With so many of them, it would be more than enough to cultivate a level 7. Divine sect? Bull**T God sect. Fang Ping used his wealth to replenish his vitality force and mentality to prevent his injuries from worsening. At the same time, he said playfully, "Don't worry. Those bastards will join you sooner or later. How dare you ambush me? If I'm not dead, then you're finished. Originally, you guys could fight amongst yourselves. If you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have had the time to deal with you clowns, but if you insist on provoking me, wait for this daddy to destroy all of you." As Fang Ping said that, he continued, "I suspect that your evil sect is also in constant internal strife. How dare you, a rank 6, come and kill me? Don't you know that I've killed countless rank SIXs in the Nanjiang catacombs? If we're not in the human world, do you think a rank 6 martial artist like you can force me to this point? If the evil sect has a source of information in the catacombs, or someone in the upper echelons of the human race, they will definitely know about this news. Forget about rank 6. In the catacombs, even a rank 9 can't kill me. You, a rank 6, ask yourself honestly. If it wasn't because I didn't want to hurt the innocent, would you have forced me to this point? Dogs biting each other. Looks like you've offended someone. You've been framed on purpose. You haven't even achieved mentality-vitality fusion, yet you want to kill me? No wonder I suddenly received a text at night. Someone wants to ambush me. I thought it was someone who told me. Maybe it's your enemy?" As Fang Ping spoke, although the middle-aged man's consciousness was starting to blur, he still heard it. His battered body stiffened slightly, no longer crawling. Wang Jinyang, who was lying on the side, was speechless. This guy still had the mood to talk so much. At this moment, he could not even move. He was afraid that he would fall apart. Fang Ping continued to pant, saying tiredly, "Looks like a few of the evil sect's high ranks were killed by us last time. Someone wants to take over. A peak rank 6 like you probably has the same intention too, right? Is the evil sect trying to nurture more peak rank 6 to become high ranks? Whose path are you blocking? I heard that there are a few evil sects too. Or are the other sects deliberately framing you? 3 rank SIXs died. If they're all from your sect, I'm afraid your sect is finished this time." The middle-aged man looked like he was already dead. He was sprawled on the ground. He could not even feel his breath. Fang Ping did not care about him. He started panting, saying in a low voice, "These idiots from the evil sect. Do they really think that I was the one who killed the high ranks last time? It's all because their own people betrayed their own people. Otherwise, how could so many high ranks have died? Human nature is really ugly to the extreme. That's good too. The more people die, the better." At this moment, Wang Jinyang suddenly said in a low voice, "They're dead. Stop fooling him." Fang Ping said lightly, "Do you think I'm fooling him? I'm serious. This time, someone really warned me in advance. Otherwise, if 3 rank SIXs ambushed me, I would really be in danger." However, the other party didn't have good intentions either. They only warned me at the last moment. It seems like they want to see us fight to the death. No need to guess. It's either the evil sect or the 2 major companies. If the others knew, they wouldn't have waited until then to warn us. You. Is what you said true? Wang Jinyang was confused at this moment. Fang Ping said softly, "Of course it's true. Maybe it's his enemy. It's not surprising. It's too common for dogs to bite each other." "That's true." As the two of them were talking, the middle-aged man who seemed dead earlier suddenly said with difficulty, "Upright Sun. Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo. Lu He. Nanjiang Pill Company. Zhao. Zhao Yu, your people?" Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. Kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's broken head suddenly tilted. Fang Ping sensed carefully. After a while, he said, "This time, he's really dead." Although Wang Jinyang had the urge to sleep, he resisted the urge and panted. He. Could it be? Could it be that he's spouting nonsense on purpose? I don't know. I'll look into it later. There must be some clues. These two people. Are you familiar with them? Peak rank 6. The few in Nanjiang, Wang Jinyang's face was as white as a sheet. Director Zhou died in battle. Lu He took over Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo. As the largest martial arts dojo in Nanjiang, most of the casual martial artists in Nanjiang came from Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo. Now that Zhou Xingyang died in battle, Lu He took over the dojo. If the other party was really from the evil sect, things would be a little troublesome. As he spoke, Fang Ping felt a monstrous aura coming toward him. He quickly said, "Don't talk later." Don't talk if there aren't more than 2 grandmasters. Okay. Wang Jinyang instantly understood what he meant. Right now, Fang Ping probably did not trust anyone, not even Commander Bai. While Wang Jinyang was still thinking, Fang Ping suddenly began to move. He burrowed into the gravel and said in a low voice, "Just say that you don't know where I am. Stall for a while. At least wait for another grandmaster to come." Wang Jinyang did not know what to say. Did this guy really suspect that Commander Bai was from the evil sect? The probability of that was too low. As the leader of the military, if Commander Bai was not trustworthy, then Nanjiang would really be in danger. However, Fang Ping insisted on doing this. There was no harm in being careful, so Wang Jinyang did not say anything else. Very soon, Fang Ping burrowed underground. Seeing this, Wang Jinyang shifted his body and covered the top of the hole he had burrowed into. He could not sense Fang Ping's aura underground at all. Not long after Fang Ping burrowed into the ground, a tall figure landed instantly. Commander Bai was wearing a military uniform. His expression was solemn. After looking around, he heaved a sigh of relief and hurried to Wang Jinyang. When he saw that Wang Jinyang's aura was extremely weak, Commander Bai quickly took out a bottle of pills and poured them into his mouth. He frowned and asked, "Jinyang, where's Fang Ping?" Wang Jinyang looked like he had just woken up. He panted and said, I'm not sure, who did it just now?" Commander Bai asked again. Wang Jinyang seemed to be unable to speak. His lips moved, but no sound came out. "Your injuries are extremely serious. I'll look for Fang Ping first. Once I find him, we'll go back and treat him immediately." Commander Bai did not continue to ask. His mentality spread out and explored the surroundings. After a moment, Commander Bai's expression changed. Nothing, Fang Ping, was dead, only a dead person with no aura of life could hide from him. The next moment, Commander Bai performed the flight step and explored the surroundings. If Fang Ping was dead, there would be a huge mess. At the very least, those fellows from MCMAU would not let this go. Just as Commander Bai could not find Fang Ping after a moment of exploration and had no choice but to return to his original spot, a few powerful auras were already closing in. Commander Bai did not speak again. Streams of vitality force entered Wang Jinyang's body to help him suppress the eruption of his injuries. After about 3 to 4 minutes, 2 silhouettes descended from the sky. "Old Bai, what's going on?" One of them, a square-faced man, asked hurriedly as soon as he landed. The other skinny old man also looked grim. "What's the situation?" Both of them quickly saw Wang Jinyang's mutilated body on the ground. Their expressions changed drastically. "Where's Fang Ping?" Commander Bai shook his head and said in a low voice, "I didn't find him." These two people were powerhouses from the nearby provinces. One was a powerhouse from Donglin, the other from Nanhu. Among the local powerhouses of Nanjiang, only he had rushed over. Usually, Zhang Dingnan would have rushed over. However, Zhang Dingnan's injuries were extremely serious now. Even if he had received the news, he would not have made it in time. Underground, Fang Ping still had not appeared. He wanted to wait a little longer, at least until someone familiar arrived. However, Magic City was quite far from Sun City. The people from MCMAU might not be able to rush over so quickly. After grinding for a while, 2 more grandmasters appeared on the ground. 5 grandmasters had arrived, at this moment, Fang Ping felt safe. It was impossible that all 5 grandmasters were from the evil sect. If that was the case, the evil sect would have opened the passageway long ago. As these people investigated, they helped Wang Jinyang stabilize his injuries. They were still talking in low voices when the gravel beneath them moved. They were instantly on guard, ready to attack. After a while, a scene that left them dumbfounded appeared. A shiny golden skeleton drilled out from the ground. At this moment, Fang Ping's arms were almost devoid of flesh. The other parts of his body were slightly better, but they were still badly mutilated. As he crawled out from the ground, he saw the grandmasters glaring at him. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "It's me, Fang Ping of MCMAU." "You're not dead," one of the grandmasters blurted out. He was really shocked. This guy's injuries were so serious that even if he did not look closely, there was no need to look closely. Just by looking at him, even an idiot would know that his injuries were extremely serious. He was still not dead. Fang Ping's badly mutilated face did not change much, but it was obvious that he was not in a good state. "Grandmasters, do you have resurrection pills? I'm dying." As soon as he said that, they hurriedly took out some pills. Fang Ping took the pills and did not waste any time. Without even swallowing them, he stuffed them directly into his body through the hole in his chest. Seeing this, their expressions changed again and again. This vitality was extremely tenacious. They could see his internal organs clearly. At this moment, many of them were broken. Fang Ping stuffed the pills into his body and said, "Do you have energy essence?" "Grandmasters, borrow it first. MCMAU will return it. I can't hold on any longer." They looked at each other. One of the old men smiled bitterly and said, "We really don't have it." "Fang Ping, can you still hold on?" This injury was not easy to treat. They did not know where to start. On Wang Jinyang's side, they could still ensure that his injuries did not worsen. On Fang Ping's side, this injury was really not easy to treat. As for energy essence, what a joke. Did everyone have that? Commander Bai exhaled and said, "Wait a little longer. Wait for a rank 8 golden body powerhouse to come." Rank 8 golden body powerhouses had imperishable substances. If they consumed too much, these rank 8s might not be willing. However, most people would not say no to consuming a little to help Fang Ping heal his injuries. The grandmasters had no other choice but to continue waiting. They did not ask in detail. At this time, both of their injuries were extremely serious. Stabilizing their injuries was the priority. As for the corpse at the side, they had seen it. Deep down, they were still very shocked. A peak rank 6 martial artist, this person had died here. If it was one of their own powerhouses, there was no reason not to meet them. If it was not, then how did this person die? What was up with the celestiality outburst earlier? Also, what was going on with Fang Ping's bones? The Grandmaster's eyesight was not bad. This was a real golden bone. A rank 5 martial artist actually had golden bones. This was too surprising. The fact that Fang Ping could live until now had a lot to do with this set of golden bones. Could it be that Fang Ping killed the peak rank 6, one by one? Doubts surfaced in their minds. At this moment, the Grandmasters had too many questions to ask. However, seeing that Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were focused on healing, they could only wait. After waiting for a while, the first powerhouse above rank 7 arrived. It was none other than Wu Chuan. Over at Nanjiang's catacombs, someone went in to report the news. The celestiality outburst in Nanjiang's territory was very important. Zhao Xingwu was still in the catacombs at this moment. Both sides had not erupted into a rank 9 battle yet. Wu Chuan was weaker than him. Upon receiving the news, he quickly walked out of the catacombs and rushed over. When Wu Chuan arrived, Fang Ping, who was still healing, suddenly said, "Senior Wu, help." Fang Ping? Wu Chuan was stunned. He really did not recognize Fang Ping. After looking closely, Fang Ping's face was a bloody mess, but he still looked a little human. Seeing this, Wu Chuan did not care about his golden bones anymore. He quickly patted Fang Ping. Wisps of faint golden substance passed from his hands into Fang Ping's body. After a while, some flesh grew on Fang Ping's bones. The cracks on Fang Ping's face also began to heal gradually. Fang Ping felt this change and was instantly overjoyed. The effect of the imperishable substance, just as he was rejoicing, Wu Chuan suddenly stopped. Fang Ping was stunned. He said dryly, "Senior Wu, give me a little more, give me a little more. I'm really going to die." Wu Chuan smiled bitterly. "You won't die. This is almost enough. I can't expend any more. If I expend any more, the Nanjiang catacombs will erupt into a battle, and I'll be affected." If he did not have a guarding mission now, Wu Chuan could still continue to help. However, he had a mission now. A rank 9 battle would erupt at any time. He could not overdraft too much imperishable substance. As for Fang Ping, he should not die. This fellow's injuries seemed to be extremely serious, but Wu Chuan could feel that this kid's vitality was also extremely strong. The benefits of golden bones were also starting to show. Life energy was growing on his bones. Compared to Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang was more troublesome. As he was thinking about this, suddenly, a faint golden glow seeped out of Wang Jinyang's body while he was sitting cross-legged. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The few rank 7 grandmasters were so shocked that they did not know what to say. What was going on? Were these two monsters really rank 5? One had condensed golden bones. The other, actually had imperishable substance seeping out of his body, helping Wang Jinyang recover from his injuries. They were shocked. Fang Ping's pupils contracted sharply. It was true, his guess was right, the imperishable substance really existed. Mutated martial artists like Old Wang were really powerhouses resurrected. On the verge of death, these imperishable substances were revived. Regarding MCMAU's guess, other than the few MCMAU powerhouses, only the central government knew about it. At this moment, the central government had not disclosed this news to the outside world. After all, it was just a guess. Everything had not been proven. Moreover, if this matter spread out, the impact would not be small. The others did not know. Wu Chuan should have known, but he had been in the catacombs all along and did not receive any news. At this moment, seeing the imperishable substance seeping out of Wang Jinyang's body, Wu Chuan looked at Wang Jinyang for a while, then turned his head to look at Fang Ping. Suddenly, Wu Chuan smacked his head. Did I go to the wrong place, or was this a dream? 2 rank 5s. Were they really rank 5? These two people were rank 8 and rank 5, right? He was still thinking about this when Fang Ping suddenly hugged Wang Jinyang, his face full of lust and dissatisfaction. He said longingly, "Brother Wang, release a little more. Let me bask in the light. My flesh can't grow anymore. I don't want to be a skeleton. Give me a little too. Brother Wang, don't be stingy. You've accumulated it for thousands of years. It must be a lot. Give me a little." Fang Ping rubbed against Wang Jinyang with all his might. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Who the F***ck could tell them what was going on? At this moment, everyone was starting to doubt their lives. Everything that happened today had subverted everyone's worldview. Fang Ping had managed to scrape a little of the imperishable substance. Unfortunately, not much. Very little. Right now, Fang Ping's bones were covered in a layer of blood, which made him look even stranger. As for Wang Jinyang, his injuries had recovered a lot. The gaping hole in his chest had been mostly repaired, but that was as far as it went. The imperishable substance quickly disappeared without a trace. It came and went without a trace. Fang Ping observed carefully for a while. He did not discover where the imperishable substance came from. Beside him, Wu Chuan frowned deeply. After a while, he said in a low voice, "It's sealed in the Sanjiao Gate." Interesting. The Sanjiao Gate alternated between illusion and reality. It was said to exist, but in reality, it did not. It was said to not exist, but in reality, there were many secrets hidden in the Sanjiao Gate, such as energy and vitality. When one reached peak rank 6, one would sense that there was a large amount of energy and vitality sealed in the Sanjiao Gate. Was it inherent in the human body, or was it stored after cultivating for so many years? These could not be verified at the moment. The rank 9 Wu Chuan naturally had the imperishable substance, but his imperishable substance did not exist in the Sanjiao Gate. Instead, it was stored in his body. There was no such substance in Wang Jinyang's body. Wu Chuan glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping seemed to know something. Right now, Wu Chuan had actually guessed some things. Who had the imperishable substance, rank 8 and above, imperishable? Imperishable. This term did not exist now. It had existed since ancient times. Coupled with some legends, Wu Chuan naturally thought of many things. Not only Wu Chuan, but the others also fell silent. Although this battle was only a battle between a few middle-ranked martial artists, too many things were exposed. Very soon, Wang Jinyang opened his eyes, looking at his injuries that had mostly recovered. He did not make a sound, only revealing a thoughtful expression. Then, he pushed away Fang Ping, who was still hugging him. He had actually heard what this fellow shouted just now. After pushing Fang Ping away, Wang Jinyang looked at him for a while and suddenly said, "Where's yours?" "What? Where did your imperishable substance go?" Fang Ping was speechless. "Where did I get this thing from?" Old Wang had obviously misunderstood. However, after Wang Jinyang said that, the others also looked at Fang Ping. Wu Chuan's expression changed for a while, then he humphed. Some people probably had it too, but in the end, he didn't use his own and instead freeloaded off someone else's. Wasn't he embarrassed? This thing was extremely precious. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted it just now. Although he didn't consume much, he wouldn't be able to recover it without 3 to 5 months of cultivation. Fang Ping was a little gloomy. If he said that he did not, would they believe him? Well, he didn't think these people would believe him. Fang Ping did not dwell on this. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of soft footsteps came from above the pit. Wu Chuan had noticed it long ago, but he did not care. He said casually, "One rank 3 and 2 aspiring martial artists. They should be from nearby." Fang Ping frowned. Without another word, he stepped into the air and flew out of the pit. Seeing that, the others were about to leave as well. The next moment, Fang Ping suddenly flew backward and searched the corpse not far away for a while. Suddenly, he frowned and started cursing. No one knew what he was saying. After cursing for a while, Fang Ping looked at the crowd and asked, "Grandmasters, can I borrow a piece of clothing?" The few grandmasters looked at each other in dismay. Everyone was wearing one piece. If they lent it to you, what were they going to wear? "My family is up there. If I go out looking like this, I'll scare them." Commander Bai, who was at the side, thought for a while and took off his military jacket. Among them, he was the only one who wore more. Fang Ping took the jacket and thanked him hurriedly. He quickly put it on, covering his horrifying arms. Looking at his thighs, where a large piece of flesh had cracked open, Fang Ping looked at the grandmasters again. The few of them were speechless. They could take off their shirts, but they had to take off their pants for him. Did he want them to go out with their legs bare? Fang Ping looked at Wu Chuan and laughed dryly. "Senior Wu, your martial arts uniform looks pretty good. Can I borrow it to cover myself?" Wu Chuan was helpless. After thinking for a while, he took off his martial arts uniform. Fang Ping hurriedly took it and wrapped it around his thighs. He sighed. "If I'm always like this in the future, I won't be able to go out in public. I hope the government can give me some energy essence to mend my flesh. This time, the people from the 2 major companies are too much." "What did you say?" Wu Chuan's expression changed instantly, the expressions of the other grandmasters changed as well. Fang Ping said faintly, "It's just a guess." "It's just a guess. But, the probability that they're from the 2 major companies is not low. Of course, this is just my personal guess. I'll confront the people from the 2 major companies sooner or later. If it's proven that they're the ones who ordered it. Then, even if everyone objects, I, Fang Ping, will take revenge. To kill me, these people have gone crazy." Wang Jinyang's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything. Fang Ping might have an ulterior motive for purposely saying that they were from the 2 major companies. The 2 major companies could deny any involvement in this matter. Others might find it hard to believe that the 2 major companies did it. However, when he thought of the other powerhouse's name that the deceased person had revealed, Wang Jinyang sighed softly in his heart. This time, if it was proven, the 2 major companies would be in deep trouble. Fang Ping might not want to do anything, but when he thought of Fang Ping's series of actions in MCMAU, some things could be discussed. Wang Jinyang did not say anything. Wu Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, you can't talk nonsense. Although you were attacked this time and you're the victim, before the matter is fully investigated, you'd better watch your mouth." This was definitely not a small matter. Once word got out, it would be a huge problem. The two major companies were involved in too many things. Once word got out that they disregarded the lives of ordinary people and attacked MCMAU and NMAU prodigy martial artists, it might cause the entire martial arts university to rebel. There were many grandmaster powerhouses in the 99 martial arts universities. In addition, there were many powerhouses from the military and political fields, as well as powerhouses in the business world. Many of them came from martial arts universities. Even if they had graduated many years ago, they might not necessarily think from the perspective of martial arts universities. However, directly attacking prodigy martial artists, including their family members, was absolutely intolerable. If everyone was like this, society would be in chaos a long time ago. No matter how strong you were, unless you were truly alone, your family and friends would not all be powerhouses. Other than the evil sect martial artists, no martial artist from any force would dare to attack a martial artist's family. It would be fine if they did not find out. If they did, no matter who it was, even a rank 9 powerhouse, they would not be able to bear such a responsibility. If they went all out to investigate, very few people could hide it. If the two major companies really did this, they would be extremely stupid. When it finally exploded, countless people would be beheaded. From Wu Chuan's point of view, if Fang Ping was being hunted down by humans in the catacombs, it was possible that the two major companies were involved. On the surface, it was definitely the evil sect's doing, Fang Ping said mildly. "Senior Wu, you can't say things so confidently." "If I, Fang Ping, am not confident, would I dare to say this? Of course, I will continue to investigate this matter. When my MCMAU grandmasters arrive, I will explain in detail." Wu Chuan's eyebrows were knitted together. Fang Ping was very confident. Moreover, MCMAU grandmasters were coming too. Who would come? He also graduated from MCMAU, but if this matter was confirmed to be the truth, how would he deal with it? The other grandmasters' expressions were also frighteningly solemn. This matter was no longer just a battle between middle ranks. It was not even Fang Ping's business anymore. If it was handled carelessly, a large-scale internal strife might erupt. Seeing this, Fang Ping smiled again. "Of course, grandmasters, don't worry. Before there is conclusive evidence, I won't speak carelessly, in case it causes a negative impact. If any grandmaster is familiar with people from the two major companies, it's best to inform them and make a trip to Nanjiang as soon as possible. It's best if you can explain it clearly in private. If I can't explain it clearly, I don't believe that there's no place in this world that can stand up for me. Everyone is doing this. Unless you kill me now to silence me, otherwise, who will still fight for humanity?" Having said that, Fang Ping raised his arm and sneered. "I haven't entered the catacombs many times, but I dare say that I, Fang Ping, have never let anyone down. The number of times I bled for humanity is not small. There are not many middle ranks who can match up to the contributions I've made. Back in Magic City Catacombs, when Monster Sunflower City attacked, I was the one who brought back the information. In Nanjiang Catacombs, I was also the one who held back a rank 9, turning the situation around. Now, someone from the inside is making a move against me, and even implicating my family. If I don't die, just wait and see." Fang Ping. Wu Chuan was just about to speak when Fang Ping interrupted. "Senior Wu." "No, Guardian Wu. This matter has nothing to do with the House of Guardians and the military department. Besides, there's no concrete confirmation now. Let's not talk about this for now. When I've investigated clearly, I'll seek justice." Wu Chuan did not speak again. His expression was extremely solemn. No one knew what he was thinking. The others were the same. All of them looked solemn. This matter would definitely be investigated clearly. This was not a small matter. Moreover, it had caused a lot of commotion now. There were also a few grandmasters in MCMAU. If they did not give an explanation, this matter could not be settled. Fang Ping did not continue speaking. Once again, he performed the flight step and flew upward. Wu Chuan glanced at Wang Jinyang and said in a low voice, "Why does he think that the two major companies did it?" Wang Jinyang shook his head. "I'm not sure." "What do you think?" Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "From the big picture, from a logical point of view, I hope it's a martial artist from an evil sect. I definitely don't hope it's someone from the two major companies. But, there's no harm in investigating some things. Whether it's true or not, give a clear explanation. Otherwise, once a thorn is planted in one's heart, it will affect the entire future. If people are left with the impression that the two major companies persecuted heroes, all the grandmasters can predict what kind of consequences will occur. This has already crossed the line. People like us who disregard our lives in the catacombs, never fear, never shrink from battle. What is it for? For that little bit of reputation that outsiders don't know about? How many martial artists would care about this?" Wu Chuan took a deep breath and said quickly, "All right, this matter will definitely be investigated clearly. Whether it's true or not, there will be an explanation. I will report to the central government. The Southern House of Guardians will also come forward, including the military department, the education department, and the Department of Investigation Services. There will be no favoritism. If it's true, no matter how serious the consequences are, we must completely purge everything." Wu Chuan said it extremely solemnly. This was really not a joke. It was too serious. Wang Jinyang did not say much either. Some things, even if you thought it was impossible, it might not be fake. Fang Ping seemed to be trying to fish for some benefits, but who could guarantee that the people today were from an evil sect or the two major companies? On the ground, Bai Jinshan and the others checked carefully. No one shouted. If they shouted at this time, who knew who they would call out? However, Bai Jinshan had underestimated the strength of middle and high-ranked powerhouses. If there were really enemies, no matter how careful they would have been discovered long ago. Fang Ping midair rose and landed in front of them in an instant. Bai Jinshan's expression was vigilant, and he got into an attacking stance. Fang Ping smiled. "It's me. Fang Ping. Brother. Ping Ping." Fang Yuan rushed to Fang Ping's side, hugged him, and cried. She choked, "Brother, how are you?" "I'm fine." Fang Ping laughed. His hands were already in his sleeves, and he patted his sister's back. He laughed. "Are you stupid? How dare you follow me at this time? If I didn't kill the enemy, the aftershock would have killed all of you. Don't be stupid next time. What would happen to me? There are only a few rank 6 martial artists, and only one peak rank 6. I've fought with rank 7, 8, and 9 martial artists before. Why would I care about this little trouble? If I wasn't afraid of hurting the Sun City residents, I would have used a big move to kill these clowns long ago." As soon as he said that, Fang Yuan and Fang Mingrong did not think too much. Seeing that Fang Ping could talk and laugh, both of them were so happy that they cried. They did not care about anything else. Bai Jinshan's expression changed drastically. He was indeed a peak rank 6. And, he was killed by Fang Ping. "Fang. President Fang, you killed the enemy?" For a moment, Bai Jinshan did not dare to call him by his name. With an indescribable shock in his heart, he asked softly. "Peak rank 6, 2 years ago, Nanjiang's governor, Zhang Dingnan, was a peak rank 6 martial artist. As for Fang Ping, he was not even a martial artist 2 years ago." Fang Ping smiled. "Of course. Why else would I be chatting with you now? They're just a bunch of clowns. After this, I won't let them go. I won't stop until their blood flows like a river." As he spoke, the others flew up. Bai Jinshan hurriedly greeted them one by one. As Sun City's commander, he still paid close attention to some information. He knew Nanjiang's commander Bai. He also knew a few of the others. Of course, it was hard to say whether they knew him or not. Seeing so many powerhouses here, Bai Jinshan felt much more relaxed. He was extremely worried about the previous battle between powerhouses. Now that there were so many grandmasters here, he could relax. Finally, Bai Jinshan took a look at Wang Jinyang. His pupils contracted slightly. Although Wang Jinyang's injuries were much better, the injuries on the surface of his body were not so easy to heal. Seeing that Wang Jinyang's chest still had a piercing wound, and he could even see the opposite side, Bai Jinshan was shocked by the brutality of this battle. On the other hand, he was shocked by these people's strong vitality. If it were him, with such injuries, he would have died long ago, not to mention being unscathed. Seeing that Fang Ping was still talking to his family, Wu Chuan said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, come to the house of Commander later. We'll talk. We'll talk when everyone from MCMAU is here." Fang Ping refused directly. He would not talk now. Without the strength, it was hard to talk. Wu Chuan heard that and frowned slightly. He did not say anything more. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay, then we'll wait for you at the house of Commander." Having said that, Wu Chuan grabbed Bai Jinshan and flew away directly. The other grandmasters did not delay and followed one after another. One of them was still holding the corpse of the middle-aged man who was killed. Since everyone was here, they had to investigate this matter clearly. Now, in the small Sun City, 5 grandmasters and 1 high grandmaster had gathered. More powerhouses would come later. At this time, they were no longer worried about Fang Ping's safety. If they attacked now, even a rank 9 would have a hard time escaping. Seeing that everyone had left, but Fang Yuan was still hanging on to him, Fang Ping smiled and said, "All right, it's fine now. You and Dad go back for New Year's dinner. I'll go and settle this matter later." "Brother," Fang Yuan's tears and snot flowed down. She rubbed her face against Fang Ping's body and asked worriedly, "Are you badly hurt?" She saw Wang Jinyang too. He was badly hurt. His chest was pierced through. How could he not be badly hurt? As for Fang Ping, the flesh on his face had mostly recovered. However, some cracks were still there, making him look especially hideous. Fang Ping smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just a small injury. Don't be fooled by your brother Wang's scary injuries. It's just a small injury." "Brother Wang, right?" Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly and nodded. It was a small injury. It was a small injury. Without the imperishable substance to heal it, he would most likely be bedridden for a year or 2. Moreover, even now, his injuries had mostly recovered. However, his bone marrow was exhausted and he could not stand steadily. Fang Ping still said it was a small injury. This guy was really something. However, his family was here. Wang Jinyang did not refute and let him say whatever he wanted. Fang Mingrong looked at his son and stared at his hand. At this moment, Fang Ping's hand was hidden in his sleeves. Although he could not see anything, Fang Mingrong's expression was still heavy. It was fine for his son to lie to his daughter, but he could still see that the arms hidden in his sleeves were slightly empty. His injuries were probably not as simple as his son said. However, there was no use saying it now. It would only make his daughter and wife more worried. Fang Mingrong was worried, but he did not show it on his face. He tugged at his daughter and said, "Don't bother your brother. Let's go home first." As he said that, he pulled Fang Yuan down the mountain. Fang Ping did not use flight step. In reality, he was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. It was difficult for him and Wang Jinyang to fly back. They would go down the mountain and take a car back first. Seeing that Fang Ping's father and sister were walking in front, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "The 2 major companies." Fang Ping smiled and said lightly, "Check it out. At the same time, use it as a deterrent. Next time there's trouble, just throw it at them, just in case." After this incident, even if they want to do it next time, they won't have the guts. The collaboration between MCMAU and Nanjiang hasn't spread yet. If it does, do you think the 2 major companies will just sit back and watch? Having said that, Fang Ping smiled and said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. When the people from MCMAU arrive, we'll go to the House of Commanders together. No matter what this time, it's a fact that I was attacked. And I almost died." Fang Ping's expression suddenly darkened. He said coldly, "I've never suffered such a big loss. It's not just me, it's you too. If it weren't for the recovery of the imperishable substance, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to recover from this injury." "The imperishable substance," Wang Jinyang murmured. Fang Ping smiled and said, the ancient powerhouses have recovered. Actually, so have I, Brother Wang. Do you still remember in ancient times, when I founded the Celestial Court and you were the first general of the Celestial Court? Wang Jinyang's expression changed. He said in a low voice, the Celestial Court? Have you forgotten? Looks like your memory hasn't recovered yet. Fang Ping smiled and said, it's okay. It'll happen sooner or later. You're my Celestial Court's first general. Iron Headley is my Celestial Court's Northern Expedition General. Yao Qingjun is my Western Expedition General. Back then, there were 108 generals in the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, in the final battle with the Catacombs restricted zone powerhouses, both sides suffered heavy losses. Countless fell. Now, everyone is starting to recover. It's okay if your memory hasn't recovered. Don't forget the glory of the Celestial Court. Sooner or later, all of you will return one by one. I'll definitely lead everyone into the catacombs again. Wang Jinyang's expression kept changing. He looked doubtful. Fang Ping sighed softly. Don't think too much. I'm the Celestial Emperor. I've let everyone down. I've caused all of you to fall back then. Now, you've all lost your memories. Even if all of you have recovered your memories, it's okay if you don't recognize me. Actually, I don't want to be the Celestial Emperor anymore. Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang suddenly had a splitting headache. Mother ***. Was what this kid said true or false? He really could not be sure now. However, the recovery of the imperishable substance had confirmed one thing for Wang Jinyang. He was different from ordinary people. This could not be explained by a simple mutation. Wang Jinyang's head hurt. He ignored Fang Ping. He did not want to ask, and he felt that he should not. If he asked too much, he might really take it seriously. Now, no matter what happened in the past, Wang Jinyang, was Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping did not say much either. He just said it casually. It did not matter if they believed it or not. If they really took it seriously, it would feel good to recognize him as their boss in the future. Forget it. Don't talk nonsense next time. Fang Ping suddenly shook his head. It did not matter if he talked nonsense with old Wang. If Wu Chuan and the others took it seriously, they might do something to him. Soon, Fang Ping and the others returned to Scenic Lake Gardens. The car was not driven by Fang Ping, but by Fang Mingrong. Although Fang Mingrong did not buy a car and did not have a driver's license, he was still an official. He had learned to drive for a few days, so he had no problem driving. The entrance of the district. Perhaps it could not even be considered a gate anymore. The original gate had collapsed long ago. Li Yueying had been waiting. When she saw Fang Ping get out of the car, tears streamed down her face. She hugged Fang Ping and did not let go. Fang Ping felt bad. This time, he was still a little careless. He did not expect the evil sect martial artists to come to Sun City to kill him. He had thought that someone would kill him, such as the two major companies. After entering the catacombs, this was a possibility. As for the evil sect, a few high-ranked powerhouses had died not long ago. Most importantly, Auspicious Peace was close to Sun City. Today, Auspicious Peace was guarded by Grandmasters. Commander Bai was not the only one. Before this, Zhao Xingwu had even killed a high-ranked martial artist from the evil sect. Other Grandmasters would often patrol the Nanjiang boundary. Under such circumstances, Sun City was no less safe than Magic City. Fang Ping did not expect the evil sect martial artists to be so arrogant as to come to Sun City to kill him on New Year's Eve. Many people did not expect this. However, it had already happened. There was no use talking about this now. Fang Ping did not think too much about it. He smiled and comforted his mother. There were still many martial artists patrolling the district. Some of the residents had already gone home. Some were still lingering outside. Fang Ping suddenly said loudly, "The evil sect martial artists have been killed. I, Fang Ping, will bear all the losses today. The facilities in the district will be rebuilt soon. After today, the Fang family will move out of this place." Ping Ping, before Li Yueying could speak, Fang Ping said softly, "It's time to move out, Mom." After today, do you think everyone will still be able to get along with us peacefully? Whether it is flattery or fear, it will disturb your peaceful life. As for what to do next, I'll think about it. Fang Mingrong, who was at the side, sighed and said, if it doesn't work out, let's move to Shanghai. Now that my son's enemies are at my door, staying in Sun City will only distract my son. Before this, they were reluctant to leave their homeland. But now, staying in Sun City would only make his son worry. Fang Ping chuckled. We'll see. There's no rush now. At least nothing will happen in the near future. If the evil sects dare to come again, they will all die. To the public, Fang Ping still had to say that he was a member of an evil sect. Even if he wanted to deal with the two big companies, he couldn't affect the big picture. At the very least, after today's words, the government would not say that he did not see the big picture and would not show any signs of favoritism. I've already considered the big picture, so it's time for justice to be served, right? Mom, Dad, go home for dinner. Although the window is broken, let's have our reunion dinner first. I'll have someone stand guard here. As he said that, Fang Ping waved at a plump martial artist beside him. The plump middle-aged man walked over immediately, his face full of respect. Commander Fang. Today, Fang Ping still held the title of Sun City's deputy commander. Fang Ping smiled and said, comfort everyone. I'll compensate for all the damages. Oh right, were there any casualties? The plump middle-aged man said immediately. Commander Fang thought about the public and avoided the crowd. Other than some damage to the houses and infrastructure, other than a few people who fell and got injured, there were no deaths. That's good. Fang Ping nodded. There were definitely injuries. It was not as simple as falling. At that time, the energy waves were intense. Some people's internal organs might have been injured. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, we still need to do some checks. Check the houses near the battle zone. Let the martial artists do the checks. If the internal organs are injured, it won't feel obvious now. It'll be too late when it's discovered. I'll pay for all the treatment expenses. Fang Ping was generous now. He did not need to spend much money. Other things aside, the middle stage rank 6 martial artist that he had killed, whether or not he had anything else, at least he had a saber. If he sold the saber, the compensation would be enough. Fang Ping did not care about this small amount of money. He was prepared to earn more. The plump middle-aged man was the director of the Department of Investigation Services. At this moment, he was extremely respectful. He said hurriedly, Commander Fang, this is our negligence. Sun City's government should, there's no need. Fang Ping waved his hand. Who cared about this small amount of money? As for the fatty saying that they were negligent, Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. In the whole of Sun City, rank 3 was the strongest. Should he let Bai Jinshan guard the door, even if he did, it would be useless. A rank 6 powerhouse could smash him into pieces with a punch from a distance. When rank 6 powerhouses hid their auras, only people like Fang Ping could quickly detect them. If others stood in front of Bai Jinshan, he would not be able to tell them apart. Some things were hard to guard against. If the evil sect really wanted to kill ordinary people and was not afraid of the government going all out to kill them, it would be useless no matter where they went. Even in Magic City, they could not guard against it. Powerhouses had their own things to do. No one had the time to protect someone's family. Aside from Fang Ping, a large number of Grandmaster powerhouses who had ordinary people in their families were also living ordinary lives. Usually, the evil sect would not dare to do anything that would harm their families. Many people might not have the heart to care about these evil sect martial artists. Everyone was busy guarding the catacombs. There were too many things to do. Unless it really endangered the safety of one side, otherwise, dealing with the evil sect was the responsibility of the military department and the Department of Investigation Services. If the evil sect dared to harm ordinary people wantonly, they would be hunted down by the whole world. As for the talk about massacring the city a few times, Fang Ping could not be bothered at all. Unless the other party was facing a life-and-death situation, otherwise, who would dare to do such a thing? That middle-aged peak rank 6 had even threatened Fang Ping to massacre Sun City. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him at all. If he really did such a thing, other people aside, the evil sect's higher-ups would kill him directly, throwing him out to appease the government's anger, to prevent the government from searching and hunting him down endlessly. When that time came, it would not be a rank 6 matter anymore. Some fights were still limited to martial artists. After talking to the plump middle-aged man, Fang Ping asked his parents and Fang Yuan to go home first. Fang Ping would not be able to eat this New Year's Eve dinner. This was because Fang Ping had already sensed a familiar aura rising from afar. Fang Ping's vitality was also surging. Very soon, a few familiar auras were rushing toward him. This time, there were many people from MCMAU. Old Man Li's aura was rising. It was no longer vitality force, but celestiality that appeared in mid-air, flickering. He had not reached the stage where his mentality could materialize, but his mentality had been increasing rapidly recently. It was already close to Fang Ping's level. At this moment, when it erupted, it could also merge into celestiality. Wu Quishan was here too. His golden body's aura was unmistakable, intimidating all directions. Above Tang Feng's head, vitality penetrated heaven and earth. It was not much weaker than Huang Jing's beside him, other than Lu Fengru and Lu Polu. A few MCMAU higher-ups were here. Lu Fengru was still in closed-door cultivation. She had not received the news. Wu Quishan and the rest had come personally, so there was no need to call her out halfway. Where is he? Old Man Li's aura erupted, intimidating some of the Sun City martial artists nearby to the point that they could not breathe. Fang Ping saw that a few of them were in a hurry, steam rising from the top of their heads. He said quickly, "Thank you for your hard work, instructors. I've already killed them." As he said that, Fang Ping said proudly, "One peak rank 6, one middle stage rank 6, one early stage rank 6, I killed them all with one slash." Everyone's expression changed. Old Man Li shouted, "Tell me the truth." "That's the truth." Fang Ping said proudly, "I've condensed golden bones." Only now did they have the time to pay attention to this. Wu Quishan probed for a while, and suddenly, a conflicted look appeared on his face. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what a familiar feeling. Among the rank 8 powerhouses, everyone was familiar with this. He had really condensed golden bones. Last time, although Fang Ping was shining with golden light, at that time, it was not considered a complete golden bone. Now, it was still slightly lacking. However, Wu Quishan glanced at Old Man Li, saying in a low voice, "It seems to be stronger than Li Chongqing's." Old Man Li's expression was pitch black. "What a joke," Fang Ping said matter-of-factly. "Of course, Instructor Li only has golden bones. His bone marrow hasn't been honed yet. I'm different. Other than my skull and bone marrow, the rest of my body has completely turned golden." Old Man Li was so angry that he wanted to chop someone up. He said furiously, "Do you know that I almost died of exhaustion after this trip? Son of AB *TCH, you're still making sarcastic remarks to me?" Old Man Li was furious. He was King attacking him again. "So what if you have golden bones, kid? My Sanjiao gate has been sealed. What about you? You're a middle stage rank 5. So what if you have golden bones? If you're not convinced, then fight me one-on-one." Fang Ping hurriedly smiled obsequiously. "No way. I'm not mocking you, instructor. Didn't you ask me to tell the truth? I'll tell the truth. I really killed him. Of course, Brother Wang helped me block for a while. I prepared for a while and killed the other party." Wang Jinyang, who was beside him, only then did he bow slightly as a greeting. In his heart, however, he was a little envious. MCMAU was indeed much stronger than NMAU. He really could not be envious. Fang Ping was attacked. With a call, 2 MCMAU golden body powerhouses came, 1 rank 7 came, and Tang Feng, who was half a grandmaster, came too. With such strength, it was no wonder that Fang Ping had the confidence to be arrogant. On the other hand, NMAU had also participated in the battle this time. It was not that NMAU did not want to send people, but 2 rank 6 powerhouses were still on the way. Wang Jinyang had also informed them that they did not need to come. 2 peak rank 6 who had not achieved mentality-vitality fusion would not have much effect even if they came. Wang Jinyang also did not want NMAU to participate in what was coming next. MCMAU had the confidence, but they did not. Fang Ping could handle it from the front. Old Manly cursed for a while. Then, his expression changed slightly. He asked in a low voice, "How's your injury?" Fang Ping looked at Wu Quishan and said pitifully, "Vice-Chancellor, please help me with some imperishable substance. I'm about to turn into a skeleton." Old Manly was too weak. His imperishable substance had not even been born. The corner of Wu Quishan's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like this kid deserved a beating when he said that? It was like borrowing money. Could this thing be helped just because he said it? If Fang Ping was about to die, then there was nothing to say. However, this kid was alive and kicking. There were no signs that he was about to die. At this time, using the imperishable substance to help him heal, he would not do it. Seeing that Wu Quishan was ignoring him, Fang Ping was helpless. Very quickly, he regained his fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth and said, "Instructors, let's go. To the House of Commanders. This time, I won't stop until I extort a few $100 billion. Wu Quishan frowned suddenly. He said in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "Looking for trouble." Fang Ping said as he walked, "Don't worry. I'm not looking for trouble for no reason. This time, I have evidence." As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly took off his clothes, revealing his broken body. The few people who saw it shuddered. This was not a light injury. "I'll go over like this. I'll show them that they can't even kill me, Fang Ping. Instead, I killed 3 rank SIXS. When my strength improves, I'll see if there are any rank 9s who will come and kill me." The probability of him showing off was not high. The probability of him acting pitifully was higher. Naturally, the few of them knew his purpose. Old Manly was still frowning. He said, "Who are you looking for trouble with?" "The 2 major companies." "Was it them this time?" "I don't know." Fang Ping shook his head. He added, "There's evidence. Before that peak rank 6 died, he gave up on 2 people." "Forget it. I won't say it now. When we go to the House of Commanders later, I'll tell you in front of everyone. Capture those 2 people on the spot." Both of them were now in River City. There was still a Grandmaster from the Chamber of Commerce keeping watch over there. There was also the injured Zhang Dingnan. Fang Ping planned to let Wu Quishan make another trip. Whether it was true or not, he would capture them first. After all, these 2 people were not people from the government organizations. They were not people with high positions of power. If they were people from the military department or other places, they might not be able to capture them just based on suspicion. When the time came, they would investigate again under the eyes of so many grandmasters. If they wrongly accused the other party, Fang Ping could just apologize. It would not be a big deal. If they were not wrongly accused, that would be the best. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Huang Jing and said, "We can sell our shares now." Huang Jing raised his eyebrows. He could not help but look at him. He said in a low voice, "Don't accuse others recklessly. This matter was not a joke." Fang Ping laughed. "I really didn't accuse others recklessly. Brother Wang can be a witness. Did the other party confess to those 2 people? Even if this person is from the evil sect, a peak rank 6 powerhouse from the evil sect confessed to an accomplice. Even if it's true or false, we still have to investigate, right?" Wang Jinyang, who was beside him, nodded. "That's true. I heard it too." As soon as he said that, Huang Jing said nothing more. As long as Fang Ping did not make it up and had evidence, he would definitely find fault with him. He could not pretend that he did not hear this. Since the other party had confessed to an accomplice, whether it was true or false, he must investigate. Even if it was proven that he was wrongly accused in the end, he could only apologize. Sun City, House of Commanders. When he sensed a few auras coming from the outside world, Wu Chuan rubbed his forehead slightly. So many people had come. If this matter was handled carelessly, something big would happen. "Are the people from the 2 major companies here?" Bai Jin Shan, who was the weakest at the side, did not even dare to speak. "The one who answered was Auspicious Sun City's commander, who said respectfully, 'Guardian, the people from the 2 major companies are already on the way. However, they still need some time to rush here from capital city. Also, Commander Zhou of the Military Department, Minister Wang of the Education Department, Minister Hu of the Department of Investigation Services. They are all on the way. The few ministers said that when they arrive, they will handle it together. Wu Chuan nodded slightly. It was the new year. If something like this happened, everyone would not have a good time this year. Also, there were still Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang. This was a matter worth paying attention to. A rank 5 golden bone, a rank 5 born imperishable substance. This matter had to be taken seriously too. How many more people like this were there, Yao Qingjun, Li Hansong? How many more had not been discovered, or had they been discovered and hidden, if they all had such characteristics? Did that mean that some things would undergo huge changes? Were these people really powerhouses above rank 8? Would there be a situation where they could recover their strength quickly? Sometimes, it might not be a good thing to have too many unfamiliar powerhouses. Who knew if these people were good or bad, or if they had other intentions? What kind of attitude should they have towards these people? At the moment, it seemed that they were all young martial artists. Their abilities were not strong either. Sino Nation could almost ignore their existence. After all, peerless powerhouses could suppress everything. However, these people were the prodigies of the current generation. If they were not handled properly, it could easily cause a chain reaction. MCMAU's Fang Ping, CCMAU's Li Hansong, FMS's Yao Qingjun, who did not have a few grandmasters backing them up, the more he thought about it, the more Wu Chuan's head hurt. If he had known, he would not have come. It would have been better to throw this matter to someone else. Right now, he was the only rank 9 present. The incident happened in the south. As the guardian of the south, he was the highest leader of the southern provinces in name. Wu Chuan was still thinking about this when he could already feel a few auras approaching outside the house. After a while, the half-skeleton Fang Ping swaggered in through the door. When Wu Chuan saw Fang Ping's expression, he knew that this kid was up to no good. He frowned and said, "Put on your clothes." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "I'm too badly injured. Wearing clothes will easily hinder my recovery." Wu Chuan really wanted to beat him up, but he was afraid of beating this kid to death. Moreover, he suspected that if he beat this kid up now, Fang Ping would continue to let him use the imperishable substance to heal him. The others did not utter a word. After the few higher-ups of MCMAU entered, these people then greeted each other. When he saw Wu Kuxian enter, Wu Chuan did not remain seated. He stood up and nodded slightly. As an MCMAU graduate, even if he was a rank 9, an appropriate amount of respect was still necessary for MCMAU's vice-chancellor. Wu Kuxian also exchanged a few pleasantries before each found a place to sit down. Wu Chuan waited for them to sit down before saying, "Let's wait a little longer. The others will be here soon." "All right." Wu Kuxian did not speak much. Old Manly and the rest did not speak at all. Seeing this situation, Wu Chuan knew that things were not going to be easy to solve. As for Fang Ping, just as he was about to break the silence and curry favor with the few grandmasters, his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly trotted out of the door and said from afar, "Vice-Chancellor Chen, why are you here?" Chen Yaoting, who had descended from the sky, saw a half-skeleton running out. He was stunned at first, then his expression changed. "Can it still recover?" "Probably. I guess?" Fang Ping replied uncertainly. He had a feeling that it was possible, but the consumption would definitely be huge. "That's good," Chen Yaoting breathed a sigh of relief. "Kid, if you can't recover, do you expect my granddaughter to find a half-skeleton to be her husband?" Thinking of this, Chen Yaoting's expression suddenly turned a little ugly. Mother ****. He was having a good New Year's Eve dinner when something like this happened. He was almost chased out of the house by his granddaughter. If it were not for the inconvenience of bringing someone along, his granddaughter would have run here herself. He had already said that he was in SCMAU. It would be too late if he went. There were powerhouses nearby who had rushed over. In the end, he had to make a mad dash in the middle of the night. Ignoring Fang Ping, Chen Yaoting also entered the house. Wu Chuan had actually sensed his arrival. Seeing that Chen Yaoting had come, Wu Chuan was actually a little surprised. This matter had nothing to do with SCMAU. right? Chen Yaoting was the #1 rank 7 in Sino Nation. He was close to achieving a golden body. He could not be treated as an ordinary rank 7. Chen Yaoting saw that Wu Chuan was a little doubtful. He said gloomily, "I'm only here to help." Wu Chuan nodded slightly, shooting a glance at Fang Ping. This kid had quite a lot of connections. Fang Ping did not look at him either. It was hard to say. He was not prepared for Chen Yaoting's arrival. The message he sent earlier was for a few MCMAU powerhouses. He did not send a message to Chen Yaoting. SCMAU was quite far from Nanjiang. Seeing that everyone was waiting, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Why don't we take this opportunity to capture 2 people and bring them here?" Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Fang Ping said, "Before I killed the peak rank 6 martial artist earlier, I managed to dig out information about 2 accomplices. Their statuses are not low. Their abilities are not low either." Wu Chuan shouted instantly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fang Ping said calmly, "I was afraid of accidents. How about this time, I'll have to trouble Guardian Wu and Vice-Chancellor to make a trip to River City and capture them first." Wu Chuan let out a soft humph. This kid's suspicion was so serious that it could not get any worse. Was it necessary to send a rank 9 and a rank 8 together to capture people? However, since Fang Ping thought so, he did not say much. He said, "Who?" "Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo's acting curator, Lu He. Nanjiang Pill Company's Zhao Yu." Of course, it could be Zhao Yu X or something. Anyway, just capture them all. Both of you have worked hard to make a trip to River City. As for the others, I don't mean to offend Grandmasters, but please wait here for a while. Commander Bai's expression was already extremely ugly. It was not directed at Fang Ping, but at the 2 names. "Fang Ping, is what you said true?" "Absolutely true. President Wang can testify. There's no need for me to target 2 people I don't even know." Lu He. Zhao Yu. Commander Bai's expression was extremely ugly. After a while, he said, "All right, we won't leave. I'll have to trouble Guardian and Vice-Chancellor Wu to make a trip." As for whether they had the authority to arrest people, Wu Chuan was the South's supreme leader. If he did it himself, there was no such thing as a saying. Wu Chuan glanced at Wu Quishan. Without another word, he stood up and walked out. Wu Quishan also stood up and followed. Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo was easy to deal with, but Zhao Yu. That was the supreme person in charge of the pill company in Nanjiang. Fang Ping did not know him, but they were familiar with him. Peak rank 6 was no longer a weakling. There were not many rank SIXS in Nanjiang province to begin with. Peak was even rarer. Including a few martial arts universities, the military department, and the education department, there were about 10 of them. In an instant, 2 of them had been exposed. This was a big deal. Although these 2 people were not the higher-ups of the core departments, they were not to be underestimated. The 2 powerhouses left quickly. With their speed, they would reach River City in no time. Everyone in the concourse fell into silence. At this moment, no one left. They could not leave now either. Otherwise, they would be inviting trouble for themselves. As for Fang Ping, he did not care about these things anymore. He gave Wang Jinyang a look and pointed at his chest. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. This kid let him make things worse. Was that necessary? All right, it might be of some use. Wang Jinyang was helpless. After thinking for a while, the wound on his chest cracked open slightly, and a lot of blood flowed out. At this moment, many Grandmasters' expressions turned extremely strange. Disregarding everything else, if Zhao Yu was confirmed to be a problem, the pill company would not be able to solve this problem without spending a lot of money this time. Outside the House of Commanders, the sound of fireworks and firecrackers that had disappeared earlier rang out again as midnight approached. Although there had been a great battle between powerhouses, it did not cause too much damage. The destruction was mainly concentrated in the scenic Lake Gardens area. When the government sent people to announce it everywhere, the police and Department of Investigation Services personnel went out to patrol and spread the news, knowing that the evil sect martial artists had been killed. Now that Sun City was guarded by Grandmaster powerhouses, the people of Sun City had calmed down. The New Year was still extremely important to the Chinese. Compared to the great battle that had passed, it was more important to celebrate the New Year's reunion. While it was bustling outside, inside the House of Commanders, the atmosphere was getting heavier. The rank 3 by Jinshan was about to collapse to the ground. There were more and more Grandmaster powerhouses. Moreover, these people were talking less and less. Many of them came from outside and did not communicate at all. At most, they would nod and greet the other Grandmasters before finding a place to sit and wait. The rank 3 by Jinshan could not take it anymore. The upper stage rank 4 Auspicious Sun Commander felt his back breaking out in cold sweat. This was probably the first time he had seen so many Grandmasters in his life, including the few people from MCMAU. There were more than 10 Grandmasters here now. Just as the two of them were extremely nervous, everyone in the hall suddenly looked outside the house. At this moment, a few extremely powerful auras descended outside the house. Fang Ping, how dare you frame others? Do you really think no one can stop you? Outside the house, as soon as the person landed, a middle-aged man with a violent aura roared in anger, his voice extremely cold. A powerful force of coercion headed straight for Fang Ping. Fang Ping dared to slander the two major companies for attacking him in the residential area. This was a serious crime. The person's aura was extremely strong. In the next moment, Old Man Li's vitality soared to the sky, directly lifting the roof. Zheng Minghong. Do you want to die? The chaos vanquishing saber at Fang Ping's waist appeared in Old Man Li's hands instantly. With a hum, the chaos vanquishing saber was unsheathed instantly. Old Man Li said coldly, "You think I can't kill you? Zheng Minghong, who gave you the guts?" At the same time, Chen Yaoting and Huang Jing stood up at the same time. The blood-red glow above their heads soared to the sky. Celestiality intertwined, causing the void to tremble. Fang Ping's face paled slightly. Then, he turned around and shouted, "CEO Zheng, are you trying to kill me to keep me quiet?" Several auras clashed in midair, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The next moment, Commander Bai flew into a rage and bellowed, "Do you really think there's no one capable in Nanjiang? Stop right there. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Although there were golden body powerhouses fighting right now, Commander Bai was only a rank 7. He was still awe-inspiring and fearless. He scolded angrily, "Who gave you the guts to fight here? Stop." At the same time, another aura of the golden body rose instantly. Zhou Dinghua from the military department had arrived. Zhou Dinghua's expression was cold to the extreme. He descended from the sky and looked at the few people who were confronting each other. He shouted coldly, "Enough. Weren't they all too free? If you're too free, go to the catacombs to fight. This is not a place for you to show off." Outside the house, Zheng Minghong's expression was ugly. He said in a low voice, "Commander Zhou, it's not that I, Zheng Minghong, want to show off, but Fang Ping has repeatedly slandered the pill company." Now, it was no longer slandering, but framing. The Elixir Company was established 80 years ago. For the past 80 years, the company had been cautious and conscientious, never daring to slack off, whether it was the military department or the martial arts universities. Could it be that they had forgotten the contributions made by the Elixir Company all these years? They all thought that the Elixir Company was a logistics department. They just needed to focus on development and earn big bucks. Who could still remember all these years? In order to improve all kinds of pills, how many martial artists from the Elixir Company had tested the pills on their own bodies? They were willing to take extraordinary risks just to improve the effects of the pills and reduce the toxicity of the pills. What was the result? How many people died in the process of experimenting, and how many people were tortured in the process of testing the pills? Now, our Elixir Company has become the scum in this ignorant kid's mouth. How could he not know that if the Elixir Company had not improved the formula time and time again and carried out technical research and development, would a kid like him even have the chance to enter a martial arts university? 80 years ago, the cost of a vitality pill was 5 times the current price, but the efficacy was only half of what it is now. Could it be that people like us are evil because we haven't gone to the battlefield and fought until our heads bleed? Have we not contributed to the martial arts world? Zheng Minghong said angrily, "What right does Fang Ping have to judge the Elixir Company's rights and wrongs? What right does he have to spout nonsense in front of us?" Everyone fell silent. Fang Ping said calmly, CEO Xing, no one denies the Elixir Company's contributions and efforts, and no one says that research and development in the back does not contribute. You don't have to put a big hat on me the moment you come. You're a rank 8 golden body powerhouse, and you don't have to put on a show of strength the moment you come. Whether it's right or wrong, the judgment will be made. Is I, Fang Ping, trying to frame you? Now that all the departments are here, more than 10 grandmasters, do I, a rank 5 martial artist, dare to frame you? Do you think that everyone's eyes can't see and ears can't hear? Or do you think that I, Fang Ping, or MCMAU, can control the governorships and the central government of the provinces? You're agitated the moment you come. As a rank 8 golden body powerhouse, don't you have this little bit of self-control? Or, you already know something. Can I take it that you're bluffing and planning for the future? Impudent. You're the impudent one. Old Man Li's eyes were cold and fierce, his vitality soaring. He shouted, if you dare to bully the weak, even if everyone is here today, I will kill you. Li Chongqing, do you think I'm afraid of you? Jing Minghong shouted angrily, you really think that you're a rank 8? Try me then. Old Man Li snorted coldly. Why would I need a rank 8 to kill you? Insolence. Then let me try your longevity sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them were ready to fight. Zhou Dinghua's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He said coldly, all of you, shut up. Do you think that no one can control you and that you can do whatever you want? Commander Bai stood up too, his expression extremely ugly. The other grandmasters stood up one after another. A few old grandmasters quickly said, everyone, please calm down. Before the matter is investigated clearly, there's no need to do this. After a while, a few more powerhouses landed on the ground. Looking at the scene in the field, someone shouted, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? Jing Minghong, Li Chongqing, what are you doing? Do the pill company and MCMAU still have a sense of the big picture? All of you, go in and sit down. Since it's happened, let's investigate clearly. Fighting at the drop of a hat, has your brain been damaged from practicing martial arts? The few people who came later included the Deputy Minister of the Education Department and the Deputy Minister of the Department of Investigation Services. There were rank 8s and rank 7s. A few of them looked dissatisfied. The matter had not even started to investigate and they had just started to talk, and now they wanted to fight. Did these people really think that there were no rules? Jing Minghong did not say a word. Old Man Li did not say a word either. The others were still trying to persuade them to make peace. Seeing this, Fang Ping walked out of the hall, looked at the crowd and said, Dear Grandmasters, the moment CEO Xing came, he did not ask for right or wrong, and used his rank 8 aura as he pleased. I'm seriously injured now. CEO Xing is a rank 8, and I'm a rank 5. Do you want to silence me, or do you think that I, Fang Ping, am weak and can do whatever you want? If Sino Nation still has laws and regulations, don't tell me there's no explanation for this matter. If no one upholds justice for me, will CEO Xing kill me if he wants to? Have I, Fang Ping, wronged Sino Nation, or betrayed humanity? Are the military department, the education department, and the Department of Investigation Services just going to let this happen? Are those with weak abilities destined to be sacrificed? If that's the case, what's the difference between a Sino Nation and a government like this and a cult? They might as well just kill all humans below high ranks and rely on the catacombs. Fang Ping, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Dinghua shouted softly, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Fang Ping raised his head and looked at him, saying in a low voice, Commander Zhou, did I say anything wrong? CEO Xing attacked me the moment he came. He's talking about the contribution of the pill company, but does it mean that MCMAU has no contribution as well? Let's not talk about the distant ones, let's talk about the recent ones. The old Vice-Chancellor died in battle, Vice-Chancellor Liu was seriously injured, and Dean Li's situation that day, Commander Zhou knows better than anyone else. This is only the situation of a few grandmasters. Those middle and low-ranked instructors and students, which one of them did not shed blood and shed their lives? My MCMAU school archives can no longer hold the memorial tablet. My southern area cemetery can no longer bury skeletons. Contribution? Who didn't contribute? You didn't even ask a question and attacked me just like that. Are you bullying me because I'm too weak, or because I didn't contribute? Zheng Minghong's expression was ugly. He stared at him and said, Fang Ping, everyone here is watching whether I attack you or not. If I really attack you, do you think that Li Chongqing and the others can protect you? He had released his aura at the beginning only to put Fang Ping in his place. As for attacking him and silencing him, that was purely Fang Ping's nonsense. However, he did not expect the MCMAU crowd to react so fiercely. He was a rank 8 powerhouse, reprimanding a junior. Under normal circumstances, it was not a big deal. Fang Ping did not say anything, but the flesh on his body suddenly collapsed. His face also began to crack. Fang Ping did not say anything either. He just stared at the other party. Zheng Minghong's expression instantly turned ugly. Zhou Dinghua frowned and said, Fang Ping. Fang Ping said lightly, in the previous battle, I was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Guardian Wu used the imperishable substance to keep my injuries from worsening. Does CEO Zheng not know that after I fight with a peak rank 6, I will definitely be seriously injured? I think that after CEO Zheng landed, with your rank 8 vision, you will be able to discover this. If that's the case, then I have reason to suspect that you want to kill me. A rank 8 and a seriously injured and dying rank 5, even if it's just an aura, won't they kill me? Or does CEO Zheng think that a rank 8 needs to really attack a seriously injured rank 5 to be considered as wanting to kill? Zheng Minghong's expression was gloomy, but he did not say anything. The deputy minister from the education ministry was also familiar with Fang Ping. He was the one who hosted the previous second martial arts university championship. At this moment, seeing that Fang Ping's flesh had cracked all over and his arms had almost completely lost flesh, Minister Wang sighed softly and said, All right, Fang Ping. CEO Zheng was just angry in the moment. As he said that, Minister Wang's tone changed. He looked at Zheng Minghong and said, CEO Zheng, his injuries have worsened. Help him for a while. Everyone should calm down about what happened earlier. Zheng Minghong's expression changed slightly. Was he asking him to use the imperishable substance to help Fang Ping heal? After all, Minister Wang was from the education ministry. Martial arts universities also belong to the education ministry. Fang Ping was currently the #1 student in martial arts universities. It was completely understandable that Minister Wang would help Fang Ping. As soon as Minister Wang finished speaking, Zhou Dinghua also said, Stabilize his injuries first. Beside them, Minister Hu of the detective department also nodded slightly and said, CEO Zheng, I'll have to trouble you with this. He did not care about anything else. Zheng Minghong had nothing better to do. He just had to intimidate Fang Ping. If MCMAU did not care about this, it was actually not a big deal. It was not like he had really hurt Fang Ping. A rank 8 powerhouse exuding some pressure on a rank 5 martial artist. If they were on good terms, it could be seen as a test of a junior's strength, or simply a joke. People like Huang Jing often pressed Fang Ping to the ground, which was much more serious than what he was doing now. However, the point was that both parties were not on good terms, and their relationship had even deteriorated. It was not that Fang Ping did not have people on his side, and he was not afraid of Zheng Minghong. At this time, if Zheng Minghong did not pay a price to settle this matter, it would be difficult to continue the discussion. The other grandmasters were silent. Zheng Minghong had probably been a CEO for too long. He had long forgotten that not everyone was his subordinate when it came to the pill company. The rank 5 of the pill company trembled with fear when they saw him. If it were a rank 5, or even if he had pressured Wang Jinyang, there was a high probability that nothing would happen. Even if he had suffered a small loss, Wang Jinyang had to admit it. However, he just had to find Fang Ping. Everyone knew that Fang Ping had saved Li Chongqing's life. If Zheng Minghong really dared to hurt Fang Ping, Li Chongqing would not let it go easily. Although Li Chongqing was ranked last on the list, and everyone knew that he was not a true rank 8. However, if Zheng Minghong really thought that he could win Li Chongqing, then he was probably thinking too much. Li Chongqing was not too far away from rank 8. He had even slashed a rank 8 with his sword before. In a life and death battle, could Zheng Minghong, a rank 8 who had not entered the catacombs for many years, really survive in a life and death battle? Of course, There were still powerhouses from various tribes here. Both of them would not really fight. However, the atmosphere was so tense that it was not a good thing either. Jing Minghong's expression was ugly. He admitted that he had been a little off track in the beginning. In his opinion, a rank 8 intimidating a rank 5 was really nothing. He did not do anything to Fang Ping. What was wrong with releasing some pressure? However, on MCMAU's side, the reaction was too intense. Not only MCMAU, but Jing Minghong also glanced at Qin Yaoting at the side from the corner of his eye. Why did this old man get involved too? SCMAU's vice-chancellor was a peak rank 7 existence, only one step away from rank 8. The key was, this old man had a divine weapon. Yes, Qin Yaoting was known as the first rank 7 in Sino Nation. It was not only because his cultivation was very close to rank 8. The key was that he had a divine weapon. A divine weapon that was even stronger than Zhou Xingyang's. Zhou Xingyang was also a peak rank 7 with a divine weapon. However, according to the previous ranking, Zhou Xingyang was actually not as good as Qin Yaoting. Although Jing Minghong was a golden body powerhouse, it was hard to say who would win if he went up against Qin Yaoting. Now, Li Chongqing was also eyeing him. This made Jing Minghong's heart extremely sullen. Since when did a rank 8 have to bow down to a rank 5? Just as Jing Minghong was still thinking about this, the golden glow of Fang Ping's bones suddenly dimmed. Then, he went limp on the ground. His internal organs started to shatter visibly. Jing Minghong's expression changed drastically. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He really felt that he had been wronged to the extreme. Beside him, Li Chongqing shouted angrily, "Quick, I don't have imperishable substances. You guys save him quickly. If Fang Ping dies, I'll kill you." Huang Jing's expression was also ugly. He said in a low voice, "CEO Jing, you're so cruel to MCMAU's people. As a grandmaster, ask yourself honestly, do you deserve the title? You guys." Beside him, Zhou Dinghua frowned but did not say anything. His hands glowed with gold light, and he started to treat Fang Ping's ruptured internal organs. Minister Wang of the Education Ministry also started to act quickly. He could not let Fang Ping die. This situation did not seem right now. Actually, many people felt that something was wrong. Jing Minghong's pressure was pushed back as soon as he released it. How did it become so serious? However, Fang Ping's injuries were really very, very serious. Among the people present, perhaps only a few people knew what was going on. Fang Ping's injuries were indeed very serious. He had been holding on all this while. Li Chongqing also knew that Fang Ping had been recovering a large amount of vitality to prevent his injuries from worsening. Jing Minghong really did not hurt him. However, this kid had given up on using vitality to heal himself, allowing his injuries to worsen. As a result, his injuries were really very serious. This was not fake. Jing Minghong had to admit it, even if he did not want to. Even if everyone knew that this was probably caused by the previous fight with the peak rank 6, who asked him to have nothing better to do. Why did he have to pressure others? A person who was alive and kicking just a moment ago was suddenly on the verge of death. If he did not take responsibility, who would? Jing Minghong's expression was very conflicted. This time, he was really down on his luck. In this situation, if he still did not act, the two ministers would not keep using the imperishable substance to help. If Fang Ping really died, it would not be their responsibility. With so many grandmasters present, if something really happened to Fang Ping, Jing Minghong would not be able to explain himself even if he had 10 mouths. In the next moment, Jing Minghong's expression darkened. Without a word, he pressed his hand on Fang Ping's body, and a ray of gold light emitted. At this time, Zhou Dinghua and Wang Jing stopped. As for Fang Ping, he sensed Jing Minghong's attack and quickly absorbed the imperishable substance to heal himself. When he saw that Jing Minghong was about to stop, Fang Ping's internal organs suddenly ruptured again. Jing Minghong almost vomited blood. Good, very good. Jing Minghong felt that he had learned something new. After living for so many years, he was actually tricked by a rank 5 kid. He had been in a high position for many years, and the pill company did not have much competition. The company's subordinates were also very respectful to him. The provincial governors and martial arts universities, including the military department, were actually very polite to him in order to get more free pills. Jing Minghong was not very shrewd. It was not that he did not have any tricks up his sleeve, but when he looked down on them, he really did not care too much about these middle and low-ranked martial artists. This time, he was careless and was tricked by a 20-year-old young man. At this moment, Fang Ping's injuries were actually starting to improve. Flesh was growing on his bones again. But this kid, he did not heal himself, and his internal injuries were still worsening. The imperishable substance he absorbed all went into his bones, therefore, in everyone's eyes, Fang Ping's injuries were still worsening. It was not an act, it was really worsening. It was difficult for Jing Minghong to stop now. This scene made Wang Jinyang, who was watching from the side, feel a little jealous. People with backing were indeed different. If it were him. Old Wang felt a little uncomfortable. If it were him, even if NMAU's 2 peak rank SIXS were here, he really did not have the confidence to face a rank 8 powerhouse. Not to mention tricking this rank 8, the suppression from before would probably be brushed off. Even if he did not, if they were at Fang Ping's level, Jing Minghong would probably also stop. The imperishable substance was the foundation of a rank 8. No one would waste it. Jing Minghong wanted to, but he had to at least make Fang Ping's injuries look less serious. Li Chongqing and the others were still glaring at him from the side. Jing Minghong's face was full of anger. The other rank 8 powerhouse beside him, however, did not say a word. He was secretly glad that he did not step forward. This was the old CEO of the weapons company. Jing Minghong wanted to take Fang Ping down a notch the moment he arrived. Actually, he was very happy to see it. This time, Fang Ping said that the martial artists who attacked him were from the 2 major companies. This matter really made them very angry. This kind of thing could not be taken lightly. Before coming, everyone had actually considered in their hearts that they must not be weak and compromise. At this time, if they were weak and looked guilty, that would be the real big trouble. Moreover, they knew what MCMAU was planning. They also could not let MCMAU's conspiracy succeed. This was not just a matter of MCMAU alone, but a big change that involved the entire Sino nation. Now that the 2 major companies had taken a step back toward MCMAU, it might cause a chain reaction. MCMAU's matter was a small matter. The change in the entire situation was a big matter. Therefore, the 2 major companies' idea was to be strong to the end, never compromise. The main culprit was this kid Fang Ping's nonsense. Framing the 2 companies, deterring Fang Ping was the 2 major companies' idea. Jing Minghong taking the first step was in line with the 2 major companies' interests, and also in line with their expectations. In the end, Jing Minghong was tricked. At this moment, the weapons company's CEO felt that it was really not bad that he was 1 step behind. How could the imperishable substance be consumed like this? This time, Jing Minghong would not be able to make up for it without half a year of cultivation. However, thinking about it, this kid Fang Ping was really bold. By tricking Jing Minghong like this, he had really offended him. Thinking about it again, it seemed like he had already offended him enough. Thinking about it this way, the weapons company's CEO suddenly felt that this kid could only profit, not lose. The Admiral's office. After a while, Jing Minghong stopped. Fang Ping was about to continue rupturing his internal organs when Old Manly, who was beside him, kicked him without batting an eyelid. That's enough, even if your internal organs were crushed, no, your head was crushed, they wouldn't work for you anymore. In just a short while, Jing Minghong had infused quite a lot of imperishable substance. It was comparable to the amount that Wu Quishan had infused to save Lu Fengru. Without a year and a half of cultivation, he would not be able to make up for it. Of course, Jing Minghong rarely went to the catacombs in recent years. Old Manly did not think it was a big deal. Seeing this, Fang Ping did not waste any time. Very quickly, he crawled up from the ground and said with a respectful expression, "Thank you, ministers, for saving my life. Thank you, CEO Jing, for forgetting our past enmity and protecting me. It is precisely because of the selfless contributions of the grandmasters that martial arts can prosper in Sino Nation. It is also because of the selfless contributions of the grandmasters that martial artists of the younger generation have the motivation to keep moving forward. Rather than thanking him, he might as well not thank him." The 2 ministers smiled and nodded slightly. The more Jing Minghong listened, the more upset he felt. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Why didn't you say that earlier? Xing Minghong didn't say a word. He walked to the side and sat down, pretending that nothing had happened. Now, no matter how polite Fang Ping was, he would not take it seriously. After walking to the roofless hall and sitting down, Xing Minghong asked, "Is Guardian Wu not here?" Commander Bai glanced at him. Seeing that both parties were no longer fighting, he said in a low voice, "The Guardian has gone to Jiang City. Please wait a moment." Rivertown, Xing Minghong was deep in thought. It didn't seem to be anything good. While he was thinking, Fang Ping had set up a mentality barrier and was discussing with the people from MCMAU softly. "Teacher, if there's really something wrong with Xiaoyu later, then we'll keep a close eye on the two companies. At the very least, sell your shares." Huang Jing frowned slightly. What if Xiaoyu is fine? No problem, but he couldn't just randomly frame them. Huang Jing did not approve of this either. The bottom line should still be upheld. Fang Ping laughed. "Naturally, I hope it's fake. If it's fake, then it's fine. It's better to make things clear than not. But if it's true, then you can't just dismiss us with a few words." At that time, he could just casually say, "This is a personal matter. Teachers, please don't let it go just like that. If we don't sell the shares in our hands, we'll have offended them again. If we want to use these shares to gain benefits, it'll be impossible. Anyway, they know our motive. Anyway, if there's a problem with Xiaoyu, we'll drag the two big companies down with us. This is their problem, so they have to take responsibility for it." Huang Jing took a light breath and said in a low voice, "If there's really something wrong with Xiaoyu, then naturally they won't let it go just like that. But let me remind you, if there isn't, then this matter will end here. You have to understand, the two major companies are involved in many things." "I know." Fang Ping nodded. Then, he dispersed the mentality barrier. Xing Minghong, who was opposite him, gave him a sideways glance but said nothing. But soon, Xing Minghong could not take it anymore. Fang Ping, who had stopped talking, was focused on recovering from his injuries. This was not the key point. The key point was that this kid's golden bones suddenly emitted a lot of golden radiance and started to grow flesh and blood. Xing Minghong was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. These imperishable substances were his, Fang Ping, this bastard. As expected, he did not use these to recover just now. Instead, he stored them in his golden bones. Most martial artists would not be able to store these things. But Fang Ping had golden bones, Xing Minghong was almost muddle-headed from anger. Only now did he care about the main point. This kid actually had rank 8 golden bones. Xing Minghong's expression was getting uglier. This kid was not a golden body yet. If he had become one, he would turn the pill company upside down. As he was thinking about this, everyone in the concourse suddenly looked outside the house. Wu Chuan and the others landed from the sky, directly into the concourse. Wu Chuan swept a glance at the roof that had been flipped over. He frowned slightly and glanced at everyone. Old Manly pretended not to see it. He did not care about those things at that time. Wu Chuan did not say much either. He could guess what had happened. At this moment, Wu Chuan was holding 2 people in his hands. One of them looked deathly pale and severely injured, while the other looked calm, nothing out of the ordinary. Behind them, Wu Quishan landed. He had also brought someone along, Zhang Dingnan. The incident happened in Nanjiang. Zhang Dingnan had wanted to come a long time ago. Unfortunately, his injuries were not light and he could not make it. These two went to River City to arrest people. Naturally, they had to inform him so that Nanjiang could cooperate with the investigation. Zhang Dingnan got a free ride and came along with them. As soon as they landed, Fang Ping hurriedly asked Wang Jinyang in a low voice, "Who's injured?" "Lu He." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Being injured at this time actually meant many things. However, Xiaoyu looked calm. Although Fang Ping felt that a peak rank 6 powerhouse was very important to Nanjiang, it would be best if he was not an evil disciple. However, compared to the two of them, if there was really an evil disciple, Fang Ping felt that Xiaoyu was more in line with his own interests. However, from the looks of it, Xiaoyu was safe and sound. Wu Chuan also did not make a move on him. This meant that the other party's identity had not been confirmed yet. Fang Ping felt that something was not right. Jing Minghong could not help but frown. Wu Chuan brought 2 people. One of them was injured. As a guardian, Wu Chuan would not make a move on someone without evidence. And if something happened to one person, it meant that the probability of something happening to the other person who was also brought was not low. As for Zhao Yu, it was impossible that he did not know him. That was the person in charge of the pill company in Nanjiang. Peak rank 6. In the pill company, he was also one of the higher-ups. If there was really a problem, Jing Minghong felt a little uneasy. If something happened to Zhao Yu, the problem would be serious. Zhao Yu was in charge of everything in Nanjiang's pill company. Although he did not master some core pill manufacturing techniques, including the most core secret pill recipes, the other party knew a lot of things. If Zhao Yu leaked it, Jing Minghong's expression did not change, but he was a little nervous. Inside. Beside him, the expression of the weapons company's CEO was slightly better. Fortunately, he did not see anyone from his company. However, the pill company and the weapons company could actually be seen as one. If something happened to the pill company, the weapons company would definitely be implicated. Actually, many of the higher-ups of both companies had also taken turns to hold positions in the 2 major companies. Wu Chuan did not care what everyone thought. He said as soon as he landed, Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo's Lu He tried to resist and escape when Nanjiang asked for assistance in the investigation. I injured him. He did not make a move as soon as he arrived in Nanjiang. Instead, he invited these 2 people to assist in the investigation through the Nanjiang House of Governors. In the end, the 2 directors of Nanjiang's Department of Investigation Services brought people to ask Lu He to cooperate in the investigation. Lu He started to fight back. This time, Wu Chuan felt that there was no escape. There was really something wrong with this guy. As for the 2 people that needed to be investigated, if one of them had a problem, his words would no longer be conjectures, nor would they be lies. Right now, the key was Zhao Yu. If there was something wrong with Zhao Yu, his situation would be much more serious than Lu He's. The injured Lu He's breathing was weak. After hearing what was said, he explained, Guardian, I had no intention of resisting the law. I just wanted to explain something. Now that Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo is in chaos because of Director Zhou's death. Who knew that Director Xiao would not give me a chance to explain at all and forcefully detained me? Wu Chuan turned a deaf ear to him. Along the way, Lu He had explained a lot, but he pretended that he did not hear anything. He had already observed everything that had transpired in the dark. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, remained calm. He glanced at Jing Minghong, bowed slightly and said, CEO Zheng. Jing Minghong looked at him. Zhao Yu said in a low voice, right and wrong, there will be justice. Whether Zhao Yu is an evil sect member or not, if he can withstand the investigation, the truth will come to light. Jing Minghong did not say much. Sometimes, before there was a result, one should not make promises easily. He still understood this point. He was full of confidence now, but if there was a problem, he would be slapping his own face. Zhang Dingnan said, the Department of Investigation Services and Nanjiang's House of Governors are conducting a thorough investigation. CEO Zheng, there are people checking the accounts and sales records of Nanjiang's pill subsidiary company. I hope you can understand. Jing Minghong nodded slightly and said, Governor General Zhang, just follow the rules. This matter had to be investigated now. It involved the betrayal of the higher-ups and could be infiltrated by the evil sect members. They had to be cautious. Hearing Zhang Dingnan's words, Fang Ping frowned slightly. If that was the case, they had to continue investigating. How long would that take? After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, Governor General, don't the evil sect members have any special characteristics? Zhang Dingnan was a little speechless, but he still explained, they're all martial artists. Do you think they would print the words evil sect member on their faces? Fang Ping's question made people speechless. This was not a television show. The evil sect members could not wait to hide their identities. Who would be stupid enough to put a symbol on their bodies? Hearing that, Fang Ping looked at Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan said, just wait. Whether it's true or not, there will be clues. Wu Chuan was in no hurry. If Zhao Yu was really an evil sect member, they would find out. The power of the government was stronger than Fang Ping imagined. They had a target. They had captured the person. If they continued investigating, there would be results. Fang Ping exhaled. After thinking for a while, he said, "Guardian Wu, this is too much of a waste of time. I think we can make it simpler." Wu Chuan glanced at him with a half-smile and said lightly, "Speak." "Lu He, there should be a problem," the injured Lu He said hurriedly. "Grandmasters, believe me." Before he could finish, Wu Chuan's mentality moved, suppressing him so that he could not speak. "CEO Zhao, if you're an evil sect member. I'm saying if. CEO Zhao, you won't mind if I make a hypothesis, right?" Zhao Yu said in a low voice, "Of course not. Now that I'm a suspect, forget about a hypothesis. Even if you really want to detain me, it's only right." CEO Zhao is righteous. Fang Ping flattered him and said, "If CEO Zhao is a member of the evil sect, then there are only two possibilities. 1. He's a fanatic of the evil sect, the kind that was cultivated since young and deliberately entered the pill company. He believes in the evil sect's ideology and did not hesitate to infiltrate the pill company. 2. He joined halfway and was bewitched and bribed by the evil sect." Everyone nodded, but this was nonsense. Fang Ping said again, "If it's the second possibility, it's really not easy to bribe someone like CEO Zhao. Peak rank 6. Of course, CEO Zhao might not have this ability in the beginning. He might have been bribed when he was still weak. CEO Xing, has there been a time when CEO Zhao's martial arts realm advanced by leaps and bounds? For example, when it's beyond his ability, when his martial arts realm advanced extremely fast." Xing Minghong frowned. After a while, he said, "I don't think so." "CEO Xing, are you sure?" Xing Minghong humphed. "Zhao Yu is a peak rank 6 martial artist. Even in the pill company, there aren't many of them." "Of course, I know. Then I'll just cultivate step by step," Yi Futian said. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, "Cultivating step by step until this stage, there's no benefit to speak of. Since he joined the evil sect halfway, he must have an ulterior motive. Since it's not at any other time, then it must be to break through to a higher rank?" Fang Ping laughed. "The one I killed previously hated CEO Zhao to the core. I think there's more to it than just a grudge between the two. It might be a fight for a high-rank cultivation quota. In other words, CEO Zhao also really wants to break through to a higher rank. Only the temptation of breaking through to a higher rank would cause a peak rank 6 powerhouse to fall into the evil path." Zhao Yu said in a low voice, "There's no one who doesn't want to break through to Grandmaster. Naturally, I hope so too. However, I have my own bottom line. President Fang, you can't make such an arbitrary judgment just because I'm a peak rank 6 martial artist." Fang Ping laughed. "That's for sure. This is nothing. Actually, I also want to break through to Grandmaster." Fang Ping said again, "Then let's talk about the first possibility first. CEO Zhao is a fanatic who was raised from a young age. Actually, this kind of fanatic is the easiest to distinguish." Fang Ping said gleefully, "I heard that fanatics agree with the evil sect's ideology very much. They treat the Pope and the true gods as their ancestors." "That's what they say." Wu Chuan nodded. "That's true. Then it's simple. If Grandmasters don't mind, I'll give the evil sect's Pope and the true gods a good scolding now. Grandmasters, release your mentality and observe CEO Zhao's psychological fluctuations. I think that if he really is an evil sect member, even if a martial artist's mentality is extremely strong, faced with this kind of situation, he will more or less have some fluctuations." As soon as he said that, everyone was slightly stunned. Truth be told, in recent years, there had been many evil sect members who had been arrested. However, they were either caught red-handed or under suspicion, secretly investigating to find evidence. Very few people would do what Fang Ping did. Before there was conclusive evidence, people like Zhao Yu would not be arrested. This time, it was also because Fang Ping's words were so convincing that the matter was not small. That was why they arrested the other party without any evidence. Wu Chuan pondered slightly. What Fang Ping said was not very appropriate, but it might not be useless. The Department of Investigation Services and the military department had never considered this kind of interrogation method before. Maybe it could be adopted. Alright, you try. When Fang Ping heard that, he did not hold back and immediately scolded, your bullsh *t divine sex pope is a pile of sh*t. What bullsh *t, #yen%, Fang Ping started scolding. The scolding went on for a long time without repeating himself. After scolding the Pope, he scolded the true gods. After scolding the true gods, he scolded their bullsh *t ideals. This was the first time someone had scolded for more than 10 minutes in front of close to 20 Grandmaster powerhouses. All the Grandmasters released their mentality, observing the emotional fluctuations of the two people in the hall. Under the observation of so many Grandmasters, it was very difficult for middle and low-ranked martial artists to hide their emotional changes. On the ground, Lu He's face was flushed. Yet, he could not open his mouth. Everyone could also feel his anger, resentment. At this point, Lu He actually did not need to hide it anymore. Wu Chuan did not even give him a chance to speak. There was almost no chance for him to escape this. Sensing this change, Wu Chuan frowned slightly. Although listening to Fang Ping scold made the roots of his ears itch, the effect was still somewhat. After more than 10 minutes, Fang Ping was also tired of scolding. Jing Minghong breathed a sigh of relief and said, Zhao Yu's emotions did not fluctuate. Fang Ping laughed. This can only prove that CEO Zhao is not a fanatic. Some people are egoists who only believe in themselves. Who cares about the Pope? However, we can rule out the possibility that CEO Zhao is a fanatic who was raised since young. As for the second possibility, the possibility that he joined Midway has not been ruled out. Fang Ping said again, if he joined Midway, CEO Zhao would not have joined when he was weak. Otherwise, there would be some traces left. CEO Zhao entered the pill company. In order for him to enter the upper management as soon as possible, I think the evil sect invested in CEO Zhao. CEO Jing, how long has CEO Zhao worked in the pill company? Jing Minghong thought for a while. Suddenly, he took out his phone and made a call. After a while, he hung up and said, 34 years. After such a long time, he only became the provincial CEO of the pill company. I think the probability of him joining the evil sect when he was weak is not high. It is more likely that after he entered rank 6 or even peak rank 6, CEO Zhao was tempted because he could not go further. Otherwise, with CEO Zhao's position and identity, it should be enough to satisfy his daily cultivation needs. Jing Minghong nodded. Of course. With Zhao Yu's identity and a member of the pill company, he would definitely not be unable to satisfy his own cultivation needs. Fang Ping laughed. CEO Jing, you are confident in this. There are many people in martial arts universities who do not have enough for their own needs. Jing Minghong's expression darkened. He was just explaining that the possibility of Zhao Yu betraying him was not high. It was impossible to lure Zhao Yu to join the evil sect unless the evil sect agreed to help him achieve rank 7. Fang Ping asked again, how long has CEO Zhao been in peak rank 6? 8 years. Jing Minghong knew this very well. 8 years. He hasn't even reached the stage of mentality-vitality fusion. This means that stepping into rank 7 is very, very difficult. I don't know how many more 8 years it will take. At this time, to become a high-ranked powerhouse, it is understandable that he would do something. Fang Ping, you need evidence to speak. Are all peak rank 6 tempted? Fang Ping laughed. That's not it. I want to ask CEO Zhao, is your vitality complete? Zhao Yu frowned slightly and nodded. Complete. What about mentality? It's average. That means that what CEO Zhao needs is not vitality resources, but treasures that can increase mentality. These things are too difficult to obtain. Fang Ping lamented, if I want you to become a high-ranked, or even achieve mentality-vitality fusion, then I must use these things to tempt you. A rank 6 powerhouse cannot be tempted with a few empty words. There must be practical benefits, visible benefits. CEO Zhao, let me ask you again. All these years, have you obtained any treasures that can increase mentality? If you have, where did you get it? Can you tell me in detail? Zhao Yu shook his head. No. This thing was not cabbage. How could it be obtained so easily? Fang Ping heard that and suddenly laughed. Everyone here, Has anyone obtained this kind of treasure before or consumed it? Everyone looked at each other. After a while, they all shook their heads. This thing, no one had used it before. Then, do you know that treasures like this, even if they are consumed and digested, there will still be some aura left in the body? As soon as he said that, Zhao Yu's gaze flickered slightly. Fang Ping did not mind. He looked at Li Chongqing and smiled. Dean Li, you've consumed the energy essence before. Even now, there are still remnants of the life force aura. Old man Li thought for a while, but still said, the time I consumed it was too short. Fang Ping shook his head. No matter how long the time, there will be. This point is actually very easy to detect. It's just that everyone usually doesn't pay much attention to it. CEO Zhao said that he has not consumed any treasures that can increase mentality. According to my judgment, if he relied on the evil sect to break through to high ranked, then the evil sect must have taken out some treasures that moved him. The evil sect must have taken out treasures that moved him. To CEO Zhao, what is difficult to obtain? Only treasures that can increase mentality. For a powerhouse who desires to break through to rank 7, no one can resist using this kind of thing, right? CEO Zhao will not believe the other party without any proof. At the very least, the other party must throw out some bait for CEO Zhao to take the bait. If CEO Zhao has consumed it, there will definitely be remnants of aura. He cannot sense the remnants of aura in mentality, but the grandmasters can. Now, I want all the grandmasters to start investigating carefully with this as a goal. If there are no remnants of special aura, it means that my previous judgment was wrong. We can only wait for the next inspection. If there are. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yu suddenly said, these years, I have entered the catacombs many times. I have consumed many herbs and unknown energy fruits. I don't know if there are any treasures that can increase mentality. After all, my mentality can't be released externally, so the feeling of my mentality increasing is not too obvious. As he said that, Zhao Yu said again, I think this point can't be used as proof of your guess. Fang Ping suddenly laughed, saying playfully, TSK, the moment I mentioned it, CEO Zhao said that he might have eaten this before. Are these things that can increase mentality like cabbages now? Everywhere? Also, if there really is such a treasure, I think even if it is not obvious, martial artists will have a clear sense of the changes in their bodies. Zhao Yu said in a low voice, I'm just guessing. I haven't confirmed if I have consumed it before. Fang Ping laughed. That makes sense. Of course, I believe CEO Zhao. I can't say for sure if other people believe me. Fang Ping looked at Jing Minghong with a smile. CEO Jing, do you believe me? Jing Minghong kept a straight face and said nothing. Zhao Yu's suspicion was growing. As for Fang Ping, he suddenly laughed. Actually, there are many ways to prove it. Since the evil sect has given benefits, they must have something in return. For example, some of the pill companies' secret prescriptions and techniques. Has this happened to the evil sect recently? For example, did they carry more pills with them? Especially in this area of Nanjiang. We can investigate through the Department of Investigation Services and the military department to see if there are any changes in the evil sect members that have been eliminated recently. Of course, this cannot prove anything clearly. It's okay. We can investigate this slowly. Whether it's true or not, we will know sooner or later. Including the fact that CEO Zhao said that he has consumed many unknown herbs and energy fruits. Describe them one by one. We can follow the picture and see if there is anything that can increase mentality. Also, where did he get it? Some things are not available in every catacombs. CEO Zhao has records of which catacombs he entered and how long he stayed. If the evil sect provided something that can increase mentality, CEO Zhao can describe it clearly. But CEO Zhao must be careful not to say the wrong place of origin. This thing is very rare. It really can't be found everywhere. You're only a rank 6. You don't know much. However, a rank 9 powerhouse is experienced and knowledgeable. I think Guardian Wu generally knows some of the catacombs' specialties, especially this kind of thing that can increase mentality. Guardian Wu, right? Wu Chuan darted him a look and nodded lightly. He was not lying. Some people might not understand this thing, but a rank 9 would. Zhao Yu's expression did not change, but Wu Chuan kept staring at him. Some changes in his emotions could be felt. Sighing softly in his heart, Wu Chuan did not say anything. If he continued investigating, there would be results sooner or later. This matter would not be brushed off so easily. As for the aura remnant that Fang Ping mentioned. Alright, Wu Chuan could tell everyone honestly that it was fake. What bullshit logic, after a long time, it would dissipate long ago. Where would the remnant come from? However, most people did not know much about this. Forget about Zhao Yu, even rank 8 martial artists did not know much. Because everyone had not consumed it before. As for those that had, especially treasures that could increase mentality, Zhao Yu did not know and could not sense it before he could externalize his mentality. It was obvious that Fang Ping was bluffing, however, Fang Ping's bluff sounded like it was real. Wu Chuan dared to conclude that there were many grandmasters present who believed what he said. Perhaps only a few of them had some doubts. As for Zhao Yu, the probability of him being bribed was very high now. Wu Chuan did not expose Fang Ping either. Using this method, he might be able to bluff a little more. Jing Minghong had also noticed some changes in Zhao Yu. At this moment, Jing Minghong's expression changed slightly, looking very unpleasant. Fang Ping did not have to immediately prove that Zhao Yu was indeed a member of the evil sect. Of the 2 people he mentioned, one had already been confirmed, and the other was now a huge suspect. At this time it was best to be half-hidden. Fang Ping spoke for a while and did not continue. Jing Minghong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We will cooperate with the departments to investigate this matter to the end. If the evidence is conclusive, we will not tolerate it." Fang Ping said faintly, "CEO Jing, I only mentioned one possibility. What if these 2 are actually not members of the evil sect? Including the few from before?" Everyone frowned immediately. Fang Ping said mildly, "I think it is necessary to make some reasonable assumptions and suspicions. If, and I'm saying if, these people are actually not members of the evil sect. Sometimes, the title of evil sect can easily be used as a scapegoat. Are Lu He's family and friends, including himself, related to the 2 major companies?" "CEO Jing, don't be hasty." Seeing that Jing Minghong was about to speak, Fang Ping said with a smile, "I'm just making a guess under reasonable circumstances. Including the last time in auspicious peace, there was a director of the Catacombs Intelligence Department, what's his name again? I think it is necessary to investigate thoroughly if he is related to the 2 major companies. Because that person is also looking for trouble with me, insisting on detaining me to capital city for dissection." Fang Ping. Jing Minghong shouted, "Nonsense, who said I want to dissect you? I'm just cooperating with the investigation." Fang Ping said faintly, "Has the Catacombs Intelligence Department started sharing information with the pill company? Is the pill company a pill manufacturing enterprise or an intelligence agency? Can such an important secret be disclosed to the public so easily? Although I'm not an important person, the last time I wanted to investigate was the vital breath control technique. Even CEO Jing knows about this. In that case, can I assume that Chief Jing knows more about the intelligence department than any other department?" Jing Minghong's expression changed again and again. What kind of bullshit secret was this? He was not the only one who knew about this. Many people, however, some things were known. Fang Ping was right. This was the intelligence department's secret. Logically speaking, he should not know. However, Jing Minghong felt wronged. If he did not believe it, he could ask the grandmasters present. How many of them did not know? Even though he had offended some people, he was not going to take the blame. Jing Minghong said solemnly, "The people who know about this matter are definitely not just me, Jing Minghong. As high-ranked martial artists, there are some things that we want to understand. The government won't hide it from us on purpose either." "Aura control is a big deal," Fang Ping interrupted. "I just want to ask, where did CEO Jing find out about this?" "That should be fine, right? Who told you that?" "Since you know about it, then it must be someone related who told you." "I think I won't tell you, and MCMAU's insiders won't tell you either." In other words, the news came from the intelligence department. How do I put this? This matter can be big or small. It doesn't matter to me, since it doesn't matter if everyone knows about it. But if they dare to leak this today, they will dare to leak even more advanced information in the future. Guardian Wu, I think this matter is more serious than the matter of the cultists. Fang Ping was overjoyed. Xing Minghong had taken the bait too easily. Xing Minghong's expression changed again and again. The other evolved Jing masters all felt that they should shut up immediately. Damn it, there were quite a lot of people who knew about this. Even if others didn't say it, Zhang Dingnan knew it clearly. Of course, Zhang Dingnan could explain that he already knew about it in the catacombs. As for the others, everyone actually had their own sources of information. It was not strange to know some things, but now they could not say that they knew. If they knew, they would have to explain how they knew. Some people knew it from their friends. If they said it, they would be betraying their friends. Maybe the government would not do anything to these high-ranked people. But some of the higher-ups in the intelligence department might have a big change. Wu Chuan's expression was also very solemn. Zhou Dinghua even shouted, Xing Minghong, is the intelligence department's business something you can freely participate in? Xing Minghong said in a muffled voice, Commander Zhou, the intelligence department shared some catacombs information with us. The government allowed it. Zhou Dinghua said coldly, does that include other unrelated information? Is Fang Ping's matter related to this? He was there last time. He also heard what Fang Ping said to Shui Ba and Wang Ying in the end. But at that time, Fang Ping was talking to himself, so he could say whatever he wanted. But now, Xing Minghong confessed without being pressed. Some rules still had to be followed. If you did it and did not say it, everyone knew it in their hearts, so it was nothing. Many people knew that Fang Ping was asked to cooperate with the investigation. But according to the law, this was not allowed. Since there was still a government in human society, and organizations still existed, then they had to follow the rules, unless they could already ignore these rules. Some people could, some could not. At least, Xing Minghong was not qualified yet, even Wu Chuan was a step away from this step. He also had to follow the rules. Xing Minghong was silent for a moment, then said, I will give everyone an explanation for this matter. Fang Ping said softly, CEO Xing is so concerned about my every move. You even know if I'm cooperating with the investigation or dissecting. Fang Ping is terrified. I'm only rank 5. You're a rank 8 golden body powerhouse. Honestly, I'm really a little flattered. Since you know me so well, then it's not a big secret that I left MCMAU and returned to Sun City. When I left MCMAU this time, very few people knew about it. When I returned to Sun City, I also lived in seclusion. If they didn't pay special attention, who would know that I, Fang Ping, had returned? Xing Minghong said coldly, Fang Ping, your reputation is not small. Don't be humble. Is it something difficult to guess that you returned to Sun City for the new year? Do you think that the evil sect martial artists wanted to kill you without knowing this? Fang Ping laughed. That's true. If that's the case, it shouldn't be CEO Xing who leaked the news. Do you know the consequences of wantonly framing a rank 8 martial artist? Xing Minghong said coldly, I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating the facts. If everyone can spread rumors at will, then who would have the mood to continue cultivating and fighting when everyone is in a state of panic? Fang Ping shook his head. CEO Xing, you're thinking too much. I never speak nonsense without evidence. I suspect CEO Xing. Is there no evidence? It's hard to say what happened to CEO Zhao now. Also, I'll be frank. Ever since MCMAU's 10 high grandmasters went to Capital City and obtained the expansion rights, there has been a dispute between us. Benefits move people's hearts. Am I suspecting you without reason? I admit that I was the one who begged the vice-chancellor to fight for it. CEO Xing, tell me, do you know that I did it? Now that Guardian Wu and the rest are here, do you dare to say that you don't know? I know. Since you know, then did MCMAU's actions affect the pill company's interests? Now that I suspect that you want to attack me and put me to death, am I speaking nonsense? In this matter, people from the pill company are involved. President Fang, I'm not a member of the evil sect. Before Zhao Yu could finish, Fang Ping turned around and shouted, you shut up. Whether it's true or not, I know better than you. If you're not a member of the evil sect, then it's even scarier. Since you're not a member of the evil sect, then it means that the pill company has already disregarded the bottom line, disregarded the rules, and directly attacked me. If you're a member of the evil sect, then it means that most of the people in the pill company are innocent and unaware. But if you're not, humph. Zhao Yu's expression darkened instantly. Wu Chuan suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Take them out." The next moment, a few people from the House of Guardians walked in from outside the door and took the two of them away. Zheng Minghong's expression changed again. Wu Chuan obviously believed that there was something wrong with Zhao Yu. Fang Ping looked at Zheng Minghong and continued, "CEO Zheng, do you think that Zhao Yu is a member of the evil sect?" Zheng Minghong said coldly, "What's the use of my thinking? We'll know when we find out." He had just been tricked once. This time, he would not fall for it again. Fang Ping laughed. "That's true. Then we can wait. Wait until we find out. Once this matter is investigated, the two major companies must give me an explanation. I'm nothing. It doesn't matter even if I die. But this is not my personal matter. Today, they attacked me and my family. Which powerhouse doesn't have a few family and friends? If they dare to kill me today, they will naturally dare to kill others in the future. It's not like no one knows that I was attacked. The entire Sun City saw it. 3 rank SIXS. That's a big move. There are even 2 peak rank SIXS hiding behind them. 5 rank SIXS, 3 of them are peak. What a big move. Cough, cough. The weapons company's CEO coughed softly and said lightly, "This matter has nothing to do with us." What a joke. Fang Ping actually mentioned the 2 major companies. Motherf ****, could he see clearly which side Zhao Yu was on? Fang Ping bowed and apologized. "My apologies for my slip of the tongue. However, our school's weapons production line has also expanded. CEO Sun, I believe that you're not that kind of person. However, there's no guarantee that some evil sect members might have infiltrated the weapons company. Is this an unwarranted suspicion?" The weapons company's CEO replied lightly. He did not have anything on him. Some things were not up to Fang Ping to decide. Fang Ping bowed again and said, "Then I'll apologize to CEO Sunday." However, it said that the 2 major companies are not separated. Now, it seems that the weapons company and the pill company are not one. CEO Sun's expression changed slightly. Sometimes, being on the same side was the source of their confidence. There was no way he could admit this. If they were not one, then it meant that he had to draw a clear line with the pill company. However, he glanced at Zheng Minghong and saw him nod slightly. CEO Sun smiled faintly and said, "Of course they're one. The pill and weapons companies are both owned by the government." "Are you, Fang Ping, thinking of separating the 2 major companies from the government?" Fang Ping smiled. "Then, our martial arts university and the 2 major companies are one. Since we're all one, then I think it's only natural that we continue to expand the production line, including selling pills and weapons to the public. Do you think that changing the concept is the right for you, Fang Ping, to pester endlessly?" CEO Sun smiled faintly. "You said that we're one. I don't deny that humans are one. However, there's a clear division of labor, and everyone has their own duties. This is also the guarantee of order. Fang Ping, are martial arts universities going to replace the government's functions?" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Old Sun was very difficult to deal with. Without any evidence on the weapons company, it was indeed difficult to negotiate. Fang Ping did not continue and immediately changed the topic. "If there's a problem with Zhao Yu, I suggest that we investigate the pill company. Zhao Yu is the Nanjiang branch's CEO. This is a matter of great importance. We cannot ignore it. That's the government's responsibility." Zheng Minghong replied coldly. Fang Ping smiled. "Yes, you're right. But I'm the victim, the person involved. Shouldn't I voice my opinion? I've yet to recover from my serious injuries. You've helped me heal just now, so you should know how long it'll take for me to recover. Moreover, without imperishable substances, I might not be able to recover. It's not just me. NMAUs. Wang Jinyang is also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although both of us are weak and might not be able to represent the entire martial arts university, you've also said that I'm somewhat famous. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation and compensation? If the evil sect attacked me, I suggest that the government completely annihilate the evil sect. They can kill me in public today, but what about tomorrow? Can martial artists like us really not worry about the government and the safety of our families? When we enter the catacombs, who will protect our families? When our confidence is shaken, who will pay for everything? Now, traces of the evil sect members have appeared in the pill company. Why can't I investigate it thoroughly? Your family is safe and sound. As a rank 8 powerhouse, you can ignore all of this. What about me? Do I deserve to die? Isn't it right to investigate to the end? Wu Kuishan said lightly, I think it should be investigated. Moreover, it should be a joint investigation by all departments, not self-investigation and self-correction. Xing Minghong's expression was extremely ugly. Here came the main point, as a company with assets of more than 10 trillion, a thorough investigation. Putting aside the evil sect, there would always be some problems. An 80-year-old company, one that was monopolistic and profiteering, how could there be no problems at all? No one dared to say this. Xing Minghong suppressed the irritation in his heart and said coldly, this is not MCMAU's authority. As a rank 8 martial artist, I have the right to make this suggestion. I will submit a proposal to the central government and submit it jointly with some people. Wu Kuishan continued, as our soldiers and comrades, we fight on the front lines and shed our blood. We have the obligation to ensure the safety of their families. In my opinion, attacking and killing Fang Ping is not surprising. However, attacking and killing his family is something that cannot be forgiven and ignored. Since there are martial artists from the pill company involved, then we must investigate it thoroughly and not tolerate it. Fang Ping was a little speechless from the side. What are you saying? Why is killing me something that should be done? Alright, old Wu was on his side after all, so he would not argue any further. Xing Minghong exhaled softly, looked at Wu Kuishan deeply, nodded and said, alright, then we will cooperate with the government's action. You need to announce it to the public. Wu Kuishan, don't go too far. Wu Kuishan shook his head and said, to appease the people. CEO Xing, you should know what I mean. Right now, everyone is watching and waiting for the results. If we don't announce it to the public, how can we appease the people? Xing Minghong said coldly, alright, announce it to the public. I want to see if you can do whatever you want and do whatever you want. Even if the problem was found, could Wu Kuishan bear the responsibility? Would he really disclose the situation to the public? Fang Ping, on the other hand, had no choice but to give up. He said indifferently, I can't even keep my life, why would I care about this? At most, I'll die. Does CEO Xing really think that I'll sacrifice myself for the so-called big picture? But if I die, some people won't have it easy either. What am I afraid of? A rank 6 came to kill me now. Who knows, maybe a rank 7 or 8 will come tomorrow. If they don't give me an explanation and a guarantee, who knows if my head will roll on the ground tomorrow. These days, I'll let Dean Li and the rest stay close to me to protect me. If I don't die, then I want the results to be fair and public. If the big picture is ruined, then it's not my responsibility. At most, I'll still die, no difference. With my injuries, I doubt if I can live to that day. Are you threatening us? No, I wouldn't dare either. The weak are prey to the strong. I'm only a rank 5 martial artist, how would I dare to threaten a rank 8 powerhouse? Don't talk about threatening you, even I'm scared. If my instructors get involved in this, will they be a burden? Maybe one day, MCMAU will be annihilated. That's not impossible. It's fine if I die, but if I drag MCMAU down, then I won't be able to rest in peace. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly stood up and bowed to the few MCMAU grandmasters, saying, Instructors, you don't have to get involved in this. I'll handle it myself. It's better for me to die alone than to drag everyone down. If my death can solve all the problems, then it'll be worth it. At this point, Fang Ping's eyes were filled with tears. He choked and said, I overestimated myself. With my rank 5 ability, I tried in vain to pry open some people's interests. How can I have a good ending? I should have guessed it earlier, and I should have understood it earlier. After I die, I hope the university will cancel some of the previous policy changes. The scale of pills and weapons will be reduced to what it was before. I've entered MCMAU and am indebted to your kindness. From today onwards, I hope that all instructors will take care of yourselves and not avenge me. After saying that, Fang Ping bowed deeply, wiped his tears, and said, this matter is over. I won't pursue it anymore. Instructors, please go back. Having said that, Fang Ping turned around and walked out. At this moment, everyone in the concourse had strange expressions on their faces. Although Fang Ping was putting on a show, it was not without reason. Everyone did not speak for a while, as if they were waiting for something. In the end, they waited and waited until Fang Ping was about to walk out, but Jing Minghong still did not speak. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. This guy knew what he wanted, but he just did not give in. Now it was really difficult for him to back down. Seeing this, Jing Minghong let out a cold humph. Naturally, he knew what Fang Ping wanted and what MCMAU wanted. However, did Fang Ping really think that he could get whatever he wanted just because he had something on them? Jing Minghong could only say that he thought too much. Whether Fang Ping pretended to be crazy to gain sympathy or poke through the last layer of window paper, if the two major companies did not give in, what else could he do? Seeing that Fang Ping had fallen into a dilemma, Wu Quishan suddenly laughed and shook his head lightly. Fang Ping, you've learned your lesson today, haven't you? Some things are not that simple. It's not something that you can get what you want just by saying a few words. If you want to fight for some benefits for MCMAU, if you want to do something that the predecessors could not do, you're still a little lacking. Your ability is also a little weak. Fang Ping suddenly turned around, a strange expression on his face. Vice-Chancellor, you mean, you're talking so much nonsense to them? You're just a rank 5 martial artist, who would take you seriously? Reason can't be said out loud. Wu Quishan chuckled. Also, don't treat me, the Vice-Chancellor, as trash. Take this opportunity to teach you, sometimes, when you need to be tough, you need to be a little tougher. If they don't give in, then snatch. Wu Quishan. Jing Minghong suddenly had a bad feeling. Wu Quishan was famous for being a sinister person. Now that he suddenly said something like this, he felt that it was very inappropriate. What was Wu Quishan trying to do? Snatch. What a joke. Snatch what? Wu Chuan could not help but look at Wu Quishan. With a cautious expression, he said in a low voice, Vice-Chancellor Wu, enough is enough. Wu Quishan laughed and nodded. Of course. How about this, the rest of you leave first. I'll talk to the two bosses alone. How about that? Fang Ping looked confused and said immediately, Vice-Chancellor, I'll stay. Wu Quishan glanced at him and smiled. Alright, if you want to be MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, then stay. The rest of you, please leave first. There will be a conclusion to this matter. Wu Chuan and the others frowned. What was Wu Quishan trying to do? Not only them, Jing Minghong and the others looked uncomfortable too. What was Wu Quishan trying to do? This sinister fellow was much harder to deal with than Fang Ping. He might not have done much recently, but all these years in MCMAU, when the old Vice-Chancellor was focused on school affairs, Wu Quishan had been handling the external affairs. No matter how cunning Fang Ping was, compared to Wu Quishan, he was still a little green. Moreover, his ability could not be mentioned in the same breath. Following Wu Quishan's words, the concourse fell into silence again. It seemed like MCMAU was determined to join this conflict of interest this time. Everyone was not stupid. From the moment Fang Ping dragged the two major companies into this mess, everyone knew his intention. Almost everyone who had cultivated to this level was in a high position. No one was a fool. Could the Jing Minghong duo not see it? They had seen it long ago. However, even if Jing Minghong was forced by Fang Ping's words to the point of embarrassment, he still refused to give in. He did not want things to get worse. It was not a big deal for him to lose some imperishable substance and be mocked by a rank 5 like Fang Ping. Everyone present had the ability to swallow a spittle, except for a few who had a strong temper and could not take it. After a moment of silence, Wu Chuan said, I can't stay either. He was the guardian of the South, one of the 4 main guardians. Although his qualifications were not too deep, he was a rank 9 powerhouse. Coupled with his identity as a guardian, he was definitely one of the higher-ups of humanity. Wu Quishan looked at him for a moment and laughed suddenly. Since the guardian is willing to stay, that's fine too. Anyone here who wants to stay can. Of course, sometimes knowing too much might not be a good thing. There were still many smart people. After Wu Quishan said that, many of them did not waste any more time, getting up and walking out directly. Knowing too much might not be a good thing. Wu Quishan's so-called "take it if you don't give it," where did he, a rank 8 martial artist and the vice-chancellor of a school, get the confidence to say this? Although the two CEOs of the two major companies were only rank 8 powerhouses, it did not mean that the two major companies only had this bit of foundation. As some people left, finally, there were only 8 people left in the concourse. The CEOs of the two major companies, Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, Fang Ping, Old Manly, Wang Jinyang, and the last person was Chen Yaoting. Seeing that Chen Yaoting stayed, Wu Quishan was slightly surprised, but he did not say much. If Chen Yaoting insisted on staying, then he would not chase him away. As for Wang Jinyang, if he wanted to stay, then it was up to him. Although Wang Jinyang's strength was average, and no one seemed to support him, in reality, he could also be seen as Nanjiang's representative. After the others left, Wu Quishan released his mentality abruptly, instantly setting up a layer of mentality barrier around the concourse. Xing Minghong raised his brows slightly and said in a low voice, "Wu Quishan, what are you trying to say?" At this moment, Wu Quishan sat down with a faint smile on his face. He ignored Xing Minghong and gestured for Fang Ping to sit beside him. After Fang Ping sat down, Wu Quishan chuckled. "You're too young. Sometimes, one had to plan before taking action. Things couldn't be rushed. Actually, this matter could be planned slowly and waited for a while longer. Once we have evidence of Zhao Yu's collusion with the cult, we'll capture him and bring him to the Ministry of Commerce instead of negotiating with these two families. Do you know what I mean? There was no need to create too much of a commotion. There was no need for everyone to know about it. In order to calm things down, there were many things that could be discussed slowly. It's just selling some shares, what's the big deal? These shares of MCMAU are worth about 70 to 80 billion. For the two big companies, it's peanuts." Fang Ping nodded and said, "I just think it's too much of a waste of time. It's fine to waste some time. When it's time to endure, endure. Wu Quishan, this is not MCMAU. If you want to teach students, wait until we get back to MCMAU." Xing Minghong frowned, looking dissatisfied. Wu Quishan chuckled and nodded. "Alright, then I won't teach. How about this, Xing Minghong, Sun Liqing, buy back MCMAU's shares and some of Fang Ping's pill company's shares. No cash. Just provide us with 200 billion worth of pills and weapons, at cost price." The place was eerily quiet. What a joke. Fang Ping was also dumbfounded. Whitehead Wu was very awesome. Was this what he meant by robbing? It was indeed robbing. 200 billion worth of pills and weapons, if sold by the two big companies, would probably be worth close to 1 trillion. This was even more awesome than robbing. However, the point was it enough to just say one sentence? Of course, Fang Ping knew that Wu Quishan definitely had this confidence. The key was where this confidence came from. With just those few shares at MCMAU, forget about providing 200 billion worth of resources at cost price, Fang Ping would feel that it was a profit even if he gave 80 billion. Xing Minghong sneered. "Wu Quishan, are you still dreaming? Or do you think that you're too free?" The weapons company's CEO, Sun Liqing, also chuckled. "Vice-Chancellor Wu, don't you think that's a little too much?" As he said that, Sun Liqing said again, "How about this? Now that things have come to this, MCMAU is destined to part ways with us. Since our ideals are different, we won't stop you. 20 billion for the shares. If you don't want cash, we can provide you with resources at market price of 50 billion. Vice-Chancellor Wu, this is an exception. You should know that this price is already our limit." At this moment, the others had left. Sun Liqing was no longer the same as before. Actually, they could only negotiate when there were fewer people. Fang Ping had brought so many people over previously. It was not a good thing to force the two companies in front of so many people. Even if the two major companies wanted to compromise, they would never do so in front of others. Wu Quishan smiled and said, "No rush. Let me finish. 200 billion is nothing. Maybe after you hear me out, you'll think that 200 billion is too little." Xing Minghong felt slightly uneasy. He said in a low voice, "All right, then I'd like to hear what you have to say." Fang Ping also looked curious. He did not say a word, waiting quietly. What would Wu Kuxian say? Wu Kuxian, on the other hand, looked calm and relaxed. He said lightly, "The species conservation plan. Maybe you can call it that. I don't know if you guys call it that. Is this enough?" When Wu Kuxian said the first 4 words, Xing Minghong and Wang Jinyang's expressions changed drastically. It was not just them. Wu Chuan's expression changed drastically too. He shouted suddenly, "Wu Kuxian, how did you know?" "So you all know." Wu Kuxian's faint voice sounded, saying playfully, "I speculated it. Do you believe me?" The 3 of them looked frighteningly grim. Beside them, Chen Yaoting and Old Man Li looked cold and solemn, not saying a word. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were slightly puzzled, but they seemed to have sensed that something was not right. Wu Kuxian was still smiling playfully. He gently brushed the non-existent dust off his legs and laughed. 200 billion. We don't want more. Don't force us. We just want to take back what belongs to us. Also, MCMAU is not a beggar. If the 2 of you can't make the decision, then find someone who can." Xing Minghong's expression was extremely cold and stern. He said sternly, "Wu Kuxian, you must bear all the consequences of what you said." Bang! Wu Kuxian suddenly slammed his palm down. The tea table beside him shattered instantly. At this moment, Wu Kuxian's expression was equally cold. The bone-piercing chill turned the entire concourse chilly. "Of course, I will take responsibility. Even if I die, I will only die in the catacombs. I will never die on the run." Wu Kuxian's words were powerful and resonant. Following that, he was suddenly enraged to the extreme. He said sinisterly, "We are sacrifices. But even if we were to be sacrificed, it will definitely not be for you. We are fighting for those humans who have been abandoned. We are fighting for ourselves. The evil sects are annihilated but not destroyed. Do those rank 9 paragons really care about the evil sects? All these years, do you really think that I know nothing? Don't force me. Really, please don't force us. Honest people have anger too. What are we fighting for at the front line? Tell me, who are we fighting for? For the so-called seeds and elites? Why?" Wu Kuxian was enraged. A violent storm was brewing in the main hall. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang could not help but take a few steps back. How many of our martial arts university teachers and students have died? How many soldiers in the military department have lost their lives in the catacombs? Died in the catacombs? Buried in the catacombs? Now, we can't even satisfy our own cultivation. Why do we have to listen to you? Why? For a group of elites who have never entered the catacombs before? Ridiculous. There are some things that you shouldn't treat everyone as fools or idiots. Many people know about it, but they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it, but I, Wu Kuxian, am not afraid. Just because Fang Ping doesn't dare to do it and can't do it doesn't mean that I, Wu Kuxian, can't do it. Both of you, 200 billion. This is the blood of martial arts university instructors and students. If anyone dares to say no, as long as I, Wu Kuxian, am alive, don't blame me for disregarding the so-called big picture." At this moment, Wu Kuxian was extremely domineering. Xing Minghong and the others' expressions were also extremely ugly. Beside them, Chen Yaoting said faintly, "Just as I expected. Fine, SCMAU won't rip you off. Both of you will share some techniques. SCMAU will produce and market itself in the future. NMAU too." Although Wang Jinyang did not know much about the inside story, at this moment, it did not stop him from fighting for NMAU's interests. "Bastard!" Xing Minghong yelled angrily. However, just as he finished speaking, a golden ray illuminated the sky and earth. A pair of iron palms slapped his head soundlessly. Crack, a soft, faint sound was heard. Xing Minghong's head caved in directly. His flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. He had completely become a skull. "Vice-Chancellor Wu." Wu Chuan roared. Beside him, Sun Liqing was already terrified. He wanted to escape the place instantly. However, Wu Kuxian retracted his hand with a chuckle. He said lightly, a loose tongue can cause trouble. How dare you, Jing Minghong, yell at me, Wu Quishan. Ask your grandfather to come find me. Who do you think you are? At this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound on the skull. On the golden skull, some cracks appeared. In the next moment, flesh and blood grew. After a while, Jing Minghong's appearance was restored, but his face was pale. Looking at Wu Quishan, Jing Minghong smiled bitterly. Wu Quishan, I underestimated you. The outside world says that you, Wu Quishan, are hard to reach rank 9. I don't think so. He did not dwell on the fact that his golden bones were cracked by Wu Quishan's palm earlier. His strength was not as good as Wu Quishan's. His words of bastard earlier had angered Wu Quishan. There was no use talking about these things now. As for killing him, Wu Quishan would not, nor would he dare. Moreover, Wu Chuan was still here. Wu Quishan could not kill him. Wu Quishan injured him with one palm. This matter could not be reasoned with, unless a fight to the death really broke out. Wu Quishan retracted his hand. Sun Liqing, who was about to escape, also stopped. His expression was uncertain. Wu Chuan only scolded him but did not stop him. At this moment, he did not say anything either. Wu Quishan smiled, saying softly, rank 9 is naturally difficult, but even if you don't enter rank 9, people like you are still not worthy of my, Wu Quishan's, attention. Both of you, I've said everything that needs to be said. 200 billion worth of pills and weapons will be sent to MCMAU later. In the future, MCMAU will not provide any raw materials to the two major companies. Don't worry, I will only take back what belongs to MCMAU. I can't be bothered with other people. If you feel indignant, you can send someone to look for me, Wu Quishan. However, forget about the average rank 9. Send a rank 9 paragon. I, Wu Quishan, would also like to see how ruthless and cold-blooded a human rank 9 paragon can be. Jing Minghong and Wu Quishan did not reply. Wu Chuan said coldly, Vice-Chancellor Wu, things have not been decided yet. That is also the final plan. Hee hee. Wu Quishan sneered, saying playfully, maybe. Of course, when the time comes, maybe I will also agree to this plan. However, are all martial arts university students going to become sacrifices? Some of them must be taken away. Wu Chuan took a deep breath, saying in a low voice, I said, it has not been decided yet. When the time comes, it will definitely not be what you think it is. Even a rank 9 paragon does not mean that it can be decided with just a word. If that is the case, I, Wu Chuan, will be the first to disagree. What's the use of your objection? Wu Quishan was a little disdainful. Wu Chuan said coldly, do you think that in this world, only you, Wu Quishan, is fearless? Of course, I, Wu Chuan, dare to too. Besides, most people don't agree, including Commander Li. Commander Li, Wu Quishan heard that and suddenly laughed. That's true. Let's wait and see then. Having said that, Wu Quishan turned his head to look at Fang Ping, chuckling softly. Kid, learn a little. What's the use of talking so much nonsense to them? Just snatch it. If they don't give it, then beat them up. After beating these grandsons into submission, you will naturally have it. Jing Minghong did not say a word. Sun Liqing looked helpless, sighing. Vice-Chancellor Wu, there are some things that we are not doing for personal gain. You should understand. I understand. Of course I understand. Wu Quishan smiled faintly. I am unwilling, but it is not incomprehensible. However, no matter how much I understand, I cannot sit by and watch as MCMAU's instructors and students are destined to become sacrifices. Therefore, I am not asking for much. I am only taking back what belongs to MCMAU. Jing Minghong's tone was cold and indifferent. You only think about MCMAU. Wu Quishan, don't you think that you are also very selfish? Selfish? Wu Quishan said faintly, yes, but so what? Everyone is human. Are the instructors and students of martial arts universities not part of the human race? Martial arts universities do not avoid battles, right? With resources and strength, we martial arts universities instructors and students will naturally fight to the end, fight until the last person falls. I, Wu Quishan, will only die in the catacombs. I will never die in the vast universe. Wu Kuxian's voice suddenly became louder. If I die, I will only die standing. Xing Minghong did not speak anymore. Sun Liqing also remained silent. Wu Chuan said softly, our generation will not kneel to live. Wu Kuxian glanced at him and smiled faintly. Let's see how it goes. Goodbye. After throwing these words, Wu Kuxian strode out directly. Fang Ping hurried to catch up. Wang Jinyang did not hesitate either, immediately following them and leaving. Chen Yating also stood up and walked out. His expression did not change, looking indifferent. After waiting for a few people to leave, Xing Minghong suddenly exploded, saying angrily, Am I, Xing Minghong, someone who kneels to live? Everything I've done, is it all for my own sake? Wu Kuxian is righteous. He wants to be a hero. Am I a coward? Tian Mu called me a spy. Wu Kuxian attacked me directly. What right do they have? If they have the ability to find those rank 9 paragons, they can ask for an explanation. Do they want to find me because I am easy to bully? Motherf asterisk cur, I quit. Whoever wants to do it can do it. This trivial matter has nothing to do with me. They are too much. Sun Liqing glanced at him. After a while, he said helplessly, Why didn't you say anything just now? Xing Minghong said angrily, I can't beat him. What did I say? Wu Chuan swept a glance at him, saying helplessly, Don't tell me. I don't care about this. Also, what's going on with Xiaoyu? Xing Minghong said angrily, How would I know? There are so many people in the pill company. Do I have to keep an eye on everyone? Wu Chuan's expression changed. He humphed, Try calling me I again. Xing Minghong shut up immediately. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Without another word, he soared into the air and disappeared instantly. Wu Chuan rubbed his temples. Sun Liqing saw this and said bitterly, Guardian, I'll leave too. MCMAU sighed, really dared to ask for an exorbitant price. Is Wu Kuxian determined to eat us up? Wu Chuan humphed, Control your people. Without Fang Ping as a trigger, Wu Kuxian would not have exploded. I'm warning you, people like us can die in a battle with the catacombs martial artists. We will never die in the hands of our own people. The next time people from the 2 major companies show up, I will execute all of you directly. Sun Liqing looked helpless. So many people. Forget it. There's no point in talking more. We can only strengthen our defenses. Right, is Wu Kuxian going to achieve rank 9? Wu Chuan shook his head. Peak rank 8. This sneaky guy broke through without a sound. He didn't even tell anyone. I'm warning you, don't provoke him. 3 years ago, the person who broke into Skygate City might be him. What? Sun Liqing was a little shocked. Then, he suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, Then he has a rank 9 divine weapon? Wu Chuan nodded slightly, saying in a low voice, 3 years ago, a section of the Skygate tree's trunk was chopped off. If it's him, then he must have a rank 9 divine weapon. That's why I said, don't provoke this sneaky guy. Let Xing Minghong admit defeat. If his grandfather really goes looking for trouble and gets beaten to death, don't blame us for not helping. This, Sun Liqing felt like he was about to break down. His days were getting harder and harder. The old was sinister, the young was cunning. If that sneaky old Wu Kuxian really had a rank 9 divine weapon, a typical rank 9 might not be his match. Sun Liqing also rubbed his forehead, exhaling. I know. This old fellow is really tolerant. He's also really ruthless. Tolerant meant that Wu Kuxian had not exposed his strength all this while. Ruthless meant that when the old vice-chancellor died in battle, Wu Kuxian did not make a move and let the old vice-chancellor fight to the death. If he really had a rank 9 divine weapon, his strength would be extremely strong. If he made a move, one less person would die. Wu Chuan said in a low voice, I'm afraid he wants to achieve rank 9 and kill the Skygate City Lord. Sun Liqing's pupils contracted slightly. He said in understanding, no wonder, if it was really for this, then it was understandable. However, this time, Wu Kuxian had exposed many secrets. As he was thinking, Wu Chuan suddenly laughed. He's trying to curry favor with Fang Ping. If he achieves rank 9, it's hard to say when. But Fang Ping, do you understand what I mean? Sun Liqing understood once again. He smiled bitterly. I understand now. No wonder this old fellow let Fang Ping do whatever he wants, then came out to cover for him. Mother asterisk Kerr, this sneaky guy is really sinister. Fang Ping, that little bastard, he's probably crying tears of gratitude now. Later on, he'll have to work for him. That's hard to say. Wu Chuan laughed. Fang Ping is not a good person either. Suddenly, Wu Chuan slapped his thigh, frowning. I forgot to ask about something else, too many things happened just now. He had forgotten to ask about Fang Ping's golden bones. There was also Wang Jinyang's matter. Now, these people had all disappeared without a trace. You go back first. These are my speculations. There's no need to report them. Sun Liqing nodded. I know. That old fellow knows that I'm a snitch. Who knows what he's thinking? If I die because of him, I won't even know who to look for revenge. Wu Chuan laughed again. It's good that you understand. Wu Quishan could take over as MCMAU's vice-chancellor. The old vice-chancellor handed MCMAU to him without worry before he left. It was not just because of his rank 8 strength. The old vice-chancellor himself did not like to play these tricks. That did not mean that he did not understand these things. If he dared to fight to the death without worry, naturally, he had the confidence. As long as Wu Quishan was around, MCMAU would not collapse. As for Fang Ping, who was pushed out now. Before this kid achieved rank 8, don't say that MCMAU's surname was Fang. On the street, Fang Ping kept staring at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan acted as if he did not see it. He said as he walked, is there anything else? If not, we'll go back first. Don't. Let's have reunion dinner together. Fang Ping looked outside. It seemed to be past 12 o'clock. But it did not matter. It was good to have a meal and get to know each other. Old Wu was amazing. The rank 8 Jing Minghong did not even have time to react. His head was smashed by a slap. Although he recovered later, his strength was really King terrifying. As he said that, Fang Ping whispered, Vice-Chancellor, about the seed conservation plan. Wu Quishan said disapprovingly, didn't I say it before? The trend of a great war is getting more and more obvious. If it's a full-scale war, no one can be sure if humanity will perish. Leave some seeds and try to wander the galaxy. It's not a secret plan. Anyone can guess it. As Wu Quishan said that, he laughed. Even if it's not a big secret, this can only be done but not said. Do you understand? Fang Ping nodded. Yes. If it's said, some people will definitely feel hopeless and pessimistic. Some people will even feel resentful. It's normal. It's good that you understand. That's why even though many people know about it, they don't say it. Wu Quishan sighed softly. Many of the older generation are not afraid of death. But what about their descendants? Chen Yaoting, are you willing to let all your descendants die in the war? Chen Yaoting, who was walking at the side, said lightly, you have to leave too for me. Wu Quishan laughed. Did you hear that? That's why everyone knows. Even if they don't, many of them have guessed it. But, Wu Quishan snorted coldly. However, according to my observation, many of them have never entered the catacombs. They're just a bunch of talented vitality bastards. Mother Kerr, there are so many martial arts university students. At the last moment, I'm afraid we can't take more than 1% with us. Wu Quishan cursed. He said, a lot of the major companies' resources have been wasted on them. They've opened up their supply, hoping that they can be stronger and survive. Actually, I'm not against this plan. It's better to be safe than sorry. When that time comes, how many of them can survive? Even if they lose their hometown, it's still better than being completely wiped out. But what I can't bear is that after so many years, we're still giving our all, yet these people never consider our situation. A few years ago, we didn't have enough resources and gave them some. But now, we have enough. Do you want us to be feed until they reach rank 8? Hearing that, Fang Ping said indignantly, yes, that makes sense. I wasn't included. Wu Quishan was speechless. He snapped, of course I didn't have you in the past, but it's fine now. If you really want to run, I'll definitely bring you along. Xianxia also said with a faint smile, don't worry. At that time, no one will dare to stop your group of people if you want to leave. Even if they lose some of their original seeds, they won't give up on you. They wouldn't dare either. Wu Kuishan smiled and said, of course not. Wu Kuei. Unless they run. They run. Unless they run, I run. Ping wu wu as I is. Ping as I said. Ming wang kuei long he feng da long as he not. He ti feng wu. Unless, he ping hao. Rank 9 paragons. They will die if they don't care about them. Humans have to fight their way out if they want to survive. Even if they know that the higher-ups have arranged a way out, they won't consider running. How many of them can run? Earth is occupied. Where can they run to? Even if they give it their all, how far can they get from Earth? Fang Ping, don't think about it. It's not reliable. If you want to survive, you have to rely on your abilities. Try to improve. Wu Kuishan was not optimistic about this plan. Many of the older generation powerhouses were not optimistic either. They only had 1 in 10,000 hope. Maybe they can find a place suitable for survival? Over the years, some top-notch powerhouses were looking for a suitable shelter. Some powerhouses crossed the universe and were still wandering in outer space. Could they find them? They could not. If they had the time, they might as well spend more time thinking of ways to defeat the catacombs. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Why should I run? I'm not running. I just want to get some benefits. Only a fool would run. On the ground, I have the confidence to survive. In outer space, I'll be a fish on the chopping board. I'll die just like that. This lousy plan can probably only appease the older generation top-notch powerhouses. In reality, it doesn't have much use. Wu Kuishan was slightly surprised. He said in amusement, you can tell? It's so obvious. Fang Ping sneered. From what I see, the government is afraid that if those rank 9 paragons run away, others won't be able to survive. But these powerhouses, to be honest, if they really unite, it's enough to occupy the catacombs and become kings. The catacombs might not attack them. Rather than seeds, I think they're more like hostages. Of course, it's not that mysterious. The government will feed your family's descendants for free. You have to fight for humans. Really, it's understandable. I'm not jealous at all. If I become a rank 9 paragon and the government does this, I'll be at ease and feel better. Even if I know it might not be useful, it's better than doing nothing. Wu Kuishan laughed involuntarily. Chen Yaoting laughed too. With this awareness of yours, you'll be good in politics too. Fang Ping said indifferently, this is nothing. Don't the 2 vice-chancellors know? The vice-chancellor said this on purpose this time to get some benefits. If you really use it as a big blackmail, it's useless. If you provoke those rank 9 paragons and make them run away, I don't think you can clean up the mess. Wu Kuishan said impatiently, do you really think I'm stupid? That's why I'm fighting for some benefits for MCMAU. Do I care about the others? The more capable you are, the more you can eat. 200 billion is actually nothing. After all, MCMAU has so many instructors and students. According to your plan, it will exceed 10,000 people. On average, give each person 20 million, and we'll continue to work hard. What's wrong with that? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the government still has God knows how many resources they've hoarded. At the last moment, they'll have to take them all out. It's not strange for them to provide them for free. We'll take some in advance. It's nothing. Of course, it's only this time. Don't create any more trouble. You can cooperate with other martial arts universities. But remember, it's limited to a certain range. Before the major companies lower their prices, if you dare to use MCMAU's name to sell pills and lower the price, I'll kill you first. The major companies also have their own considerations. They're not our enemies. Do you understand? Fang Ping nodded. I understand, but, Fang Ping frowned slightly. They really have nothing to do with the evil sects. Wu Kuishan said impatiently, what do you think? The evil sects are evil sections. The species conservation plan has nothing to do with the evil sections. The idea of the evil sects is different from the species conservation plan. According to the evil sects idea, it's actually integration. Not only the integration of the two worlds, but also the integration of races. Wu Kuishan said coldly, integration of races. What a joke. When that time comes, I'm afraid that humans will really be extinct. Xianxia also said coldly, naturally, the major companies have their own selfish motives. However, their selfishness is limited to a certain range. However, the evil sects are gambling with the future of the entire race. Therefore, don't mix the two together. If you encounter evil sects, you must kill them. The reason why we didn't go all out to annihilate them is mainly because it's not worth it. Xianxia shook his head and said, have you seen how many evil sects dare to attack ordinary people? They don't have the guts. These idiots only entertain themselves. They're limited to a small circle, fantasizing about becoming the master of the world. Of course, the fact that they haven't been completely annihilated has something to do with their higher-ups hiding too deeply. It's impossible for us to thoroughly investigate all the powerhouses just for a mere evil sect. That will cause a lot of trouble. The losses outweigh the gains. Vice-Chancellor Wu said that on purpose earlier. Jing Minghong and the others dare not guarantee that there are no evil sects hiding on their side. If it really gets out of hand, it won't be easy to clean up. Oh, but I think it's better to kill more. These beasts dared to attack me. If I don't kill them, it won't be enough to appease the public's anger. Wu Kuishan nodded. Of course. Don't worry, the government won't just let this matter go. Not only the government, I'm preparing to contact some martial arts university powerhouses to kill some of the fellows who have emerged. They've got guts. All these years, they didn't provoke martial arts universities, and martial arts universities couldn't be bothered with them. Last time, it was Nanjiang's matter. You insisted on getting involved, and we couldn't be bothered. But it's different this time. They know that you're MCMAU's Martial Arts Society president, and they still dared to attack you. This time, if we don't kill a few of their high ranks, they'll really think that martial arts universities are easy to bully. Xianxia laughed. Count me in. You don't say, I only know where a rank 7 guy is hiding. I couldn't be bothered before, but this time, kill him, find a branch, and hang his head on it. If you want to die, just say it. Both of them were very arrogant when they spoke. Fang Ping's face was full of envy. If they had the ability, naturally, they would be arrogant. As long as a rank 9 did not appear, martial arts university powerhouses could join forces and almost run amok. Even if it was a rank 9, if they were besieged by dozens or hundreds of grandmasters, they would still die. Unless the evil sect had a rank 9 paragon, not to mention if there was, even if there was, if they dared to make a move, the hidden rank 9 paragons might also make a move. Ability, it was still the law of the jungle. If they were powerful, even the evil sect would not dare to provoke them. Beside him, Old Manly said lazily, it's time to kill some to intimidate these people. We're the ones who kill them. They don't have the right to kill us. Just be obedient and be a rat. If they dare to come out, they're asking for it. Fang Ping glanced at him and said softly, Instructor, take it easy. You don't even have the imperishable substance. Old Manly glared at him. I'm arrogant, so what? Would the evil sect people dare to kill him? No. Would they dare to provoke him? However, after thinking about it, it was not necessarily that they would not dare to. Old Manly coughed softly and said, actually, the evil sect is also divided into 2 factions. One faction is a rat, and the other is not willing to be a rat. They're the crazier kind. When you meet these kinds of people, it's very difficult to scare them. The few that were killed last time were all from the crazier faction. Oh. Fang Ping did not ask further. He was not really concerned about this. After coughing softly, Fang Ping said softly, Vice-Chancellor, this time the shares were sold for 200 billion. According to the proportion of shares, it shouldn't be a problem to get 15 billion from my 100 shares, right? 15 billion. This was the cost price. The market price was high, 3 to 5 times normal. In other words, the market price could be as high as 50 billion and above. According to past experience, the system valued pills and weapons at 70% of the market price. If it was calculated in this way, perhaps it could provide Fang Ping with more than 30 billion wealth. This was a shocking amount of money. Wu Kuishan glanced at him. After a while, he said, "What do you think?" "I think maybe 20 billion is not a problem," Wu Kuishan sneered. Then, he humphed and said, "Sell it yourself then." Fang Ping laughed dryly. "Don't do that, Vice-Chancellor. If worst comes to worst, I'll get the stuff and lend it to MCMAU. Give it to MCMAU. Fang Ping was speechless. Give my ass. If he gave it away, he did not know if the system would calculate these wealth points again. In the past, it was calculated. However, such a large transaction would cost tens of billions. However, this was not a good thing to say. After walking for a while, Wu Kuishan said, "When the stuff is delivered, you get 5 billion. Why?" Fang Ping looked unwilling. Wu Kuishan could not help but scold, "Because this belongs to my wife." "Is that bit of energy essence of yours really worth so much money?" "I can buy it from the government." Fang Ping said sheepishly, "Aren't you divorced?" "My instructor gave it to me." "Of course it's mine." "Your wife? Your wife divorced you and lived apart a long time ago. Old Wu is so shameless." Wu Kuishan suddenly wanted to hammer him to death. This kid was really black-hearted. Beside him, Old Manly coughed softly and said, "All right, that's about enough. It's useless even if you want so much. There are people who complain about having too much money." Fang Ping felt helpless. What did he say? Sigh, forget it. 5 billion it was then. Maybe he could get more wealth points. Was there a billion? It was a pity that not all of it belonged to him this time. Otherwise, the system would definitely have to upgrade again. In this battle, he had used up a lot of wealth points. However, after forging the golden bones, his strength had increased a lot too. Fang Ping took the opportunity to look at his stats. Wealth, 8, 110 billion, converted, vitality, 820 calories, 5,500 calories, mentality, 320 Hz, 879 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 4 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth points/minute. This time, after the forging of the golden bones was completed, Fang Ping's strength had really skyrocketed. His vitality limit had increased by close to 700 calories. His mentality had also increased by tens of hertz. As for the consumption of wealth points, he would not have known if he did not look at it. Once he did, he was shocked. The consumption was close to 1 billion. After receiving the 600 million from the university, his wealth points had actually recovered to more than 9 billion. Fang Ping calculated carefully. Bone honing had cost about 200 million. The few outbursts after that, including the celestiality explosion that killed the peak rank 6, had cost about 200 to 300 million. Calculating it, it was a maximum of 500 million. However, at this moment, Fang Ping was still using vitality force to repair his injuries. Every second, more than 100 cal of vitality was consumed, which meant that every second was close to 100,000 wealth points consumed. 1 minute, that was 6 million, 1 hour, more than 300 million. Of course, Fang Ping did not need to do this all the time, but now that his golden bones were fully formed and his flesh was still crumbling, he had no choice but to maintain it. Fang Ping did not pay much attention to it before, but now he looked serious and said quickly, "Instructors, my injuries are more serious than I expected. The key is not that the injuries are too serious, but that my golden bones are fully formed. My physique is not good enough, and my flesh is constantly crumbling. Is there a way to solve this?" This was no longer a matter of the imperishable substance. The imperishable substance could help him recover from his injuries, but now, his physique was not strong enough, and his flesh was still crumbling. He was in big trouble. As soon as he said that, the few people who saw that he was fine also looked solemn. Wu Kuishan frowned and said, "Your physique is not strong enough?" "Yes. Golden bones, you're always up to no good." Wu Kuishan could not help but curse. Achieving golden bones in advance might not be a good thing. Only a peak rank Six's physique could withstand 10,000 cal of vitality. Fang Ping was nowhere near that. Chen Yaoting couldn't help but frown. Enhance physique. Why don't we buy a few energy fruits to enhance physique? Wu Quishan shook his head and said, it might not be useful. Furthermore, these things can't be bought. They are all hidden. Who would sell them? Try using the energy essence. Fang Ping, do you have more? Fang Ping said gloomily, there's really nothing left. Then let's trade. Wu Quishan exhaled and said, take a portion of your medicinal pills and trade for some. The pill company has them? They might not have it, but the government definitely has it. It's hard to buy it, but it's not impossible to exchange it. Even if you can't, you have to do it. This time, you were attacked in Nanjiang's jurisdiction. This matter is the government's responsibility. It's not a big problem to exchange some for healing. What I'm afraid of is that, you might not be able to withstand the pressure of the golden bones. If that's the case, your flesh and blood will continue to crumble. How are you going to cultivate then? Fang Ping could not help but look at Old Manly, asking, Teacher, can I forge a semi-golden body in advance? Old Manly muttered, your situation is different from mine. I wasn't a golden skeleton back then. How about this, kid, throw some money. Huh? Hire a few rank 8 golden body powerhouses to supply you with imperishable substance while bathing in energy essence. With 2 approaches at the same time, you should be able to forge a semi-golden body in advance. Fang Ping was stunned. He gulped and asked, is it expensive? Hiring rank 8 golden body powerhouses to supply imperishable substance. Fang Ping could imagine that it was definitely not a small sum, however, if it could be solved with money, then it was not a problem. After all, he did not need much money now. Old Manly said nonchalantly, how would I know? Under normal circumstances, death is death. How many people would hire a rank 8 to supply them with imperishable substance? Rank 8s value this stuff very much too. You can ask Old Wu what price he's asking for. Wu Quishan's expression darkened. I won't do this kind of thing. What a joke. It was really not a matter of money. It was very difficult to make up for it. This was also the foundation of a rank 8. He was even prepared to break through to rank 9. Lu Fengru was his wife last time, but Fang Ping was not. Moreover, Fang Ping was rich. It was not impossible to hire them. Although he said that, Wu Quishan still rubbed his chin and said, if you really want to ask for a price, a rank 8's offer won't be cheap. It doesn't have to be limited to the country. There are many rank 8s abroad too. It's not a big problem if one person has fewer input points. Find 7 or 8 people, then it won't be a problem. One person. Kid, the price is not low. If you let a rank 8 consume his foundation to help you, don't count on it without 10 digits. Fang Ping's face turned green. Stop joking, 10 digits, that was starting from 1 billion, if he hired 7 or 8 people, he would go bankrupt. Including the energy essence bathing, that would be at least 10 billion, so, what these few people meant was that the gains from the shares this time would all be used to fill the hole. He, a rank 5 martial artist, spent 10 billion to forge a half-golden body. If it could make a rank 7 and 8 go bankrupt, most rank 7s and 8s did not have this kind of assets. Wu Quishan saw that he was feeling the pinch and said indifferently, why don't you continue to be like this? It's nothing anyway, you won't die. Honestly, even if your flesh and internal organs are all shattered now and you become a skeleton, you still might not die. Why don't you try? Fang Ping's expression darkened. He was not going to try. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly said, Vice-Chancellor, if I forge a half-golden body, does that mean I don't need to hone my meridians and flesh anymore? Nonsense. Forging a half-golden body is a form of honing and remodeling. Of course, you don't need to. That means stepping into peak rank 5 in one step? Fang Ping's eyes lit up. If that was the case, he might not lose out. Beside him, Old Manly interrupted, even if you step into peak rank 5, the problem is still serious. What's wrong? Old Manly muttered, your golden bones are formed, you forged a half-golden body, and your mentality is extremely strong. Kid, sealing your Sanjiao gate might cause a lot of trouble. Does sealing the Sanjiao gate have anything to do with these? Of course. Old Manly explained, the so-called sealing of the Sanjiao gate is to seal the energy in your body so that it won't leak. Vitality force, mentality, bone marrow force, and golden bone force are all your energy. When others are in rank 6, they only need to seal their vitality force and weak mentality. What about you? You want to seal all of these energies and bring them into the Sanjiao gate. You can imagine how difficult it is. As Old Manly said that, he suddenly laughed. Take your time, kid. Even if I achieve rank 9, you might not be able to seal your Sanjiao gate. You're done for. If you weren't so strong previously, you might not even need that long to seal your Sanjiao gate. Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. Don't tease me. Wu Quishan, who was beside him, added, it's really possible. Sealing your Sanjiao gate is actually sealing your own energy. However, if you seal it, your Sanjiao gate will accumulate even more energy. The power of your self-detonation will be very strong. Old Manly continued, his celestial bridge is strong too. The power of his self-detonation is also strong. When the time comes, when they self-detonate together, it won't be a problem to kill a rank 7. Qin Yaoting said thoughtfully, coupled with a half-golden body, maybe he can get someone to cooperate and try to blow up a rank 8. This kid might not be able to achieve rank 8, but if he blows up a rank 8, it's worth it. The few of them chimed in one after another. Fang Ping's expression darkened, cursing under his breath, who's going to self-detonate? Am I stupid? If I really seal my Sanjiao gate, achieving rank 8 in a day and rank 9 in half a month, why would I self-detonate? As soon as he said that, the few of them who were discussing animatedly just now suddenly quietened down. Old Manly looked embarrassed. He was really worried now. Would this kid achieve rank 8 earlier than him? Although the Sanjiao gate was sealed, the stronger the force, the harder it was to seal. However, the stronger the force, the stronger the body. Actually, it was also helpful in sealing the gate. It might not really take up much time. As they were discussing animatedly, Wang Jinyang, who was at the back, felt that he should leave. He kept feeling that he was behind the times. Will I really revive? Wang Jinyang was feeling a little eager. If he did not revive, with his current progress, even if he was 10 times faster than the average person, compared to this bastard Fang Ping, there was still a huge gap. He might not need long to spend money to achieve peak rank 5. People had already started discussing hiring 8 to 10 golden body powerhouses to forge his golden body for him. After chatting for a while, under Fang Ping's enthusiastic invitation, the few of them were indeed a little tired, so they went to Fang's house together. Along the way, Fang Ping met a few Sun City martial artists. He asked for a military coat and wrapped himself up tightly. He was also wearing leather gloves on his hands. Fang Ping felt a little helpless at his ghostly appearance. When he went upstairs, he said enviously, Zheng Minghong is so awesome. He smacked me into a skull and recovered just like that. You can do it even if you reach the 8th rank. Wu Quishan said casually. Fang Ping teased, Teacher Li can't. Old Manly did not utter a word. He reached out and gently patted Fang Ping's head, squeezing it until it creaked. The others were not surprised. Fang Ping asked for it. Since he had nothing better to do, he had to make fun of Li Chongqing. When Fang Ping knocked on the door, none of his family members were asleep, nor were they in the mood to sleep. His parents heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw that Fang Ping was back. Fang Yuan also ran around Fang Ping happily. His family did not know anyone else, but Old Manly and the others had seen him before, so they knew him. When Li Weiying saw Old Manly, she guessed that the teachers from her son's school had arrived. She hurriedly greeted them and entered the kitchen to start cooking. They had prepared a lot of food for the New Year's Eve dinner, but none of them had eaten it yet. Wu Quishan and the rest did not stand on ceremony. Other than Wang Jinyang, everyone present was older than Fang Ping's parents, including Tang Feng. He looked young, but he was already 50 years old. Fang Ping chuckled when he saw Fang Yuan running around in circles. Honestly, the species conservation plan isn't a bad idea. Wu Quishan glanced at him. Fang Ping said softly, when that time comes, I want my family to go there too. He wouldn't run away himself, but his family. Who didn't have selfish motives? Doesn't he want his family to be safe? Previously, when Wu Kuxian was indignant, Fang Ping actually felt unhappy too. But now that he thought about it, if he didn't give himself some benefits, he might not be able to fight to the death. Wu Kuxian said softly, even if it's really carried out, there's still hope for your sister, but the others. He didn't say much. He couldn't bring too many people with him. Fang Yuan still had a chance. Fang Ping's parents were old and would not take her away. Fang Ping smiled and did not say anything. After chatting for a while, Li Yueying brought the dishes to the table. Fang Ping suddenly asked, Dad, do we have wine at home? Yes, I'll get it. Fang Mingrong, who was feeling a little uneasy, stood up hurriedly to get the wine. Fang Ping did not stop him. After his father left, he sighed and said, I'll just drink some wine. I don't know if it will leak. Cough, cough. When they thought of his situation, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Fang Yuan, who had just joined them, asked curiously, what's leaking? Fang Ping pointed his chin at Wang Jinyang and chuckled. I'm talking about your brother Wang. He has a big hole in his stomach. His food leaks when he eats. Wang Jinyang did not say a word. Let alone second brother. After teasing him for a while, Fang Ping said seriously, Vice Chancellor, Brother Wang has revived the imperishable substance earlier. The few experts instantly looked at Wang Jinyang, but Wang Jinyang remained silent. Wu Kuxian said in a low voice, has it really revived? Yes. Interesting. Wu Kuxian frowned and said, in that case, the ancient powerhouses have really revived. Qin Yaoting did not really understand the situation. Fang Ping saw his confusion and explained a little. After hearing this, Qin Yaoting was shocked. The ancient powerhouses have revived? He knew more and more things on this trip today. Some things that he was not sure about before were now confirmed. Some things that he knew nothing about before were now known. As Qin Yaoting said this, he suddenly said, SCMAU has mutated martial artists too. The few of them looked at him. Qin Yaoting exhaled and said, it's an instructor, a rank 5 instructor. There's a partial mutation. His hand bone has mutated, similar to Fang Ping, producing golden bones. Golden bones? Wu Kuxian said in a low voice, only the hand bone has golden bones? Yes, this partial golden bone transformation is actually very rare. Qin Yaoting explained, I was still puzzled before. Under normal circumstances, the whole skeleton must be golden. This kind of golden bone transformation is completely illogical. After all, the skull is not golden. How can it mutate alone? Now that I think about it. Qin Yaoting knocked on the table and said thoughtfully, maybe it's the effect of the imperishable substance. Their essence is golden body powerhouses, so it's not strange for partial mutation to happen. Rank 5, Wu Kuxian asked, these people mutated at different times. Is there something different about them? Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong seemed to have mutated since they were young. Yao Qingjun was probably the same. It was only when his mentality reached external projection that rank 4 became prominent. Huang Jing continued, could it be related to the strength of their strength when they were alive? It's possible. Wang Jinyang and the others have a complete mutation. Does it mean that their strength is stronger than rank 8 when they were alive? Was Fang Ping stronger when he was alive? The few of them were having a lively discussion. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were speechless. Could they not talk about when they were alive? Those who did not know better would think that they were dead. Fang Yuan was confused. She had no idea what they were talking about. She nudged Fang Ping lightly and whispered, brother, what are they talking about? Fang Ping laughed suddenly and whispered, they're talking about our ability to produce money. It's the ability to earn money. Your brother's ability to earn money is the strongest, understand? Fang Yuan seemed to understand, but she did not ask in detail. She asked again, brother, can I break through and become a martial artist now? Fang Ping frowned slightly and smiled. There's no rush. Do you really want to stay this small? As they were talking, Wu Kuxian suddenly said, actually, it's not impossible to break through earlier. When the bones in the body contain some energy essence, the bones can continue to grow after the breakthrough. Fang Ping, you might not know this, but many of the young people in the species retention program are trained this way. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. How extravagant. All for breaking through and becoming a martial artist a few years earlier and using energy essence to nourish the bones. This was also because these people's ancestors were top-notch powerhouses. To appease these top-notch powerhouses, the government really spared no effort. Of course, it might not have been provided by the government. It might have been provided by these powerhouses themselves. Won't they explode? Energy essence is very gentle. High-ranked martial artists can usually seal this essence in their bones. When the time is right, it will naturally seep out and continue to nourish the bones. Wu Quishan said, then added, of course, the cost is not small. It's not really worth it. Breaking through a few years earlier might not be very beneficial. However, people were rich and willful. For top-notch powerhouses, sometimes they could still obtain a lot of energy essence. It was not difficult for these powerhouses to kill rank 9 monster plants. Fang Ping glanced at Fang Yuan and smiled. We'll talk about it later. There's no rush. Right, Vice-Chancellor, those people, are they strong? They're all right. Wu Quishan actually did not know too much, but after some thought, he still said, I've met a few of them before. How should I put it? There are powerhouses as elders. They don't lack natural treasures since young. In addition to breaking through earlier, their ranks are not considered low. It's not uncommon to see rank 5 and 6 around 20 years old. Of course, Wu Quishan smiled again. Don't worry. No matter how talented they are, and how they have elders to nurture them, it's not that easy to enter rank 7. It's difficult to achieve mentality-vitality fusion. If I meet you guys, it's not difficult to hack a few rank SIXS to death. Don't take it too seriously. If they haven't reached rank 7, even if they achieve mentality-vitality fusion, it's nothing. Tang Feng alone can destroy a group. However, these people lack some actual combat experience. Actually, there are some powerhouses who don't want their descendants to become vitality martial artists. Some of them are still training in the catacombs. As he said that, Wu Quishan said faintly, I even suspect that some of them may be training in the restricted area. Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Beside him, Wang Jinyang could not help but say, restricted area? Fang Ping turned his head and glanced at him, full of sympathy. He sighed and said, Brother Wang, NMAU is so pitiful. Forget it. I'll send you some information later. Wang Jinyang's face turned green. Do you have to hurt me like this? But NMAU is really pitiful. He did not know much about the things they discussed. He did not even know what the restricted area was. After chatting for a while, Fang Mingrong brought out a box of alcohol. Most low-ranked martial artists would not drink alcohol. Aspiring martial artists would not even eat snacks. However, at Fang Ping's level, it did not matter anymore. When his internal organs were honed to this level, he would even dare to eat steel. Although everyone had reached the point where they would not starve to death even if they did not eat, at this moment, they did not care about this. As they ate and drank, Fang Ping stood up and raised his glass. To all the instructors. Today, because of my matter, the instructors came to my rescue from thousands of miles away. I, Fang Ping, will never forget this kindness. I hope that every year we'll have this day, we can all have a reunion and have a New Year's Eve dinner. Humanity will win. Everyone raised their glasses, each in deep thought. As for Fang Ping, after toasting the instructors, he toasted his parents. Finally, he raised his glass and clinked it with Wang Jinyang, smiling. Today, you risked your life to save me. I won't say any polite words. When Tiannan's catacombs open, I'll accompany you. Thank you. It's my duty. Both of them clinked glasses. Beside them, Fang Yuan also raised her small glass of juice. As she clinked glasses with Fang Ping, she asked, Brother, what's the catacombs? Fang Ping smiled. It's the evil sect martial artists' base camp. These guys attacked me this time. Your brother is not someone to be trifled with. In a few days, when I'm strong enough, I'll kill them until rivers of blood flow. Oh, right, don't tell anyone, understand? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded heavily. She gritted her teeth and said, "When I get stronger, I want to go to the catacombs and kill people too." As soon as she said that, Fang Ping slapped her on the head and said exasperatedly, "Just stay at home and be at ease. Why should I kill anyone? Your brother is still alive. Do I need you to vent my anger on my behalf?" At this moment, he did not mind revealing some information to his parents and sister. At this time, Fang Ping felt that it would not take long before everyone knew about this. He said that it was the evil sect's base camp. Perhaps the government would publicize it as such. Fang Ping was beginning to suspect that the evil sect still existed. Was it to be used as a scapegoat? When the catacombs powerhouses came out, they destroyed the city and killed the people. It was the evil sect's scapegoat. When the catacombs appeared, it was the evil sect's scapegoat. In short, bad things and unexplainable things were the evil sect's problem. This way, many problems could be simplified. Fang Ping thought about it. The probability of the government publicizing it as such was not small. At the same time, some rank 1 and 2 martial artists could also seek out evil sect members for training. Killing them was easier than killing catacombs martial artists. For a moment, Fang Ping had a deeper thought. Evil sect. Was it someone who created it on purpose, taking some martial artists with impure intentions to the evil sect and giving them a base camp to get rid of impurities? To be honest, Fang Ping had always thought that human martial artists were overly pure. Whether it was martial arts university powerhouses, military department powerhouses, or powerhouses from other worlds, most of them were really good people. Everyone was united. Even if there were internal disputes, it would rarely erupt into large-scale battles or internal strife. It was not only because of the catacombs' existence. Perhaps, the evil sect's existence played a certain role. Some martial artists with bad intentions might have been taken away by the evil sect. If that's the case, then it'll be interesting. Fang Ping murmured in his heart. Perhaps the government now had the most detailed list of evil sect martial artists. When the time came for a war, the government would act instantly and destroy all the evil sect martial artists. When that time came, they would not have to worry too much about internal problems among humans. Some of the evil sect higher-ups who thought that they were well hidden might have been targeted long ago. Thinking deeper, if the Pope who came in the end was a spy sent by the human higher-ups. Motherf ****, it was exciting just thinking about it. It might not be impossible. Fang Ping shook his head. The powerhouse's thoughts were very complicated. Compared to them, he was a greenhorn. Even if he added some life experience from his past life, there was no way he could compare to these people. If these top-notch people with high positions were to use tricks, Fang Ping would be far from being their match. That night, Fang Ping drank a lot. No leaks. His internal organs were still there. As the alcohol entered his stomach, it was automatically digested. However, Fang Ping was still a little drunk. This time, the evil sect martial artists' attack on him involved a lot of things. Some information that he did not understand before was presented in front of him one by one. This included Wu Quishan's strength. According to Old Manly, when he was drunk, Old Wu was much stronger than Zhou Dinghua. As for Zhou Dinghua, he fought 1 against 3 in the catacombs. Although he was almost killed, he still held on for a long time. There were a few rank 9 deputy commanders in the military department. Zhou Dinghua became a deputy commander with his rank 8 strength. He really could not be underestimated. As for Wu Quishan, he was much stronger than Zhou Dinghua. Wu Quishan was previously ranked 129 in the global golden body ranking and 12th in Sino Nation. This ranking was not considered low. As for Zhou Dinghua, he was previously ranked 62 in the world and 8th in Sino Nation. Wu Quishan was much stronger than him. Would that not mean that he was at least one of the top 5 rank 8s in Sino Nation? The Vice-Chancellor of CCMAU was currently only ranked 3rd in Sino Nation. Could Old Wu be stronger than the other party? Wu Quishan ignored Old Man Li's words and pretended not to hear him. No matter how strong a rank 8 was, it was still a rank 8. Moreover, so what if he was the first rank 8? Yes, it might not be a problem for a rank 8 to fight against a typical rank 9. However, defeating did not mean killing. Killing a rank 9 was not something that could be done just by being slightly stronger. For a rank 8 powerhouse to kill a rank 9, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Xianxia was the first rank 7, but for him to kill a rank 8 powerhouse was also as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even a dabbler like Old Man Li might not be able to kill him. However, if it was Jing Minghong, it might not be impossible. Perhaps old Jing was not that weak. There were not many rank 8s who were really weak. However, Jing Minghong had not entered the catacombs for many years. He had been staying in the pill company. If not, he would go to the capital city catacombs for a stroll. These few years, there were indeed very few opportunities to fight. As for Qin Yaoting, over at the South Capital Catacombs, this old man often went there. He had even ambushed and killed a few catacombs rank 7s. If not for that, it would have been difficult for him to become the first rank 7. Other martial arts university vice-chancellors had a few divine weapons, but he had one. Other martial arts university vice-chancellors had a few egg-sized energy stones that they could take out as they pleased. Unless it was the school's public funds, they really did not have many private funds. Old Chen had one too. As for Old Wu, Fang Ping paid more attention to him. This white-haired old man would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Next time, he would be more careful. Snake King, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He did not understand this nickname before. Now, he had a slight impression of it. Mad Lion, Longevity Sword, Snake King, Unconquerable Wu, Fang Ping thought of many things. These fellows all had coquettish nicknames. What nickname should he give himself that would be domineering enough? Celestial Emperor? Saber King? God of War? Fang Ping muttered the latter part of the sentence aloud. Beside him, Wang Jinyang, who was also a little drunk, laughed in a half-drunk and half-sober manner. A nickname? How about Skeleton Ping? Get lost. Fang Ping cursed under his breath. You're the Skeleton King, speaking of which, who was this fellow Old Wang in his past life? At this moment, Fang Ping also felt that these people were all ancient powerhouses who had been resurrected. I wonder if there are any ancient powerhouses who have known my name resurrected. February 14th, the first day of the new year. On this day, early in the morning, the Nanjiang governor's office held a press conference to briefly explain what happened last night. There was no doubt that the cultists were running rampant, intending to destroy the stability of society and create chaos on New Year's Eve. MCMAU Fang Ping and NMAU Wang Jinyang stepped forward bravely and killed these evil cult members. Similarly, on this day, the Sino Rank 5 ranking list was updated. First place, Fang Ping. Today was the end of the new year, and Fang Ping would only be 20 years old after the new year. Fang Ping, 20 years old, Secretary General of MCMAU's University Council, President of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, Honorary Commander of Sun City, sophomore student of MCMAU. These were Fang Ping's identity information. Battle record, February 13, 2010, killed a peak rank 6 martial artist, a middle stage rank 6 martial artist, and an early stage rank 6 martial artist. Wang Jinyang also entered the list and instantly entered the second place. Wang Jinyang, 21 years old, Honorary Deputy Governor of Nanjiang, President of NMAU Martial Arts Society, Junior Student of NMAU, Combat record, February 13, 2010, fought with a peak rank 6 martial artist and survived. Compared to Fang Ping, Old Wang's battle record paled in comparison. However, those who knew about it all knew how terrifying such a battle record was. For an early stage rank 5 martial artist to survive a fight with a peak rank 6 martial artist, this was the biggest miracle. Fighting didn't mean running away. If he really wanted to escape, it wouldn't be worth writing about. These two geniuses of this generation had truly displayed their invincibility this time. A rank 5 defeating a rank 6, the culprit was still a peak rank 6. Even if the evil sect martial artists were slightly weaker, at the stage of peak rank 6, no matter how weak they would not be that weak. Prodigies were also human. It was very difficult for someone to surpass so many ranks to kill the other party. Fang Ping's current strength was displayed as a middle stage rank 5. Wang Jinyang was only an early stage rank 5. Capital City. Killed a peak rank 6. When Li Hansong saw the list, the only thought that came to his mind was that these lunatics were crazy to the extreme. CCMAU is really too comfortable. No, I'm too comfortable. Li Hansong dared not imagine. Would he be able to keep his life if he encountered a peak rank 6, not to mention killing him? It would be his greatest luck if he didn't die. What a terrifying fellow. Li Hansong mumbled. Then, he steeled his heart. He couldn't go on like this. He would be left further and further behind, therefore, right after New Year's Eve, Li Hansong put on his iron boxing gloves and went down to the catacombs. The reason why an expert was strong was not purely due to talent. No matter how talented one was, it did not mean that one would definitely become a powerhouse. How many people could be like Li Hansong? When they saw the ranking list, their first thought was to catch up and not be left behind. Almost without hesitation, they went to the catacombs to fight. Similarly, there were others. Yao Qingjun, one man and one saber, began to venture deeper into the catacombs. The other school's rank 4 and 5 powerhouses walked out of their homes one after another. This year could not be any better. Martial arts university students might not be strong in the 3 lower ranks, but no matter how weak the 3 middle ranks prodigies were, they would not be that weak. Even the martial artists of the military department, who had been fighting all year round, might not be stronger than them. These young prodigy martial artists had also fought their way out of thousands of ordinary people. The number of times they had fought in the catacombs was no less than those military department martial artists. Everyone else had set off for the catacombs, but some people had not received the news. Somewhere in the suburbs of Shanghai, Qin Fengqin was lazily basking in the sun. The sun was really nice today. It was the new year. What was the point of watching TV or surfing the internet? He, Qin Fengqin, would not do such things. He was already at peak rank 4. Later, he would think of a way to get some energy stones, mutate his celestial bridge, and enter rank 5. There was no reason for Fang Ping and the others to leave him far behind. As for his phone, he had switched it off. If he did not, there would be people harassing him every day. He was not in a hurry to go to school either. He did not know if Big Lion and the others were still in school. If they were, he would be walking into a trap if he went. I'll stay at home for a few more days and rest. Then, I'll go find Fang Ping to mine in the catacombs. These people were busy catching up and advancing. Fang Ping was busy too. The moment the ranking list came out, Fang Ping was busy. Give me a title. Celestial Emperor or God of War, or Saber King. What do you guys think? The members of the Martial Arts Association who received the call were on the verge of breaking down. Early in the morning, they received a call from Fang Ping. This powerhouse who had just killed a peak rank 6 martial artist yesterday was calling the Martial Arts Association. It was considered a big deal. The person in charge of the association who stayed behind to take the call personally. In the end, after understanding Fang Ping's purpose, the other party really had the urge to die. This was the first powerhouse on the list to call and ask for a title since the ranking list came out. The key was that this thing was not decided by them. The ranking list was actually made by the government. It was just that the Martial Arts Association was in charge of updating, operating, and correcting some mistakes. Titles were not given out casually. This thing could be said to be useful, but it was actually useless. However, powerhouses who received a title were definitely top-notch powerhouses of the same rank. Fang Ping was currently the first among rank 5. Logically speaking, it was fine to give one. However, how could he decide it himself? This thing was publicly recognized. If many people called it, then it would be recognized. The other party stuttered for a long time, unable to give an accurate answer no matter what. Finally, Fang Ping hung up the phone helplessly. After he hung up the phone, the person in charge of the Martial Arts Association was so happy that he almost cried. If he was entangled by Fang Ping any longer, he would also break down. Regarding Fang Ping asking for a title, the others were not surprised. At this moment, everyone was downstairs at the Fang residence. Wu Quishan waited for him to hang up the phone. He did not harp on this and said, "We'll go back first. I'll invite rank 8 martial artists to solve your problem as soon as possible. However, if you do that, you'll probably lose all your gains this time." Fang Ping sighed and said helplessly, "With a cost price of 5 billion, I can sell it for at least 12 to 15 billion, right? The market price might even exceed 20 billion. that's it? Wu Quishan said lightly, you need to prepare at least 200 grams of energy essence. It might not be enough, 300 grams is about right. If you want to exchange for this from the government, you'll have to give away at least half of your 5 billion share. As for the rest, hiring some rank 8s should be enough. Fang Ping nodded helplessly. Alright then. How long will it take for the 2 major companies to send it to us? About 3 days. Including the time needed to gather a few rank 8s, it'll take at least 5 days. After 5 days, you'll return to MCMAU and train your body. 5 days, Fang Ping calculated for a while. During this period, he could only rely on wealth to restore vitality. It would consume at least 1 or 2 billion wealth. Thinking about it, Fang Ping's heart ached. This time, he had really suffered a huge loss. If it were not for the evil sect causing trouble, his original plan was to enter the Magic City catacombs first, mine, accumulate, and wait until he achieved peak rank 5 before honing the last 3 golden bones. This way, he should be able to withstand the activation of the golden bones. In the end, man proposes, God disposes. Now, with this mess, although he might achieve peak rank 5 in advance, the consumption was too great. Fine, if I don't lose the child, I won't be able to catch the wolf. Fang Ping sighed. Using money to exchange for ability and time was worth it. But it was really too much. Rank 7s and 7s could not afford to spend so much money. Otherwise, rank 8s would not accept employment. Rank 9s probably could not afford it either. Wu Chuan, that pauper, had a net worth of 10 billion, unless he sold his divine weapon to see if he could gather so much money. Wu Quishan did not say much. In the next moment, he performed the flight step and disappeared directly. The others also performed the flight step and followed. At their level, driving a car or taking a plane was too troublesome. They might as well fly back directly. Goodbye, instructors. I'll miss you all. Fang Ping said some polite words, but they turned a deaf ear to him. Miss my **s. Every time this kid missed them, nothing good came out of it. After sending off the MCMAU instructors, Jin Yaoting was also sent off at the same time. The old man did not say much, but the way he looked at him was a little unfriendly. His expression said that if Fang Ping dared to be a heartless man, he would dare to hack Fang Ping to death. Fang Ping was very conflicted. This time, Jin Yaoting also had a lot of gains. SCMAU had also built its own production line. Of course, SCMAU's gains were limited. In addition to some secret recipes and technical problems, the production cost was much higher. But this was a good start. Having a self-built production line was the foundation of a famous university. In the past, only CCMAU, MCMAU, and FMS had it. Now, SCMAU had it too. As for whether the higher-ups would agree, Jin Yaoting did not think it was a big problem. He was about to achieve rank 8. Once he became a rank 8 golden body martial artist, SCMAU's status would rise. Nowadays, there were not many martial arts universities with golden body powerhouses. CCMAU, MCMAU, Sino Nation Martial Arts University, and First Military School all had rank 8 golden bodies. 9 States Military School actually had one too, but it was more in name only. The rank 8 of the other party was only the honorary vice-chancellor of the school. In reality, he was mainly in charge of the military department. If Jin Yaoting broke through to rank 8, then SCMAU's status as a famous university would be stable. As for NMAU, although Wang Jinyang had mentioned this, the chances of getting permission were not high. Still, if it was done in Nanjiang's name, then there was still hope. Amidst the chaos, Fang Ping sent these people away. Wang Jinyang had also gone home a long time ago. Back home, his parents were quietly packing. Yesterday's battle had made them see many things clearly. It was hard to leave their homeland. However, no matter how reluctant they were, it was time to go. Their son had a villa in Magic City that had been renovated. In the past, Fang Mingrong and his wife thought it did not matter whether they moved or not. But now, their enemies were at their door. If they did not leave, were they supposed to let their son stay at home every day? As they were packing, Fang Yuan was also on the phone. Actually, she was also very reluctant. Her shop had just opened, and she had thousands of sisters here. However, in the battle yesterday, her brother was almost killed. She could still see it. Wang Jinyang was beaten until his stomach was penetrated. What about her brother? Until now, he was still wearing a military coat and leather gloves, covering himself up tightly. Fang Yuan wanted to take a look, but Fang Ping slapped her a few times. Fang Yuan cried so hard that Fang Ping thought he had hurt her. Little did he know that his sister was not stupid. She had already guessed that he must have been seriously injured and dared not show her. Xiaoling, I'll be in Magic City in a few days. Remember to call me when you miss me. Xiaoyu, I'll leave the matters in the society and the company to you. From now on, contact me through the phone and the internet. Yes, my brother is the first among rank 5. My brother said that I can become a martial artist soon. When that time comes, I'll also be on the list and get first place. Remember to look at the list. Fang Yuan's phone call lasted for a long time. Fang Ping, on the other hand, sat on the balcony with the broken window, looking outside. It was hard to leave one's homeland. If one day, not only did humans have to leave their homeland like Sun City, but even Earth as well, what would that feel like? The more I know, the more I'll understand how insignificant I am. Once upon a time, he had thought that becoming a martial artist was a great thing. However, at this moment, so what if he was a rank 9, so what if he was at the top? The species conservation plan had allowed Fang Ping to see through too much. Those powerhouses at the top were also somewhat pessimistic. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Fang Ping gathered with Wu Zhihao and the others and had a few drinks. They talked about life and the future. These people were not considered weak among their peers. Wu Zhihao and the others had received 10 million from Fang Ping previously. They had been cultivating diligently. Now, they had all entered middle stage rank 1. Upper stage rank 1 was not far away. However, Fang Ping did not feel much about this realm. They had hopes of entering rank 2 in the second semester of their sophomore year. When they graduated, they might be able to reach rank 3. In the past, in martial arts universities, especially normal martial arts universities, rank 3 graduates were synonymous with elites. Now, what was the use of rank 3 strength? However, after this, the energy concentration between heaven and earth would increase, and the supply to each school would increase. Everyone's cultivation speed would increase. Those who could get into martial arts universities, especially martial arts university students from normal families, were actually quite talented. This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Perhaps, these people would have greater breakthroughs. Nanjiang's catacombs had also opened. If they entered the catacombs, these people might have some fortuitous encounters. This was also something that was hard to say. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Fang Ping's aunt and her family came to Sun City. Fang Ping did not give much care to his aunt and her family. The only thing he gave them were 2 houses in Sun City. Whether they sold it or kept it, they could do whatever they wanted with the 2 houses. His cousins were still young, so Fang Ping only gave them some normal vitality pills and nothing else. Sometimes, being ordinary was not necessarily a bad thing. Fang Ping was gathering and saying his goodbyes. His parents and Fang Yuan were the same. The Fang family was moving away. Actually, many people in Sun City knew about this. On New Year's Eve, Fang Ping had announced this to the public. The people of Sun City did not know if they should feel sad or lucky. With Fang Ping gone, those powerhouses who could destroy a city would not come to Sun City again, would they? However, Fang Ping was Sun City's glory. He was their bragging rights and their pride. Leaving just like that still made them feel a little complicated. Fang Ping brought his family and prepared to move to Magic City. Sun City's other pride, Wang Jinyang, whose brilliance had been overshadowed by Fang Ping, was also preparing to move. This time, the other party had attacked Fang Ping. Next time, it might be him. There were too few powerhouses in a small Sun City. If he continued to let his family stay here, not only would his family's safety be at risk, but if another war broke out, Sun City might be destroyed. With these considerations in mind, the Wang family also began to move. On the 5th day of the first month, Fang Ping did not have much, but his parents packed a car full of things, hired a truck, and headed to Magic City together. On this day, people came to send them off. There were not many who saw Fang Ping off. There were also not many who saw his parents off. However, the dozens of chattering little girls made the atmosphere of parting dissipate a little. These little girls chattered nonstop and lingered around Fang Yuan reluctantly. They wished they could chat until the sky turned dark. In the end, Fang Yuan waved goodbye to these girls who might not be able to step into the martial arts world for the rest of their lives. Commander Bai Jinshan, along with a group of government personnel, also watched the Fang family leave quietly. On this day, Fang Ping was not the only one who left. Elsewhere, Wang Jinyang also left. Bai Jinshan was silent for a long time. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked toward the house of Commander. Sun City had produced two prodigies, but now they had to leave. It made people feel bad. On the 18th of February, Sun City's Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang left with their families. February 19th, MCMAU Southern Area, Energy Room. Chen Yunqi asked worriedly, "Fang Ping, are you really okay?" Fang Ping was wrapped in a large cotton jacket. In a situation where most martial artists wore only unlined clothing, he seemed out of place. Fang Ping's family arrived in Magic City yesterday, and Chen Yunqi had already given up waiting in South Capital the day before yesterday, arriving even earlier than Fang Ping. If Fang Ping had not said that he was busy yesterday and could not disturb them, she would have gone to look for him. When Fang Ping finally arrived at school, seeing Fang Ping wearing a thick cotton jacket, Chen Yunqi was extremely worried. "What could happen to me?" Fang Ping smiled. "Wearing a cotton jacket to keep warm. I wanted to experience what it's like to be a normal person." Chen Yunqi bit her lip and said softly, "Grandpa said that you were injured. Have you recovered?" "Yes, it's just a small injury." Fang Ping was nonchalant. He chuckled and said, "A few rank 6 martial artists can hurt me? I've fought with a rank 9 before, and it's not a big deal." The few people who were ignored looked at each other. After a while, Zhao Lei said sullenly, "Then why did you come to the energy room?" Fang Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, "I'm here to wait for someone." "Is there a problem?" "Even if I'm not waiting for someone, can't I cultivate? As for you guys, I'm here to take a look. Why are you all crowding around me?" Zhao Lei continued to say sullenly, "Dean Li said that you'd become a skeleton. Today, you're here to recover from your injuries. We're here to take a look." "What?" Fang Ping was shocked. "Who said that?" On the other side, Yang Xiaoman said faintly, "Dean Li said that we shouldn't court death. If we meet someone of a higher rank than us, we should behave and escape first. He also gave us a negative example, saying that someone was beaten into a skeleton and told us to remember this lesson." Fang Ping's expression kept changing. Beside him, Chen Yunqi was not too sure. She glanced at Fang Ping's large cotton jacket and wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. Some things, since they had already happened, it was useless to ask again. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Old man Li, this big mouth. The old man did not cultivate mentality and still had the time to gossip. No wonder he could not become a true rank 8. As they were talking, Huang Jing walked over. Huang Jing glanced at the people surrounding Fang Ping and did not say much. The others greeted him one after another. Huang Jing nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "The vice-chancellor has gone to pick them up. You should get ready. Whether or not you can recover depends on this. If we fail this time, we'll be in trouble." If he failed to forge a semi-golden body, he would lose his flesh and blood. This meant that he would not be able to enter upper stage or peak rank 5. In this case, Fang Ping's cultivation from now on would be troublesome. How much longer could Fang Ping last? Putting aside the question of how much further he could go, it was hard to say whether the golden bones could survive on their own. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "There's definitely no problem. It's 12 billion. Yes, 12 billion. This time, Wu Quishan had generously invited rank 8s from all over the world to come to the rescue. 1 billion per person. He only needed to pay a little bit of imperishable substance. There were 8 rank 8 martial artists invited this time. This was a sky-high price of 8 billion, in addition, 400 grams of energy essence. In fact, the officials also had a fixed price for energy essence, 10 million per gram. It was 10 times more expensive than cultivation energy stones, and it was the kind that had a price but no supply. This time, the two major companies went back to report the news and finally agreed to MCMAU's conditions. However, Wu Quishan was only willing to use the 2 billion quota of pills and weapons in exchange for 400 grams of energy essence. It was hard to say who would lose and who would gain. In the end, the higher-ups still agreed to Wu Quishan's request. Fang Ping's flesh was broken and could not be healed. As the current number 1 rank 5, the number 1 martial arts university student, MCMAU would definitely not let it go if they did not save Fang Ping. The incident that had already been settled might start again. Therefore, 2 billion quota was exchanged for 400 grams of energy essence. As for the remuneration paid to the 8 rank 8 powerhouses, although it was 1 billion per person, Wu Quishan said that they would be paid in pills and weapons. The rank 8s were also very willing. They were even more satisfied than cash. Fang Ping's remaining 3 billion quota was paid out by Wu Quishan at 8 billion. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. The rank 8s, on the other hand, were quite happy. It was said that because of this matter, many rank 8 powerhouses who were initially not interested took the initiative to help. In the end, the number of people was enough, which made these powerhouses feel a little regretful. It was not so easy to obtain a large number of pills and weapons. Even if they had the money, they might not be able to purchase them on a large scale. Sino Nation was considered good. There were many catacombs entrances and a lot of production. Some countries might only have 1 catacombs entrance. The production was limited. Pills and weapons were extremely scarce. When they heard that there were people in Sino Nation who wanted to hire them, and they did not need to fight. They just needed to use some imperishable substances. Some rank 8s from small countries could not wait to fly over. However, Sino Nation had requirements for foreign powerhouses to enter the country. There was also a review. In addition, Fang Ping's matter was quite urgent. Some rank 8 powerhouses still had missions to complete. Wu Quishan could not wait. In the end, he invited 5 rank 8 powerhouses from his country, plus 3 rank 8s from neighboring countries. When the number was enough, the mission was cancelled. When they heard 12 billion, the few people nearby were stunned. Zhao Lei was a little confused. What 12 billion? Fang Ping glanced at him. Suddenly, he did not feel the pinch anymore. He said in a relaxed manner, "It's nothing. Didn't I suffer some injuries? I was afraid that there would be sequelae. I invited 8 rank 8 powerhouses to use imperishable substances to heal me. I paid 12 billion as remuneration." Zhao Lei was stunned. Yan Xiaoman's mouth was wide open. Fu Chongding, who had just walked in, was also stunned. Song Yingji, who was pretending not to see Fang Ping, could not help but swallow his saliva. "Are you kidding us? In order to heal you, you hired 8 golden body powerhouses to use imperishable substances to heal you? 12 billion, what kind of concept was this?" Song Yingji calculated for a while. He planned to return with a full load every time he entered the catacombs. Each time he entered, he would earn 100 million. In a year, he would enter once every 2 months. After all, every time he entered, he would need time to come back and recuperate. 6 times a year, that would be 600 million. For a rank 6 martial artist, this should be an incomparably huge gain. In this way, it would be 20 years without eating, drinking or cultivating. Every year, he would be in a life and death situation. Only then could he accumulate 12 billion wealth. In reality, this was the most ideal situation. Entering the catacombs 120 times, other things aside, he would still have to buy pills to heal when he was injured. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Fang Ping, this kid, could casually spend more than 10 billion to hire a rank 8 to heal him. Comparing oneself to others would really infuriate one to death. Song Yingji was still a rank 6 powerhouse. The others had low abilities, their gains were even smaller. According to their abilities, they would not be able to earn so much in their entire lives. The few of them were stunned. Chen Yunxi, on the other hand, said worriedly, "Your injuries are so serious. Didn't Grandpa say that it would be fine?" Grandpa lied to her again. Fang Ping was such a stingy person. Why would he spend so much money to hire someone to heal him for no reason? If it was a minor injury, MCMAU did not need to seek help from outsiders at all. MCMAU also had rank 8 martial artists. They also had their own pill production line. There were also many healing pills. Fang Ping coughed softly and laughed. It's not about the injury. I'm preparing to forge a semi-golden body and achieve peak rank 5 in advance. After this time, I'll be a peak rank 5 martial artist. It's worth it to spend a little money to speed up my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll need some time to achieve peak rank 5. After today, I'll achieve rank 6 soon. The following rank 7, 8, and 9 won't be difficult either. Tell me, is it worth it to spend some money to help me become a Grandmaster powerhouse sooner? Really? Xianxia was delighted at first. Then, she looked conflicted. Peak rank 5, she was only peak rank 3. Rank 4 was still some time away. Even if she was rank 4 now, it was too slow. Not to mention Xianxia, Xianxia, who was beside her, was now staring at the ceiling. Peak rank 5, F***CK, there was no way he could go on like this. He had cultivated hard for decades and achieved rank 6 at 50 years old. Even if he had only achieved rank 6 not long ago, he, Xianxia, was already considered a genius of his generation. Nowadays, there were only a few Grandmaster powerhouses of the older generation who became Grandmasters at 50 years old in recent years. In the past, becoming a Grandmaster at 70 or 80 years old was considered lucky. MCMAU's old Vice-Chancellor, an 80-year-old rank 8, was called a little fellow by many older generations. How old was Fang Ping? 20 years old, peak rank 5. Perhaps he could achieve rank 6 at 20 years old. How long would it take for him to become a Grandmaster? Even if he delayed his time in rank 6, the probability of Fang Ping becoming a Grandmaster before 25 years old was extremely high. In another 5 years, could he, Xianxia, achieve upper stage rank 6? Thinking about it made his stomach full of bitterness. Peak rank 5, everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Could he not be so fast? It was really hard to be Fang Ping's classmate. These geniuses, prodigies, did not treat themselves as prodigies at this moment. Compared to Fang Ping, they were trash. Seeing that these people were devastated, Fang Ping smiled and said nothing. Huang Jing comforted him. The most important thing in martial arts cultivation is endurance. Practicing martial arts is not something that can be done in a day, Xianxia said bitterly. Vice-Chancellor, wait until his rank surpasses yours, then you can comfort us. Huang Jing's expression stiffened. He glanced at him and said after a while, there hasn't been anyone in charge of the health department for a long time. Little Song, you should report there in a few days and change the environment. Xianxia's expression changed again and again. He did not make a sound, nor did he reply. Old Huang would soon forget about this matter. Even if he did not forget, he would not go, even if he was beaten to death. Huang Jing glanced at him and snorted in his heart. You think I can't punish you? Fang Ping looked at Xianxia sympathetically. I'm not the one who asked you to go to the health department this time. The Grandmasters in the school are all sinister. Just wait to be taught a lesson. As they chatted, after a while, Huang Jing's expression turned serious and he said in a low voice, they're here. As he said that, Huang Jing walked out. Fang Ping and the others hurriedly followed. It was Fang Ping's first time seeing so many rank 8 powerhouses. He had to broaden his horizons. Outside the energy room, Wu Quishan and a few powerhouses were chatting happily. One of them, an old man with slightly dark skin, walked to the front of the energy room and suddenly said in slightly different Mandarin, Sino Nation's martial arts world is really not something we can compare to. This energy cultivation room is even bigger than the royal families. The old man's face was full of envy. This was only a martial arts university in Sino Nation. However, this huge energy cultivation room was even bigger than the royal family's cultivation room. Not every country could have a cultivation room that could accommodate hundreds of people. Some small countries could not afford to build one. Even if they could, they might not have enough source stones. It would be a waste to build one. After the dark-skinned old man finished speaking, another middle-aged man who wasn't tall sighed softly and said, Your Siam royal family even built an energy cultivation room. My Khmer royal family only has one cultivation room for the princes and princesses to cultivate. These words sounded extremely bleak. However, this was also the truth. These two rank 8 golden body powerhouses were the top group of powerhouses in their countries. In Siam, there was only one rank 9, 3 rank 8s, and more than 10 rank 7s. However, they had to guard very few catacombs. There was only one entrance. Khmer was even worse. They did not even have a rank 9. Of course, their country was also small. They had more than 10 million people. There was no catacombs entrance within their borders. Instead, they guarded one catacombs entrance together with the two neighboring countries. 3 countries guarding together. The pressure was less, but it also meant that the output was less. The output of one catacombs entrance could not even be satisfied with pills, let alone higher-end energy stones. MCMAU was Sino Nation's highest level of martial sciences science. It gathered a large number of Sino Nation's prodigies. Naturally, these cultivation facilities could not be compared to theirs. Not to mention these powerhouses from small countries, even the few Sino Nation's local powerhouses who followed along were somewhat envious. One of the middle-aged female powerhouses chuckled softly. Vice-Chancellor Wu, I heard that MCMAU even built a celestiality cultivation room? Wu Quishan chuckled. We do, but it can't satisfy all rank 6 martial artists' cultivation needs. It's better than nothing. When these words reached everyone's ears, they felt even more upset. It was good enough that they had it, but they still had to satisfy everyone's cultivation needs. What was this called? The well-fed did not know the hunger of the starving. As they were talking, Huang Jing and the others walked out. Huang Jing probably knew these powerhouses. He smiled and greeted them. Fong Ping and the others, on the other hand, bowed hurriedly to show their respect. Including Wu Quishan, at this moment, there were 9 rank 8s and 1 rank 7 gathered here. Not far away, Old Manly also walked over leisurely. Including him, a fake rank 8, that was 10 rank 8s. With this strength, it was enough to kill a typical rank 9. The few rank 8 powerhouses first exchanged a few pleasantries with Huang Jing. Then, one after another, they set their sights on Fong Ping, Sino Nation's current number 1 prodigy, the number 1 rank 5 powerhouse. The few rank 8 powerhouses, especially, felt the same aura from Fong Ping. Their pupils contracted slightly. The aura of a golden body powerhouse, everyone's gaze fell on him. Then, they looked at Wu Quishan with an inquiring look. Wu Quishan did not hide anything now. He smiled and said, Fong Ping has forged golden bones in advance. However, his physique is not enough, causing his flesh to collapse. I have no choice but to ask for your help. Using imperishable substances and energy essence, let him forge a body that can withstand golden bones. Previously, the few rank 8s thought that it was for healing. Only now did they know that it was not healing, but to forge Fong Ping's golden body. Their expressions were fluctuating. Most people still did not know that Fong Ping had forged golden bones in advance. The tanned old man from Siam could not help but ask, Vice-Chancellor Wu, how can a rank 5 forge golden bones? Wu Quishan smiled. I don't know about this. Everyone, don't worry. As long as we supply according to the agreed amount, it will be fine. I won't let your vitality be hurt. The few of them frowned slightly. They did not ask any more. However, the way they looked at Fong Ping was a little different. A rank 5 martial artist who had forged golden bones. Such a person could not be treated as a normal rank 5. Moreover, the other party was a group of the most talented people in Sino Nation. That was even more important. Everyone calculated in their hearts for a while. They all nodded. Wu Quishan clearly did not have the intention to explain in detail. Then, they did not ask any more. Later, when Fong Ping was forging his flesh, they would also be able to see some things. At this moment, Fong Ping did not care about everyone's gaze. He only felt that these people were really poor. He had heard the few rank 8's conversation earlier. With the country's resources, they could only build one cultivation room for a few princes and princesses to cultivate. How miserable. If he had known this earlier, could he have hired them for 500 million? Also, these fellows were so poor. If he wanted to kill rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists in the future, could he also spend money to hire them? However, after thinking about it, Fang Ping felt that it was better to forget about it. These fellows were so poor. If they saw the benefits, would they not be jealous? They might even kill him while they were at it. Moreover, this time, they were only supplying imperishable substances. Although it would hurt the body, it was not dangerous. Hiring servants to fight in the war could endanger their lives. Amidst the chatter, everyone entered the energy room. Fang Ping did not delay either. Very quickly, he took off his jacket. When he took off his jacket, everyone's expression changed. His injuries are so serious. Song Yingji's expression was solemn. He knew that Fang Ping was injured earlier, but he did not expect his injuries to be this serious. Other than his head, there were not many intact pieces of flesh on Fang Ping's body. At this moment, his internal organs were clearly visible. Song Yingji's expression was solemn. The eyes of the few girls present were red. Chen Yunqi bit her lip hard, not saying a word. Fang Ping's injuries were much more serious than expected. If it was someone else, they might have died long ago. Old Manly, who followed behind, was not surprised at all. He said casually, "Fang Ping, take off your underwear. You're almost a skeleton. Wearing this thing is a hindrance." Fang Ping's expression darkened. He ignored him and walked straight into the cultivation room. The few rank 8 powerhouses looked solemn. Someone said softly, "There's almost no flesh left. Regenerating flesh is harder than forging on the original foundation." Wu Quishan nodded. "That's true. But don't worry, everyone. We've also prepared a lot of energy essence. It's enough for him to complete the repair of his flesh. What you need to do is to help him complete the rebirth of his flesh for a period of time. During this period, he will complete the forging of his flesh." Energy essence. Is it pure energy essence, or the kind that has been modified by rank 9 monster plants? Modified life essence. Wu Quishan said, then added, "As for energy stones, we've also prepared a lot. There's no shortage of energy." Big move. The few of them were amazed. What a big move. At this moment, everyone could see that in the cultivation room, a large amount of energy was being released. It was not life essence, but the burning of energy stones. Wu Quishan did not mention the money. It was sponsored by the university. MCMAU's huge gains this time had a lot to do with Fang Ping. Without Fang Ping being attacked, without Zhao Yu, the two major companies would not have compromised so easily. Fang Ping was seriously injured, but MCMAU would not be stingy. Large amounts of high-ranked energy stones were being burned and released energy as if they were free. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care much about this. He had previously lent the university tens of billions of energy stones. He did not even plan to take this back. Now that the university had a huge gain, it was nothing to spend a little. At this moment, Fang Ping was adjusting his condition. Wealth, 18 billion, converted, vitality, 5,500 calories, 5,500 calories, mentality, 879 Hz, 879 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 4 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. Although he had spent money this time and lost everything, his wealth had indeed increased, an increase of more than 10 billion, compared to a few days ago. Although it did not seem like it had increased by 10 billion, Fang Ping had also spent a lot of wealth these few days, at least around 1 billion. A share of 5 billion was definitely not just 5 billion, it had more than doubled. I've spent more than 10 billion. I must complete the forging. Fang Ping took a deep breath. This time, he must not fail. Otherwise, aside from spending money, he would not be able to recast his flesh. That would be a big problem. 18 billion wealth might not be able to keep his condition from worsening. When his wealth was depleted, other parts of his body would collapse. Could he really survive with the golden bones? I'm ready. Thank you, Grandmasters. Fang Ping bowed slightly toward the outside. Whether he could succeed or not depended on what happened next. Outside the room, a few rank 8 powerhouses also nodded slightly. Then, 4 of them pressed their hands on the funnels, a golden glow appearing in their hands. Wu Quishan growled, "Prepare for flesh rebirth." "Got it," Fang Ping responded. Without delay, he quickly began to absorb the golden glow that flowed into the cultivation room. The next moment, his originally bare arms, chest, began to emit a sizzling sound. Inside Fang Ping's body, a large amount of vitality force emerged continuously. The surrounding energy was also quickly absorbed into his body, and began to help the imperishable substance recover his flesh and blood. Outside the room, Xianxia and the others looked nervous. Old Man Li's expression was solemn too. In his seriousness, there was some regret. If he had not used up all the life essence in the catacombs that day, Fang Ping would not have to do this at all. A large amount of life essence produced a qualitative change. Its effect was stronger than that of the imperishable substance. In Fang Ping's condition, forging half a golden body, a few dozen caddies would be considered a compliment. He could definitely recover his flesh and blood. Now, however, it was useless to regret. Moreover, the situation that day was tense. There was no way to keep those life essences. I hope he can recover. Old Man Li sighed softly in his heart. If he did not succeed, then he could only think of a way to seize more life essence from the catacombs. Although the government had it, with such a large consumption, forget Fang Ping who was a rank 5 prodigy, even if he was a rank 8, the government might not be able to pay such a huge price to save him. Just as everyone was worrying, Fang Ping's body inside the room was rapidly covered with a layer of blood-red flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sizzling sound did not stop. Other than the golden glow, there was also an extremely dense vitality force rolling on the surface of his body. This scene also attracted the attention of a few rank 8 powerhouses. Meridians, should I reconstruct them or not? In the cultivation room, Fang Ping looked at the recovery of his flesh with a serious expression. This was the best opportunity to reconstruct his meridians. However, when Old Man Li forged his golden body previously, he did not reconstruct his meridians. Fang Ping suddenly gritted his teeth. He was not going to reconstruct it. At this point, there was not much meaning in reconstructing meridians. Old Man Li could circulate vitality force through the cells in his body, so he could do the same. The next moment, Fang Ping directly absorbed a large amount of imperishable substance, completely regenerating his flesh and blood. Outside the room, the Grandmaster's expressions changed slightly. Wu Quishan remained calm and collected, while Old Man Li frowned slightly. Fang Ping did not reconstruct his meridians. The flesh has been reborn. At this moment, Fang Ping was no longer a skeleton. He had returned to his normal state. However, the golden bones in Xiao Chen's body continued to tremble. His body, which had just recovered, was still unable to support the power of the golden bones. Fang Ping frowned, continuing to absorb the golden imperishable substance. On the other hand, he was also absorbing huge amounts of energy into his body. Outside, Wu Quishan no longer hesitated. He took out a crystal bottle and poured all the life essence into it. The few rank 8s were breathing rapidly. Motherf *Ker, how extravagant, MCMAU's extravagance was boundless. In order to let Fang Ping reconstruct his flesh and blood, the price he had to pay made them feel sorry for MCMAU. Among the few rank 8s who did not make a move, one of them said softly, "Vice Chancellor Wu, your university really values Fang Ping." Wu Quishan smiled faintly. It's his own money. The few of them were slightly stunned. Wu Quishan did not explain. This kid was rich, and the school still needed a large sum of money from him. When the life essence energy surged into the cultivation room, Fang Ping hurriedly began to absorb it. The mellow life energy and the imperishable substance started to stabilize his body. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to relax. He was too lazy to absorb the energy from the energy stones in the room. It was too time-consuming, and he still had to absorb and convert them. In the next moment, an almost limitless amount of vitality surged out of Fang Ping's body and began to transform every cell in his body. Old Man Li had spent a few years to allow his cells to withstand vitality force and allow vitality to spread densely. That was because this step consumed far too much vital energy. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care. He still had 18 billion wealth points, which could be converted into 18 million calories vitality, which was equivalent to the total vitality of 1,800 peak rank 6 martial artists. Old Man Li's peak vitality was only 10,000 cal previously. Now that his vitality had been depleted, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to replenish it. Moreover, the consumption was not low. After a year, Old Man Li would only be able to recover 1 million cal of vitality. In reality, Old Man Li would not do that. The consumption was too high, and he could not afford it. During those years, he only tempered his body every now and then, not every day and night. Based on his consumption rate, the vitality he would eventually consume would be about 1 million cal. However, he had been doing it for a long time. Fang Ping wanted to complete this step in one go. When endless vitality force surged into Fang Ping's body, the excessive vitality force caused his flesh to crumble. The imperishable substance and life essence were also constantly repairing his flesh wounds, giving him enough time to hone his flesh cells. After a few minutes, just as Fang Ping was honing his cells, he suddenly frowned. Then, the piece of flesh he had tempered suddenly shattered. No. Fang Ping frowned immediately. Outside the room, Xianxia asked hurriedly, "Dean, what's wrong with him?" Old Man Li suppressed the irritation in his heart and said in a low voice, "It's nothing. There's just too much energy. His physique is not strong enough yet, causing it to crumble. He'll be fine after adapting for a while." "This won't do." Fang Ping frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something. In the next moment, Fang Ping shattered all his flesh. Outside the room, Wu Quishan suddenly shouted, "Fang Ping, what are you doing?" Did this kid know how much imperishable substance and life essence had been used to help him recover his flesh? Fang Ping's hoarse voice could be heard. "I know. Don't worry, Vice Chancellor." Having said that, flesh appeared on Fang Ping's hand bone again. This time, Fang Ping did not use vitality force to hone it. Instead, he condensed a large amount of celestiality and enveloped the hand bone directly. He thought of the last time when Lu Fengru forced the fusion. Celestiality was stronger than vitality force. Logically speaking, the golden skeleton and golden body should be able to withstand the power of heaven and earth. If he wanted his flesh to withstand the power of golden bones, then he had to forge a body that could withstand celestiality. His previous body that could only withstand vitality force was still too weak. Fang Ping's action made the few rank 8s from outside dumbfounded. The tanned old man from Siam could not help but ask, "Vice Chancellor Wu, is your school's prodigy a rank 8 or a rank 5? Was this really a rank 5 martial artist, unlimited vitality, golden bones, and celestiality? Do you think I'll believe you if you say he's a rank 5? Wu Quishan was speechless. Another powerhouse beside him smiled bitterly. "Rank 5? I see that his internal organs have not turned golden yet. There are signs of energy leakage. The Sanjiao gate should not be closed, but this." However, this rank 5 did not fit the image of a rank 5 at all. The few powerhouses from Sino Nation were also amazed. Among them, the rank 8 female in green said enviously, "MCMAU is really going to produce a monster." According to this development, if he condenses a golden body this time, once the Sanjiao gate is closed and his mentality continues to grow, he can achieve rank 8 in the shortest time possible. Wu Quishan chuckled. "Doesn't your Qingtian mountain have a few prodigies too?" The woman in green smiled bitterly. "A 25-year-old rank 5. If it were in the past, Qingtian mountain would naturally be proud. However, martial arts universities are extremely powerful now. Rank 4 and 5 students are emerging. Not to mention Fang Ping, NMAU Wang Jinyang, CCMAU Li Hansong, including your schools Chen Wenlong and Qin Fengqing. These people are extremely young. Chen Wenlong is 23. This year. Qin Fengqing should be reaching rank 5 soon." And, the woman in green looked at Chen Yunqi and the others beside her. Her expression became even more bitter. She said softly, "These students are not that old, right? They are all Fang Ping's classmates. Then they are sophomores?" The woman was speechless. These people should be about the same age as Fang Ping, around 20 years old. Chen Yunqi and Zhao Lei had reached peak rank 3. Fu Chongding was almost there. Yang Xiaoman and the others should not take too long. Rank 4 was right around the corner. Would rank 5 need 2 years? Even if it was 2 years, they would only be 22 years old. Xianxia Mountain had a few prodigies who had stepped into rank 5 at around 25 years old. In the sect world, they were famous for a while. However, compared to martial arts universities, they were still far behind. The woman did not talk much about Xianxia Mountain. Instead, she talked about something else. She said, Guangxing Temple's little monk Changji has entered rank 6. He's only 30 years old. Guangxing Temple's heritage is deep. High Grandmaster Zhao's Wanwu Mountain has also produced many prodigies in recent years. They are much stronger than our Qingtian Mountain. Wanshan Temple. At the mention of Wanshan Temple, the woman in green suddenly frowned. I heard that someone found the old monk from Wanshan Temple. His name is also on the ranking list. Is he back? Wanshan Temple was the sect where the rank 3 monk Fang Ping had challenged. Monk Jiesa was from. Fang Ping beat him up. Later, that guy beat Yi Qing up. Before this, Wanshan Temple did not have a grandmaster. The previous abbot of Wanshan Temple had been in the catacombs for many years. There had been no trace of him. Recently, however, there were rumors that the old monk who had been in the catacombs had returned. Moreover, he had entered the rank 7 ranking list directly. This surprised many people. Wu Quishan nodded slightly. He said, he's back. However, his injuries are not light. I heard that he has been in the catacombs for a long time. He wanted to condense a golden body but did not succeed. Golden body, the woman in green shook her head slightly. It was not easy to achieve a golden body. She had condensed a golden body. Although she looked like she was only in her 30s or 40s, in reality, she was already close to 100 years old. Fang Ping did not know either. Otherwise, he would have complained in his heart. Why was a centenarian pretending to be a young married woman? The woman in green did not continue talking about Wanshan Temple. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said in a low voice, Is there any news about Lu Zhen? Wu Quishan frowned slightly. He shook his head. Lu Zhen was his father-in-law. However, since he had appeared once 2 years ago, there was no news of him anymore. Now, Lu Zhen's name was not on the ranking list. Peak rank 7 Lu Zhen's ability was not weak. Whether he was dead or alive, it was difficult to determine at the moment. The old monk of Wanshan Temple had returned after disappearing for so many years. Lu Zhen might not be dead. Wu Quishan did not say much. Lu Zhen and the woman in green were from the same generation. His seniority was 1 generation lower than the few rank 8s present. However, when powerhouses had reached this stage, age did not matter. As long as they were not teachers and students or related by blood, and their abilities were similar, they would naturally treat each other as equals. While they were talking, in the cultivation room, Fang Ping condensed a gush of celestiality. It was not too strong, about 5C or so. He was constantly compressing the flesh on his hand. Wu Quishan took a look. He frowned slightly and said in a low voice, using celestiality to hone an ordinary flesh body might be very difficult. Having said that, Wu Quishan turned to look at Huang Jing and said, Go get some high-ranked monster blood. Huang Jing did not move. He said in a low voice, I can't do less, bring it all. All right. Huang Jing nodded and disappeared quickly. After a while, Huang Jing returned. At this moment, Huang Jing was carrying a few crystal jars the size of water tanks. One of the jars attracted everyone's attention. In that jar, a large amount of golden liquid was rolling continuously. The tanned old man from Siam was really about to swallow. He could not care less about embarrassing himself. He said in a complicated tone, Rank 8 golden body monster's blood? Yes. Wu Quishan sighed softly. There was a complicated look in his eyes. This was not obtained by him. It was obtained by the old vice-chancellor after all these years. The old vice-chancellor had gone on countless expeditions in his life. He had fought rank 8 monsters more than once. He had even killed rank 8 monsters. This jar of blood was left behind by that rank 8 monster. The blood of a golden body powerhouse had long been golden. It contained some imperishable substances and was also filled with a large amount of energy. The old vice-chancellor who had killed a rank 8 monster did not have a divine weapon. Many people could not understand it. They suspected that the monster he killed was too damaged and could not be forged into a divine weapon. In the big MCMAU, very few people knew that the old vice-chancellor did not have a divine weapon. A rank 8 divine weapon had also shown its power. It had once cut off a section of a rank 9 monster plant's trunk. After that, the rank 9 monster plant's trunk was integrated into it. The divine weapon became even stronger, reaching the strength of a rank 9 divine weapon. Only a few people knew about this. However, Wu Kuxian knew that he could not hide it for long. Previously, he smashed Xing Minghong's flesh and blood. Xing Minghong might not know anything. However, Wu Chuan was also there. That guy might know. He knew quite a lot about MCMAU. The old vice-chancellor was his teacher. Wu Kuxian was not the old vice-chancellor's student. However, his teacher was also an instructor in MCMAU. However, he had died in the catacombs many years ago. Come to think of it, he and Wu Chuan could be considered brothers. His teacher was one of the first batch of instructors in MCMAU. His seniority was not lower than the old vice-chancellor's. These thoughts flashed in his mind. Wu Kuxian did not think too much. He took a deep breath and nodded at Huang Jing. Seeing this, Huang Jing turned his head to look at Song Yingji and said, "Get a bathtub." "Oh right, it must be made from energy crystals." "Ah?" Song Yingji was stunned. After thinking for a while, he suddenly rushed out. After a while, he carried a crystal-like cauldron and walked over. He laughed dryly. "I don't have a bathtub. I only have this cauldron." A few years ago, technology was not at this stage. The cauldron used to burn energy stones. Huang Jing did not mind. It was good enough. Taking the cauldron, Huang Jing opened the jar in his hand and poured some red blood into it. Looking at the last jar of golden blood, Huang Jing glanced at Wu Kuxian. Wu Kuxian nodded slightly. "Use it." The blood of a rank 8 golden body monster was also good stuff. Fang Ping had taken the school's body-strengthening elixir before. For low-ranked martial artists, the effect was not bad. However, Fang Ping might not know that the body-strengthening elixir was actually mixed with some high-ranked monster's blood. Moreover, it was mixed with very little. If he did not bring back a high-ranked monster's corpse later, Wu Kuxian would definitely settle the score with him. Seeing Wu Kuxian nod, Huang Jing poured the golden blood into the cauldron. Once the golden blood entered the cauldron, it expelled the other red blood instantly. Even if it had been dead for many years and only blood was left, this golden blood was still incomparably domineering. Huang Jing did not delay. Very soon, he opened the door of the cultivation room, carried the cauldron and walked in swiftly. Then, he put the cauldron down and said, "Go in, take a bath." At this moment, Fang Ping was having a headache about how to prevent his flesh from collapsing. Seeing this, he glanced at the cauldron and jumped straight into the cauldron without another word. When he entered the cauldron, the blood began to boil. Huang Jing said in a low voice, "There's rank 7 and 8 monsters' blood here. You can use it to hone your body. Don't absorb it into your body unless you want to have some monster's characteristics on your body." "Got it." Huang Jing did not stay any longer. He walked out quickly. A few rank 8 powerhouses were still continuing to release imperishable substances. On the other side, Song Yingji also began to continue letting people burn energy stones. This kid Fang Ping, the price he spent this time was too high. If even this did not work, then MCMAU would not be able to do anything, unless they found a rank 9 Paragon powerhouse to help and try. However, the chances were not high. In the cultivation room, the blood in the cauldron began to boil. The flesh in Fang Ping's hand began to absorb this blood. However, after the blood was filtered, it was discharged again. In the blink of an eye, the flesh on Fang Ping's hand bone appeared with a faint golden glow. "It's working." Everyone's spirits were lifted. Old Man Li's face was also filled with joy. He said hurriedly, "It works. This is a sign of achieving half a golden body." And now, Fang Ping was combining celestiality, imperishable substances, monster's blood force, vitality force, energy stones energy, rapidly forging his flesh. The flesh on his hand bone continued to spread. Gradually, his entire left arm was covered in flesh. The flesh was faintly golden. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were no longer collapsing. This also meant that the flesh's toughness could support the golden bones. His left arm recovered, faintly golden. Fang Ping's celestiality continued to compress this flesh, making the golden glow more intense. After a while, faint golden flesh appeared on his right arm too. The 4 rank 8s who were injecting imperishable substances looked at each other and stopped in unison. The other 4 began to take over. Wu Quishan raised his eyebrows slightly, saying, "Fang Ping, don't continue compressing. It's fine as long as you can maintain the golden bones." This kid, did he really want to completely forge a golden body? 8 rank 8 powerhouses. The remuneration they received was limited. How could they have so much imperishable substances for him to consume and waste? Inside the room, Fang Ping looked slightly regretful. He did not continue compressing either. These few rank 8s were not his father. How could they endlessly inject imperishable substances to maintain his flesh's regeneration? The next moment, flesh appeared on Fang Ping's legs, chest, and back. Outside the room, Fu Changding watched for a while. Suddenly, he whispered, "Does he still have more?" "What?" Zhao Lei was stunned. Fu Changding lowered his voice and said, "Second brother." Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Lei gave him a strange look. "What were you thinking?" The few low ranks at the side did not hear it, but it could not be hidden from the high ranks. Old Manly said casually, "Who cares if he has more or not? If he didn't have it before, he should have it now. It's even faintly golden." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Quishan coughed, glaring at him. This disrespectful old thing. What nonsense was he spouting in front of his students? Inside the room, Fang Ping did not care so much. Right now, Fang Ping's flesh was growing more and more. Very soon, the flesh on his body had almost recovered. However, it was still lacking a little. Just as everyone was waiting outside, the flesh on Fang Ping's face suddenly shattered. Fu Changding and the others who were watching with widened eyes suddenly took a step back in shock. *CK, it would scare people to death. Okay. He's still fine. Amazing. Fu Changding panted. This kind of person was too scary. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. He dived into the cauldron, burying his entire head inside. The blood in the cauldron gradually faded from golden red color, beginning to change into a transparent color. In the next moment, the other 4 golden body powerhouses turned pale, turning their heads to look at Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan nodded lightly. The rest of them retracted their palms. Inside the room, Fang Ping suddenly said gloomily, "Grandmasters, give more." Wu Quishan saw that his head was still stuffed in the cauldron. He frowned and said, "It should be enough. Just a little more, Fang Ping." Wu Quishan was slightly displeased. Did he really think that these rank 8s were his subordinates, since his injuries were healed, then come out? Fang Ping was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he poked his head out and said gloomily, "Just a little more." Outside the room, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, there was a sudden burst of stifled laughter. Wu Quishan raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, he said, "That's it. Let it grow naturally. The imperishable substance will recover. There's no need for this. It's a waste." Vice-Chancellor. Fang Ping looked like he was on the verge of breaking down. He said bitterly, This is already bald. Give me a little more." Cough, cough. "Hair and eyebrows will grow back sooner or later." Wu Quishan said irresponsibly. Using the imperishable substance to recover hair and eyebrows was too much of a loss. If it was bald, then so be it. It would grow back naturally after some time. Fang Ping was not a real golden body anyway. Don't. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. He said hurriedly, "I'll pay." Outside the room, the few rank 8s ignored him. That was enough. Moreover, they felt that it was not necessary to recover some hair and eyebrows. Even if they paid, they would feel that it was too wasteful. Vice-Chancellor. Instructor. Grandmasters, seeing that these people were about to walk out, Fang Ping was about to cry. Mother****. It had already come to this. Could they not give him a little more? At this moment, he knew how he looked. His entire head was bald. It was not the kind that was shaved, but the kind that came from a boiled egg that was peeled. Absolutely smooth, not even stubble. Vice-Chancellor. Don't go. Fang Ping's cries were heard, but Wu Kuxian ignored him. He walked out with the few rank 8s. The others were also trembling. They walked out, waiting for Fang Ping to come out first. No, give me a little more. Just a little more. Aren't you trying to trick me on purpose? Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. These old perverts were definitely trying to trick him on purpose. He had already output so much. Why would he care about this little bit? Others aside, Wu Kuxian should have no problem giving him a little. He could cultivate it back in 2 or 3 days. Xianxia, who was walking at the back, could not help but turn around and comfort him. Actually, it's quite nice. You should come out first. I won't go out even if you beat me to death. Fang Ping roared in grief and indignation. They were definitely doing it on purpose. This was too infuriating. A few minutes later, Fang Ping came out. Puchi. Yang Xiaoman and the others couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Fang Ping did not reveal his bald head. Most importantly, there was no hat in the energy room either. This fellow might as well put a shirt on his head, revealing only his eyes. Wu Kuxian coughed softly and berated in a low voice, "How rude. All the elders are here. Go get your clothes." No. He knew that old Wu was up to no good. She was definitely making fun of him on purpose. How could you do something like that? It was just a little bit more, yet you didn't even sponsor a little. How could your conscience be at ease? He was still rejecting Fang Ping when Old Manly came over and patted Fang Ping's head. The next moment, the clothes on his head shattered and disappeared. Fang Ping's expression darkened. What was wrong with MCMAU? Why were such unreliable people the strong ones? Old Manly had crossed the line. Old Manly did not care. He continued to stroke his head, exclaiming, "So smooth. It feels good. Do you want to try?" Old Manly looked at Xianxia and the rest. Fu Changding and the rest were eager to try. Fang Ping's gaze was extremely dangerous as he stared at them. "I can't beat Old Manly, so I'll endure it. If you dare to touch it, I'll beat you to death." Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. They stopped touching him, but kept staring at his bald head. Xianxia whispered, "It's really pretty." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "Pretty my *SS. What were you thinking?" Wu Kuxian coughed again and said with a faint smile, "How's the recovery of your physical body?" Fang Ping looked gloomy, but there was still a foreign rank 8 present, so Fang Ping could not say anything. He said gloomily, "I'm almost recovered. It's just that the new flesh isn't quite used to it. I'll be fine after some time." Having said that, Fang Ping condensed a gust of celestiality in his hand and smashed it directly at Old Manly. Bang! It was not easy for Old Manly to dodge. It would be bad if he dodged and blew up MCMAU's equipment. He could only block it forcefully. Celestiality exploded on the surface of his body. Old Manly took a small step back. Fang Ping grinned, looking rather pleased with himself. Old Manly snorted, but very quickly, he raised his eyebrows and said, "About 10C. The other rank 8s were all amazed. The explosive power of 10C celestiality was comparable to a 5,000 calories vitality outburst. Even if a peak rank 5 unleashed his full strength and depleted his vitality in one move, he would not be able to unleash such an attack. Only a rank 6, and a rank 6 powerhouse at that, could unleash such an attack in one move as easily as Fang Ping did. Although the dark-skinned old man from Siam was a rank 8 powerhouse himself, he was still shocked. "Young friend, your strength is comparable to an upper stage rank 6, right?" Wu Kuxian looked at Fang Ping for a while, then looked at his arm. There were no signs of cracks at the moment. After a while, Wu Kuxian said, "You're almost at the limit of your physique. Rank 6 martial artists can't unleash their full power until they're at peak. As long as your speed and combat techniques can keep up, you and an upper stage rank 6 are probably on par." At this moment, Fang Ping's explosive power was similar to that of an upper stage rank 6. However, the prerequisite was that he had to have the reflexes of an upper stage rank 6 and be able to hit the enemy. At this time, combat techniques still needed to be cultivated. To cultivate the flight step to the extreme, Fang Ping could not always use celestiality to smash people. If he cultivated his saber techniques to the extreme, coupled with the celestiality outburst, he would be able to fight an upper stage rank 6 martial artist one-on-one. Both parties were almost at the same level. In other words, at this moment, Fang Ping's vitality, outburst, and physique were equivalent to an upper stage rank 6 martial artist. As for peak rank 6, their vitality was 10,000 cal. Among these martial artists, there were weak and strong ones. Fang Ping was still not a match for someone as strong as Tang Feng, even if he had many advantages. However, for some weak martial artists who had just entered peak rank 6, Fang Ping might not be able to kill them, provided that the other party's combat techniques and stepping techniques were average. As for the evil sect peak rank 6 he killed earlier, it was not considered evenly matched. Fang Ping had risked his life to kill the other party with the intention of dying together with him. If the other party was prepared, Fang Ping would not be able to kill him if he did not blow him up. After he blew himself up, he was almost done for. Upper stage rank 6. Song Yingji, who had followed him out, could not help but ask, Vice-Chancellor, do you mean that he can actually be regarded as an upper stage rank 6 martial artist now? Wu Quishan nodded slightly and said, more or less. However, the specifics still depend on actual combat. This kid is about the same as a vitality martial artist now. If he really encountered an upper stage rank 6 who was proficient in combat, he might not be a match. Despite Wu Quishan's words, Song Yingji's heart still twitched. F*ck, he could not live anymore. Fang Ping, on the other hand, looked at him for a while with a grin and said, don't worry, Vice-Chancellor. I will definitely diligently cultivate combat techniques and stepping techniques. I will strive to be able to kill an upper stage rank 6 with one slash. When he said this, Fang Ping stared at Song Yingji arrogantly. Old Song was very arrogant back then. I'm rank 6 now. Thinking back to the time when Fang Ping was rank 4 and Old Song was rank 6, Fang Ping was speechless when he said this nonchalantly. Now, you're an early stage rank 6. I'll hang you up and beat you up right now. Both of them were fighting for real. If Old Song did not run, he would definitely be finished if he was blasted a few times by Fang Ping's celestiality. Song Yingji was tired from his stare. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, Vice-Chancellor, I want to enter the catacombs. Having said that, Old Song did not wait for Wu Quishan's reply. He turned around and entered the energy room. After a while, he grabbed a long spear and ran away. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He said hurriedly, Instructor Song, don't go. I won't hit you. Song Yingji did not even turn his head. I'm not staying in school anymore. This time, I won't come back even if I die before I reach middle stage rank 6. Wu Quishan could not help but rub his temples. MCMAU was almost in chaos because of this kid. If Song Yingji wanted to enter the catacombs, he would not stop him. As for whether Song Yingji was provoked or if he was really prepared to enter the catacombs, Wu Quishan guessed that Song Yingji probably had this thought for a long time. However, it could be said that he had been stimulated. Watching Fang Ping go from rank 2, rank 3 all the way to now, peak rank 5 with combat strength comparable to an upper stage rank 6, this kind of change almost made Song Yingji vomit blood. If he did not leave now, when would he? He would just pretend that he did not meet Fang Ping today. Seeing that these students and teachers were not acting properly, Wu Quishan felt a little helpless. He turned his head to look at the rank 8 powerhouses with smiles on their faces and said, I've troubled all of you this time. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my place for a drink? The few of them nodded. The green-clothed woman glanced at Fang Ping with a smile and said, Young friend Fang, if you're free, you can come to Qingtian Mountain for an exchange. Although martial arts universities are all-inclusive and inclusive, it's still beneficial to broaden your horizons. Fang Ping quickly said, Of course. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster. Beside him, Old Manly curled his lips and said, Why are you going? If you go, you won't be able to come back. Qingtian Mountain is full of witches. As soon as he said this, the green-clothed woman looked at him with an unfriendly gaze and snorted coldly. Li Chongqing, don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you got a fake golden body. You're the fake one. Old Manly flew into a rage. He rolled up his sleeves and said, if you don't believe me, let's spar. Don't think that you can do anything just because you almost became my mistress. When this old man was still alive, I didn't see you visit. When I died, you didn't even come to visit. You're talking nonsense again. Who's talking nonsense? Li Chongqing, do you want to die? Who's afraid of who? You're more than 10 years older than this old man. It's good enough that this old man likes you. You're still being so picky. You're asking for it. The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. Fang Ping and the others looked gossipy. They were shocked to the extreme. There was such a thing. Wu Quishan's expression was extremely dark. Li Chongqing, this bastard, was he crazy? Before this, because he wanted her to save Fang Ping, Old Manly pretended not to see the green-cloaked woman. Now that Fang Ping had recovered, Old Manly immediately turned against him. This old man was not very open-minded. In addition, he was confident that he was not afraid of the other party, so he directly turned against her. He had been unhappy with this old witch for a long time. As for why he was unhappy, Fang Ping and the others did not know, but Wu Quishan knew a little. Seeing that the two of them exchanged blows in an instant, and that it was going to be a big fight, Wu Quishan was so angry that his face turned red. In the next moment, old Wu suddenly appeared where the two of them were fighting. He did not target the green-cloaked woman, but directly slapped his palm toward Old Manly. After a while, the place was quiet. Fang Ping looked toward the sky and asked curiously, when will Instructor Li fall down? Wu Quishan was furious. With one slap, he slapped Old Manly into the sky. Until now, his shadow had not been seen. Wu Quishan could not be bothered with him. He humphed, then looked at the others and smiled bitterly. I've embarrassed myself in front of everyone. As he said that, he looked at the green-cloaked woman and said helplessly, please forgive me, sect leader Zhong. Li Chongqing, his mind is not very clear. Please understand. The green-cloaked woman did not say much. She gave Wu Quishan a strange look. It was not that she had any ulterior motives. She just felt that this MCMAU Vice-Chancellor's strength was much stronger than expected. Wu Quishan was only ranked 12th in Sino Nation's Golden Body. It was not considered low. However, the green-clothed woman was ranked 14th, logically speaking, it was about the same. However, when both of them were fighting, Wu Quishan entered the battle circle easily and sent Li Chongqing flying with ease. Although no one had the intention to risk their lives, and Li Chongqing's strength was slightly weaker, Li Chongqing was still not weaker than those new rank 8 powerhouses. In the end, before they could react, he was sent flying by Wu Quishan. The green-clothed woman was slightly shocked, but she did not say anything. She smiled and said, it's okay. There's something wrong with his brain. I knew it back then. Wu Quishan coughed dryly. What did she say? Without saying anything more, Wu Quishan did not want to embarrass MCMAU anymore. The next moment, he brought the few rank 8s to his courtyard. F*CK, Fang Ping, Li Chongqing, these bastards. If they embarrassed him again, he would hack them to death. Fang Ping and the others did not follow them. After they left, Fang Ping looked at Huang Jing hurriedly and asked, Vice-Chancellor, what's going on? It feels like there's a lot of gossip going on. Does Instructor Li have a grudge against her? Huang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head, unwilling to say more. At this time a golden light flickered in the sky. Old Manly descended from the sky. Taking a look at the few people in the distance, Old Manly humphed, looked at Fang Ping and said, next time you see this old witch, beat her up. She's not a good thing. My instructor never married in his whole life. It's her fault. Chongqing. Huang Jing scolded, a little dissatisfied. It was all in the past. Instructor had fallen. Why was he still mentioning this? Old Manly humped again, but he did not continue. Seeing Fang Ping's gossipy face, Old Manly was just holding back his anger. Suddenly, he slapped his head and rubbed it hard. His mood was much better now. He chuckled and said, don't grow your hair. It feels good like this. It feels good when you touch it. I %yen hashtag, Fang Ping almost died of anger. Was this not what he did often? He did this to Fang Yuan. Old Manly, this bastard, actually did this to him, and in front of so many people. Believe it or not, I will find a chance to blow you up with celestiality. Seeing this, Huang Jing could not help but rub his temples. Li Chongqing had been too active recently. He had some ability. He had almost forgotten what his surname was. This could not go on. Taking a deep breath, Huang Jing quickly interrupted, Chongqing, achieve the stage of mentality materialization soon. You now can only embarrass MCMAU. Everyone knows you're a fake rank 8, half-step rank 8. Old Man Li's expression was unfriendly. The green-clothed woman's fake rank 8 earlier almost angered him to death. Huang Jing was speechless. He said perfunctorily, fine, half-step rank 8. But now, other than sealing the Sanjiao gate more than Fang Ping and having a slightly stronger physique, do you have any other advantages? Once Fang Ping seals the Sanjiao gate, both of you are the same rank. Aren't you embarrassed? Go into closed-door cultivation. Don't come out and hang around for a while. Old Man Li's expression changed. What he said was true. His mentality was not as high as Fang Ping's. His only advantage was that the Sanjiao gate was sealed. Once Fang Ping sealed it, both of them would really be martial artists of the same rank. Thinking of this, Old Man Li exerted more strength in his hand. Once again, he rubbed Fang Ping's big bald head until it crackled. Fang Ping did not utter a word. His face was expressionless. He would remember this. If he was stronger than Old Man Li, he would definitely make this old man bald and give him a good beating. Did Old Man Li not think about it? Would the guy who provoked him have a good ending? Did he not see how afraid Zhao Lei and the rest were of him now? Did he not see that Song Yingji saw that he had broken through and immediately went to the catacombs to seek refuge? With this, you still dare to provoke me. Old Man Li was really full of himself. Old Man Li rubbed for a while before saying, then I'll go into closed-door cultivation. This time I won't come out until I achieve mentality materialization. Fang Ping, about killing monsters later, look for Old Man Huang to settle it. After throwing these words, Old Man Li soared into the sky and left. He could not be reckless anymore. Fang Ping would really catch up to him. Seeing that he had left, Fang Ping rubbed his head. Seeing that Qin Yunqi and the rest were staring at his bald head, he said angrily, what are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome bald head before? Cough, cough, cough. Fu Chongding coughed dryly and laughed. Fang Ping, since you're fine now, we'll go back and cultivate. Yes, yes, yes. We'll go cultivate first. The few of them saw that Fang Ping's gaze was not friendly. They were afraid that this guy would vent his anger on them. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would definitely be beaten to death. Zhao Lei did not even talk about his father. His father was rank 5. If he met Fang Ping, he would probably be beaten to the ground. The few of them left in a hurry. Qin Yunqi was not in a hurry to leave. She thought for a while and said, Fang Ping, how about I accompany you to buy a wig in the afternoon? Fang Ping said helplessly, we'll talk about it later. I still need a few days to get used to it. You go and cultivate on your own. I'm fine now. Qin Yunqi was a little disappointed when she heard that. She did not say much. Before she left, she suddenly walked in front of Fang Ping and touched his head. As Fang Ping stared at her in bewilderment, the woman blushed a little and said, it's really smooth. I'm leaving. After saying that, Qin Yunqi jogged away. Fang Ping's expression was stiff. There was no way he could go on like this. Huang Jing's expression was also a little stiff. He was trying to hold back his laughter. After everyone had left, he said, this time, the school has suffered a great loss. Everything else is fine, but you have to replenish that jar of rank 8 golden body monster's blood for the school. Without this, the school's body strengthening elixir can no longer be produced. That includes bodybuilding pills. We won't be able to produce them in the future. Fang Ping, remember to kill a rank 8 monster and bring it back as soon as possible. Fang Ping's expression was getting more and more stiff. I only used a little blood. You actually want me to kill a rank 8 monster and bring it back? Isn't that a little too much? What's wrong with MCMAU? Fang Ping mumbled. The joy of entering peak rank 5 in advance was gone. After everyone left, Fang Ping took a look at his stats. Wealth, 17 billion, converted, vitality, 5,100 calories, 5,999 calories, mentality, 820 Hz, 899 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 4 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. This increase in strength, Fang Ping mumbled. He did not mind that he had spent 1 billion wealth points. Previously, in order to recover his physical body, he had released vitality without a care for his life. It was normal. The crux of the matter was that his strength had really skyrocketed after he completed the forging of the half-golden body. His vitality was close to 6,000 calories, and his mentality was around 900 Hz. What did that mean? Mentality aside, a normal peak rank 5 had a vitality force of 4,000 calories. As for rank 6 powerhouses, those who had just achieved rank 6 and had not sealed their Xianxia gate, their upper limit was about 5,000 calories. After that, every time a door was sealed, the upper limit would increase a little. If all 3 fans were sealed, a new peak might not be able to achieve 10,000 cal vitality. Only a peak rank 6 powerhouse could achieve 10,000 cal vitality. His current vitality strength was comparable to a middle stage rank 6 martial artist. As for mental energy, it was even more so. It had almost reached the stage of 1000 Helios manifestation. To achieve rank 6, the first step is to activate the Xianxia gate and manifest it. Right now, if Fang Ping wanted to achieve rank 6, he would have to find the Xianxia gate. In fact, the shadow of the Xianxia gate had appeared above his head previously. However, that was illusory. Fang Ping could not sense the existence of the Xianxia gate. Rank 6 powerhouses, on the other hand, had discovered the existence of the Xianxia gate through their mastery of their own bodies. From there, they guided the power, causing the Xianxia gate to materialize and begin to close it. Materialization meant rank 6. Fang Ping did not have enough control over his own strength. Right now, his control over his own body was lacking by a large margin. It was very difficult to find and locate him. In other words, he was still a distance away from rank 6. Practicing combat techniques can help me familiarize myself with my own strength and strengthen my control over my own body. Fang Ping had a plan. This would be his main cultivation mission from now on. After familiarizing myself and mastering all my powers, I don't think I'll be any weaker than a peak rank 6. Fang Ping pondered as he walked. On the way, he met a few MCMAU students. Many of them had not gone back this year. When these people saw Fang Ping, they were all stunned. What kind of trouble was President Fang up to? Why did he shave his head bald all of a sudden? Still, it looked pretty shiny. He really wanted to touch it. Many girls looked at him longingly, making Fang Ping want to hammer a few of them to death. Fang Ping did not linger in school for long. He went straight home. Now that his parents had moved in, he was preparing to go home for the next few days. Bay Gardens. Villa 16. When Fang Ping returned, his parents were still packing their things. They had just moved in, so there were many things to do. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was sitting in the courtyard in a daze, feeling a little bored. She was unfamiliar with this place, so she didn't know what to do. The girls from Yuan Ping Club were not around. The spacious villa area was extremely quiet, making Fang Yuan feel a little lonely. The bored Fang Yuan was poking the lawn with a small wooden stick. He seemed to be in the mood to poke a few ant nests. However, this boredom disappeared as soon as Fang Ping entered the courtyard. "Brother, why are you wearing a hat?" Fang Yuan looked at him and suddenly asked, "Where are your eyebrows?" Fang Ping ignored her and was about to enter the house. Fang Yuan was eager to try and follow behind him. She wanted to lift his hat to take a look. Fang Ping suddenly stopped and turned to look at her. "I'll find a school for you tomorrow. It's a high school under MCMAU. Remember to study hard when you get there. Don't start any clubs or anything." "Oh, right," as Fang Ping said that, he touched his chin. "I remember, some people's children and relatives are studying in this high school." Fang Ping chuckled. "Remember to beat someone up for me when you're free." He remembered that old Manly had a niece or something. She seemed to be in this school too. Old man Li was bullying him. Fang Yuan should go beat up his niece. After saying that, Fang Ping ignored Fang Yuan, who was still staring at the back of his head. This girl was so weak, yet she wanted to lift his hat. Dream on. In the next 2 days, Fang Ping spent his time getting used to his body. The other people in MCMAU spent their time cultivating like crazy. On February 22, the remaining pills and weapons from the 2 major companies arrived. MCMAU Southern Area. Fang Ping walked into the heavily guarded main warehouse for the first time. The moment the alloy door opened, Fang Ping was slightly shocked. The first thing they saw when they entered the huge alloy warehouse was none other than the boxes of energy stones with extremely high energy concentration at the very front. There were at least 10 boxes, each box was probably no less than 200 caddies, maybe even more. Fang Ping turned his head to look at Huang Jing and said in shock, "MCMAU still has so many energy stones?" Huang Jing smiled faintly. "Why can't we? It's been 60 years since the school was founded." "No, 61 years. All these years, we've been living frugally. Don't tell me we don't have any left? Then did you guys accept the energy stones I gave to the school last time?" Huang Jing chuckled. "You don't need them anyway. Didn't we say that you'll owe them for now?" Fang Ping was gloomy. He did not say anything else and continued to look elsewhere. The warehouse was divided into different areas. The energy stones were not all in the area. Other than the energy stones that were more than 2,000 caddies, Fang Ping saw countless bottles of pills. The most common pill in MCMAU is the normal vitality pill. Currently, there are a total of 96,000 pills here. The person who said this was not Huang Jing, but a rank 6 instructor who was in charge of guarding the area. He was an upper stage rank 6 powerhouse. Before this place had been guarded by Lu Polu. Fang Ping exclaimed, "So many? The market price is close to 10 billion. Huang Jing heard this and laughed. "The cost price isn't that high. We're not too sure about the pill company's production cost. Our equipment, manpower, and technology cost about 30,000. That's still very high. At least 3 billion. Thinking about it this way, it did not seem like much. 3 billion. MCMAU still had the capital. However, close to 100,000 normal vitality pills still sounded very shocking. Rank 1 vitality pills, 30,000. Rank 2 vitality pills, 10,000. Rank 3 vitality pills, 3,000. Rank 1 bone honing pills, 20,000. Rank 2 bone honing pills, 10,000. All grades of vitality pills and bone honing pills were calculated in the tens of thousands. According to the market price, the total value was more than 100 billion. This was only the low-grade pills. Including the middle-grade pills, the market price was more than 200 billion. Including the mountains of metal raw materials, finished weapons, and energy stones, MCMAU's 61 years of accumulation, if sold according to the market price, would be at least 500 billion. Fang Ping was stunned. Was MCMAU that rich? Alright, even if the market price was not taken into account, if the cost price was calculated according to 1/3, it would be more than 150 billion accumulated. Fang Ping was extremely shocked. Huang Jing sighed softly. This is 60 years of accumulation. Before many instructors entered the catacombs, some did not have families or relatives, so they donated all their life savings to MCMAU. The school is not something that can be built overnight. This is a long-term operation. When the instructor was alive, he was worried that one day the situation would deteriorate and he would not be able to obtain more materials, so he sealed up all these accumulations. When the situation deteriorates, we can still continue teaching. This time, including what the 2 major companies gave, the cost price is more than 350 billion. The market price should be as high as 1 trillion. MCMAU should also use these resources. Fang Ping suddenly felt a little stressed. He said dryly, "Vice Chancellor, if this is used up, there will be no income in the future. My small shoulders can't take it. If 60 years of accumulation was used up and there was no income, then even if MCMAU was glorious, it would only be a matter of a few years." Huang Jing chuckled. "It's already come to this. Is there really a future?" As he said that, Huang Jing said in a low voice, you haven't been paying attention these few days. Something happened in the catacombs again. Over at Capital City Catacombs, the 6 cities joined forces and launched a general attack. A Rank 9 battle broke out. There were more than 10 Rank 9s on both sides who participated in the battle. The other Rank 7 and 8 martial artists who participated in the battle, there were close to 100 people on both sides. Although it was a short time, both sides suffered losses. On our side, many people were seriously injured. There were even people who died. Huang Jing's expression was gloomy. He continued, in the end, Minister Zhang made a move. I'm not sure about the details, but Minister Zhang fought all the way to the depths of the catacombs. There was a commotion deep in the catacombs. After that, Minister Zhang returned injured and announced a truce between both sides. Fang Ping frowned. Have all the Rank 9 paragons started a war? Yes. Huang Jing took a deep breath and said solemnly, Capital City Catacombs is the catacombs with the strongest defense. It had been peaceful for many years. This time, a war suddenly broke out, which was beyond many people's expectations. Although after the incident, a few major departments in the Education Ministry said that it had been resolved, everyone is still not at ease. This is Capital City Catacombs. If it can withstand the 6 cities alliance, what about the other catacombs? Even in Magic City, once the war between the 6 cities alliance breaks out, they can only ask for help from Capital City. Here in Magic City, there are only 3 Rank 9s guarding inside and outside. As for Rank 9 paragons, I don't know if there are any in Magic City. On the surface, there were still a few Rank 9 paragons in Capital City. On the surface, people like Commander Li and Minister Zhang were confirmed Rank 9 paragons. They were all in Capital City and could keep watch. On the surface, there were no such people in Magic City. If a war of that scale broke out, it would be difficult to resolve without the help of such powerhouses. Fang Ping took a deep breath, nodded and said, MCMAU really can't wait any longer. Vice-Chancellor, let's make these things available. Before the war, let everyone be a little stronger. At least we have more chances to survive. Yes, I think so too. Fang Ping said, of course, it can't be free. We're fighting for MCMAU's welfare. We can't let others take advantage of it in the end, even if everyone's goal is the same. Loans, signing work agreements, these are all necessary. Huang Jing could not help but laugh. This way, everyone's hearts may not stay in MCMAU. That I don't care. Fang Ping shook his head and said, according to this situation, a war will break out, a full-scale war, maybe within these 3 to 5 years. After 3 to 5 years, these people have all grown up. I don't want these people to enter the military department or other departments by then. Not all of them, but at least half of them. Moreover, even if a full-scale war breaks out, I don't think we'll collapse instantly. Maybe we'll have to fight a protracted war. Here in Magic City, MCMAU also has to contribute. The people have run away. If all 13 cities of Magic City attack, can we still call them back? Huang Jing smiled and did not say anything. He would just let Fang Ping be. Fang Ping continued to look around the warehouse. The things sent by the 2 major companies were also starting to enter the warehouse. Looking at these pills and weapons, including the energy stones, Fang Ping was a little jealous. If these things were given to him, he might be able to increase his wealth by 1 trillion, even if it was not, it would at least not be less than 500 billion. The system should be able to upgrade again with 100 billion. Unfortunately, this was MCMAU's savings, not his. The more he looked at things that did not belong to him, the more unhappy he felt. Fang Ping only looked around casually. Very quickly, he exited the warehouse and asked softly, has Vice-Chancellor Liu recovered from his injuries? Huang Jing nodded slightly, but still said, there are still some cracks on his skull. It's quite serious. It won't affect him much now, but if he wants to enter rank 8, it'll be difficult. Having said that, Huang Jing glanced at him and sighed softly. The school is actually prepared to buy some life essence for old Liu to help him recover, but old Liu rejected it. Old Liu feels that he has no hope of entering rank 8, so there's no need to waste these resources. Liu Polu had entered rank 7 for many years, a figure of the same generation as the old vice-chancellor. However, he had not entered rank 8 until now, so he did not think too much about rank 8. This time, with his skull injured, it would be even more difficult for him to enter rank 8. Fang Ping muttered, let's find a chance to see. If we buy it, old Lu probably won't want it, but if we snatch it ourselves, then it'll be easy. Vice-Chancellor, how's my teacher? He's still in closed-door cultivation. This time, he's been in closed-door cultivation for so long. He should be reaching rank 7 soon. What about Instructor Tang? Recently, he's been in the pressure room and hasn't come out. Huang Jing thought for a while and said, go back to the pressure room and transfer some celestiality. Under the dual effect, his cultivation speed will be faster. See if he can enter rank 7 in a short time. After Tang Feng achieved mentality-vitality fusion, the growth of his mentality had increased a lot, but it was still not enough. According to the previous situation, Tang Feng should be able to break through in 3 to 5 years. However, 3 to 5 years was still too long. Alright, I understand. Fang Ping nodded. Helping Tang Feng enter rank 7 faster was also his goal. Finally, Huang Jing smiled and said, also, Vice-Chancellor and a few rank 8 powerhouses went out for a trip earlier, killing 3 rank 7 martial artists and countless middle and low ranks. This time, the evil sect suffered such a big loss, let's see if they dare to show their faces again. Previously, Wu Quishan invited those rank 8 martial artists not only to help Fang Ping heal his injuries. Old Wu invited these people and asked them to do some manual labor. He also gathered more than 10 grandmasters and more than 20 rank 7 and 8 powerhouses from martial arts universities. These 2 days, their momentum swept across the country. Not only did they attack within Sino Nation's borders, but they also swept across Siam and a few other countries as well. In the end, 3 rank 7 evil sect martial artists exposed their whereabouts and were killed very quickly. None of the other evil sect martial artists dared to show their faces. Even if the evil sect had rank 9 martial artists, they dared not show their faces now. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they might also be killed. Wu Quishan and the others made a threat. If the evil sect members dared to attack martial arts university students again, they would not stop until they gathered 100 high ranks. If they encountered the evil sect members during the mission, both parties would fight, and the casualties would be at their own risk. Fang Ping suddenly felt much more refreshed, but he still frowned and said, almost 10 evil sect high ranks have been killed or injured recently. Do they have that many high ranks? Last time, a few people were killed, including a rank 8 powerhouse. Previously, when Nanjiang was cleaning up the battlefield, they also killed a few. Then, Zhao Xingwu killed 1 casually. Now, another 3 were killed. Counting them, there might be more than 10 people. Huang Jing said softly, remember, the evil sect members are not only in Sino Nation, and not only are there Sino powerhouses. There are also powerhouses from other countries. Think about it yourself, there are more than 2,000 high ranks in every country in the world. The evil sect's influence is not considered small. I dare not say there are many, but there are at least 40 to 50 high ranks in every part of the world. Of course, this time they have also suffered a great loss of vitality. They won't be making any moves in the short term. Fang Ping said in relief, I see. I thought the evil sect was a specialty of Sino Nation. Huang Jing chuckled. That's not true. These people are active in a very large area, everywhere. The reason why they gave the impression that they are exclusive to Sino Nation is mainly because they have been more active in Sino Nation recently, and it has something to do with the opening of the catacombs in Sino Nation. Fang Ping did not ask any more questions. He looked at the time and said, Vice-Chancellor, I'll go back and cultivate then. These few days, my control over my body has improved a lot. I should be able to unleash my full power soon. Don't be too anxious. Don't rush to find the Sanjiao gate either. The most important thing is to control your own strength. You can't always use celestiality to blow people up. You can blow people up now, but when you're a high rank, if you still do that, it's not appropriate. Got it. While Fang Ping was conversing with Huang Jing. MCMAU, the school gate. Qin Fengqing carried his broadsword and sauntered into the school gate. When the others saw him, many of them hurriedly avoided him. Qin Fengqing did not care. He grabbed a low-ranked student and asked, "Where's Fang Ping?" "The president is over at the southern area, he's back earlier than me." Qin Fengqing mumbled, then asked, "What about Dean Tang and Dean Luo?" "I didn't see Dean Tang. Dean Luo seems to have gone home too." "He hasn't come back yet." Qin Fengqing breathed a sigh of relief again. It was good that he did not come back. Without asking any more questions, Qin Fengqing sauntered toward the southern area. As he walked, Qin Fengqing's ears twitched. Suddenly, his body moved, walking toward two students who were in the middle of a conversation. He asked, "You said that Fang Ping has shaved his head?" Both of them saw the bully Qin Fengqing and were slightly frightened. They said hurriedly, "President Fang has shaved his head, ha ha ha." Qin Fengqing laughed suddenly. He did not ask any more questions. He sped up and ran toward the southern area. Fang Ping had actually shaved his head. This was too interesting. This time, he could have a good laugh at him. Seeing that he had disappeared in an instant, the two students looked at each other. After a while, one of them said in a low voice, "President Fang seems to hate people talking about his bald head. If Qin Fengqing goes, he won't get beaten up, right?" The other person swallowed and said hurriedly, "Let's go first. If Qin Fengqing gives us up, both of us will be in trouble." Both of them did not waste any time and left hurriedly. Qin Fengqing was dead meat. MCMAU Southern Area. The two students who had already escaped had obviously underestimated Qin Fengqing. They thought that Qin Fengqing only wanted to taunt Fang Ping. In reality, Fang Ping's expression was frighteningly dark. He said softly, "Vice Chancellor, guess what he wants to do?" Huang Jing sighed softly. "I guess he wants to die." As the two of them spoke, they had already sensed Qin Fengqing's arrival. That fellow did not show himself, however. Instead, he crouched and nimbly found a place to hide, right in front of Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping and Huang Jing released their mentality and found that the fellow was eager to try. Qin Fengqing even clenched his fists and punched the air a few times, a wretched smile on his face. Huang Jing scanned for a while and sighed. "Is he trying to punch your big bald head?" Fang Ping's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Is he bewitched? How can I not sense his presence when I release my mentality? That's why I said he wants to die. He probably thinks that we won't release our mentality on our own in school. But this kid doesn't have this experience. He probably doesn't understand the so-called stress response." Huang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fengqing really wanted to die. Looking at his posture, Huang Jing could guess what he was going to do next. He would suddenly jump out, take off Fang Ping's hat, and give him a punch on the head. Then, maybe he would say that he had recognized the wrong person. Did this kid really think that Fang Ping was so easy to talk to? Not to mention that he did not recognize the wrong person. Even if he did, Fang Ping could still beat him until he ate dirt. Huang Jing did not bother to remind Qin Fengqing, but his footsteps slowed down a little. He said softly, "If you go to the catacombs in a few days, don't take too many risks. Take care of Fengqing." Fang Ping tilted his head and glanced at him. Huang Jing said in a low voice, "This child has had a hard life. His father's talent was amazing back then, and he broke through to rank 5 early on. However, he died in a surprise attack. He was still young then. His father's ashes were sent there by the teacher and me. I still remember that this kid didn't cry or make a fuss. His mother scolded the teacher for killing her husband and the father of her child. At that time, the teacher was very sad. It was this kid who caught up later and said that he wanted to go to MCMAU when he grew up. You don't know how happy teacher was when he left. After that, he really came to MCMAU. Unfortunately, because his talent was worse than others, his cultivation was actually very slow. However, this kid had a stubborn personality and was very competitive. When others cultivated for a few hours, he could cultivate for a few days. When he ran out of vitality, he would practice combat techniques, cultivating day and night. His teacher took pity on him and taught him a few battle techniques. Unfortunately, his teacher was also injured at that time and spent most of his time recuperating, so he didn't have much time to take care of him. Even so, this kid is still very sentimental. After teacher leaves, sigh. Huang Jing shook his head gently and sighed. He had seen too many things over the years, and he was already numb to them. Qin Fengqing's father was one of the last batch of students personally taught by the old principal. Qin Fengqing's father wasn't very old. Even if he had lived until now, he wouldn't even be 50 years old. However, more than 10 years ago, his father had died in battle in the catacombs. If Qin Fengqing's father had not died, his current achievements would not be any worse than Tang Feng's, perhaps even higher. Fang Ping had some understanding of Qin Fengqing's situation. He also knew that his father had died in battle in the catacombs. However, Fang Ping still smiled and said, "Take care of him." "Of course I'll take care of him. Don't worry." Fang Ping emphasized the word "take care of." This guy was unrestrained and had almost forgotten what his surname was. Fang Ping felt that it was necessary to teach him how to behave. As for sympathy, Qin Fengqing did not need others to sympathize with him. This guy would only become braver the more he suffered. He would never admit defeat. This was also one of Qin Fengqing's great strengths. In other words, he did not want to fall too far behind and be beaten to death. Back then, when he fought with Wang Jinyang, he was seriously injured and defeated. In the end, other people were either dispirited or depressed. Only this guy, as a once-honed martial artist, worked hard to catch up and achieve rank 3 in a short period of time. It was clear that what Qin Fengqing needed was pressure. Unparalleled pressure. This guy was also very difficult to crush. Fang Ping felt that it was necessary to give him some pressure. As they spoke, the two of them had already reached Qin Fengqing's hiding place. Qin Fengqing's face was full of anticipation, his fists clenched tightly. Fang Ping acted as if he did not see it and walked forward, minding his own business. Huang Jing was a step behind, sighing in his heart. Qin Fengqing could have provoked anyone, but he just had to provoke Fang Ping. He was digging his own grave, and no one could stop him. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing suddenly jumped out, laughing loudly. "Old Chen, Happy New Year!" This guy shouted, but his hands did not stop. He jumped out and waved his fist, wanting to smash Fang Ping's head. Bang! At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly turned around. His fist, which had been waiting for a long time, punched out. A loud sound was heard. Qin Fengqing flew backward dozens of meters and fell to the ground, his face full of confusion. Fang Ping retracted his fist lazily and chuckled. "So it's you. I thought someone from the evil sect was lurking in the school to ambush me." As Fang Ping said that, he sighed. "Old Qin, don't pull pranks like this next time. Do you think you're in a TV show? This time I swung my fist and hit you. Next time, if I slash you with my saber, won't you be cut in half?" Qin Fengqing ignored him. He lifted his shirt and looked at it. When he saw a deep fist mark on his chest, he was dumbfounded. Then, he was furious. He jumped up and scolded, "Bastard, are you trying to kill me?" This was the southern area. How could there be so many people from the evil sect? This bastard was too ruthless. Fang Ping frowned immediately. "Speak properly. I only used 1% of my strength. It was only because I realized it was you that I held back 1%? Qin Fengqing was furious. "Who were you trying to fool? 1% was enough to send a peak rank 4 like him flying dozens of meters away. Did you think you were a rank 6? Fang Ping glanced at him and laughed suddenly. "Haven't you seen the news recently?" "Why?" Qin Fengqing was still a little indignant. He stared at his head. It was a pity that he did not manage to hit it just now. "So, you don't know that I killed a few rank 6 a few days ago, including a peak rank 6? "What?" Qin Fengqing was confused at first. Then, he sneered. "Oh, I killed a rank 6 too. A rank 6 is nothing." Fang Ping smiled flatly. "Is that so? I killed a peak rank 6 one-on-one. Right, have you seen the rank 5 ranking? I'm the first among rank 5. Cough cough, Qin Fengqing coughed. "I don't believe it. Also, I'm a peak rank 5. Cough cough cough. Right, I've condensed golden bones and half golden body. I shouldn't be much weaker than a typical peak rank 6. If I were to go all out, the other party might not be my match." "Haha, the weather is so good today," Qin Fengqing did not want to believe it. He also felt that he should not believe it. Do you think I'll believe you? He was a peak rank 4 before the new year. Fang Ping was a middle stage rank 5. How many days had it been? Now you're telling me that you're the first among rank 5. A peak rank 5 killed a peak rank 6. Do you think I'll take it seriously? Fang Ping chuckled. Don't feel too inferior. It's okay. Also, you probably haven't been paying attention to other news these few days. Wang Jinyang entered middle stage rank 5 yesterday. Huh? Zhang Yu is a peak rank 4 now. Hehe, CLA is almost an upper stage rank 4. Oh. Ding Tang is almost a grandmaster. What does that have to do with me? Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. What does all this have to do with me? Fang Ping did not care what he said. He continued, even Chen Haoran has entered peak rank 4. How is that possible? Qin Fengqing's teeth were about to shatter. You're lying to me, that's for sure. SCMAU's Chen Haoran had only entered upper stage rank 4 in December. How could he have reached peak rank 4 so quickly? Nonsense, thinking about it, in order to enter peak rank 4, he was hunted down in the catacombs until there was no way out. Fang Ping chuckled. His grandfather is almost a rank 8. Seeing that his grandson can't keep up, he's feeding energy stones the size of a human head. Impossible. Qin Fengqing felt that this was not true. No matter how rich Qin Yaoting was, he would not be so wasteful. Fang Ping struck him down. However, this is all true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Vice-Chancellor Huang. Qin Fengqing, face reality. You're a fourth-year student, and you're only a peak rank 4. Do you really think you're so great? I haven't asked CCMAU, but I heard that Han Su entered rank 4 before the new year. Ling Yi, that little guy, has already entered upper stage rank 4. Also, Iron Headley is not middle stage rank 5 now, but he's probably close. Qin Fengqing, oh Qin Fengqing, your heart is higher than the sky, but your life is thinner than paper. You don't understand. You're just a fourth-year student, a rank 4. What's there to be proud of? Let's not talk about other schools. Let's talk about our school. Second-year students Chen Yunqi, Zhao Lei, and Fu Changdang are all about to enter rank 4, and they're only sophomores. When they're juniors, they might be rank 5. Seniors, forget it, I don't want to strike you down anymore. Fang Ping shook his head. Although he said that he did not want to strike him down, he continued to strike him down. As for me, I'm now peak rank 5. The Vice-Chancellor and the others advised me not to break through to rank 6 first. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. I'll spend half a year to stabilize and enter rank 8 directly. I probably haven't graduated by then. As for you, a student who's about to graduate, you're twice as far away from me. Twice as far as your martial arts rank. By then, it shouldn't be a problem for me to blow you to death with one breath, right? Qin Fengqing's expression changed again and again. Suddenly, he looked at Huang Jing. Huang Jing held his forehead. When he saw him looking at him, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said. Helplessly, he's already peak rank 5. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, he's really the first among rank 5? Fang Ping continued, I forgot to mention. When I killed a peak rank 6, I was only a middle stage rank 5. Qin Fengqing looked at Huang Jing again. Huang Jing nodded slightly. How could this be? Qin Fengqing mumbled. How many days have I been back? Why has everything changed? It's not like this. Could it be that my timeline is wrong? I didn't actually go back for a few days. I was isolated from the world for a few years? At this moment, how could Qin Fengqing still remember about being bald? If becoming bald can make me stronger, I'll do it too. He had never cared about these things. As long as he could become stronger, he did not care about anything else. Fang Ping seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, Do you know why I shaved my head? Huh? To shave one's ambition. Fang Ping's gaze was resolute. He said coldly, Now, the catacombs are invading us from all sides. They're killing our compatriots and disturbing our mountains and rivers. How can we, the martial artists of our generation, sit back and watch? Our abilities are still low, but we're also hot-blooded. If the calamity of the catacombs isn't fair, what's the use of hair? If I shave my hair, it'll be more convenient to wear a mask the next time I enter the catacombs. Also, if I keep my hair, I'll have to waste time washing it every day. Isn't that troublesome? Martial artists don't have that much time to waste. We haven't achieved high ranks yet, so we can't be completely unstained. If I shave my hair, it'll be more convenient and simple. I'll look uglier, and I'll harm fewer innocent girls. Say, if you shave your head bald, will that tigress from Magic City Women's University still continue to pester you? Now that you've made your hair long, you look like a literary youth. Don't you know that this will attract the attention of these female martial artists? If you keep your hair long, you'll have to worry about whether your hair will get dirty when you drill a hole in the catacombs. You might lose your life because of this little concern. There are actually people who laugh at me for shaving my head. Those are all shallow people who don't know how dangerous the situation is. Are you, Qin Fengqing, also one of those ignorant people? Fang Ping rattled on for a while, then shook his head and said, forget it. I'm me, and you're you. You're a rank 4 martial artist. There's no need for you to think about these things. People like you can just peacefully get married and have children in the rear, and carry on the family line for us humans. Perhaps, the future still lies with you. Leave the frontline matters to us. Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. He gritted his teeth and said, are you saying that I, Qin Fengqing, am a coward? I didn't mean that. That's exactly what you meant. Fang Ping shook his head and said, I really didn't mean that, but your ability is indeed behind the times. I'm just stating a fact. Now, even I feel that I'm like an ant. You, a rank 4 martial artist, are you more useful than me? Shaving your hair, is it? Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. Fang Ping's face was full of anticipation. Hurry up and shave your hair. Seeing that this fellow was still lacking a little, Fang Ping suddenly said in a low voice, growing hair actually wastes vitality, and a lot of it. I didn't pay attention to it before, but after shaving my head, I realized that it's really a lot of waste. Oh right, do you know why rank 8 golden bodies lose their hair when they're forging their golden bodies? You've sealed off all the pores in your body. You've reached rank 4, you should have noticed it too. Our sweat pores are starting to shrink. What I want to do now is to seal off the pores in my hair. Look at me, isn't my bald head different from others? Fang Ping suddenly took off his hat, took the initiative to stretch out his head, and said in a low voice, these few days, I've pushed out all the hair studs and completely sealed off the pores. Qin Fengqing stared at his head for a while, wanting to reach out and touch it. Fang Ping suddenly retracted his head, put on his hat, and laughed. What are you doing? Don't touch me. This process is actually very painful. Maybe you won't be able to grow hair in the future, but for strength, this is nothing. Even the hair studs are gone, Qin Fengqing murmured. Fang Ping actually did this for strength. This kid would not wake up without benefits. If there were no benefits, would he do such a thing? Seal off all the pores in my body? Rank 6 seals the Sanjiao, rank 8 golden body transformation. Everything depends on sealing. Seal off all the energy leakage channels, Qin Fengqing said in his sleep. So, middle ranks could work hard in this direction. Beside him, a faint golden glow flashed across Fang Ping's body. Even his head shone with a golden light. By sealing the pores, the speed of condensing the half-golden body will be even faster. Unfortunately, I've told some people about this, and these people are actually unwilling to shave their heads for the sake of looking good. Forget it. Everyone loves beauty. For some people, hair is more important than cultivation. What else can I say? Fang Ping shook his head and smiled. Actually, it's just a little bit of improvement. It doesn't matter. How much is a little bit? Qin Fengqing asked hurriedly. Not much. Sealing off the pores in the hair, cultivation speed increases by about 1%. It's very weak. 1%. Qin Fengqing suddenly stopped asking and turned to leave. Fang Ping asked hurriedly, where are you going? None of your business. Don't shave your head. It's better to shake out your vitality directly. Shake out even the stubble. Then seal off the pores. Also, it's best if you shake out all the hair on your body and seal off all the pores on your body. All? It's best that way. Of course, it depends on the individual. Oh. I don't believe you. Qin Fengqin cursed. Although he said he did not believe him, he ran away as fast as he could. After he left, Huang Jing looked at Fang Ping speechlessly. After a while, he said, hearing you say that, even I want to shave my head. Fang Ping laughed. I didn't lie to him. Vice-Chancellor, sealing off the pores is beneficial to energy sealing. Am I right? Huang Jing was having a headache. He said impatiently, what's that bit of loss? Don't talk about these useless things. Do you think I'm Qin Fengqin? No matter how many pores there were, if they were expanded to the maximum, losing 1 or 2 cal of vitality a day would be the most they could do. According to Fang Ping, they might as well just seal up all the holes on their body. At their level, 1 or 2 cal of vitality could be easily sucked back in a breath. This kid, Fang Ping, could only bluff honest people. That idiot Qin Fengqin, after being punched by Fang Ping, had completely forgotten about this. He had even forgotten his original intention. Huang Jing suspected that this kid had gone back to pluck out his hair. When he thought of this, Huang Jing felt a little sad for Qin Fengqin. Was he an idiot? How could he believe Fang Ping's words? Had he not suffered enough? Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He said with a smile, Vice-Chancellor, then I'll go to the pressure room and input some celestiality. Also, I'll be cultivating in seclusion for the next few days. You're the only grandmaster in the school who's relatively free now. After a few days, help me kill a monster. Can you do it? Huang Jing glared at him. Was he looking down on him or what? However, after thinking about it, Huang Jing still said cautiously, don't be rash. High-ranked monsters are extremely strong. It's not that easy to kill. Think about it carefully. Fang Ping laughed. I know. Killing a monster and getting a divine weapon is something that you and old Lu don't have. Later, find a chance to kill that Jiao in the Jiao's forest. Then we'll be rich. I think we can make a few of them. Huang Jing rolled his eyes. That was a rank 8 golden body monster. Most rank 8 martial artists could not kill it. They had to be careful of being killed by it. Fang Ping made it sound simple. Moreover, the Jiao's forest was extremely close to Sky Gate City and Monster Sunflower City. If a war broke out, be careful of being ambushed from both sides. Also, I'm warning you. My life isn't as long as Li Chongqing's. I feel a little uneasy going down to the catacombs with you. Even a rank 7 powerhouse like Huang Jing felt that something was not right. According to Fang Ping's previous experiences in the catacombs, he felt that it was really necessary to reconsider. The first time, he provoked a rank 8 Jiao. The second time, he provoked a rank 7 powerhouse in Jiao. The third time, he even provoked a rank 9. Each time was more dangerous than the last. This time, Huang Jing felt that there was a need to get Li Chongqing out. That guy's bones were harder than his and could take more hits. He felt that a rank 7 like him would be really weak if he went down with Fang Ping. February 24th, the 11th of the first month. At this time, almost all the students who had gone back for the new year had returned to school. On the 24th, all the students received a notice that there would be a teacher-student meeting on the morning of the 25th. The new year had passed, and MCMAU was on the move again. February 25th, Field Number 1. All the teachers and students had gathered. Today, the total number of MCMAU teachers and students was close to 7,500. The field was overcrowded. However, many of them were staring at the person standing in front, with a shiny bald head. In front of the field, Xianxia stared at Qin Fengqin for a long time. He could not hold it in any longer and coughed softly. Old Qin, you, Qin Fengqin sneered and said lightly, if I don't break the catacombs, I won't keep my hair. I #% and, Xianxia did not know what to say. Were you crazy? Xianxia was speechless. He could not be bothered with this guy. He was crazy. Why did he have to be bald all of a sudden? Did he look good? Before, Qin Fengqin was still very handsome, but now, he was too ugly to look at. Zhang Yu could not be bothered with him. Zhao Lei looked at him sympathetically and said faintly, President Qin, you listened to Fang Ping's advice and shaved your head, didn't you? Qin Fengqin snorted. How is that possible? Zhao Lei was sympathetic again. He sighed. He didn't shave his head on his own. When he was recovering from his injuries, he didn't have enough imperishable substance. He had no choice but to keep his head bald. Qin Fengqin's body stiffened. Behind him, Fu Chongding sighed too. President Qin, think about it more next time. Qin Fengqin suddenly flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and said, get lost. I want to shave my head. It's none of his business. Everyone did not say anything. They just looked at him sympathetically. What a silly kid, he had been tricked into shaving his head bald, but he was still being stubborn. The others ignored him. Zhang Yu did not continue to scold him. Zhou Yan, who had just returned to school, looked around and suddenly said with mixed feelings, President, the school has changed a lot. Since Zhang Yu resigned as the president of the Martial Arts Society, she had left the school and interned at a big company. Before she left, she was an upper stage rank 3. Now, she had also reached the peak of rank 3. However, when she returned to school this time, Zhou Yan suddenly realized that everything had changed. Fang Ping had become the first among the rank 5 martial artists. The others' abilities had also increased greatly. Before this, there were less than a handful of rank 4 martial artists. Now, there were rank 4 martial artists everywhere. There were more than 10 rank 4 martial artists around her. Rank 3s were like cabbages, hundreds of them, not to mention the rank 2 students. At a glance, it seemed that other than the freshmen, the other batches of students seemed to be rank 2 and above. MCMAU was no longer the same, he had only been gone for half a year, but it felt like things were still the same, but people had changed. Even the familiar president seemed a little unfamiliar at this moment. Zhang Yu said softly, now that you're back, don't leave. Stay in school. President, Zhou Yan's gaze was complicated. She said softly, I don't like him. I admit that he's very strong. He even led MCMAU to take the position of the top elite university. But he chased you away back then. What Zhou Yan could not accept was that Fang Ping had forced Zhang Yu to step down. In so many years, this was the first MCMAU Martial Arts Society president who did not voluntarily step down and was chased away. Until now, she could not forget the scene of Zhang Yu leaving the school dejectedly. It was also because of this that after Zhang Yu left, she left the school quickly and had not returned since. Zhang Yu chuckled. It's all in the past. Moreover, I did not do as well as he did. Maybe you think that all of this is not his credit. But in fact, without him, MCMAU would not be like this now. Zhang Yu said with some emotion, you don't understand. A good role model, an excellent leader, even if he does nothing, will bring about some great changes. He rose to the top of the rank 5 martial artists and killed a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Now, the entire school's teachers and students see him as a role model, a goal. This, I can't do. If I were still the president of the Martial Arts Society, the biggest goal of MCMAU students would be to become a rank 4 martial artist like me. They would not think further. It's not just MCMAU. It's the same for all the schools. Now, the students and powerhouses of all schools, including some instructors, are all working hard to catch up. Not only from external pressure, but also from internal pressure. This pressure comes from Fang Ping. When they are surpassed by their own students and left far behind by someone of the same age, no one will be willing to accept it. Therefore, even if he does nothing and does not contribute anything to MCMAU, just the crushing of his strength is actually a huge source of motivation for MCMAU's teachers and students to strive forward. Zhou Yan's expression was slightly complicated. She said softly, have you been stimulated too? Yes. Zhang Yu chuckled. If not for that, I'm afraid I would still be hovering around upper stage rank 4. I would never have stepped into peak rank 4 so quickly. Zhang Yu continued, I originally thought that before I graduated, it would be impossible for me to achieve rank 5. But now, it may not be impossible. Maybe I can also step into rank 5 before I graduate. President, both of them were still talking when Qin Fengqing, whose expression had darkened, said impatiently, "What are you talking about? A rank 3 martial artist, if he wants to stay or not, who cares? Both of you, stop showing off your affection in front of me. We're facing a great enemy, don't you think it's annoying?" Zhou Yan looked annoyed. She said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense." "What? You want to bite me?" Qin Fengqing did not take it seriously. He curled his lips and said, "Female martial artists talk too much. It's troublesome. Just shut up." You. You what? If you keep talking about you, I'll shave your head." Zhou Yan was furious. Zhang Yu was also annoyed. "Qin Fengqing, don't vent your anger on others just because you're angry at Feng Ping. This bastard bullied the weak and feared the strong. Every time he suffered a loss at Feng Ping's side, he wanted to get back at others." As he said that, Zhang Yu added, "You better keep a low profile. Dean Tang is about to come out of closed-door cultivation. Once he does, he still hasn't settled the score with you." Qin Fengqing's expression darkened and he muttered, "Do you think I'm afraid of them?" But his strength was still too low. Peak rank 4. He could still be arrogant in MCMAU in the past. Now, it seemed like everyone was stronger than him, and they were all his enemies. His days were numbered. Rank 5. No, at least rank 6. Qin Fengqing made up his mind. If he wanted to break through consecutively, even rank 5 was not enough. He had to at least reach rank 6 to have the ability to protect himself. This world was too dangerous. As these people were talking, Feng Ping walked out from the rostrum. He was not wearing a hat, but he was not bald either. Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. The others held back their laughter and said nothing. They would easily become Qin Fengqing's target. "Wig?" Qin Fengqing was a little confused. Not far away, Xianxia whispered, "It's not a wig. I saw him go to Vice-Chancellor Wu yesterday. Vice-Chancellor Wu helped him recover it." "What? Didn't you say that as long as the catacombs were not destroyed, you wouldn't grow your hair?" Not far away, Xianxia ignored him. Yesterday, she saw Feng Ping go to Wu Quishan. He was still the kind of person who pestered Wu Quishan. After being kicked out a few times, he forced his way back in. Wu Quishan probably could not stand him and helped him recover in the end. However, it was a little embarrassing to talk about this in detail. Xianxia decided not to say it. As for Qin Fengqing, his face was stiff. Motherf *** Feng Ping, this bastard. He really wanted to beat him to death now. On the stage, Feng Ping did not care what Qin Fengqing thought. After scanning the crowd, he saw Qin Fengqing's shiny head. Feng Ping revealed a kind smile. Old Qin's appearance was very handsome. Ignoring his hostile gaze, Feng Ping coughed softly and said, "Dear instructors and students, the new semester has begun. The new year brings a new atmosphere. I would like to wish everyone a happy new year." After some pleasantries, Feng Ping went straight to the point. Today, MCMAU has a total of 7,460 instructors and students, 6,575 students, and 885 instructors. In the new semester, there are still 30 instructors who haven't joined the university. They will join in a few days. There are more than 900 instructors, 7,460 people. 2 rank 8s, 2 rank 7s, 35 rank SIXS, 300 rank 5s, and 282 rank 4s. MCMAU has more than 600 middle-ranked and high-ranked martial artists. As for rank 3 martial artists, including instructors, there are more than 600 people. Rank 2 martial artists are close to the 3,000 mark. There are about 3,000 rank 1 martial artists. As for aspiring martial artists, there are less than 300. As Feng Ping spoke, some aspiring martial artists below the stage felt ashamed. MCMAU was about to enter an era of martial artists. However, there were still some people who could not become official martial artists. Moreover, they were in the minority. This made these people feel ashamed. It was not until now that many people knew that MCMAU had reached this stage. There were more than 600 middle-ranked martial artists. There were not so many before. Including the instructors and students, there were only more than 400 people. In the past half a year, there were actually 100 or 200 people who had entered the middle ranks. Fang Ping did not care what everyone thought. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm not saying all this to prove how strong MCMAU is. Not only is MCMAU not strong, but it's actually very weak. There are currently only 4 Grandmaster level powerhouses. Although Dean Tang and Dean Liu are about to break through, even so, there are only 6 people. 6 people? Are there many?" Fang Ping's expression turned serious. He shouted, "Not many, but very few. Middle-ranked martial artists should know what I mean. Most of the rank 2 and 3 martial artists should also know what I mean. Compared to our enemies, MCMAU's strength is not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Aspiring martial artists, go out now. Go to the energy room and the vitality pool to cultivate. It's free. From now on, MCMAU students who are below martial artist level will be provided with free cultivation resources by the university. It's no longer limited to credits. However, remember, free doesn't mean you can waste it. I give you time, but the enemy doesn't give us time. Aspiring martial artists today, if they haven't become martial artists by the end of this semester, they will all be expelled. When the next batch of new students enters the university, unless they have honed their bones twice or thrice within half a year, otherwise, they will all be expelled." As soon as he said that, the aspiring martial artists below the stage looked at each other. Fang Ping shouted, "What are you looking at? Go out and cultivate. Right now, you don't even have the right to know. I hope you can become martial artists as soon as possible." Fang Ping asked them to go out. Many people looked at the instructors. Among the instructors, some nodded slightly. Helpless, the aspiring martial artists could only leave. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, many of them blushed. Even if Fang Ping was giving them benefits, it was still somewhat embarrassing that they were the only ones who were chased out of the 7,000 to 8,000 people present. Fang Ping did not care if they resented him or not. After they left, Fang Ping said in a clear voice, "Without strength, it's destined to be a tragedy. Now, everyone here is a martial artist. I don't care if everyone knows it or not. I want to say a few things. First, MCMAU has a great enemy of life and death. It's not like CCMAU or FMS like you think. They are not our enemies, but our comrades, our comrades. Our enemies are also much stronger and more ruthless than them. In the past few years, I'm afraid many people have realized that countless instructors and students have died for no reason. Where did they die? They died on the battlefield. Therefore, starting this semester, MCMAU will add a new course, Basic Knowledge of the Catacombs. Remember, without permission, you are not allowed to reveal any information to the public. If you cause panic among the people, MCMAU and the government will hold you accountable and punish you severely." Below the stage, the instructors did not make a sound. Some of the students did not show any emotion either. However, some rank 1 and 2 students were instantly stirred up. Someone could not help but shout, "President Fang, who is this enemy you're talking about? Is it a cult? The catacombs. What is it? How strong is the enemy?" Fang Ping said lightly, "You'll know these when you get back. I won't go into details now. You only need to understand that compared to the other party, the difference in strength is huge. Most of you can't even be considered as cannon fodder. If you don't want to die, then cultivate hard." After saying that, Fang Ping continued, "If I want to cultivate, many people will say that I lack resources and don't have enough missions to accept. What should I do? This is also the second thing I want to say. In order to let everyone cultivate better, MCMAU has decided to open a loan limit of 10 million credits. 10 million credits? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? This? How is this possible?" Below the stage, there was a complete uproar. At this moment, even some of the instructors were seething. According to the previous exchange rate, 10 million credits of resources would require 300 billion cash. Of course, in reality, credits had depreciated slightly. Even so, the exchange rate had not changed. The market price of resources exchanged for 10 million credits was still more than 300 billion. Did MCMAU have so many resources? There was a lot of noise below the stage. With so many resources, each person could borrow 1 or 2,000 credits. That was tens of millions. Fang Ping pressed his hands together and shouted, "Quiet. Everyone, listen up. Martial artists don't reap without sowing, and we won't allow this to happen. Those aspiring martial artists have limited strength. We can provide for them for free. But when you become a martial artist, you have to bear the responsibility of a martial artist. You're only borrowing, not giving. Moreover, these resources are stained with blood." Fang Ping said with a cold expression, "Not only the blood of the enemy, but also the blood and lives of our countless ancestors in the 61 years of MCMAU. You may not understand all this, but from today onwards, class instructors of all levels will bring the students to the school archives and the Southern Cemetery. The memorial tablets of our MCMAU instructors and students can no longer be placed on the top floor of the school archives. The Southern Cemetery can no longer bury any more skeletons. Whoever dares to waste resources and squander as they please will be severely punished once it is verified. The reason why we open these things, everything that these ancestors exchanged for with their blood, is because we don't want to see more of you enter the school archives and the Southern Cemetery. From today onwards, all of you must cultivate well. The so-called rank 3 elites are all nonsense. In MCMAU, those who have not reached the middle ranks are not even considered cannon fodder. If you don't want to die, if you don't want your family to die, then work hard. Don't think that you're a prodigy, a genius, and that you're nothing. I, Fang Ping, am a peak rank 5, the first on the rank 5 ranking list. Even I dare not say how strong I am, how amazing I am. Also, after borrowing, you must return. This point, no one is an exception. If anyone thinks that they can leave the school without returning and be fine, then I can only say that they are thinking too much. When these people leave MCMAU, no department or enterprise will recruit them. I don't care if you go to the catacombs or do other missions. In short, you must return what you've borrowed. MCMAU is not only open to you. This is a school, and we need to be responsible for our future students." As Fang Ping said that, he continued, "This is the second thing. Third, from this semester onwards, MCMAU, NMAU, SCMAU, and many other schools will start using the internet platform. Missions, contributions, combat techniques, and guidance from instructors will be shared. You can also contact instructors from other schools to provide guidance, but the instructors from other schools will need to pay corresponding remuneration. Every martial arts university has its own specialties. Although MCMAU is the strongest among the martial arts universities, it does not mean that the other martial arts universities have nothing to learn from them. Moreover, the other martial arts universities also have some good stuff that they will share with us. This includes some extremely rare energy fruits and natural treasures. In order to cooperate with us, these schools have even taken out their most precious treasures. As long as you have enough credits, you can exchange for all of this. Don't say that you're not given a chance. There are many, many treasures that can speed up bone honing. It's not just pills. Pills are nothing. Those energy fruits with sufficient energy, one fruit might be able to let you hone dozens of bones in a day. Of course, the price is also frighteningly high. If you want it, you can. Cultivate hard and become stronger. Once you become stronger, you can have everything. In addition, the e-commerce platform will also open a professional martial arts forum. If you have any doubts, you can ask questions on the forum. We will arrange for some powerful instructors to be in charge of the operation and answer your questions. Some students do not dare to ask about things they do not understand. It is not appropriate to ask. Cultivation cannot be treated as a child's play. Some instructors are busy or not in school. If you can't find anyone to ask, your cultivation will be delayed. In the future, you don't have to wait for the instructor to return. There are also some people who have their own unique cultivation methods. There is no need to hide them. If you contribute, it will definitely be beneficial to everyone. The school will not miss out on your benefits either. Martial arts progress is about sharing. Our Grandmaster powerhouses rarely hide the combat techniques they have created, unless they are sure that it is not suitable to be popularized. After saying so much, Fang Ping finally said, "One last thing. Ever since the second championship, I think many people have known about mutated martial artists. If someone has also experienced a mutation, don't be afraid. Don't hide it. Tell the school. The school will help you control your own strength and speed up your cultivation. If your relatives and friends have the same situation, they can also come to MCMAU for advice. They can even enter MCMAU to study. Don't think about whether I will be cut into pieces if I mutate. That's nonsense. Ridiculous. I, Fang Ping, am a mutated martial artist. NMAU Wang Jinyang, CCMAU Li Hansong, FMS Yaqingjun, and so on. Which of us has become a lab rat? Don't think about it blindly. If you miss the golden cultivation period, it will not be worth it. At this point, Fang Ping was almost done talking. Seeing that many people below the stage were discussing in low voices, some were excited, some were at a loss, and did not continue to say more. Just as he was about to announce the end of the meeting, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and added, "Right, the school will continue to hold the Rank 2 and Rank 3 martial arts competitions. Everyone, please participate. Meeting adjourned now. Don't go out of school if you have nothing to do. We'll talk about it after you finish the catacombs basic courses." Fang Ping announced the end of the meeting. Immediately, the people below started discussing loudly. Fang Ping had not walked far when a shiny bald head appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fang Ping, you tricked me." Fang Ping pretended not to hear him. As he walked, he said, "Let's go to the Martial Arts Society. Tell them about the mine you discovered. If you want to enter Rank 5, then tell them in detail. If you don't, you won't even qualify to be cannon fodder in the future." I'm not going with you." Qin Fengqing was furious. Fang Ping turned his head to look at him. After a while, he said, "Fine. You said it yourself. Then go and dig it yourself. The school has a loan. Don't even think about borrowing a cent. Think of a way to enter Rank 5. Anyway, with the current celestiality, you should be able to enter Rank 5 after 7 or 8 years. Qin Fengqing's expression was conflicted. In the end, he said with a look of grief and indignation, "You always bully me." Fang Ping suddenly shivered. F***CK, can you not be so resentful? Martial Arts Club. Fang Ping felt a little uncomfortable under Qin Fengqing's stare. He said angrily, "If you look at me again, I'll hammer you to death. Pay for my hair." Qin Fengqing's face was filled with grief and indignation. "I'd be a fool to believe you," Fang Ping said exasperatedly. "Compensate your ass. You shaved it yourself. What does it have to do with me? I forced you to shave it with a knife?" Before you, as Qin Fengqing spoke, he suddenly went silent. With a face full of resentment, he snorted and stopped talking. What could he say? He insisted on shaving his head bald. Could it be that he had been tricked by Fang Ping? The most important thing wasn't the shaving. He was really in great pain because he lost all his hair stubble. After a moment of silence, Qin Fengqing said gloomily, "Is President Wu still in school? He should be here." Fang Ping glanced at him. He knew what he wanted to do, but he still said, "But if you go, you might be beaten to death." "I only did this because I had no other choice. You were doing this all by yourself, and you even needed the principal to consume the imperishable substance for you. It's more like you recognize him as your father." Qin Fengqing's face darkened, but he quickly snorted and said, "Forget it, I can't be bothered to find trouble with you. Actually, I don't really want to recover. It can really increase my cultivation speed and reduce my consumption. Right? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Fang Ping was all smiles. He nodded and said, "It's good to consume a few less cal of vitality. It can save your life at a critical moment. Isn't that the same logic?" Qin Fengqing remained silent. At this moment, Huang Jing strode in. Looking at Qin Fengqing's big bald head, Huang Jing sighed softly. Perhaps it was his fatherly love acting up, but he reached out to rub Qin Fengqing's big bald head and sighed, "Don't be so silly next time." Fang Ping felt goosebumps all over his body. Old Huang wanted to pat his bald head and say that it was okay, but he insisted on saying comforting words. Qin Fengqing was touched at first, then his expression changed and he snorted. The old man was so evil. When Fang Ping was fooling him, he was right beside him. Why didn't he tell him? Now he was pretending to be a good person. She shook her head, not giving Huang Jing a chance to continue touching her. Huang Jing felt a little regretful. It was fun to touch Fang Ping's bare head. No wonder Li Chongqing did not let go of Fang Ping's head earlier. Seeing that Huang Jing had arrived, he took out the map of Magic City's catacombs and said, "Mark the place. Tell me the specific situation. What rank the monster is, how strong it is, and whether there are other monsters around. Tell me everything clearly." After saying that, Fang Ping said sternly, "Don't give me random information. I'm not afraid, but Vice-Chancellor Huang will be going down with us this time. You've caused the Vice-Chancellor's death. You'll have to deal with this yourself." Huang Jing did not feel good listening to this. "So, it will only kill me? What about you? Would Qin Fengqing still be able to weigh his options? If he died, how could Qin Fengqing still be alive?" According to Fang Ping's words, he and Qin Fengqing probably would not die. The biggest possibility was that he would die first. Huang Jing suddenly did not feel like going in with them. He sighed and said, "Why don't we wait for Li Chongqing to come out of seclusion?" "Don't." Fang Ping said immediately, "We don't know how long Instructor Li will be in closed-door cultivation. We can't just sit around during this time." Huang Jing sighed. "I really don't want to sit around, okay?" Seeing this, Fang Ping said again, "The reason we killed the monster this time is to get a divine weapon. Vice-Chancellor, if you have a divine weapon, will your strength increase greatly? Before this, you were only ranked 725 in the global rank 7 ranking. This ranking is too low. Look at Vice-Chancellor Chen. He's ranked 3rd in the world. This gap. I think it's the gap between divine weapons." Huang Jing said impatiently, "He's a peak rank 7. I'm only a middle stage. How can we be the same? Vice-Chancellor, how are the middle and low stage rank 7 divided? Mentality and cranial honing." Huang Jing did not mind telling him more about these now. He explained, "You should know how to enter rank 7. The Sanjiao gate is closed, mentality vitality fusion, and mentality materialization. Once mentality materializes, its strength will increase greatly. At this time it will combine with vitality force and smelt into celestiality. That will make it even stronger." As he said that, Huang Jing glanced at Fang Ping and said, "Your celestiality is not strong enough." "What?" Fang Ping was stunned. Huang Jing explained, "Let's put it this way. You can use celestiality as an extremely sharp weapon. For example, your bandit slaying saber, chaos vanquishing saber. Alright, chaos vanquishing saber. In your hands, how much power can you unleash? If it was in the hands of an aspiring martial artist, how much power can it unleash?" Huang Jing laughed. "Therefore, the celestiality that you're condensing now is also celestiality. Its origin is the same as ours. However, the power is completely different. It's fine if you supply it to the MCMAU Celestiality Cultivation Room. The origin of the power is here, unchanged. You can use celestiality to fight. If I unleash 100 celestiality, I can kill a rank 7. What about you?" Fang Ping frowned immediately. The last time he blew up the peak rank 6, it was almost 100 celestiality. In the end, the peak rank 6 did not even die from the explosion. Forget about a rank 7, he probably could not even kill Tang Feng with the explosion. Huang Jing did not continue talking about this. He said, "After you enter rank 7, the cultivation is actually divided into 2 stages. First, mentality cultivation. Second, the honing of the skull. Let me put it this way. Actually, when we first enter rank 7, we don't hone the skull. Instead, we focus on cultivating mentality. After mentality vitality fusion, we can use the strength of vitality to nurture mentality. Simply put, mentality is a threshold of 1000 Hz, 1000 Hz, 2000 Hz. That's early stage rank 7. 2000 Hz, 3000 Hz. That's middle stage. Upper stage, mentality is all above 3000 Hz, only then will we start honing the skull. Actually, as long as we start honing the skull, we can be classified as peak rank 7. However, some people hone more, some people hone less. There will also be differences between peak rank 7. When all the skull honing is completed, we will directly enter rank 8. The honing of the bone marrow will automatically be completed. We will condense a golden body directly and become a real golden body powerhouse. Only peak rank 7 can hone the skull? Fang Ping was a little surprised. He rubbed his chin and said, "Then I'm awesome." Huang Jing could not be bothered with him. He continued, "Once CCMAU's Li Hansong enters rank 7, he can skip the peak stage and focus on cultivating mentality. Then, when his mentality reaches 3000 Hz, there will be a qualitative change. He will guide the recovery of the skull and enter rank 8 directly." Why must one's mentality reach this stage? Huang Jing laughed. Let me put it this way. Mentality is actually a primer that starts the evolution of the human body. If your mentality is not at this stage, then you can't complete this evolution process. You can't guide the natural honing of the bone marrow, condensing a golden body, but I've condensed a golden bone, haven't I? Instructor Li is almost the same. Huang Jing said tiredly, "Don't take a special case as the norm. Both of you have problems. You know it. Normal people can't do it." Oh. Huang Jing continued, "So, after you close the Sanjiao gate, it's hard to say whether you will enter rank 7 or become an abnormal rank 8. An abnormal rank 8? Fang Ping was speechless. Huang Jing laughed. The kind that's similar to Li Changxing, but you should be a little more advanced than him. If I'm not wrong, the bone marrow of your skull has not been honed, you know this too? Nonsense. If you really honed it, you wouldn't be like this now. Huang Jing thought for a while and said, "The guidance of mentality is actually guiding the recovery of the bone marrow of the skull, moving the other bone marrow. This is not easy to explain. You'll understand when you reach that stage. If your mentality has not reached 3000 Hz, you probably can't guide it. This may have something to do with the brain nucleus. The strength of the brain nucleus is too weak." Fang Ping muttered, "In other words, my mentality is not strong enough. My bone marrow can't be completely honed, or in other words, I lack the primer, so I can only be a fake rank 8? Yes." Huang Jing nodded. Take Li Changxing for example. His mentality has not even reached 1000 Hz, let alone 3000 Hz. That's why he can't be considered a rank 8. However, after mentality-vitality fusion, the speed of mentality growth is also very fast. His vitality is strong, more than 30,000 calories. Under these circumstances, the speed at which he nurtures his mentality is 10 times faster than the average peak rank 6. That's why he can reach the stage of 1000 Hz instantiation in no time. As for when he can really achieve rank 8, it depends on the situation. Fang Ping nodded and smiled. 3000 Hz mentality, right? I don't think it's that difficult. I'm almost instantiating, but I haven't achieved rank 6 yet. Huang Jing's tone faltered. He did not say anything. What you said makes sense. Fang Ping did not boast anymore. He asked again, Vice-Chancellor Chen, has he started honing his skull? He didn't start honing, but he has honed to the last step. His mentality has long surpassed 3000 Hz. Out of the 29 skulls, he has honed at least 25 of them. If nothing goes wrong, he will complete the honing very soon and achieve rank 8. In addition, he has a divine weapon in his hands. His combat strength is not weak either, Vice-Chancellor. Divine weapons are only used to kill some high-ranked monsters and monster plants. Why don't so many people have them? Even if a rank 8 can't kill a rank 8, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a rank 7, right? Huang Jing was a little embarrassed. What are you thinking? You can kill high-ranked monsters just because you want to? They come in groups at every turn. How are you going to kill them? Moreover, a rank 8 might not be able to kill a rank 7 monster. Monsters are not weak. Moreover, under normal circumstances, unless it's a last resort or a suitable opportunity, we won't go against these monsters and monster plants. Also, a divine weapon exists in the void. It needs a brain nucleus and a heart nucleus, Huang Jing frowned. Most of the time, monsters or monster plants will self-destruct their brain nucleus or heart nucleus before they die. That's why sometimes, even if you kill a high-ranked monster, you might not be able to get a divine weapon. Fang Ping asked doubtfully, aren't there brain and heart nuclei in MCMAU's pressure room? Huang Jing shook his head. Actually, those in the pressure room are all defective products, including some brain nuclei and heart nuclei that were not completely destroyed after self-destruction. Or, a single part. For example, a monster only has its heart nucleus or brain nucleus left. As for the smelting of a divine weapon, theoretically, 2 different monster cores and brain nuclei can be smelted. However, they are not compatible. The probability of an explosion is very high. Therefore, it's best to smelt the same monster core and heart nucleus. When the initial casting is completed, you can add some other supplementary materials and forge again. For example, if you smelted a rank 7 divine weapon, you can add some suitable materials in the future and continue smelting. Maybe you can forge a rank 8 divine weapon. The grade of the divine weapon is the grade of the monster that the smelted heart and brain nucleus belong to? You can say that. Of course, sometimes there are exceptions. Some powerhouses are used to using a divine weapon. In the later stages, they can upgrade the grade by paying the price. There are also some powerhouses who have lived for a long time, Huang Jing said softly, they have obtained the divine weapon for a long time. After nurturing it for a few decades, there might be a qualitative change, directly upgrading the divine weapon. This has happened before, but it takes a long time. I see. Fang Ping nodded. Then, he looked at him uncertainly and whispered, Vice-Chancellor, can you kill a rank 7 monster? Huang Jing was not angry this time. He thought for a moment and said, if it's an early stage rank 7, I still have a chance. If it's in middle stage 1, then it'll be difficult. If it's a peak 1, Huang Jing said helplessly, then I'll run. I'm definitely not a match for it. Upper stage 1s are fine. I should be able to hold on for a while. After you run, I'll leave. It's not a big problem. If I really meet a peak 1, you 2 brats will be the death of me. Fang Ping did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Qin Fengqing and said, the mine that you encountered, what level of monster was guarding it? Did you see the monster's body? Qin Fengqing subconsciously touched his bald head. He thought for a while and said, actually, I just wandered around the periphery. However, that mine wasn't too big. According to my estimation, it looked like an early stage or middle stage rank 7. I could still feel its aura. It wasn't too strong, not as strong as Old Man Chen. Old Man Chen? It's Chen Yaoting. That old man used his mentality to suppress me last time. I think he's much stronger than that monster. Qin Fengqing explained and then cursed, that old man is shameless. A peak rank 7 bullied a rank 4 martial artist like me, the last time he was buried underground for more than half a day. Later on, he was beaten up until his head was full of bumps. Qin Fengqing could not take this lying down. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. Now, Qin Fengqing had also made a mental note. He had too many enemies. The weaker ones were like Fang Ping. The slightly stronger ones were like Tang Feng. The stronger ones were like Chen Yaoting. These people would be dealt with one by one sooner or later. Yes, there was also Wang Jinyang. Qin Fengqing added in his heart. That bastard old Wang had beaten him up before. It was a pity that he could not catch up. Otherwise, he would have taken revenge a long time ago. Huang Jing did not care about him. This kid could shout whatever he wanted. Shouting in front of others was the real deal. After thinking for a while, Huang Jing said, if that's the case, we can try, but it's still not too safe. Huang Jing seemed to have thought of something and said, how about this? I'll make some preparations. Vice-Chancellor Wu would be the best choice, but powerhouses have strong senses. If Vice-Chancellor Wu goes, it'll easily attract stronger powerhouses. It's better if I go with you. Actually, Wu Quishan did not have many things to do. He could still go. However, once he entered the catacombs or followed Fang Ping and the rest, it would be too easy to attract rank 8 monsters or catacombs powerhouses. It was even possible to attract the attention of rank 9 powerhouses. Therefore, if they were to go, Huang Jing was more suitable. Moreover, if the monster sensed his aura, it might not run. However, if it sensed Wu Quishan's aura, the probability of it escaping was higher. The monster was not an idiot. Both Fang Ping and Huang Jing nodded. At this moment, Qin Fengqing had also marked the location on the map. Then, he suddenly said angrily, "We agreed to split it 50-50. Fang Ping, if you screw me over again, I'll hang myself in front of your house." Fang Ping was stunned. Huang Jing's face was filled with exasperation. "Can't you have some backbone? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You should say something harsh." This kid did not dare to say anything harsh. He actually wanted to hang himself in front of Fang Ping's house. "Do you have any shame?" Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, "Is it really good to be so harsh on yourself? If that's the case, you're really going to screw me over." Qin Fengqing suddenly sobered up. He snatched the map in his hands and gritted his teeth. "Without me, you won't be able to find it. What I marked just now was fake." Huang Jing rubbed his forehead again. Right now, he really wanted to beat a few people to death for fun. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "I'm not planning to screw you over. I promise, if there are any gains this time, I'll provide as many resources as you need to break through rank 5. Is that okay?" "Really? If I lie, you'll hang yourself in front of MCMAU's main gate. Is that okay?" "No, I'll go to your house. MCMAU is better." "Are you stupid? Not many people in my house know. If you hang yourself in front of MCMAU's main gate, the whole world will know." "That makes sense." Listening to these two idiots' conversation, Huang Jing was getting more and more tired. This was the first and last time. Next time, if he talked business with these two idiots again, he would die. Also, Huang Jing looked at Fang Ping again. This guy said he would provide Qin Fengqing with cultivation resources. Was he lending it to Qin Fengqing or giving it to him? He did not say. However, looking at Qin Fengqing again, Huang Jing suddenly felt relieved. Even if he borrowed it, Qin Fengqing probably did not plan to return it. This kid was not stupid. The probability of him going back on his word was as high as 100%. Young people these days. Huang Jing shook his head. They were not pure at all. Back in the day, the people of their generation were so pure and kind. How could they be so cunning? After that, the few of them arranged a time. Huang Jing needed to prepare, Fang Ping also needed to cultivate combat techniques, and Qin Fengqing prepared to cultivate peak rank 4. Maybe this time he would break through in the catacombs. Most of the time in the catacombs was for running, there was no time for him to cultivate. After discussing these, the few of them went their separate ways. Before they left, Huang Jing heard Fang Ping ask him to prepare catacombs clothes and headgear. He felt very tired. Do I have to pretend to be a catacombs martial artist for once? In February, MCMAU entered the era of frenzied cultivation in the entire school. The supply of pills was no longer 1 or 2. Instead, they were transported out by the boxes. The production line in MCMAU was working overtime. This time, MCMAU cooperated with a few martial arts universities. The other party could use raw materials to exchange for credits and pills in MCMAU. The two major companies did not say anything. At this moment, MCMAU only cooperated with a few martial arts universities. Although CCMAU also participated in the cooperation, CCMAU's cooperation was limited and not carried out on a large scale. The martial arts universities were self-sufficient in raw materials, so it did not affect the entire company's operations. However, the two major companies also kept a close eye on MCMAU. If MCMAU dared to purchase raw materials from the outside, the two major companies would not let it go. This time, MCMAU had caused a lot of trouble. In addition to the matter of the evil sect, there was a handle on them. Zhao Yu was confirmed to be a member of the evil sect. Under such circumstances, the two major companies paid a hefty price and were unwilling to continue causing trouble. However, all the grievances during this period were written off after the other party paid 200 billion in resources. If MCMAU crossed the line again, it would no longer be the two major companies' business. The higher-ups would not allow it. Moreover, letting MCMAU go this time was also related to some of the higher-up strategies. The crisis was getting bigger. It was very likely that they would soon enter the era of national cultivation. Recently, the government had informed the two major companies, especially the pill company, to produce large amounts of cheap goods such as normal vitality pills and blood and chi replenishing pills. This kind of low-grade elixir was prepared for the entire population to start cultivating. Once it reached this point, the price of pills would inevitably decrease. Although MCMAU was causing a lot of trouble now, in the eyes of the two major companies, when that time came, it was hard to say who would lose and who would profit. At that point, supplying martial arts universities with large amounts of pills for free would probably become the norm. Now that MCMAU was causing trouble, the two major companies would not spare a single cent and let them cause trouble. They were the ones who asked for it. Fang Ping could actually guess some of the two major companies' thoughts, but he did not care. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Who knew what the situation would be like when that time came? Taking the benefits first and working hard to improve was the right way. In the last few days of February, Fang Ping was also cultivating like crazy. He did not put much effort into his realm. He mainly cultivated combat techniques. Saber techniques and footwork were Fang Ping's main cultivation goals. Other than that, Fang Ping was also working hard to learn more about the catacombs language. He had experience communicating with people from the catacombs, so his learning was more effective. Fang Ping even had the intention to learn the catacombs language, but there were too few experts in this area. There were not enough of them even for the higher-ups. Currently, there were no such experts in MCMAU. As for Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, Li Chongxing, and the others, they had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. They did not appear for a long time. Other than Fang Ping, everyone else was working hard. On Fang Yuan's end, he had entered MCMAU-affiliated First High School. As for Fang Ping, he went to look for Wu Kuxian. Actually, Fang Ping kept a little of the life essence that he had exchanged the last time. He let Wu Kuxian seal it in Fang Yuan's skeleton. When Fang Yuan could no longer nurture his vitality, he could choose to break through. As a matter of fact, it was difficult for Fang Yuan to increase his qi anymore. Fang Ping was the one who had helped her break through to 180 calories. It was almost impossible for him to enter the third bone honing stage now. If nothing went wrong, he would soon choose to break through and become a true martial artist. As for his parents, Li Yuan did not look for a job. Fang Mingrong, on the other hand, did not go to the government anymore. Instead, he went to a group under MCMAU and became a more leisurely assistant. Fang Mingrong was afraid of being too idle. Actually, he did not plan to do very well. He was not cut out for that. It was just that he had a job, and at least he felt that he was not useless. In the blink of an eye, it was March 5th, Friday. Fang Ping was still cultivating by the sea. Xianxia ran over with a flushed face. She looked slightly excited, pacing back and forth about 10 meters away from Fang Ping. Fang Ping put down the unsheathed chaos-vanquishing saber. Nowadays, unless he was in a great battle, he would always be nurturing his saber. Seeing that Xianxia was waiting beside him, Fang Ping exhaled, turned around, and walked over. He said, "What's the matter?" "Fang Ping, I broke through to rank 4. Xianxia's face was full of joy. She said excitedly, "I'm a middle-ranked martial artist." After Han Su, she was the second martial artist among the National Martial Arts University's sophomores to enter the middle-ranked. As for Fang Ping, no one counted him now. Rank 4? Fang Ping smiled. Congratulations. How many celestial bridges have you built? 3. Xianxia said with some regret. I wanted to build 5 celestial bridges at first, but my physique is too weak. I can't take it. It was just that her physique was too weak, not that she had insufficient energy. Old man Chen was going crazy. This time, for his granddaughter's breakthrough, the old man directly sent over a big bag of energy stones, the normal kind, not the high-ranked ones. Even so, this bag was not cheap. Qin Yaoting was so biased toward his granddaughter that even the Qin family was somewhat dissatisfied. However, the old man who was about to reach rank 8 insisted on being biased, so there was no point in being dissatisfied. According to the old man's words to his old friends, it was also incomparably bitter. He had no choice but to be biased. His granddaughter had taken a fancy to Fang Ping. That bastard, cultivating like it was a game. No matter how talented his granddaughter was, no matter how hard she worked, she could not keep up with the pace. She could only throw money at him. No matter what, he would throw money at him first. Otherwise, if Fang Ping was a grandmaster and his granddaughter was still rank 3, that would be too embarrassing. Chen Yaoting did not believe that he, a martial artist about to reach rank 8, could not beat that brat Fang Ping with all his might to support his granddaughter. Later, if he could get a batch of life essence, he would directly let his granddaughter soak in it. He wanted to see if that bastard Fang Ping could shake off the distance. Regarding this, Fang Ping really did not know. Chen Yunqi actually knew a little. If it were in the past, she might not want it. After all, she was not the only one in the Chen family. Now, however, Chen Yunqi did not think too much about it. She wanted it first. She needed to increase her rank first. Otherwise, she would soon be left far behind. Fang Ping was already peak rank 5. 3 is already not bad. Fang Ping laughed. I heard that Han Su only built 3. That brat is thrice honed. His vitality and physique are slightly stronger than yours. As he said that, Fang Ping added, Zhao Lei is about to break through too, right? Yes. Chen Yunqi responded, but she did not say much about Zhao Lei. Instead, she said excitedly, Fang Ping, I heard that you're going to the catacombs. Can I go this time? Fang Ping shook his head. Seeing that she was a little disappointed, he chuckled. Your strength is a little lacking. Qin Fengqing's strength is also a little lacking. Next time we go to the catacombs, we won't bring him. If he follows me, without the strength of rank 5 or 6, it'll be very easy to lose his life. Oh. Chen Yunqi did not insist. Going to the catacombs was not a joke. If she really became a burden, she could easily harm others and herself. Although she could not go with them, Chen Yunqi still said, then I'll go to the catacombs too. I won't go with you guys. I'll go by myself. You're going to the catacombs? Yes, I'm also a rank 4 martial artist. Chen Yunqi said hurriedly, I'll be active near Hope City. I won't go too deep. Now that Sky Gate City's strength has weakened, our range of activity has expanded a lot. We can't always cultivate hard on the ground. Even if they did not lack resources for hard cultivation, their cultivation speed would not be fast. No powerhouse cultivated hard. Just like Wu Quishan said, some of the young people in the seed conservation plan might have very high ranks, even higher than Fang Ping. However, this kind of vitality martial artist might not have much actual combat experience. If they really encountered a martial artist like Fang Ping who played hide-and-seek with high ranks, even if Fang Ping's combat techniques were average, his psychological quality would be miles ahead of him. When he was fighting for his life, he was even crazier. When it came to fighting, it was not difficult for Fang Ping to kill a team of rank SIXS alone. Not to mention Fang Ping, even Qin Fengqing, this guy was suppressed by geniuses like Fang Ping. Compared to those people, it was not difficult for Qin Fengqing to kill a few rank 5s. Hearing Chen Yunqi say so, Fang Ping did not stop her. He only said, then you be careful. It's best if you go with the people from the school. Since she had become a martial artist, there was no reason for her to always hide in the back. Those people in the seed conservation plan, their ancestors were rank 9 paragons. Although Chen Yunqi's grandfather was also strong, he was not that strong yet. When the battle started, she also had to rely on herself. Yes, I will. Fang Ping, when are you going to enter the catacombs? Tomorrow or the day after. I'll see how Qin Fengqing and the others are preparing. Then let's go together. I'll wait for you guys in Hope City. Chen Yunqi insisted on going with him. In the end, Fang Ping did not refuse. It was not only Chen Yunqi. On March 7th, when Fang Ping set off, there were many people who went with him this time. Huang Jing did not show up. It was unknown whether he went in earlier or later. Fang Ping did not ask him. Previously, Huang Jing said that they would meet at the place. Maybe he was worried that if he went with Fang Ping and the others, they would attract high ranks, and it would be easy for problems to arise. In front of the Martial Arts Society, Fang Ping glanced at everyone. This time, Xianxia's side was led by the middle stage rank 4 Liang Fenghua. Other than Liang Fenghua, the early stage rank 4 Yi Qing was also there. There was another rank 4, plus Xianxia, a total of 4 rank 4 martial artists. There were also more than 10 upper stage rank 3 and above martial artists. These people were also preparing to enter the catacombs this time. Resources were secondary. More importantly, they wanted to experience some life and death battles. Now, East Sunflower City and Skygate City have joined forces. Skygate City has been fighting with us for many years, but they suffered heavy losses last time. Now, they are in a state of retreat. However, East Sunflower City has just come into contact with us. Now, both sides are in a breaking-in period. Breaking-in period sounded quite awkward, but it was the truth. Liang Fenghua said as they walked, therefore, currently, in the battlefield between East Sunflower City and Hope City, the main battle is between middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists. This is also an opportunity in the early stages of the war. Right now, everyone is not too familiar with each other's combat style, so we can still practice for a while. In the later stages, it will be even more bloody. When both sides are familiar with each other, when they fight, it will be easier for newbies like us to die or get injured. Fang Ping glanced at the crowd. In the crowd, he saw many familiar faces. He nodded and said, "Senior, you're relatively more stable. You've entered the catacombs many times, so you have a lot of experience. However, try to be careful and don't go too deep." I know that." Liang Fenghua glanced at him and said softly, "You be careful too, Fang Ping. Don't take too many risks." As soon as he said that, Big Baldy, who was following beside him, said loudly, "What are you afraid of? If you have the time to worry about him, why don't you worry about yourself? Do you think this bastard will die so easily?" Liang Fenghua could not be bothered with him, but after some thought, he still warned, "Qin Feng Qing, it's fine if you want to die, but don't put Junior Feng in danger." Qin Feng Qing almost vomited blood in anger. "Are you sure I'm the one bringing this guy to risk his life? I'm only rank 4, and he's comparable to a rank 6, okay? The most important thing is, this kid is better at running than me. I could not outrun him in the past, and now he knows breath control and has a higher rank than me." No matter how unwilling Qin Feng Qing was to admit it, he knew that Fang Ping's life-saving skills were much better than his. He even suspected that if Huang Jing died, Fang Ping would not be able to. If Fang Ping and Huang Jing were to be left alone in the middle of the catacombs, Huang Jing would be the first to die. Qin Fengqing's face darkened and he did not reply. He could say whatever he wanted. Xianxia, who was beside him, added, "Senior Qin, you guys go together. Take care of Fang Ping. He hasn't entered the catacombs that many times." Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened. "Are you sure you want me to take care of him?" Fang Ping smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Maybe I'll go in today and come back at night." As they chatted, they passed through MCMAU's underground passageway and arrived at the underground hall. Seeing Fang Ping, many people greeted him. One of the soldiers guarding the door laughed and said, "President Fang, how long has it been since you last shot an advertisement? I haven't seen you release a new film in a long time. I'm sick of the old ones." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did these soldiers have nothing better to do? They walked all the way until they reached the alloy house. The gatekeeper was still one person. Ever since Scarface died in battle, the gatekeeper had not been replaced. Seeing Fang Ping and the others arrive, the gatekeeper smiled and said, "Fang Ping, whose house are you going to raid this time?" The last time Fang Ping and the others entered, they raided a rank 7 martial artist's house. At that time, he thought that the situation in the catacombs had improved. Later, he found out that these two fellows had even caused a fight between the Jiao and the rank 7. The last time, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had just entered rank 4 not long ago. Now, one had killed a peak rank 6, and the other was already a peak rank 4. These two kids, were they going to raid a rank 8's house? Fang Ping chuckled. "Uncle, what are you talking about? This time we're going into the catacombs to gain experience. Every time we go into the catacombs, we're going to run. This time, we're going to stay a little longer." Every time he went into the catacombs, he did not stay long. Most of the time, he was chased out. This time, Fang Ping felt that he needed to stay a little longer. Mining was secondary. He also planned to make a trip to Monster Sunflower City or Skygate City. Skygate City had life essence, and Monster Sunflower City had mentality nourishing sunflower seeds. If he could get his hands on some, it would be better than mining. Some things could not be bought with money. The government did not have many scarce resources, and it was extremely difficult to obtain them. Stay a little longer, the gatekeeper could not help but laugh. He did not say much. I'm just afraid that if you kids stay too long, you'll stir up chaos in the catacombs. Over at the military department, they were still more well-informed. When Fang Ping was in Nanjiang catacombs, he had caused a huge commotion in Nanjiang catacombs, even involving rank 9 martial artists. If he did the same in Magic City catacombs, he suspected that he would blacklist Fang Ping next time and ban him from entering. Sometimes, it was more important for everyone to maintain a balance. Chaos was not necessarily good. When Fang Ping and the others entered the square from the passageway, in Hope City, many people had received the news. In the next moment, many martial artists in Hope City sighed. Those two scourges are here again. Stay away. No one is allowed to act with them. Martial artists around the Jiao's forest, evacuate as soon as possible. Don't leave anyone near Wolfhead Mountain. In an instant, orders were passed down one after another. If they acted with these two fellows, the probability of death was too high. It was best not to follow them. Every path was dangerous. Moreover, the two high ranks that these two fellows had provoked before, a rank 8 Jiao beast and a peak rank 7 Wolfhead Mountain owner, were still alive. Who knew if these two bastards would provoke them this time? That was not all. These two brats were also good at tricking people. Do not pretend to be injured for no reason. Who knows, you might be tricked again. When Fang Ping walked past and saw the passers-by avoiding him, he could not help but turn his head and scold, "Qin Feng Qing, your character is really good." It was the catacombs. There were a lot of martial artists. There were many rank SIXS. Look at how scared they were, Qin Feng Qing sneered. Don't you know? Who's the tiger who cleans the streets? Ask others and you'll know. I'm not as hated as you. As soon as he had this thought, someone beside him scolded angrily, remember what those two bastards look like. Don't follow them. Stay far away from them. President, why? Do you see that big bald guy? Last time, he lured hundreds of monsters to kill us. Now he's even shaving his head. Maybe he has some bad intentions. Qin Fengqing turned his head to take a look. He could not help but mutter, hate because of love. Women are really unscrupulous to attract my attention. The person beside him was none other than Magic City Women's University's Zhou Qiyue. At this moment, there were many girls beside Zhou Qiyue. They were all young. It seemed like many of them had entered the catacombs for the first time. Their faces were full of curiosity. Fang Ping had good hearing. He glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Did this guy really think that Zhou Qiyue liked him? Zhou Qiyue looked like she wanted to hack him to death. How could he understand that love had turned to hate and she was purposely trying to attract his attention? Qin Fengqing did not have this self-awareness. He touched his bald head. Fang Ping might have a point. Shaving his head could at least cover up some of his handsomeness. He was focused on martial arts. He did not have the time to deal with these love-struck women. Therefore, Qin Fengqing walked past arrogantly, not even looking at Zhou Qiyue. This made Zhou Qiyue even angrier. This guy did bad things. Did he not feel guilty at all? Hope City. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing were like tigers clearing the streets. Wherever they went, people would leave. Fang Ping did not mind. He smiled as he walked. The place we're going to is 500 to 600 li to the east. We're almost at the 100 Beasts forest. Should we leave today or wait? Qin Fengqing was about to speak when he sensed something was wrong. He asked cautiously, how did you know? Old Huang is such a jerk. How could he just tell you? He did not tell Fang Ping the exact location, but he did tell Huang Jing. Huang Jing was not with them, but they could not let old Huang run around. How did Fang Ping know? Fang Ping sneered, too lazy to respond. I knew it a long time ago. If not for the fact that he could not find the exact location, and the guy insisted on following, Fang Ping would not have brought him along. In addition, Qin Fengqing had told him about the surrounding environment. Fang Ping grinned and said, the 100 Beasts Forest is about 800 li to the east. However, halfway between the 100 Beasts Forest and Hope City, there's a relatively safer place, Hedgehog Ridge. Hedgehog Ridge got its name because someone found a Qiong exotic beast similar to the one recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It looked like a cow, had hedgehog fur, and sounded like a hyena. However, the Qiong Qi recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas had wings. The beast found in Hedgehog Ridge had no wings, so it was called a hedgehog. As Fang Ping spoke, he rubbed his chin and said, speaking of which, this Classic of Mountains and Seas might not be full of nonsense. The Jiao in the Jiao's forest seem to have some similarities with the Jiao in the records. No wonder we call it Jiao here. In the catacombs martial artists called it Golden Horned Beast. However, how they called it was up to them. The Jiao probably did not care what others called it, as long as it ate. As Fang Ping spoke, he mumbled, I didn't think too much about it before, but now that I think about it, the Classic of Mountains and Seas, as well as the monsters and mounts in ancient legends, were they imagined by humans, or did they really exist before? I've heard that some rank 9 powerhouses have beasts as mounts. Modern powerhouses keep a low profile. Mounts are usually kept in the catacombs. Ancient powerhouses might not be like that. It's not impossible for them to tame a mount and ride it out to show off. In that case, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there were too many secrets hidden in the ancient legends of Sino Nation. Did ancient martial artists have any contact with the catacombs? Did those legendary divine beasts and mutated beasts come from the catacombs, or did they already exist on Earth? If there was, then why did it disappear completely? Did Earth have the glory of martial arts 1,000 years ago? If there was, why did the current records show that there was a huge gap in the middle, causing martial arts to enter a period of decline? Fang Ping still remembered what had been said in class before. Before martial arts universities existed, or perhaps even earlier, rank 3 martial artists were already strong enough to start their own sects and call themselves ancestral Taoists. There was a time when middle-ranked martial artists were the top dogs in the sect world. Perhaps those sects that have been around for thousands of years really do have some secrets. Fang Ping continued to mumble, already forgetting to continue speaking to Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing's expression changed again and again. It must be old Huang. Yes, the small mineral vein he had discovered was near Hedgehog Ridge. Of course, Hedgehog Ridge was huge too, comparable to the size of Magic City. Even a rank 7 or 8 powerhouse would need a few days to find a small mineral vein in such a big place. Moreover, in the catacombs, normal powerhouses would not dare to use their mentality to search so wantonly. Old Huang is really a scumbag. Qin Fengqing cursed in his heart. This was his secret, or at least Fang Ping's secret. He knew that Fang Ping was so petty that he wanted to leave him behind. If Fang Ping and Huang Jing knew the location, what use would Qin Fengqing have then? Since there was no use, why would he bring him along? He had promised old Huang not to tell Fang Ping. If he brought Fang Ping along, he could at least be a guide, show his presence, and prove his value. Now, old Huang had betrayed him. How dare this old man call himself my senior uncle? He didn't keep his word. Qin Fengqing was furious. He kept staring at Fang Ping. This bastard wouldn't leave him behind and go there alone, would he? Fang Ping glanced at him from the corner of his eye and sneered. What are you looking at? I guessed it. Do you think I need to ask Vice-Chancellor Huang about such a small matter? Qin Fengqing's face was full of disbelief. You told me yourself. Did you forget? When did I tell you? You really did forget. Didn't you tell me last time that we agreed to mine together? Qin Fengqing thought for a while. After a long time, he said uncertainly, I didn't, did I? Did he tell Fang Ping last time? No way, he was not an idiot. Why would he tell Fang Ping? He could not wait to hide this kind of thing. Fang Ping was too lazy to attack him. After walking for a while, he turned his head to look at Chen Yunqi and the others. You guys report to the military department. Listen to the military department's arrangements. We'll act on our own. When martial arts university students entered the catacombs, they could not go wherever they wanted. The military department would make some arrangements. However, it was fine if they did not go. As long as they were not afraid of death, it was fine. Going to the military department to make arrangements was just to be safer. Hearing him say this, Liang Fenghua nodded and reminded, "Be careful." "I will." Seeing that they were about to separate, Xianxia suddenly took a necklace from her neck and stuffed it into Fang Ping's hand. She turned and ran. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Then, he said, "Yunqi, why did you give this to me?" "I was afraid that you wouldn't have money to spend." Qin Fengqing's face was full of disdain. He laughed and said, "I was afraid that you would be hungry. I gave you this gold chain. You might even be able to exchange it for food in the catacombs." Fang Ping glared at him. Seeing that Xianxia had disappeared, he frowned slightly. He turned around and handed the necklace to Liang Fenghua. "Senior, return this to her for me." Junior Fang, Liang Fenghua was in a difficult position. He said in a low voice, "Junior sister Chen is kind. You should accept it first." "Calm her down." Fang Ping shook his head and said in a low voice, "This is not a necklace." "Huh?" Liang Fenghua was stunned for a moment. He did not understand. Fang Ping pointed at the pendant of the necklace. He frowned slightly and said, "It has a very strong life aura. It might be something like a life-saving pill or an energy fruit. I can't use it. It should be given to her by her grandfather. Return it to her for me." Liang Fenghua understood immediately. Beside him, Qin Fengqing squinted his eyes and swallowed. He was a little tempted. A life-saving item? He was lacking this. However, seeing that Liang Fenghua was holding the chaos-vanquishing saber, looking as if he would kill him immediately if he dared to move, Qin Fengqing could only watch Liang Fenghua keep the necklace. What a waste. Sigh, actually, I quite like this kind of girl. Gentle and lovely. Most importantly, she's rich, Qin Fengqing mumbled for a while. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Qiyu behind him. Suddenly, he shouted, "Tigress, do you have money in your family?" He wanted to ask. If she had money, it was not like he could not sell his body. In order to increase his strength, it was okay to sell his body a little. It was better to suffer some losses. Zhou Qiyu, who was telling her juniors about Qin Fengqing's evil deeds, looked frighteningly ugly. What did this guy call her? Before she could reply, Qin Fengqing suddenly sighed. "You don't look like you're rich." "Forget it, I won't ask." "You. Let's go. Remember, don't run east. This time, your grandpa Qin is going east to 100 Beasts Forest to walk some high-ranked beasts. Maybe a few dozen of them will appear. Don't go looking for death." After saying that, Qin Fengqing ran away immediately. Zhou Qiyu had wanted to curse a little more, but when she heard that, she froze on the spot. This big baldy, was he joking or serious? While Zhou Qiyu was in a daze, Fang Ping followed. Soon, their figures disappeared from the north gate. In the next moment, the news spread in Hope City. Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping, the two troublemakers, had gone to 100 Beasts Forest, Hope City Command Center. When Sumafu received the news, he was stunned for a moment. He could not help but ask, "Is it true?" The soldier who came to report the news said immediately, "Qin Fengqing said it himself. It's hard to tell the truth, but if he really goes to 100 Beasts Forest. Is he looking for death?" Sumafu could not help but curse. Actually, 100 Beasts Forest was not called 100 Beasts Forest in the past. This name had only spread recently. Before that, 100 Beasts Forest was called 10,000 Demons Forest. 100 Beasts Forest was the forbidden area with the most monsters and plants in Magic City's catacombs. There were many high-ranked monsters there, and there was even a rank 9 monster in the past. Hope City's martial artists would not go there. They did not dare to go there. Not to mention the middle and low ranks, even rank 9 powerhouses would not go there. If the monsters in 100 Beasts Forest were to go on a rampage, rank 9 powerhouses might not have a good ending. How many high-ranked monsters there were in 100 Beasts Forest was still unknown. Knowing that Qin Fengqing had gone there, Sima Fu felt a headache coming on. He could not help but curse, those two bastards from MCMAU, why did they go to the catacombs? If other martial artists did not go to the catacombs, Sima Fu would definitely be unhappy. Being afraid of death was not the style of human martial artists. However, Sima Fu really wished that Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping would not come. Qin Fengqing used to wander around the catacombs when he was rank 3. This is not the first time he lured monsters out. Sima Fu scoffed. This was not unprecedented. If there was no precedent, he would not be worried. However, although Qin Fengqing did not have much strength, his notoriety was not weak. Back when he was rank 3, he had lured many monsters out, and many martial artists were almost killed by him. However, this guy usually went to places with few people. He was not very active near Hope City. If others met him in the wild, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Now, Qin Fengqing was rank 4. In addition to Fang Ping, who had even lured out the tutelary monster plant in Nanjiang's catacombs, these two people were going to 100 Beasts Forest now. Just thinking about it, Sima Fu felt that he had to take it seriously. If they really lured out countless high-ranked monsters, Sima Fu did not dare to imagine what kind of trouble would happen. Go inform General Tian and Old Ko. Forget it, I'll go myself. I also have to tell Old Fan, don't let the monsters attack the city carelessly. Sima Fu cursed again and said, if these two kids lured the monsters to attack the city, MCMAU will solve it. If they can't solve it, then let these two bastards handle it themselves. Sima Fu had made up his mind. If this really happened and MCMAU could not handle it, then he would not let Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, these two bastards, enter the city. He would think of a way to solve it himself. If he could not, then he would die for nothing. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but Sima Fu could not risk the whole of Hope City for these two people. Sima Fu continued to curse, while a few commander-level generals beside him laughed and said, General, Qin Fengqing was just saying that. Besides, if they really provoked the high-ranked beasts in the 100 Beasts Forest, would they still have a chance to come back? 100 Beasts Forest was more than 800 li away from here. There were countless high-ranked monsters there. If they really provoked the monsters, two middle-ranked martial artists would not have a chance to come back alive. Sima Fu tilted his head and looked at them. After a while, he said, it's better to be prepared than not. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing did not pay much attention to the movements in Hope City. Qin Fengqing was really just saying it casually. This time, they were not going to 100 Beasts Forest, but Hedgehog Ridge. There were almost no traces of high-ranked monsters in Hedgehog Ridge. Even the hedgehog they had discovered previously had not been seen for many years, so it might not still be there. The reason why he said that was because he was a man, after all. He had heard Zhou Qiuyue and her junior badmouthing him. In front of women, even if he, Qin Fengqing, did not give them the chance to fall in love with him, he could not lose face. Look, when he said 100 Beasts Forest, all the girls in Magic City Women's College were dumbfounded. When he returned, he would tell them about his heroic deeds. Those little girls would worship him from the bottom of their hearts. Both of them left the city and headed east. On the way, they met some troops and martial artists who had retreated from the front line. After Monster Sunflower City in the northeast joined the war, it had become Hope City's main enemy. Between the two cities, there were already sporadic battles. There were also 2 battles between martial artists of 1,000 people, and there were many casualties. Fang Ping frowned when he saw many people returning with wounds all over their bodies. There were even some who were missing arms or broken legs. There are a lot of martial artists dying every year. If this goes on, the number of martial artists who have grown up won't be as great as the losses. Qin Fengqing said disapprovingly, what's the use of worrying about this? Do you really think you're the leader of humanity? You should worry about yourself first. If you really have the time, care about me and give me 3 to 5 billion. Let me enjoy it a little. Fang Ping snorted. Qin Fengqing said again, did you really kill a peak rank 6 martial artist? Also, they said you hired dozens of rank 8s to heal you. How much did you spend? Tens of billions. Qin Fengqing suddenly clutched his chest. It felt like his heart was throbbing. For a moment, he could hardly breathe. He asked in a sharp voice, how much? Just tens of billions. Fang Ping said lightly, what's wrong? It's not like I'm spending your money. Why do you care how I spend it? Qin Fengqin gritted his teeth. I'll rob you one day. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this kid was really rich, he hid a small mineral vein like it was his trump card. Not to mention that it was not his, even if it was his, would it be worth tens of billions? Definitely not, even so, he still had to rob the high-ranked monster's territory. Compared to the high-ranked monster, robbing Fang Ping should be more cost-effective. Fang Ping sneered and pretended not to hear. He looked at the soldiers and martial artists who were retreating and said softly, there seem to be a lot of high ranks in Monster Sunflower City. Magic City has been under a lot of pressure recently. With the two cities working together, there should be more than 20 high ranks. If it was not for killing a batch of high ranks last time, there might have been more than 30 people. Qin Fengqin squinted and said, why don't you sneak in and kill that sunflower monster? What do you think? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. Thinking of something, he murmured, Monster Sunflower City is still far from Hope City. It's not a big problem. The big problem is Skygate City. I have to find a chance to destroy Skygate City. Fang Ping's eyes were burning. He said in a low voice, when the instructors break through, the opportunity will come. Even if I can't destroy Skygate City, I have to get a batch of life essence back. With his previous experience, Fang Ping knew that under normal circumstances, these monster plants would not activate the life pool. However, if the high ranks were seriously injured, they would definitely activate it in order to recover their combat strength. At that time, it would also be when the guardian monster plants were at their weakest, or in other words, they would not be able to fully guard against intruders. If they lured the rank 9 Skygate City Lord out, with full preparation, there should be hope in doing something big. Qin Fengqing's ears twitched when he heard this, but he did not reply. Needless to say, this bastard Fang Ping did not plan to bring him along. The next time he entered the catacombs, Qin Fengqin would probably not have a chance. However, if Fang Ping really brought MCMAU's grandmasters to do something big, he might have a chance. As the two walked, they gradually diverged from the retreating martial artists. Those people were in the northeast direction. They were going east to Hedgehog Ridge, not the same way. They were not in a hurry. After walking out of the daily activities area, the two of them found a secluded place, changed their clothes, and put on their long hair balaclavas. After changing, Fang Ping could not help but look at Qin Fengqin and say, don't follow me. Stay some distance away from me. I'll know you're fake when you release your vitality. Qin Fengqin cursed under his breath. When he felt the rank 3 martial artist's energy waves coming from Fang Ping, he said with some desire, this is so F***king useful. Teach me later, maybe I'll learn it? If I pretend to be a rank 1, maybe I can kill a few rank SIXS. If he learned Fang Ping's disguise technique, he could pretend to be a rank 1 or 2 martial artist and ambush those rank 5 and 6 martial artists. The effect would not be too good. I told you, you won't learn it. Fang Ping shook his head and said. Hurry up, we might meet Monster Sunflower City martial artists along the way. One in front, one behind. Kill one by one. You better change back into your own clothes. I'll pretend to be a hunter, it'll be more effective. How do we split the loot? 73, I'll let you down. I don't really care. Middle ranks in the catacombs are mostly poor. Qin Fengqin thought for a while and quickly hid again, changing back into his own clothes. After a while, he could not help but say, take it easy. If you meet one of our own and get killed, don't blame me for not warning you. In this situation, if he met an unfamiliar human grandmaster, the chances of him getting killed was not low. I don't need you to remind me. I'm on guard. Fang Ping's mentality had long spread out. He was not only on guard against the catacombs martial artists. He had always suspected that the two major companies might want to kill him in the catacombs. It was not a big secret that he was going to the catacombs. Who knew what those people were thinking? Bang! In the wilderness, the rank 5 martial artist who was fighting with Qin Fengqin had a blank look on his face. Before he died, he forcefully turned his head to look behind him. Fang Ping's fist pierced through his back, shattering his internal organs. At this moment, he was all smiles and said, "Sir, Monsterwood City has already joined forces with the Land of Rebirth martial artists. Don't blame me." The long-haired martial artist's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Then, his head tilted, and he stopped breathing. Qin Fengqing hurriedly began to search the corpse, scolding, "You're so black-hearted. This guy, he was about to die, and you still lied to him." "Your black-hearted was boundless," Fang Ping sneered. "I'm a Monsterwood City martial artist. Did I lie?" Qin Fengqing was speechless. "He's dead. Are you addicted to pretending?" Although he said that, his hands did not slow down. He quickly gathered all the spoils and stuffed them directly into his big pocket. Fang Ping did not care. Unless this guy had a storage ring, he could not hide it when he returned. It was the same to let him do manual labor first. After killing the rank 5, Fang Ping lamented, "The catacombs martial artists are so pure. I said I was from Monsterwood City and they believed me. I shouted sir a few times and these guys took it seriously." "This IQ, Qin Fengqing said tiredly, you pretended to be a rank 3. How could they not believe you? You're just a rank 3 martial artist. What else can you do?" It was not unusual for Monsterwood City martial artists to appear here. Now that both cities were at war with Hope City, Monsterwood City martial artists had also begun to set foot in the east. If Fang Ping was a middle-ranked, these people would be more cautious. However, he pretended to be a rank 3 martial artist. The rank 5 was confident that even if Fang Ping wanted to scheme against them, he did not have the ability. In the end, they were overconfident. Fang Ping led them to Qin Fengqing. The other party wanted to kill him, but they did not expect Fang Ping to sneak up on him. Killing an early-stage rank 5 martial artist was a sneak attack. The other party did not even feel it. It was exceptionally easy to kill him. Qin Fengqing did not care whether he was black-hearted or not. After all, he had killed him. After calculating his own gains, Qin Fengqing stroked his chin and said, "Why don't I lure a few rank 6 to kill and see? These people are too poor. Can you handle it?" Fang Ping said exasperatedly, "A rank 6 martial artist might not die in one punch. If he doesn't die, it'll cause a huge commotion. Forget it, I'll do it later. Let's go to Hedgehog Ridge first." With that, Qin Fengqing carefully walked forward. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not feel pressured at this moment. He did not try to conceal himself either. He walked forward casually. He was a catacombs martial artist. Unless the catacombs martial artists ambushed him as well, he did not have to worry about human martial artists. Human warriors rarely set foot in this area. Although Monster Sunflower City wasn't located in the east, it was still considered to be deep in Monster Sunflower City's hinterland. Human martial artists wouldn't set foot there now. The sneaky Qin Fengqing watched him swagger around the wasteland and felt a little envious. This feeling was too good. Unlike him, who was extra careful. This was already considered the hinterland of the Catacomb City. Although there weren't many martial artists from Monster Sunflower City here, if he were to encounter a level 6 powerhouse, he would have to be careful not to be killed in one move. A few hours later, Fang Ping grinned as he crushed a rank 4 martial artist's head. He sighed. "We're almost like brothers. I can't bear to kill you." Qin Fengqing scurried out again and began to search the corpse. As he searched, he complained, "What the hell are you doing? A rank 4, you could have killed him in one move. We talked for more than half an hour." Fang Ping chuckled. "What's wrong with chatting? I have nothing to do anyway, so I gathered some information. This guy is interesting. He wants to take me in as his subordinate and even wants me to be his guard captain. *CK, I really want to follow him and just enter Monster Sunflower City directly." Qin Fengqing felt tired again. "You're really something." Although Fang Ping laughed, he still said, "But we didn't chat for nothing. We're on the same side, so we don't have to hold back when we talk." This guy still said a lot of information. Fang Ping used his mentality to probe. Seeing that no one was coming, he said as he walked, "That sunflower in Monster Sunflower City does have sunflower seeds. It produces more than 10 seeds every year. Some of the powerhouses in Monster Sunflower City can be bestowed with the seeds to enhance mentality. No, they call it divine power. However, 1 or 2 seeds have limited effects. If there's more, the effect should be good. Guess, how many high-ranked powerhouses are there in Monster Sunflower City? How many? 19. Fong Ping's eyes were burning. 19, and this guy knows. Monster Sunflower City's strength is much stronger than the few cities I know. Forget about the Sunflower Monster, the City Lord didn't say anything either. The other party doesn't have many rank 8 venerables, 3 and 14 rank 7 chieftains. This is the city with the most among the few cities I know. It should have a lot to do with these sunflower seeds. Otherwise, there shouldn't be so many. So many. Qin Fengqin was also very tempted. He said softly, Fong Ping, if you sneak in, you might not be able to snatch the rank 9, but those martial artists who received the reward, most people use them when they get them. How much do you think they have left in stock? Fong Ping shook his head. Only a fool would save the heavenly treasures that he urgently needed and not use them. Like Fong Ping, if he encountered something that was useful to him, he would definitely use it. Unless it was a resource that he could not use at the moment, or that was not very useful to him anymore, then it was possible that there would be a stock. For rank 9 powerhouses, those sunflower seeds were probably useless to them, so they were rewarded to those martial artists to cultivate high-ranked ones. However, the martial artists who received the rewards were usually peak rank 6. Under such circumstances, there were very few who could survive. Qin Fengqin thought about it and felt that it was true. He said with some regret, then it'll be a little difficult. The House of City Lord should have some in stock. Some big clans and sects might have some in stock too. However, these people were difficult to deal with. Even if Fong Ping sneaked in, with his strength, it would be extremely difficult to get a batch back without anyone noticing. Fong Ping ignored him and continued, also, I have a rough understanding of Monster Sunflower City's situation. It's similar to our human society. It's divided into 3 forces, sects, clans, and the House of City Lord. No, we also have to count the civilian martial artists. Right now, we've encountered the most people from the House of City Lord's forces and the civilian martial artists who were recruited. There are not many martial artists from the sects and clans who participated in the war. However, it hasn't come to this. Otherwise, the City Lord would be their sky. If he asked them to fight, no one would dare to disagree. Also, Monster Sunflower City has recently expanded its army. Its military strength is more than Skygate City's, close to 300,000 troops. Monster Sunflower City has a total of 3 million people. A tenth of the military strength is deployed. These cities in the catacombs are crazy enough. Of course, 300,000 was not all martial artists. If there were 300,000 martial artists, it would be too scary. However, the ratio of martial artists was not low. Gigantic Willow City's military strength was not that high. It was probably only tens of thousands of people. Magic City should have something to do with the many years of war. Qin Fengqin said indifferently, what's the use of knowing this? Fong Ping sneered. What do you know? This information may seem useless, but it might not be. Let's not talk about other things. Hope City might not know about this information that I asked so easily. 19 high ranks. Do you think Hope City knows about it? They might not. If some of the high ranks don't fight, they won't know. Some of the high ranks from the catacombs clans and sects don't always fight. Skygate City only figured out the situation after fighting for a long time. That's true. I wonder how much it can be sold for. When Fong Ping heard this, he said impatiently, am I that kind of person? Of course, this kind of information is free. How can I charge for it? Qin Fengqin shrugged and said indifferently, up to you. We better hurry up. Otherwise, the sky will be dark when we get there. That's right. Are we going to dig in the mines in broad daylight? As Fong Ping said this, he suddenly said in a low voice, other than this, there's another piece of information. It's quite interesting. What? In the catacomb cities, the House of City Lord will hold a youth martial arts competition every year. Martial artists who perform well and have a strong background will have a chance to reach the top in a single bound. This guy doesn't know much, but according to him, he has a brother or relative who won this spot a few years ago. Then, he was sent to the secret place for training and hasn't returned yet. Restricted area? Qin Fengqing also guessed this. He raised his eyebrows and said, in other words, the catacombs geniuses are actually not here? Haven't you guessed it before? Fang Ping was not surprised. He said with interest, say, if I participate in the competition and get a spot, will they send me to the restricted area? Don't even think about it. Can you hide it from a rank 9? It was true that Fang Ping restrained his aura and condensed energy particles outside his body, but high-ranked powerhouses might not be unable to see it. Fang Ping chuckled. That's hard to say. The other party might not be able to detect anything unusual. However, this kind of thing usually requires a clean background. My identity can't stand up to detailed investigation. Moreover, the catacombs restricted area must be full of danger. He did not want to go now. If he went and could not return, it would be troublesome. As he spoke, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and said, someone's here again. You leave first. Qin Fengqing did not delay and left quickly. After a while, Fang Ping tidied his clothes and sighed. Not very friendly. I said that I would rely on him to be his vassal. How dare he look down on a rank 3 like me? He deserves to be beaten to death. Qin Fengqing was too lazy to reply now. However, he had some thoughts in his mind. This scam was very successful. Maybe he should try scamming a few rank 6 martial artists later. Anyway, Fang Ping was the main combat strength. He could just be a bystander. At this moment, it was almost nightfall. Qin Fengqing walked for a while and suddenly said, we've reached Hedgehog Ridge. Fang Ping looked ahead and said in surprise, I thought it was just a small hill. It's actually such a huge mountain range. In front of him, the majestic mountain range continued to rise and fall. It was much more majestic and bigger than he had expected. This place was already 500 to 600 li away from Hope City. Qin Fengqing, why did you think of coming here? Qin Fengqing grinned. If I said that I'm here for an outing, would you believe me? Get lost. Qin Fengqing grinned and then said, actually, I'm here to look for treasures. The treasures of the catacombs are either in the mountains or in the big forest. There's nothing good in other places. Hedgehog Ridge is near the catacombs. It's relatively safer. Not many people explore it. If there's something good, there should be a lot of it here. Before the war with Monster Sunflower City, the east side wasn't too dangerous. I'm here to see if there are any natural treasures. I heard that someone found 100 honing fruit in Hedgehog Ridge. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Really? Don't just say it. If it was true, would it be your turn to look for it? Anyway, someone said it before. It's good stuff. Qin Fengqing laughed. The 100 honing fruit is specially used to hone the internal organs. I was rank 3 at that time. Didn't I want to prepare for middle rank in the future? If I found 100 honing fruit, I might be able to enter middle stage rank 5 quickly. From rank 4 to middle stage rank 5, the internal organs were constantly honed. Upper stage rank 5 vein sculpting and peak reshaping. Energy fruits like the 100 honing fruit had relatively milder energy, similar to the energy of life essence. It was more effective in honing the internal organs. Then how did you find the mineral vein? Qin Fengqing suddenly shut his mouth. He would not tell Fang Ping that he was the expert in digging holes. At that time, he searched and searched but could not find it. Then, he encountered a middle-rank monster. In desperation, he found a place to hide, dug a hole, and dug out a mine rat. Since this thing was called a mine rat, it meant that it was only active near an energy mine, and it was not an ordinary garbage mine. Mine rats did not have much strength, but their energy requirements were not low. They were somewhat picky and would not stop if there were no high-grade energy stones. After digging out the mine rat, Qin Fengqing naturally knew that there was a mineral vein underground. He was going to continue digging, but after a while, he felt his breathing was not smooth and realized that there was a high-ranked monster. He was willing to do anything for strength, but he was not at the point of seeking death. Feeling the pressure, he immediately remembered the location and ran. Qing Fengqing did not say anything, so Fang Ping did not ask. He released his mentality, and then his expression changed slightly. There are many monster auras in the mountains. It's not easy for you to survive. Stop talking nonsense. I wonder if old Huang is here. Qing Fengqing looked around. At that moment, the two of them had not entered the mountains. At this time, he did not hide anymore. He said, after entering the mountains, go straight ahead and cross 4 small hills. There is a big canyon there. The mineral vein is on the other side of the canyon. As for where it is, you will know after digging. As for where the high-ranked monster is, I don't know either. Take it easy and don't dig into its nest. If you die, then you die. Don't come to me for revenge. Fang Ping sneered. You're not dead yet. How can I die? As he said that, Fang Ping exhaled. All right, I'm going in. You wait outside. I'm going in too. Fang Ping frowned. You're still worried at this time? If you go in and you don't hide your aura, it will be more troublesome if you're discovered. Qing Fengqing thought for a while, rubbed his head, and said, then I'll go look elsewhere and see if there are 100 honing fruits or other things. You and old Huang, when you're done, make some noise. I'll come out to look for you. He did not enter the catacombs just to lead the way. It was also good to get some good things to help with cultivation. The current him was much stronger than before. Alright, take it easy. Don't make too much noise. Do I need you to teach me? At the same time Fang Ping entered Hedgehog Ridge. Tianmen City. City Lord Residence. Suddenly, there was the sound of shattering utensils in the hall. Bastard! Damn it! On the throne, the master of Sky Gate City flew into a rage and said angrily, does the golden horned beast really think that I don't dare to kill it? The hall seemed rather deserted. In the past, there were more than 10 high-ranked powerhouses. Now, there were only a few left. Seeing that the Wood King was enraged, the sole remaining commander of the leopard army said softly, Wood King, that golden horned beast has already planned everything out. If we start a war with it now, the martial artists from the land of rebirth won't just sit back and watch. Damn it! The Lord of Skygate City was furious. If it weren't for the heavy losses they had suffered before, and the death of 2 commanders, the threat of the golden horned beast would have been nothing to worry about. However, right now, king-level powerhouses could not simply make a move. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a chain reaction and trigger the powerhouses from the land of rebirth to make a move. He could not attack, or rather, he could not attack with his full strength. Even if he wanted to protect the divine tree, he had to defend Monsterwood City. The remaining commander, plus 5 commanders, really want to find trouble with the golden horned beast, do not know who will kill who. But that golden horned beast was getting more and more outrageous. Now, the golden horned beast forest had almost expanded to the city gates of Monsterwood City. If this continued, the other party's target would most likely be the Mines of Life. It was impossible to advance from rank 8 to rank 9 without a large amount of energy. Seeing that the Wood King was enraged, the leopard troop commander added, we have already communicated with the 100 Beasts Forest, Mount Royal Sea, and the Desert of 10,000 Ants. The kings of the Forbidden Lands will not allow the golden horned beasts to continue wandering outside. Having one more king realm powerhouse means that their status will be affected. The 100 Beasts Forest had already sent a message to summon the golden horned beast to the 100 Beasts Forest. Then why hasn't it left yet? The Wood King grew even more furious. At this moment, he was sitting on the throne high above, and he could almost see the lush green expanse outside the city. The golden horned beast was getting more and more presumptuous. It wanted to invade the Mines of Life. Seeing that the Wood King was enraged, the leopard troop commander hurriedly said, before this, there were already demonic beasts coming to the 100 Beasts Forest. I thought it wouldn't be long before the golden horned beast left. At this moment, it doesn't dare to disobey the will of the Beast Kings. The Lord of Skygate City suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes were cold as he looked outside and said coldly, if the golden horned beast doesn't leave now, even if it attracts the attention of the powerhouses of Hope City, I will definitely kill it. The Mines of Life were the foundation of Monsterwood City's existence. That demonic beast was constantly testing the limits of him and the guardian divine tree. If he allowed it to continue, it would be dangerous if it invaded the minds of life. Although a rank 8 would not pose a threat to their lives, if they were not careful, they and the divine tree would be distracted by the people from the land of hope. Then, the other party might invade the core area and seize the life stones inside the mining area of life, including the fountain of life. This was absolutely intolerable. This was also the foundation of Monsterwood City. Even if they had the intention to move now, it would be built on the mining area. He was prepared to move the mine and the divine tree together. Although it would cause a certain amount of damage, after a few years of nourishment and the effect of the divine tree, Monsterwood City would not be destroyed at all. Now, this rank 8 demonic beast wanted to destroy the foundation of Monsterwood City. Hearing what the Wood King said, everyone in the hall did not speak. Although the Wood King was a King Realm powerhouse and was much stronger than the Golden Horned Beast King who had just entered rank 8, the Golden Horned Beast's defense was also extremely strong. It might not be able to kill the other party in a short period of time. Moreover, the Wood King's strength had not improved in recent years. 3 years ago, the divine tree had a section of its trunk cut off, and it was still recovering. Once the Wood King and the Golden Horned Beast were entangled, Monsterwood City would be in danger. The Golden Horned Beast was not an outsider. As a local demonic beast, when it came to a critical moment, the Golden Horned Beast would bow its head to the few Forbidden Lands. It might attract some kings of the Forbidden Lands to stand up for it. Killing the other party was too difficult. The Lord of Skygate City vented his anger and said, "What did Monster Sunflower City say?" "King, Monster Sunflower City is not willing to provoke the Golden Horned Beast for no reason." "For no reason?" The Lord of Skygate City was furious. "That demonic beast is invading Monsterwood City's mineral vein." Everyone remained silent. Perhaps Monster Sunflower City was eager for their mineral vein to be invaded. When that happened, Monsterwood City would lose the foundation to build a city and stand on equal footing. Without the mineral vein, they could only rely on Monster Sunflower City, and the others would probably turn to Monster Sunflower City instead. Clearly, the Wood King understood this as well. Seeing that everyone in the hall remained silent, the Lord of Skygate City's expression was extremely gloomy. Since when had he fallen to the point of being bullied by a rank 8 demonic beast? The Lord of Skygate City was furious. Outside the city, the Jiao was lazily continuing to plant trees. It had been working like this for many days. Wherever the tree went, that was its territory. This was a fact that was recognized by both the demonic beasts and demonic plants. When it planted on the demonic tree's territory, then its territory would be its territory. Anyway, the demonic tree was injured, and it was not afraid of it. As for the Wood King of Monsterwood City, the Jiao could not be bothered. It had been so many years, there was nothing it did not understand. If it really came, it could just run there since it was so close to Hope City. If it fought in front of their gates, the powerhouses there would not sit idly by. When it invaded the mining area of life, took the ores, swallowed the spring of life, and maybe even swallowed that stupid wood. When that time came, it would also become a king-level demonic beast, and would also be called a Tao Father King. It would not care about the orders of the Forbidden Lands. As it was planting trees, the Jiao's golden giant suddenly trembled. It turned its head and glanced at the demonic beast that had followed. "Roar!" the Jiao growled. The demonic beast that looked like a Pekingese trembled all over, but it still refused to leave. It growled in a low voice. The 100 Beasts Forest had summoned the Golden Horned Beast for an audience. This was the decision of the kings. The Golden Horned Beast had been dragging its feet. This was the 3rd time it had come. If it did not go, it would anger the kings, and that would be a big deal. The Pekingese growled a few times, and the Jiao's giant eyes showed a hint of anger. Boom! In the next moment, a thick power of heaven and earth appeared on the Golden Horned Beast's horn. Like a lightning strike, it hit the Pekingese. The Pekingese flew back dozens of meters, smashing through countless trees. Its flesh burst open, but it still refused to retreat. It continued to growl. The Golden Horned Beast did not dare to kill it. It was the king's messenger. If it killed it, the kings of the Forbidden Lands would not let it go. The Jiao's eyes showed even more anger. The reason why it did not go to the Hundred Beasts forest was because it did not want to see the kings of the Forbidden Lands. If it went, those guys would never allow it to invade Monsterwood City's territory again. If it refused, it might be forced to stay in the Hundred Beasts forest. Seeing that the Pekingese was still growling, the golden-horned beast ignored it and continued to plant trees. Even if the king of the Forbidden Lands came out, it would not go. Even if the kings of the Forbidden Lands came out, it would just go then. It was about to ignore the Pekingese, but the Pekingese growled again. This time, the Jiao was a little angry. Boom! Boom! The sound of a drum being hit could be heard. The Jiao's golden horn exploded with a strong burst of celestiality, hitting the Pekingese and sending its flesh and blood flying. The Hundred Beasts forest was using its clan to threaten it. The golden-horned beast clan was not the only one. It was a clan, and it was the king of the golden-horned beast clan in the 7 southern regions. The Jiao's forest was a battlefield. When it left the Forbidden Lands years ago, it chose this place to set up camp for a breakthrough. However, the golden-horned beast clan did not leave with it. The Hundred Beasts forest was also the main living area of the golden-horned beast clan. The celestiality struck. The Pekingese could not resist at all. It did not dare to resist, but it continued to growl. The kings had run out of patience. If the golden-horned beast king did not go to see them, it would mean that it had disobeyed. The kings of the Forbidden Lands would not allow it to invade Monsterwood City's mining area. After a while, the Jiao's giant eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. After a while, the Jiao growled and slapped the Pekingese away. The next moment, it rose into the air and flew towards the Hundred Beasts forest. Hedgehog Ridge. Fang Ping concealed his aura and advanced cautiously. Soon, Fang Ping crossed a few mountains and arrived at the big canyon that Qin Fengqing had mentioned. At this moment, the canyon was extremely quiet. Fang Ping did not know if Huang Jing had arrived. After waiting for a while, he had no choice but to reveal himself to see if Huang Jing was there. As soon as he revealed himself, a black shadow scuttled out from nearby. Fang Ping was extremely vigilant and hurriedly retreated. When he saw that it was Huang Jing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Vice-Chancellor, you've arrived. Shoo! Huang Jing gestured and said in a low voice, there is indeed a rank 7 monster here. It's very close to us. Its habitat is deep in the canyon. I may not be able to kill it successfully. Later, I'll lure it out. You sneak in and see if you can take away some energy stones. If you can, that's the best. If you can't, don't force it. If you can't kill it, retreat. Don't stay for long. I'll give you a signal. Remember, this place is very close to the Hundred Beasts forest. Although the aftermath of a rank 7 fight is not strong, you still have to be careful of luring out the monsters in the Hundred Beasts forest. Vice-Chancellor, is it very strong? I can't tell for now. Judging from its aura, the probability of it being an early stage or middle stage rank 7 is higher. However, monsters have their own unique survival techniques. You may not be able to kill it easily. Remember to always conceal your aura. Once it finds out that you've snuck into its nest, it's very likely that it will abandon me and go back to look for you. Early stage or middle stage rank 7. It shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with it, right? Huang Jing had already started preparing beforehand. Fang Ping felt that the old man might not have agreed to enter without some confidence. Huang Jing said in a low voice, there are exceptions to everything. Anyway, be careful. If you didn't conceal your aura, I wouldn't have dared to let you follow. Got it. As he said that, Fang Ping began digging a hole in the ground. Huang Jing's face darkened. He was speechless. What are you doing? Digging a hole. Dig deep into the ground. The mineral vein is in front. Didn't I say it was in the innermost part? Fang Ping nodded. I know. However, if it really comes back later, I'll dig a tunnel first. It'll be more convenient when we escape. As soon as he said that, Huang Jing was speechless. This kid's experience in escaping was quite rich. Fang Ping was still sharing his experience. You can't just dig one. Dig a few more. Otherwise, if it really comes back, there will be a commotion while I'm digging. I'll be easily discovered. If I dig a few more, when it really comes back, it'll be difficult for it to find me. Huang Jing was helpless. He could only say, then hurry up. It's already discovered me. It's not moving now because it's not willing to leave its nest. Got it. Fang Ping's movements were swift. At this moment, he was no longer using the chaos-vanquishing saber to dig a hole. Instead, he was using an engineering shovel made of alloy. This thing was specially prepared by him for digging holes. Moreover, its grade was not low. It was made of B-grade alloy. If others knew about this, they would probably be envious and want to kill someone. Some rank 5 and 6 powerhouses mostly used B-grade alloy weapons. Fang Ping, on the other hand, used a B-grade alloy shovel to dig holes. It was too extravagant. Fang Ping did not care about this. If the quality was too poor, how could he mine? Some of the accompanying ores and energy mineral veins were not low in hardness. If the quality was too poor, he could not even dig it. Last time, he had to use the chaos-vanquishing saber to dig it open. After digging for a while, Fang Ping poked his head out of the hole and said, Vice Chancellor, you should lure it away. Even if you can't kill it, at least keep it occupied for a while. Oh right, if you feel that you can't kill it, you should act weak. If you act like a coward, it won't call for help. Who knows, it might want to kill you wholeheartedly and won't come back so soon. Huang Jing was helpless. Do I need you to teach me? Speaking of which, he really did not want to act weak before. Maybe I should act weak first, give Fang Ping some time, and lower the other's guard. Then, I'll see if I can find an opportunity to kill it in one strike. As Huang Jing thought about it, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was a rank 7 martial artist who had fought countless battles, yet he still needed to learn from this kid. How embarrassing. Few martial artists would think of acting weak, especially when the other party might not be as strong as them. Naturally, they would crush and kill the other party quickly. He paid no more attention to Fang Ping. In the next moment, Huang Jing waited for Fang Ping to enter the hole. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, his aura bursting. At the same time, in the depths of the canyon, a strong pressure rose, bringing with it a strong sense of anger. The monsters in the canyon had long discovered Huang Jing. However, guarding the mineral vein, it was better to avoid trouble. Maybe the other party was just passing by. He did not expect the other party to provoke him. As Huang Jing's aura grew stronger and stronger, a furious roar came from the depths of the canyon. Then, an afterimage flashed in the air and disappeared. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion came from above the canyon. Underground. Fang Ping did not raise his head to look. When he heard the commotion, Fang Ping quickly began to dig deeper. Now that he had reached peak rank 5, his golden bones were complete, and his half-golden body was condensed, his digging speed was even faster. Even if he encountered some rocks blocking his way, they were like mud in Fang Ping's hands, quickly digging a hole. After digging for a while, Fang Ping frowned slightly. This mineral vein was indeed not big. He was not far from the depths of the canyon, yet he had not found any accompanying energy ores. After all, when he was in gigantic Willow City, he had dug more than 10 li away from the core of the mineral vein. He had already dug to the location of the mineral vein, and that huge mineral vein covered a radius of more than 10 li. That's true. If there really is a big mineral vein, 100 Beasts Forest is not far away. There are so many monsters inside, so there must be monsters who have found it. They might not be occupied by a rank 7 monster. Thinking about it, no matter how small the mineral vein was, it would not be too bad. If it was too bad, it would not be able to keep a rank 7 monster. Fang Ping did not mind that the mineral vein was small and continued to dig deeper. After digging for more than a minute, the thunder in the sky continued. Fang Ping's face lit up. He had reached the area where the mineral vein was. At this moment, he had also dug out some accompanying energy ores. These things were usually used as supplementary materials for forging weapons, but Fang Ping was not too interested. He would dig out the mineral first. The engineer's shovel quickly dug towards the accompanying ore. After digging out the surface, Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He saw energy stones. No, not energy stones, just some raw ore filled with some energy. The purity was extremely low, probably less than 5% energy content. This thing could not be used for cultivation, not even in the energy room. There were too many impurities. However, this thing was also reclaimed by the government, so it was worth some money. Now that he had dug this, it meant that the high-concentration energy stones were not far away. Fang Ping did not want to waste it. This was worth more than the accompanying ore. His storage space was very big now. 4 cubic meters was not small. He would store it first. If there was no place to store it, he could just spend his wealth to expand his storage space. This low concentration ore was not worth much. 1 cubic meter of it was already 1,000 caddies. If it was sold by the caddy, it would be worth hundreds of millions at 100,000 per caddy. 500 million wealth could be expanded by 1 cubic meter. It was not like he could only use it once, so Fang Ping would not lose anything. Calculating the pros and cons in his heart, Fang Ping did not delay. The engineer's shovel kept digging, sending the ores he dug into his storage space. After digging for a while, Fang Ping's eyes lit up again. The concentration of the energy stones was getting higher. This won't do. I have to go to the core area first. If there's still time after I'm done, I'll dig outside. Thinking of this, Fang Ping could not care less about the low concentration ores in the periphery. If Huang Jing could not kill the monster, he could only drag it out. Who knew how long he could drag it out? Fang Ping followed the direction where he sensed the energy concentration was high and quickly dug forward. This time, his speed was even faster. In less than a minute, Fang Ping had dug hundreds of meters. As he dug, there was nothing in front of him. Fang Ping fell out of the stone tunnel. F***ck, this monster transformed the core area into its own lair. At this moment, Fang Ping landed and looked around. He immediately guessed the situation. The monster had no intention of sustainable development. In gigantic Willow City, no one would stay in the core mining area. They would only open up some passageways to infiltrate energy for people to cultivate. When martial artists cultivated, they only used the overflowing energy and did not directly consume the high-rank energy stones. However, this monster did not consider this. It simply built its lair in the core mining area and directly absorbed the energy of the surrounding high-rank energy stones. Fang Ping looked at the cave. There were many energy crystals on the walls that had been completely depleted. His expression was a little ugly. This monster deserved to die. How many energy stones had it consumed? The depleted energy crystal was like a crystal, illuminating the entire pit in a magnificent manner. However, Fang Ping only felt his heart ache. He was not in the mood to appreciate it. At least 100 caddies had been consumed. This was already a small number. Perhaps it was more. After all, this cave might have originally been an energy mine. A caddy of high-rank energy stones has a market price of about 4 to 500 million. The school buys it back for 30 credits per gram, so a caddy is 15,000 credits. Nowadays, MCMAU's credits had somewhat depreciated. Many people were not willing to exchange 30,000 for 1 credit. However, even if it had depreciated and the credits could not be exchanged, 1 credit was still worth 20,000 wealth points. A caddy of high-rank energy stones was 300 million wealth points. Fang Ping scanned around and made a judgment in his heart. Even if a large number of energy stones had been consumed here, there might still be 100 caddies of high-rank energy stones left after mining. If all of them were his, then it would be worth tens of billions. This was not less than the hundreds of caddies of low-rank energy stones he brought back from gigantic Willow City last time. The value would only be higher. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not delay and quickly began to mine. The energy crystals on the surface were all waste. The more Fang Ping dug, the more his heart ached. This monster was wasting God's resources recklessly. After absorbing so many energy stones, it was still rank 7. Trash among trash, what a waste. After cursing in his heart, Fang Ping quickly dug out energy stones that had not been consumed. Not all around were high-rank energy stones. There were also some associated ores and low-rank energy stones mixed in, but there were many high-rank ones too. Fang Ping's eyes shone brightly. He hurriedly stuffed them into the storage space, using both his hands and feet to mine quickly. This one is at least 300 grams. This one is at least a caddy. F***ck, there really are cultivation-aiding energy stones the size of a human head. These words kept ringing in Fang Ping's heart, but his hands did not delay as he dug quickly. After 2 or 3 minutes, Fang Ping could not hide the joy on his face. It was just a small mineral vein. Although the monster had consumed most of it, he had actually dug out 100 caddies of cultivation-aiding energy stones. Tens of billions in my hands. If I keep it all for myself, I might be able to gather 100 billion wealth points. Fang Ping's excitement was at its peak. Seeing that Huang Jing had not sent a signal, Fang Ping did not leave and continued to dig around. There were still many low-rank energy stones there. No matter how worthless they were, it was still relatively speaking. After digging for a while, Fang Ping suddenly raised his head, slightly dazed. Things can grow on energy stones? Only then did he notice that there was a grapevine-like plant growing above his head, with a few fruits hanging down. He had been so focused on the energy stones earlier that he had not noticed this. Is this the 100 honing fruit that Qin Fengqing mentioned? Fang Ping remembered that he seemed to have seen a picture of it in the Catacombs Illustrated Handbook, but he had never seen the real thing. He really didn't know that this thing grew on energy ores. That's true, it's very normal. This kind of fruit has a high energy concentration. Without energy stones, I'm afraid it can't bear fruit. Fang Ping did not even think about it. He plucked it, roots included, and stuffed it directly into the storage space. Another sum of income. Just as Fang Ping put away the 100 honing fruit, a loud roar suddenly sounded, mixed with anger, at the same time. In the outside world, Huang Jing's expression changed slightly. The energy fluctuations were gone. That bastard Fang Ping, could he even block the energy of energy stones? He had not thought of this before. Now that the energy fluctuations were gone, and the monster's senses were sensitive, the monster that was fighting with him also felt the disappearance of the energy fluctuations and was thoroughly enraged. A thief was stealing its life or, for monsters, advancing required a huge amount of energy. Without the life ore, it might not be able to advance to rank 8 for the rest of its life. The next moment, the porcupine-like monster roared, its voice traveling extremely far. The monster that Huang Jing was fighting was the hedgehog beast. Its body was covered with spikes like a hedgehog, and it barked like a dog. The name Hedgehog Ridge came from the existence of this monster. At this moment, the hedgehog beast was furious because the mine of life had been stolen. It howled, no longer caring about fighting Huang Jing, and turned to run back to its nest. Huang Jing's expression changed slightly. Celestiality intertwined around his body, like a curtain, and forcefully pulled the hedgehog beast back. Retreat! Huang Jing growled. His voice traveled very far. This was a hint for Fang Ping. The hedgehog beast was also a middle stage rank 7, and its strength was similar to his. At this moment, the hedgehog beast was extremely angry. Huang Jing was not sure if he could stop it. If the hedgehog beast returned, Fang Ping would be in danger. This was not what Huang Jing was worried about. The hedgehog beast's howl seemed to be calling for help. 100 Beasts Forest was more than 200 li away. Logically, the hedgehog beast's howl should not have been able to reach there. More than 200 li was not a short distance, and a rank 7 monster could not do that. Even if both sides fought, and the energy fluctuations were intense, powerhouses could only sense it from 20 to 30 li away. The battle between two rank 7s was not too strong. Only a rank 9 powerhouse could sense the energy changes from a distance. Even though he thought so, Huang Jing still did not dare to be careless. There were still some middle-rank monsters in Hedgehog Ridge. This rank 7 monster should be the king of Hedgehog Ridge. Even if he could not summon reinforcements from 100 Beasts Forest, the number of middle-rank monsters in Hedgehog Ridge would still cause him some trouble. This monster is not easy to kill. Killing a monster of the same rank was extremely difficult. The human grandmasters were actually not weak. These people had fought in many battles throughout their lives, so they were not afraid of demonic beasts of the same level. Huang Jing was confident that he could defeat the other party. The key was that defeating and killing were two different concepts. Did that kid Fang Ping run away? Huang Jing thought about this as he struggled to deal with the hedgehog beast. Huang Jing, who originally wanted to delay for a while, suddenly had a change of expression. He cursed, "Nothing good really happened, I'm dead because of you." At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly poked his head out from the underground tunnel and shouted, "I'm not done digging. Dig my ass. Run!" Huang Jing yelled. After he finished yelling, he added, "Don't show your face, run." Fang Ping was a little confused. Huang Jing did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The monster did not seem to be a match for him. At this moment, he was holding it back tightly. "A rank 8 monster is coming." "No." Huang Jing's expression changed again and again. This time, his face was really pale. He said in terror, 2 rank 8s and 1 rank 7s. "Run, you idiot." He was about to die of anger because of Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing. "Damn, didn't they say there would only be one demonic beast? Didn't you say it wouldn't be a big problem?" Down below, Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. At this moment, from the depths of the Hedgehog Ridge, a pressure rose into the air, and a golden light flew toward them from dozens of li away. It wasn't a monster from the 100 Beasts forest. There was actually an 8th-grade monster in the Hedgehog Ridge. Fang Ping was about to vomit blood. That bastard Qin Fengqing, didn't he say that there were no high-ranked monsters in Hedgehog Ridge? Even if there was, it would at most be a demonic beast guarding the mine. Not only Qin Fengqing, but the humans' records of Hedgehog Ridge were the same. High ranks were nowhere to be seen, but there were a few rank SIXs. But now that the rank 7 guarding the mine had come out, there was actually a rank 8 monster in the depths. Not only that, Huang Jing said there was more than one. There was also a rank 8 and a rank 7 rushing over. Fang Ping didn't sense it, but he believed that Huang Jing wouldn't lie. "Vice-Chancellor, you run too!" Fang Ping roared. Then, without another word, he burrowed into the ground and ran. What was the point of digging the remaining low-ranked ores? He should run first. If he didn't leave, Huang Jing would find it hard to leave too. If he left, Huang Jing would have a chance to escape. Just as Fang Ping burrowed into the ground and left, Huang Jing's expression was already extremely ugly. Earlier, he was the one holding back the rank 7 monster, but now, the monster had also sensed the arrival of reinforcements, and it was now holding Huang Jing back with all its might, not letting Huang Jing leave. Demonic beasts were also intelligent. This hedgehog beast hated the guy who stole its mine of life, but after the other party revealed his head and burrowed into the ground, it couldn't detect the other party's position. Since that was the case, then it would hold back the guy who lured it out, kill him, and then go find the little thief. Huang Jing looked at the golden light coming closer and closer from the depths of Hedgehog Ridge, and the aura of the rank 8 monster on the periphery was also gradually approaching. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "You're asking for it." At this moment, this monster had made up its mind to hold him back. If he couldn't escape, he would be in trouble. Originally, he was looking for an opportunity to kill it in one blow, but he never found the opportunity. At this moment, Huang Jing couldn't care less about whether he could kill the other party or not. Even if he could, he might not be able to bring the corpse away. Thinking of this, Huang Jing no longer hesitated, and suddenly shouted. At this moment, the look in the hedgehog beast's eyes changed. In the next moment, the hedgehog beast's body trembled, and countless long spikes pierced through the void, attacking Huang Jing in an instant. These long spikes were its life-saving trump card. Every long spike had experienced countless times of tempering, and its sharpness was not weaker than the chaos-vanquishing saber. At this moment, hundreds of long spikes shot out from its body. The long spikes were mixed with celestiality, and each one was enough to kill a rank 6 martial artist. When hundreds of them attacked at the same time, even a rank 7 powerhouse would have to be careful not to be heavily injured. Huang Jing snorted coldly. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Unfortunately, the other party had not used it before, and now, it was the same. The reason why the hedgehog beast suddenly erupted was not to kill Huang Jing, but because it had sensed danger. Just as its long spikes shot out, a golden short sword suddenly appeared in front of Huang Jing out of thin air. The short sword was about 30 centimeters long, more like a blade without a hilt. The moment the short sword appeared, the void trembled slightly, and Huang Jing's face instantly turned pale. Countless celestiality surged into the short sword, disappearing quickly. Everything happened extremely fast, so fast that the long spikes had not yet attacked. In the next moment, the short sword exploded with an unparalleled force. In the distance, the golden light that was less than 10 li away trembled slightly, and its speed instantly slowed down, as if it was hesitating. Huang Jing did not care about this, and suddenly shouted. Kill! The short sword shot out in an instant. Halfway through, hundreds of long spikes, which were originally extremely tough, instantly turned into powder when the short sword brushed past them. The remaining ones lost their strength and fell from the sky. Woo! The hedgehog beast let out a shrill howl. It felt that its life was in danger. Pfft! Just as the hedgehog beast was about to fly backward to escape, the short sword pierced through the void and directly through its head. Huang Jing's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and used his mentality to guide the short sword. In the next moment, the short sword flew backward and landed in front of him, then disappeared into thin air. Old Wu's condensation is too strong, and it's not my own divine weapon either. I can only unleash the power of one attack. Huang Jing cursed in his heart. Everything had been planned out well, and this was the source of his confidence in killing the rank 7 monster. But now, next time, he would never believe Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing. He was really out of his mind. How could he believe what Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had said? Was he out of his mind? At this moment, he could not care less about cursing. Looking at the small, weak hole that had appeared in front of the hedgehog beast's head, Huang Jing wanted to dig out the core of the brain and heart, but at this moment, the golden light nearby seemed to have realized something and was already attacking quickly. Huang Jing was a little unwilling, but at this time, there was really no time to collect it. If I had known, I would have used my full strength the moment I started, that was what he thought, but at that time, the hedgehog beast would still be at full strength. He might not be able to kill it in one attack, and if he could not kill it, the situation would not be any better than now. Moreover, if he really lured out the rank 8 monster deep in the forest, Fang Ping might not be able to dig out any energy stones. After all, Huang Jing was not a young man. At this moment, he was only thinking, but his movements did not slow down. The moment the short sword was withdrawn, Huang Jing did not look back. He did not even look at the hedgehog beast in front of him and quickly fled south. At this moment, the 100 Beasts forest was to the east, the rank 8 monster deep in the hedgehog ridge was to the north, and the rank 8 aura was also coming from the west. Only the south was the only way out. Those two brats, they better pray for their own good. Huang Jing really could not care about the two of them. Moreover, he was out in the open. If these high-ranked monsters wanted to kill him, there was a high chance that they would also be chasing after him. He hoped that these two fellows could find a chance to leave, or else, it would be over, at the same time that Huang Jing exploded and killed the hedgehog beast in one attack. In the hedgehog ridge, Qin Fengqing hid in a small call, gulping. You really can't blame me. Under normal circumstances, for a mountain like this, having one high-ranked monster was already the peak. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, just like the Jiao's forest, which also only had one high-ranked monster. This was because it was very difficult to tolerate a second high-ranked monster wandering around its old nest. He did not expect that there would be a rank 8 monster in the hedgehog ridge. Looking at the distant sky, Huang Jing fleeing at high speed, the monster falling from mid-air, Qin Fengqing was still a little tempted. However, when he saw a golden light approaching, in the next moment, the golden light arrived, exploding with a mournful roar, and then quickly chasing after Huang Jing. Qin Fengqing was a little frightened. The rank 8 monster is going to kill old Huang. Old Huang is in danger. Qin Fengqing was helpless. As for the place where the monster landed, at this moment, he already saw countless middle and low-ranked monsters gathering there, not sure if they were going to protect the carcass or to devour it. I'm going, the daylilies are already cold. I can't do anything about old Huang. I'll just run faster. Oh right, Qin Fengqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Fortune came from danger. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing's gaze fell on a place tens of li away, that was the depths of the hedgehog ridge. Earlier, the rank 8 monster flew out from there. Where the rank 8 monster is, there shouldn't be any other monsters. Now that it's going to kill old Huang, doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. This time entering the catacombs, he had not gained anything yet. Now, old Huang was being chased, and Fang Ping also did not know where he was. It was also hard to say whether he had dug out the mine or not. If he wanted to break through, he would not be able to do so without a lot of resources. He did not believe that there was nothing good in the place where the rank 8 monster was. If there was really nothing, even a rank 7 monster might not be able to occupy a mineral vein. Let's do it. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing did not hesitate anymore. Taking advantage of the large number of monsters heading towards the Grand Canyon area, Qin Fengqing ran almost close to the ground, sprinting towards the depths. Rank 8's nest, hopefully there would be something good. Also, Old Huang must hold on for a little longer, bring the rank 8 and run far away, or else, when the other returned, he would also be finished. Qin Fengqing did not escape. Instead, he ran towards the depths, wanting to take the opportunity to rob the rank 8 monster's nest. Underground, Fang Ping also sensed the energy fluctuations of Huang Jing's escape. At the same time, he also sensed the disappearance of the rank 7 monster's aura. Just as the rank 8 monster chased after it, a head suddenly popped out from the weeds at the edge of the canyon. Staring at the monster's corpse that had fallen a few hundred meters away, Fang Ping's eyes showed a hint of struggle. Should I take it? This was a divine weapon. Fang Ping was actually extremely surprised that Huang Jing could kill this rank 7 monster so quickly. He did not see how Huang Jing killed it, but a monster that was similar to his strength was actually killed so quickly. Huang Jing obviously had some secrets. Fang Ping could not guess at the moment, but he had a general idea. He had already killed it. If he ran now, would it not be a waste, to be able to kill a rank 7 monster in seconds, not even giving the other party a chance to self-destruct, with its brain and heart intact? This was extremely rare. Usually, rank 8 or 9 powerhouses, even if they killed those monsters, would choose to self-destruct when the monster was no match for them. A complete corpse is really too rare. In order to kill this monster, Old Huang must have paid a huge price. I can't waste it. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not hesitate in an instant. He dug into the ground, drilling toward the place where the monster had fallen. The monster is about 5 meters long, 3 meters tall, and 2 meters wide. If I want to take it away in one piece, then I need a volume of 30 cubic meters. No wonder I rarely see people bring back high-ranked monsters. At most, I can just bring some brain, heart, blood, and the like. It's too big. Such a big monster could not be taken away by ordinary people. Even top-notch powerhouses could only take some of the precious parts after killing the monster. Fang Ping, on the other hand, wanted to take the whole thing away. In reality, there was no time for him to cut it. Huang Jing did not choose to cut it because there was not enough time. My storage space is not big enough. I need to expand it at least by 26 cubic meters, and it has to be according to the monster's size. With more than 13 billion wealth, is it worth it to bring back a monster? It's worth it. Fang Ping thought about these thoughts as he dug his way through. A complete rank 7 monster's carcass was extremely valuable. Other things aside, a complete rank 7 monster was equivalent to a complete divine weapon. Its flesh, blood, and bones could be sold to exchange for other supplementary materials. A divine weapon, even the lowest grade, was shockingly expensive. Among rank 7 martial artists, not many had divine weapons. Very few people had rank 8 ones. Rank 9 martial artists might not even have rank 9 divine weapons. They might only have rank 7 divine weapons. This was also normal. It was obvious how rare divine weapons were. At this moment, Fang Ping's wealth was still close to 17 billion. Without further consideration, Fang Ping quickly began to expand the storage space's surface area. His wealth was consumed by 500 million. In a short while, more than 10 billion wealth was consumed. This was probably the fastest wealth Fang Ping had ever spent in his life. However, in order to take this monster away, Fang Ping was going all out. The moment the storage space's expansion ended, Fang Ping's head appeared a few meters away from the monster's carcass. At this moment, the other low-ranked monsters had not arrived yet. However, Fang Ping could already see the monster's silhouettes. Ignoring the monsters, Fang Ping crawled out of the hole and quickly approached the hedgehog beast's carcass. In the blink of an eye, the carcass disappeared. Some of the monsters that were rushing over from afar saw the carcass disappear. Many of them were confused. Why was it gone? However, Fang Ping did not care about that. He breathed a sigh of relief and scanned the storage space that was filled to the brim. He was extremely satisfied. This time, he had gained a lot. At this moment, the only thing he needed to worry about was whether old Huang could escape the rank 8 monster's pursuit. Thinking of this, he remembered what old Huang had said earlier. 2 rank 8 monsters. Fang Ping glanced at the 100 Beasts forest from the corner of his eye. Had they already discovered him? Was there another rank 8 monster rushing over? He did not see the golden light. Fang Ping did not care anymore. He would run first. Fang Ping quickly crawled into the hole. Just as he was about to crawl, Fang Ping seemed to sense something and could not help but turn his head to look. Behind him, in the distant sky, a golden light was flying leisurely. Fang Ping's expression turned uglier than a dead man's. What kind of joke was this? Why did the figure in the golden light look so familiar? This place was more than 600 li away from the Jiao's forest. I must have seen wrongly. Fang Ping shuddered. He must have seen wrongly. He did not dare to look anymore. He did not have time to look anymore. He quickly burrowed into the ground. Whether it was or not, he had to run. This was too strange. The 100 Beasts forest was 200 li away. The monsters there had yet to arrive, but the Jiao from 600 li away had actually arrived. Stop joking. The golden light must have been too bright. He must have seen wrongly. I must have seen wrongly. Underground, Fang Ping looked terrified. He was not afraid of other monsters. If he hid his aura and hid underground, the other might not be able to find him. But this Jiao. Motherf *Ker, it was too familiar with him, it only hid its energy aura. What about his scent? In the next moment, Fang Ping, who was underground, started to take off his clothes. He had to be careful. He had to be careful. That fellow had eaten a lot of his vitality. Among the catacombs' powerhouses and monsters, it was the one who was most familiar with him. Don't scare yourself. Even a rank 9 can't find me. It definitely can't either. In the air. The Jiao had already sensed the battle between 2 masters, but it had no interest in meddling. If it could lie down, it wouldn't sit. If it could sit, it wouldn't stand. If it could, it wouldn't. 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 Unfortunately, the chef from last time had slipped away. But even if it didn't, its rank was too low. The Jiao didn't want to eat to its heart's content, so it didn't want to catch it. The Pekingese beside it started barking again. The Jiao couldn't be bothered. It wasn't like its lair was being raided. Why should it hurry? It would rather wait for the opponent to finish fighting before passing by. If it hadn't sensed that the 2 masters had run away, it would have stayed for a while longer. But when it flew to the place where the hedgehog beast had fallen, the Jiao suddenly stopped. There seemed to be a familiar smell. Its big nose twitched. The Jiao looked around. When it heard the Pekingese barking again, the Jiao didn't say a word and sent out a bolt of heaven and earth energy. If it wasn't worried about the kings in the forbidden area, it would have swallowed this guy. The Pekingese couldn't help but cry out in pain. The Jiao did not care about it and suddenly descended. As soon as it landed, the surrounding beasts roared in unison. This was the Hedgehog Ridge. They had their own king. Now that their king had gone to kill the enemy, this outsider demon had entered their territory. That was intolerable. The Jiao's big eyes showed a hint of impatience. The next moment, the Jiao opened its mouth and started sucking. Around it, countless beasts were pressed to the ground. Their blood and energy kept seeping out and quickly entered the Jiao's mouth. Roar. The Pekingese was completely enraged. It started roaring. The Hedgehog Ridge was the barrier of the forbidden area. The golden-horned beast king was slaughtering and eating here. That was a violation of the forbidden area's interests. The Jiao's eyes flashed fiercely. It was extremely impatient. A demon that had just entered the commander level had provoked it again and again. At least from its point of view, the other party had interrupted its opportunity to eat and had also forced it to go to the forbidden area to have an audience. This was the greatest provocation to it. In the next moment, thick pillars of heaven and earth power came crashing down crazily like giant pillars. The Jiao's golden claws slapped at the Pekingese again and again. The Pekingese held in pain but did not dare to fight back. Although the golden-horned beast king had just entered the venerable realm, it was extremely powerful. Otherwise, the Forbidden Land would not have forced it to return. After beating up the Pekingese for a while, the Jiao did not kill the other monsters in the end. It only absorbed a large amount of their blood and energy. At that moment, the ground was littered with fallen monsters. The Jiao leisurely walked around in a circle. When it came to the side of the fallen thorns, the Jiao suddenly sniffed. After sniffing for a while, Jiao's huge eyes revealed a human-like look of contemplation. It was the aura of the silly blockhead. Why would the dumb wood's aura appear here? That silly tree had taken root in the mining area of life and would not easily leave. How could its aura appear in the forbidden area? The Jiao suddenly leapt into the air, looking at the 100 Beasts forest in the distance. Then, in the next moment, the Jiao suddenly turned around, and in an instant, a giant golden claw slammed down. Boom, a loud sound rang out. In the next moment, a shrill howl resounded. The Pekingese's eyes revealed a touch of disbelief. The golden-horned beast king wanted to kill it. How could this be? How dare it? The Jiao did not howl, there was only coldness and emotionlessness in its huge eyes. Rays of heaven and earth energy intertwined on its golden horn, continuously striking down. The Pekingese's flesh and bones were torn apart, blood flowed everywhere. Just as the Pekingese was in despair, the Jiao suddenly stopped. At that moment, the Pekingese was already severely injured and unable to move. Its core that was about to self-destruct suddenly stopped. At this moment, the long thorns that had fallen to the ground shot out in an instant. Poochie, dozens of long thorns instantly pierced through the Pekingese's body. Then, these long thorns turned into dust and disappeared in midair. The surrounding monsters were already terrified to the extreme. Their intelligence was limited, they did not understand what had just happened. All they knew was that the Beast King had killed a monster leader. And before that, it was that monster leader who stopped the Beast King from devouring them. Although they were not very intelligent, at this moment, the desire to live was an instinctive reaction. All the monsters retreated, trembling in fear. The Jiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Suddenly, it released its mental energy, suppressing all the monsters to the ground. At that moment, the Jiao opened its mouth wide and began to eat peacefully. Without the Pekingese's disturbance, the meal was much quieter. As for the Pekingese's corpse, the Jiao did not touch it, nor did it devour it. Although a level 7 monster could devour all the monsters in the vicinity, the Jiao did not touch it. A moment later, all the monsters were devoured, turning into dried corpses. The Jiao's horn shimmered with the power of heaven and earth. With a few swings, all the dried corpses were turned into dust. At that moment, the ground shook, and a hole appeared in front of the Jiao. The Jiao's nose twitched. It was indeed a familiar smell. Although the smell was weak and not obvious, it had seen it a few times and had eaten a lot of blood energy. It still remembered it. Not in a hurry to capture the chef, the Jiao turned its head and looked into the distance. Less than 100 li away, there were energy fluctuations. It should be the owners of the 2 auras from before fighting. Looking at the Pekingese's corpse beside it, the Jiao's large eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. The Forbidden Land had summoned it. What if it was injured by the dumb wood? If it went to Monster Wood City, the Wood King was still there, and the dumb wood was very strong. It might not be able to escape unscathed. Now that the dumb wood had killed the Forbidden Land's emissary, even if the Forbidden Land suspected. If it invaded the dumb wood's territory, there would probably be no demons to help it, right? The Jiao's large head kept shaking, as if thinking about something. In the next moment, the Jiao rose into the air, flying in the direction of the energy fluctuations in the distance. At the bottom of the mountain, Fang Ping was motionless, like a rock. At that moment, Fang Ping was cursing in his heart. What the hell, he actually met the Jiao here, damn it, since the first time he entered the catacombs, he had met the Jiao several times in the Magic City catacombs. Not only did he meet it near Hope City, but this time, he came 600 li away from Hope City. How could he meet it here? Could it be that the Jiao's territory had expanded to here? That was unbelievable, wasn't it? At that moment, Fang Ping did not dare to continue digging, worried that he would cause a commotion and be discovered. He hoped that the Jiao was just passing by. In the distance, there were some energy fluctuations. Fang Ping also felt them, but he was too lazy to care. Who knew what was going on outside? After a while, everything was quiet. A strong aura instantly went far away. The entire Hedgehog Ridge seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. There was not a single sound in the entire mountain range. This kind of deathly silence made Fang Ping's heart anxious. What was going on? Even if the high-ranked monsters had all left the huge Hedgehog Ridge, there were still many middle-ranked and low-ranked monsters. Why was there no sound at all? Fang Ping did not dare to show his head. It was so quiet, he did not even dare to breathe, much less show his head. Wait a little more, wait a little more. About 60 li away from Hedgehog Ridge. Huang Jing's face was deathly pale, his heart was also extremely pessimistic. He was really going to die, a middle stage rank 7 against a rank 8, how could he be a match? At that moment, the golden short sword once again appeared in front of him, but the golden glow was much dimmer. It's fine if I die, but if I lose Old Wu's divine weapon, it's over. Huang Jing's heart was pessimistic. This time, he had borrowed Wu Quishan's divine weapon with the intention of killing a rank 7 monster and obtaining a divine weapon. Fang Ping had said that this time, if he obtained a divine weapon, it would belong to whoever did it. He only wanted the energy mine. Huang Jing also had a strong desire for a divine weapon. Not many people knew that Wu Quishan had a divine weapon, but he knew because he was there when the teacher killed the rank 8 monster. After the incident, the teacher did not keep the divine weapon for himself, but gave it to Wu Quishan, which made Huang Jing extremely unhappy. That time when he killed the rank 8 monster, the teacher's injuries were even more serious. If not for that, the peak rank 8 teacher would not have to perish together with the middle stage rank 8 commander-in-chief in Skygate City. Now that a rank 7 like him was dead, it was not as serious as losing the divine weapon. This half-rank 9 divine weapon was much more useful in Wu Quishan's hands than in his own. This was also Wu Quishan's capital to fight against the weaker rank 9, if he lost it, the consequences would be too serious. Greed is at work, old Lin still can't see through this. Huang Jing thought about this while controlling the golden short sword with difficulty. If not for greed, he should not have borrowed the divine weapon. At this moment, it was difficult for him to resist this crazy monster's attack. A rank 8 monster's strength was much stronger than his. In addition, he had used all his strength to kill the rank 7 monster earlier, his strength was not at its peak. If not for the divine weapon, he might have been killed long ago. However, now that he was entangled with the monster, it would not be long before he was killed. At this moment, Huang Jing was thinking of nothing else but to bring the divine weapon back. Where is Fang Ping? Can he bring the divine weapon? At this moment, Huang Jing was a little anxious. He did not know where Fang Ping was. Otherwise, if he threw the divine weapon to Fang Ping and fought to the death with this monster, Fang Ping might be able to bring the divine weapon back. Just as he was thinking about whether to return to Hedgehog Ridge and fight while retreating to find Fang Ping, in the next moment, Huang Jing completely dispelled this idea. On his face, there was a look of despair. This time, he was really going to die. A rank 8 monster was enough to take his life, he did not expect a second one to be here. The large hedgehog beast that was attacking Huang Jing also paused slightly. It turned its head to look at the golden light that was rushing over from afar, a hint of doubt in its cold eyes. That guy from the Golden Horned Beast clan, why was it here? Previously, it had also sensed the Golden Horned Beast King's aura. However, they were all venerables, and they did not invade each other, so it knew that the Forbidden Land had summoned the Golden Horned Beast King. It had sensed the Golden Horned Beast King passing by, as well as the messenger's aura. It should be heading to the Forbidden Land. Why would this guy rush over? Although it was a little doubtful, the hedgehog beast did not think too much about it. Could it be that the guy wanted to see if there were any benefits to be gained? Its giant eyes swept across the land of rebirth martial artist in front of it. The hedgehog beast's eyes flashed fiercely. This guy killed its descendant, it had to kill him as soon as possible. Also, that small sword, perhaps it could be devoured now. At this moment, the hedgehog beast's attack frequency and power increased. Blood flowed from Huang Jing's mouth, and the celestiality around him began to thin. He could not hold on any longer, there was nowhere to run. At this time, Huang Jing's celestial bridge and 3 Sanjiao gates appeared. Even if he was going to die, he would fight to the death. The golden short sword was also shining brightly. Since he could not bring it away, he would think of a way to self-destruct, just as Huang Jing was prepared to fight to the death, to severely injure this monster even if he had to die. A golden glow approached from afar. The next moment, the golden glow stopped. The hedgehog beast's attack slowed down slightly. It twisted its spotted head and glanced at the Jiao, roaring. Roar! The Jiao roared as well, as if responding to something. A hint of anger appeared in the hedgehog beast's eyes. Damn it, it wanted this sword. The hedgehog beast continued to roar, and the Jiao continued to respond. After a moment, both parties seemed to have reached an agreement. The Jiao's large eyes instantly turned to Huang Jing. Huang Jing gritted his teeth. The celestial bridge trembled violently, and at this moment, the Jiao pounced toward him like a bolt of lightning. 2 rank 8 monsters were attacking a rank 7. Huang Jing was extremely indignant. Was he going to die just like that, just as his Sanjiao gate began to tremble, waiting for the other party to get close to him and explode? The next moment, something unexpected happened. The golden glow that was shooting toward him changed direction instantly. The next moment, the golden glow charged toward the hedgehog beast. Boom! The 2 giant golden beasts collided in the blink of an eye. The Jiao's sudden attack on the hedgehog beast was beyond both Huang Jing and the hedgehog beast's expectations. It had already reached an agreement with the golden-horned beast king. It had even promised to take nothing but the little sword. Why would the golden-horned beast king still attack it? Was the golden-horned beast king not afraid that the Forbidden Land would find out about this? Roar! The hedgehog beast roared, as if it was saying something. Although Huang Jing was stunned, he did not even think about it. He hurriedly withdrew his Sanjiao gate and celestial bridge, turned around, and was about to escape. Before he could leave, an aura locked onto him. The Jiao, who was attacking the hedgehog beast, locked onto him. Its giant golden eyes also looked at him, then at the little sword. As it attacked the hedgehog beast in a frenzy, it roared at Huang Jing. Seeing the Hope City martial artist's confused and alert face, the Jiao suddenly became furious. Idiot, idiot, don't you understand? At this moment, it could not communicate with the other party. Otherwise, the Jiao would definitely curse, saying, "You are worse than that, chef." It signaled with its eyes, "Don't you understand? Use your sword and kill this guy." The Jiao's strength was about the same as the other party. At this moment, it could only try its best to suppress it. It had thought that the martial artists of Hope City were all smart people. Now, it seemed that they were stupid. The Jiao was furious and angry. It had killed the messenger of the Forbidden Land, and now it wanted to kill the guardian of the Forbidden Land's entrance. It did not want to go to the Forbidden Land. It wanted to give the impression that the Forbidden Land was attacked by the stupid wood and that it could not go to the Forbidden Land due to its serious injuries. The guardian knew that it was not the stupid wood that attacked, so the Jiao wanted to kill the demon to silence it. However, its strength was not much different from the other party. At this time, it needed the help of the stupid martial artist of Hope City. Why did he not understand? Why? The Jiao was furious. It signaled to Huang Jing with its eyes, looking at the sword, looking at the hedgehog beast, and then using the sword to kill it. At this moment, Huang Jing was still a little confused. After a moment, he seemed to understand, but he was still confused. Demon beasts were intelligent, he knew that. But, why was it like this? This demon beast seemed to be the Jiao from the Jiao King's forest. Why did it attack the demon beasts of Hedgehog Ridge? Questions flashed through Huang Jing's mind. At this moment, he could not care so much. The Jiao was suppressing the hedgehog beast. The Jiao, who had just entered the 8th rank, was able to suppress its opponent with a sneak attack. Both sides did not use many techniques, just colliding with each other. Their bodies collided, their strength collided, and the 2 demon beasts fought until flesh and blood flew everywhere. Huang Jing saw that the Jiao was still looking at him. He hesitated. Should he run or join the fight? If he ran, would the 2 demon beasts continue to fight? Indecisiveness would cause him to miss a good opportunity. But this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Screw it. This time, I killed the small hedgehog beast. If I don't kill the big one, even if I return to Hope City, it might come for revenge. I have to kill it. With this thought in mind, he looked at the hedgehog beast again. Huang Jing noticed something strange. The Jiao was suppressing the hedgehog beast, and it deliberately moved its head away. Was it Creating an opportunity for him, the strange feeling in Huang Jing's heart grew stronger. What was this Jiao trying to do? Many years ago, he knew of the Jiao's existence. It was the strongest demon beast near Hope City. A long time ago, it was already at the peak of the 7th rank. The Jiao had never participated in the war between the two cities. It was as if it was looking for a place to hide and rarely moved. Other than the time when Tianmen City surrounded it, all these years, as long as it did not enter the Jiao's forest, the Jiao would not come out, as if it did not exist. Because of this, when the siege failed, Tianmen City did not care about it anymore. But recently, this Jiao had been making a lot of moves. The strange feeling in his heart grew stronger, but Huang Jing did not dare to be careless. Who knew what these demon beasts were thinking? He still had to be on guard. He retreated a distance, but as soon as he did, Huang Jing felt the Jiao's anger and malice. The pair of huge eyes stared at him coldly. It was obvious that it was telling him that if he retreated, it would attack him, even if the hedgehog beast escaped. As expected, it doesn't want me to leave, Huang Jing thought. Little did he know, the Jiao was so angry that it wanted to swallow him whole. Why was he so stupid? Wasn't the Hope City's martial artist and the chef quite smart? He had made it so obvious. Why didn't he understand? The Jiao's anger was at its peak. Huang Jing finally made up his mind. The short sword in his hand instantly burst with a strong golden light. The hedgehog beast roared angrily. The Jiao also went all out, attacking crazily. The giant golden horn on its head burst with an extremely strong golden light. The two giant beasts collided with each other. The ground below cracked, and countless small hills were instantly turned into dust. Golden blood dripped down like raindrops, smashing holes in the ground. Huang Jing's face became paler and paler. The energy of heaven and earth around him quickly rushed into the short sword, and the golden light became even stronger. In the next moment, Huang Jing saw an opportunity. The Jiao's giant golden horn pierced the hedgehog beast's body. The long spikes on the hedgehog beast's body shot out, turning the Jiao into a porcupine. The long spikes were a weapon, but also a defensive armor. When the spikes were removed, the hedgehog beast's defense was at its lowest. At this moment, Huang Jing roared. The golden short sword silently pierced through the void, shooting toward the hedgehog beast's head. The hedgehog beast roared and frantically retreated. However, the Jiao made a very human-like move. Its two front claws suddenly hugged the hedgehog beast, allowing it to attack. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Jiao did not let go. Once the Hope City martial artists killed it, it would devour the guardian and be one step closer to the King realm. Monsterwood City's Dumbwood would be devoured by it sooner or later. After devouring countless life stones and the fountain of life, it would become a real beast king. Roar. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. In a faraway place, in the 100 Beasts forest, it seemed to have sensed something. On the other side, in Monster Sunflower City, a shocking aura rose. However, the distance between these two places was extremely far. Even a rank 9 would not be able to arrive quickly. The Jiao hugged the hedgehog beast tightly with its giant claws. Huang Jing's face was extremely pale. The golden short sword pierced through the hedgehog beast's head. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The golden skull was revealed, and the flesh and blood were rapidly recovering. However, the short sword continued to penetrate deeper. At this time, the Jiao also moved. The giant golden horn was pulled out of the hedgehog beast's body, and a corner of the horn pierced through the hedgehog beast's body. Roar. The sorrowful roar continued. The Jiao opened its mouth and suddenly began to devour the golden substance in a frenzy. Huang Jing was also continuously injecting celestiality into the short sword. Blood flowed from his mouth, and a cracking sound was heard. A crack appeared on the golden skull. In the next moment, the skull was pierced, and a large amount of imperishable substance began to spill out. The hedgehog beast's shrill cries continued. The Jiao was devouring its imperishable substance. Huang Jing was on high alert. He sheathed his dagger and used flight step to escape. Without the suppression of the divine weapon, the hedgehog beast began to struggle. The Jiao's eyes were filled with anger, but it was too late to chase after it. Compared to Huang Jing, devouring the guardian was more important. But the guardian was also an important part of its plan to deal with the Forbidden Land. It was fine if the Guardian left, since Hope City had nothing to do with the Forbidden Land. But it could not take the dagger with it. It had not even used the dagger to cut itself. As the Jiao devoured frantically, it glared at the fleeing Huang Jing, growing angrier. If he left just like that, what would it do? But the Guardian was not completely dead. If it did not kill it now and the Forbidden Land found out, it would be done for. Huang Jing ran further and further away. The Jiao panicked. Did it really have to go to Monsterwood City and fight? But it might not make it back. The Jiao wanted to chase after it, but the Guardian was still struggling. Its imperishable substance was dispersing and recovering. The Jiao's eyes flashed with anger. It ignored Huang Jing and focused on devouring. First devour the Guardian, then find this guy. Even if it could not find him, there was still a familiar guy at the gate. If it found him, it might be able to find this guy who ran away. The Jiao did not look at Huang Jing anymore. It continued to devour. After a while, the hedgehog beast's struggles became weak. After a while, the hedgehog beast stopped moving. The golden imperishable light gradually faded, but the monster's body remained. The Jiao did not waste this time. It swallowed everything. Flesh, bones, everything went into its stomach. In the end, all that was left was a broken golden skull. The wound on the skull was caused by the dagger. It carried a thick monsterwood aura. The Jiao slapped the broken golden skull into the ground. Huang Jing's figure had completely disappeared. The Jiao was deep in thought. He had run for so long. It might not be able to catch up. In the distance, there was some movement in the Forbidden Land. If another battle broke out, it might attract the kings of the Forbidden Land. Thinking of something, the Jiao quickly flew in the direction of Hedgehog Ridge. Hedgehog Ridge. The deathly silence was still unsettling. At the foot of the mountain, Fang Ping moved cautiously. He did not feel any mentality scanning him. At this time, Fang Ping did not dare to poke his head out to check on the situation. He began to dig carefully. After a while, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. It was so quiet, and the sound of digging was too loud. He might as well sneak out and run. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not continue digging. Instead, he walked back. After a while, Fang Ping's expression changed. The hole in front of him had collapsed. That's not the point. More importantly, he seemed to have seen something. Is that a demonic beast? No, no, no. It's so big, and it doesn't have any aura at all. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fang Ping only caught a glimpse of it. He did not dare to look closely, so he hid beside the collapsed pit. But he did see a demonic beast crouching outside the pit. There was no sign of life. What's going on? Fang Ping was at a loss. Why was there another monster carcass outside? The size of a demonic beast was often related to its strength. This demonic beast was no smaller than the previous hedgehog beast. Didn't that mean another high rank? Dead? Fang Ping was on tenterhooks. He began to probe carefully. Soon, Fang Ping confirmed that it was indeed dead. Another high-rank monster carcass. What day is it today? Who killed it? Oh right, the monster that looked like the Jiao seemed to have another monster following it. Could it be this one? Could it be, the Jiao killed it? Fang Ping felt like his brain was turning into mush. What the hell was going on? Today's incidents happened one after another. He was almost at a loss. First, there was a rank 8 monster at Hedgehog Ridge. Then, he seemed to have seen the Jiao a few hundred miles away. Then, he suddenly realized that the monster following the Jiao was dead. Where did the Jiao go? Was the Jiao the one who killed the monster? But the two of them seemed to be in cahoots. Why did they suddenly have an internal conflict? I feel like my IQ is too low. Should I go out? Has the Jiao left? Fang Ping was struggling. He was really confused now. After a while, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. The benefits were right in front of him. If he did not take them, would he be stupid? He knew very well how difficult it was to kill a rank 7 monster. Even a rank 8 or 9 powerhouse might not be able to do it easily. It was not that he could not kill it, but if he did, how could he preserve the carcass, stop it from self-destructing? How could he not attract the attention of stronger powerhouses? These were all difficult problems. Thinking of these, Fong Ping carefully walked out of the collapsed passageway. When he saw the monster in front of him covered in wounds, Fong Ping frowned slightly. Were the heart and brain cores still there? Also, this monster was not small. It would not be easy to take it away. It was difficult to expand the storage space now. The key was that he did not have money, the system had not calculated his wealth yet. In order to expand the storage space, he had spent 13 billion wealth. Now, he was left with less than 4 billion. If he expanded it again, he would not be able to expand it to 8 cubic meters. It would not fit. What a pity. Looks like I can only dig up something useful and bring it back. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. He was also extremely cautious. The system did not increase his wealth. What did this mean? He was not out of danger, now, he had to be extremely careful. Fong Ping took a light breath and carefully walked towards the monster in front of him. He looked around. Hedgehog Ridge was extremely quiet at the moment. It was a little scary. Forget it. I'll dig out the heart and brain cores first. Soon, Fong Ping walked forward with a shovel and prepared to dissect the dead monster. Just as he was about to move the shovel, Fong Ping's expression changed drastically. F***ck, it was back. At this moment, a golden light was descending from the distance. Fong Ping did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly burrowed into the ground. He was stunned. Did it not leave? Why did it come back? Not long after Fong Ping burrowed into the ground, the Jiao's figure landed. Its huge eyes looked around. Then, the Jiao's nose began to twitch, identifying the aura bit by bit. The chef's strength was average. He could not have run very far. However, the Jiao was surprised that it could not sense the chef's exact location. Soon, the Jiao sniffed the hole that Fong Ping had just burrowed out of. The aura here seemed to be thicker. The Jiao slammed its claws down, and the entire ground collapsed. Hedgehog Ridge was still silent. The collapsed ground revealed some underground holes. The Jiao continued to sniff. As it sniffed, it slammed the ground. Passageways collapsed and split open. Not far away, at the foot of the mountain, Fong Ping's face turned green. What was it doing? Was it going to turn over the entire mountain to find him? He had blown up gigantic Willow City. The powerhouses of gigantic Willow City were hunting him down, but they did not go this far, did they? What kind of grudge did he have with the Jiao that it had to do this? Under normal circumstances, even if a monster killed someone, as long as you did not raid its home or steal its treasures, the monster would not go out of its way to kill you. Just like the previous few times, when he ran away, the Jiao did not chase after him. There was no need to. What was happening today? Was it because he had run away twice and had completely angered the Jiao? Was it determined to kill him, or was the Jiao unhappy because he had brought a rank 7 monster to it last time? Watching as the Jiao moved along the underground passageway bit by bit, Fong Ping felt that if he continued like this, he would definitely be caught. That would be the end of him. At this moment, Fong Ping could not care less. Something was wrong with Hedgehog Ridge. It was too quiet, not even the roars of monsters could be heard. It was as if the entire mountain was lifeless. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to avoid being hunted down. Fong Ping gritted his teeth, took out his shovel, and continued digging. There was nothing he could do about the faint sound. At this moment, Fong Ping had already covered the area with a barrier with his mentality. The sound was actually not loud and might not be able to travel out. He was afraid that the faint vibration would be detected by the Jiao. Fortunately, the Jiao was still slamming the ground. This kind of collapsing sound covered up the vibration of his digging. Fong Ping dug quickly. After a while, he changed to another path and continued digging. Ever since I learned how to dig tunnels, I seem to have been doing this all the time. Fong Ping's heart was filled with indescribable sorrow. He had really become a digging expert. Last time at Nanjiang, he had started digging for the first time. Now, as he dug, it had become a habit. Now, he had a lot of experience. He knew where water sources were likely to appear and where collapses were likely to occur. In terms of geology, Fong Ping felt that he could barely be considered a half-baked expert. The sense of direction on the surface is weak. There are no landmarks, so it's easy to get lost. But underground, I feel that my sense of direction is very strong. What the hell? Fang Ping complained in his heart. He also prayed that the Jiao would stop. Did it have nothing better to do? Why did a rank 8 monster have to make life difficult for him? If it had so much free time, go find a rank 8 monster to kill. Fang Ping was unhappy. The Jiao was unhappy too. Where did it go? It clearly sensed that it was nearby. The ground was about to collapse. If this continued, once it attracted the attention of the Forbidden Land, it would be too late for the envoys to come. It had to find the guy who ran away quickly and let him slash it with a short sword. The Jiao was a little anxious. Suddenly, it thought of something and stopped slamming. As soon as it stopped, the ground in the distance trembled slightly, then quickly stopped as well. The Jiao's big eyes showed a hint of mockery. As expected, it was nearby. In the next second, the Jiao appeared in the sky above the ground and slammed down with its palm. Below, a small hole appeared. There was no one. The Jiao was furious. It disappeared again. After a while of crazy destruction, everything around it collapsed. The Jiao seemed to think of something again. Suddenly, it stopped destroying. On the golden horn, traces of blood-colored vitality were being stripped away. It was prepared to deal with a chef who liked to run away. In the next moment, a weak wisp of vitality floated in the air. This wisp of vitality seemed to be alive. It swayed slightly in the air, then began to float forward. Underground. Fang Ping's heart was pounding. He wondered if he had dug up the Jiao's ancestral grave. Otherwise, why would he keep searching? If it were him, if he met a rank 3 catacombs martial artist and the other party ran away or hid, he would not keep chasing. If he had the time, he could kill a few rank 4 and 5 martial artists. High-ranked beasts would rarely do such a thing. Why were all the monsters he met so unreliable? Don't look for me. Why do you have to look for me? Fang Ping wanted to cry. Huang Jing was gone too. He did not know what was going on. Otherwise, if someone attracted the Jiao's attention, he could find a chance to escape. Now, it seemed like he was the only living person in the vast hedgehog ridge. It was hard to run. Just as Fang Ping was embedding himself in a small hole like a rock, his eyes suddenly moved. What is this? He saw a faint blood-colored thing seeping out of the soil, drilling into his body. What is this? Fang Ping's expression changed. When the blood-colored thread entered his body, Fang Ping's expression changed dramatically. Vitality force, familiar vitality force. My own vitality force. Just as Fang Ping realized this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The soil above him was lifted, a huge golden head was facing him. Fang Ping's face was pale. He laughed dryly. King Jiao, long time no see. The Jiao had really gone mad. It actually still retained its own blood chi force. Fang Ping did not expect this at all. The Jiao's big eyes looked at him, revealing a hint of mockery. Fang Ping swallowed and crawled out of the soil. He laughed dryly. King Jiao, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? The Jiao did not reply. It was not in the mood to eat. In the next moment, Fang Ping floated up and was quickly led to the dead monster. The Jiao looked at the monster, then at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not quite understand. He whispered, King Jiao wants me to accept these gifts? As soon as he finished speaking, the Jiao's giant golden claw slammed down. Fang Ping was smashed into the ground, his face flushed. Damn it, you brought me here suddenly, how would I know what you want? Looks like you're not here to give me gifts. The Jiao smacked him with its claw. Then, a long, broken spike floated in front of him. Fang Ping recognized it. It was the spike from the hedgehog beast. More importantly, was it for him to see, seeing that he still didn't understand, the Jiao swung its claws and cut off the spike. Then, it looked into the distance. After thinking for a moment, a short sword suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of it. The Jiao's psychic power materialized, and the moment the short sword appeared, an inconspicuous figure appeared. Fang Ping stared at it for a while. Was this an understanding of the content of the picture? Someone used a short sword to kill the hedgehog beast. You want a short sword? Fang Ping had guessed it. It was Huang Jing, although the Jiao had only given him a shadow. Seeing the Jiao staring at him, Fang Ping said dryly, This. I know this person, but I'm not familiar with him. What? You want to eat me if you can't find him? Don't. Fang Ping thought to himself. Should he bring the Jiao to find Huang Jing? What did the Jiao want? Did it want to eat Huang Jing? No, it wanted a short sword. A short sword, a divine weapon, it wanted a divine weapon. Seeing that the Jiao was scratching its body with its claws, Fang Ping asked suspiciously, King, are you going to stab yourself with a short sword? Should I stab you a few times with a knife? Seeing that the Jiao was about to explode, Fang Ping quickly shut his mouth, but his mind was racing. What was the Jiao trying to do? Was it asking Huang Jing to stab it with a short sword? Was the Jiao tired of living? Even though he did not understand, Fang Ping still smiled. King, how about this? I'll go look for him. When I find him, I'll bring the short sword back and stab you a few times. He did not dare to bring the Jiao to find Huang Jing. What if he killed Huang Jing? Besides, he did not know what Huang Jing's situation was like. Right, the vice-chancellor is being chased by monsters. Should I lure the Jiao over? Fang Ping could not help but think of this, but before he could finish his thought, the Jiao was already pounding the ground impatiently. In the next moment, Fang Ping levitated into the air. The Jiao took him and chased after Huang Jing. Are we going to find the vice-chancellor? What is it trying to do? Thinking of this, Fang Ping looked at the monster carcass that was slowly disappearing into the distance. At least let me dig out its heart and brain. The Jiao was too wasteful. As if Fang Ping's gaze was too intense, the Jiao growled in a low, warning tone. Fang Ping was half guessing. Can't touch it? King Jiao, you killed it, right? Why aren't you eating it? Can't eat it? You have to keep it, right? Fang Ping guessed again and again. After the Jiao had flown for a while, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. I don't think I'm wearing any clothes, but now, it was dark. No one should have seen him, right? The Jiao wanted Huang Jing to stab it with a divine dagger, and it left the monster carcass untouched. All the monsters on Hedgehog Ridge had disappeared. Could it have been killed to keep the secret? Could it be that this guy wants old Huang to take the blame for it? Fang Ping felt that this was a little familiar. There might be some evidence left on the monster carcass, evidence related to old Huang. That's why the Jiao didn't touch the carcass. The long stab earlier, the aura of a divine weapon. Could there be remnants of a divine weapon on the dead monster? The Jiao and that guy were in cahoots. They suddenly killed each other and then tried to frame old Huang. But it was worried that others wouldn't believe it, or that other monsters wouldn't believe it, so it wanted old Huang to stab it a few times and leave behind the divine weapon's aura? Whose trust does the Jiao need? Could it be that demonic beasts are also organized? No, the point is, this monster seems to be very cunning. It actually wanted to make someone take the blame. Fang Ping was still thinking about this when the next scene that broke him down happened. A dazzling golden light shone on his body. In the dark of the night, the golden Fang Ping was especially dazzling, and most importantly, he was naked. Fang Ping was sure that if there were people around, they would definitely see him. I'm going to kill you. Fang Ping roared in his heart. This Jiao was crazy. How could it think of such a way to lure Huang Jing out? This was practically trampling on his dignity. Fang Ping was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. A golden light shone from his head, covering his face. His lower body also shone with a golden light, so that no one could see his brother. This was too embarrassing. I'll remember this grudge. Just you wait. I'll kill you sooner or later. Fang Ping was furious. The Jiao, on the other hand, had a flash of doubt in its eyes. Was this the indestructible body? Ignoring Fang Ping's anger, the Jiao led Fang Ping around. The golden Fang Ping was like a dazzling lamp in the air. And this move was indeed effective. In the distance, Huang Jing, who was hiding in the forest recovering from his injuries, saw the dazzling golden light. His expression changed again. Fang Ping had been captured. He did not expect that the Jiao would think of using a hostage to threaten him. He had not returned to Hope City yet. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing were still at Hedgehog Ridge. The two high-ranked monsters there were dead. He was waiting for the Jiao to leave before going to look for them. Unexpectedly, not only did the Jiao not leave, it had come looking for him. What was the Jiao up to? Huang Jing's expression darkened. Should he show himself? He was definitely no match for the Jiao, especially since it had devoured a rank 8 monster. the Jiao was probably even scarier than before. If he showed himself, he would be in danger. But Fang Ping had been captured. If he did not show himself, and Fang Ping was killed. Huang Jing's expression was one of struggle. Martial artists would not compromise. Even if word got out that Fang Ping was killed by the Jiao, no one would think that he had done anything wrong. Using the life of a rank 7 to bet on whether the Jiao would let Fang Ping go or not. With such a chance, he could almost give up. He did not want to gamble on this chance. But did he really have to watch Fang Ping get killed? Just as Huang Jing was suppressing his aura, carefully hiding, and struggling internally, Fang Ping suddenly shouted in the catacombs language, "If you're here, leave the sword behind. Don't come out." Huang Jing's expression changed again. Sword, the Jiao was here for the divine weapon, exchanging the divine weapon for Fang Ping's survival. This, if Fang Ping could survive, Wu Quishan might not object to the exchange. After all, Fang Ping might have a chance of advancing to rank 9. But what if he and the sword were both empty? Huang Jing suddenly sighed softly. Forget it. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a gamble. At this point, there was no other way. If Fang Ping was really killed, it would be hard to explain to Li Chongqing and Lu Fengru. In his hand, a short sword appeared out of thin air. Worry flashed across Huang Jing's eyes. Then, he dropped the short sword and quickly left. He had already lost the sword. If he lost himself as well, it would not be worth it. In the next moment, Huang Jing, who was a few miles away, quickly hid. The short sword that he had left behind exploded with a faint golden light. In the air, the golden light flashed and quickly landed. As for Fang Ping, the moment he landed, he ran toward the golden light. The divine weapon could not be snatched away by the Jiao. Didn't it just need to slash it a few times? This monster would not go back on its word and snatch it away, would it? The Jiao, on the other hand, did not move. It only landed on the ground and did not move. It let Fang Ping take the short sword in front of it. The Jiao's huge eyes looked at the short sword, carefully sensing the aura coming from it. It really was the Dumb Wood's aura, very strong. The Jiao seemed to remember something. This sword belonged to the person who broke into Monsterwood City. King Jiao, are you sure you want me to cut you? Fang Ping held the short sword, which kept vibrating. Fang Ping held it in his hand, but it felt like there was nothing in it. Divine weapons were indeed different. The Jiao did not reply. In fact, it did not know how to speak. Fang Ping saw that it was only looking at the short sword. He cursed inwardly. It was definitely trying to make old Huang take the blame. The question was, would it work, or had he missed something? Fang Ping suddenly stopped hesitating. He picked up the short sword and stabbed it at the Jiao. This time, he used very little strength. He was afraid that the Jiao would be hurt and swallow him whole. In the end, the short sword slid off. It could not even penetrate the outer layer of the golden armor. The Jiao seemed unhappy. It slammed its claws down, and Fang Ping sank into the ground again. You asked for it. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and stabbed at the Jiao. Boom, there was a loud sound. Fang Ping took a few steps back. The Jiao's huge eyes showed a hint of mockery. You want to penetrate my defense, even if the weapon was related to the dumb wood. It was impossible for you to do so if you were too weak. The Jiao was mocking him. Fang Ping cursed inwardly. Fine, since you're mocking me, then I won't go easy on you. He stabbed it twice, but the Jiao did not move. This meant that it really deserved a beating. It was standing there waiting for him to stab it. He could not go easy on it. Heaven and earth appeared in Fang Ping's hand, and he quickly withdrew it. He was furious. Why did he use heaven and earth now? As expected, when he looked at the Jiao again, the Jiao's huge eyes showed surprise. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow him. I knew it. I'm stupid. Fang Ping's head hurt. He knew he had done something stupid. Whatever. I'll cut it a few hundred times first. Thinking of this, Fang Ping used heaven and earth again and slashed at the Jiao. The Jiao did not seem to be in the mood to block. It let Fang Ping stab it. In the end, even with heaven and earth, he only managed to stab a small hole in the golden armor. This time, the Jiao knew that the chef was useless and did not count on him anymore. The next moment, the short sword floated up on its own. Then, the short sword flashed and pierced through the Jiao's armor. Golden blood dripped slowly. The Jiao's giant eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, but it did not hesitate. The short sword kept stabbing, and Fang Ping even saw a few of its golden bones break. So ruthless. Fang Ping was shocked. Did these monsters only have a little bit of intelligence? This Jiao seemed to be quite intelligent. Fang Ping was sure that this thing was definitely out to trick people. No, to trick demons. Who was it trying to trick when it injured itself? Furthermore, he had specifically asked for this short sword to make it. Perhaps it had a lot to do with this short sword. Whose divine weapon is this dagger? Fang Ping watched helplessly as the Jiao mutilated itself. This guy is crazy. Not only did it cut off its own golden bones, even many of its internal organs were cut into pieces, including its large golden head. It had mutilated itself. Seeing that its aura was getting weaker and weaker, Fang Ping was itching to make a move. If old Huang were to come out, would he be able to kill it? Although he had survived the few encounters he had with the Jiao, he still remembered how the Jiao had kited him earlier. Just as Fang Ping was deep in thought, the Jiao stopped moving. He stared at the short sword suspended in midair. The Jiao wouldn't take it away, would it? The Jiao was going to take it, and it was going to take Fang Ping with it. In the next moment, the Jiao rose into the air, bringing Fang Ping with it as it flew towards Hedgehog Ridge. In the distance, Huang Jing's eyes revealed a knowing look. This time, he had lost the bet. The Jiao had no intention of letting him go, it only wanted the divine weapon. Huang Jing waited for the Jiao to leave for a while, then quickly followed. Hedgehog Ridge. As soon as Fang Ping landed, the Jiao controlled the short sword to shoot around randomly. The rank 7 demon's corpse was also hacked countless times by the Jiao. The underground passageway was also completely destroyed by the Jiao. Just as Fang Ping was guessing what it was going to do next, the short sword suddenly floated in front of him. In the next moment, the Jiao's mentality conjured a map of a forest. My king, you want me to go back to your old home and wait for you? The Jiao's expression showed that it was indeed the case. Then, a wave of mentality enveloped Fang Ping and seeped into his body. Fang Ping's expression changed again. Damn it, what are you doing? Soon, a wisp of Fang Ping's vitality was extracted and absorbed by the Jiao into its golden horn. This chef was useful, he could actually hide from its search. Because of this, the Jiao decided not to swallow him. More importantly, his energy seemed to have leveled up. After that, the Jiao's aura became even weaker. In the next moment, it ignored Fang Ping and flew leisurely in the direction of 100 Beasts Forest. It was going to find reinforcements and report the news to the Forbidden Land. The dumb tree tried to kill it, the messenger was killed, the guardian was killed, and it barely escaped. Whether it was true or not, it had taken it seriously. From now on, it would fight Monsterwood City to the death. Could the Forbidden Land stop it from taking revenge? Even a king would not be able to help with this kind of vengeance. The Jiao left. It left just like that. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly put away the short sword. The demon had left. Where was it going? 100 Beasts Forest was in front of him. It had injured itself so badly. Why would it go to 100 Beasts Forest? Just as Fang Ping was in a daze, Huang Jing suddenly appeared, panting heavily. Go. Vice-Chancellor, what's going on? How would I know? Huang Jing was going crazy. He was completely confused. The divine weapon was still in Fang Ping's hands. The Jiao was not after the divine weapon. If it was not for the divine weapon, what was it doing? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the demon's carcass on the ground. Fang Ping hurriedly said, Vice-Chancellor, don't move. The Jiao seems to have a purpose. If we move, it will definitely know that we did it. Who knows, it might come back to Hope City. Purpose. Fang Ping saw that the Jiao was already far away and said hurriedly, let's leave this place first. The Jiao seems to be making a fake scene. It might bring demons here later. Let's leave first. Right, Vice-Chancellor, have you seen Qin Fengqing? No, you? Nope. Huang Jing's head hurt. Going into the catacombs with these two was really a headache. Until now, he didn't know what to do. Where's the energy mine? I've hidden it. I'll look for it later. Vice-Chancellor, let's go. Okay. Huang Jing said, then suddenly growled, Qin Feng Qing. Let's go. After shouting a few times, a figure appeared on a mountain in the distance. Qin Fengqing's face was wild with joy. He carried a big bag and growled in reply, let's go. After saying that, the guy ran out of the mountain without looking back. Huang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed Fang Ping and chased after him. Very quickly, he caught up with Qin Fengqing. Staring at the big bag on his back, Huang Jing suddenly frowned. Energy crystals? There was something wrong with Qin Fengqing's big bag. Qin Fengqing grabbed Huang Jing's clothes and laughed wildly. Nothing, nothing. The last time I took some energy stones and was chased by monsters, I asked someone to coat my bag with a layer of energy crystals. Huang Jing's head hurt even more. This kid was really something. The big bag was full. Even with the energy crystals in between, he could still feel a weak energy wave. Just as he was about to continue asking, Huang Jing's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look behind him. Something big has happened. Huang Jing murmured. A few hundred miles away, a few towering auras surged into the sky. Rank 7 and 8 martial artists definitely could not do this. Those were rank 9 auras. 1 aura, 3 auras, 5. Huang Jing's face was pale. He said in fear, 5 rank 9 auras. Let's go, something bad has happened. Just as he shouted, 2 waves of pressure instantly moved in his direction. Huang Jing's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Fang Ping and ran. In the end, 2 rank 9 auras rose in the direction of Monster Sunflower City. That was not enough. In the east, 2 rank 9 auras rose in a city that had never crossed paths with humans. From one place to another, from one place to the other, Huang Jing had not run far when the entire catacombs seemed to be in chaos. Huang Jing glared at Fang Ping. Fang Ping felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. This had nothing to do with him. Vice-Chancellor, it's Slice doing. I know. Huang Jing's expression was extremely ugly. As he flew toward Hope City, he gritted his teeth and said, You 2 scourges, something big has happened. At this moment, there were strong auras rising everywhere. Rank 9 auras, one after another, penetrated the entire Magic City catacombs. Pull one hair and the whole body will move. The moment the 5 kings of 100 Beasts Forest showed their anger, the other places also reacted. In this kind of situation, a little carelessness could lead to a big war. The most important thing was Hope City might be in chaos. Suddenly, dozens of rank 9 auras rose. How could they not panic when they sensed this change? At this moment, Huang Jing wanted to fly back immediately. If this matter was not cleared up, Sino Nation might be in a big mess. He glared at Fang Ping and Huang Jing again. These 2 bastards, if I enter the catacombs with you again, I will kill myself. Everything was fine, digging a small mine, and it turned out to be like this. Fang Ping felt wronged and said helplessly, It's not me, Vice-Chancellor. Don't look at me. It's all Qin Fengqing's random information. Who knew it would turn out like this? Also, I haven't gone to Monster Sunflower City yet. You still want to go to Monster Sunflower City? Huang Jing was terrified. If you went, it would be terrible. Vice-Chancellor, this has nothing to do with us. What are we afraid of? Fang Ping was very depressed. He did not know what the Jiao was doing, stirring up chaos in the catacombs. But this had nothing to do with them, right? Oh right, Fang Ping's expression changed suddenly. The Jiao asked me to wait for it in the Jiao forest. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Qin Fengqing looked confused. He murmured, What did you do? Why did you meet the Jiao again? We're at Hedgehog Ridge, okay. Until now, he still had a confused look on his face. What was going on? Fang Ping said nothing. Huang Jing's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and said, We can't go back. Monster Sunflower City's rank 9 force has erupted. We can't go there. This, Huang Jing looked around. His head was splitting. Behind him, the 2 rank 9 forces of pressure from 100 Beasts Forest were moving toward them rapidly. In front, Monster Sunflower City was also erupting with force, a warning. On the right, powerhouses from the other cities also erupted with force. Only the left side, which was the south, did not have much movement. Go to the south. Huang Jing was helpless. He could only go through the southern coastal area and see if he could return to Hope City. This time, he was really screwed over by these two fellows. If he went back, and someone asked, what should he say? In the end, Qin Fengqing was still eager to see the world in chaos. He egged him on. Fang Ping, you're familiar with the Jiao. Let it bring the monsters to Monster Sunflower City. You take the opportunity to sneak in and steal the sunflower seeds. Get lost. Really, this is a rare opportunity. Fang Ping suddenly turned to look at Huang Jing and said, Vice-Chancellor, what's going on with that divine weapon? What? Is there any special aura? You mean? Huang Jing pondered for a moment, saying uncertainly, maybe it's mixed with a little of Skygate City's Monster Woods aura. Monster Woods aura. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. Was the Jiao making the monster wood a scapegoat? Suddenly, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said quickly, Vice-Chancellor, let's go to the Jiao's forest and destroy it with the divine weapon. What? Huang Jing turned pale with fright. Were you crazy? Hurry, Vice-Chancellor, hurry. Are you sure? I'm sure. Fang Ping said, then added quickly, if we cooperate with the Jiao, it won't take revenge, right? Whatever, let's do it first. Huang Jing was completely stunned. Did they really have to do that? They were going to destroy the Jiao's lair. Vice-Chancellor, hurry. 100 Beasts Forests Rank 9 will probably stay in Hedgehog Ridge for a while. We still have time. If they get ahead of us, it'll be useless. Destroy the Jiao's forest? It's just cutting down trees. It's not that serious. Let's go. Fang Ping, don't do anything rash, it'll be fine. Fang Ping, Huang Jing's face was full of grief. I'm really going to die because of you. How do you expect an honest person like me to do something like this? Vice-Chancellor, the Jiao is making the monster wood a scapegoat. Let's help it out. The Jiao is a monster after all. No matter how high its intelligence is, it can't think so much. The monster would left its lair in front of its house and came all the way here to kill it. Who would believe that? If we destroy the Jiao's forest, it'll be more like it. Huang Jing's head was splitting. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Vice-Chancellor, don't you want to avenge the old Vice-Chancellor? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. If we're going to do it, we'll do it big. How can Skygate City be destroyed? Even if we can't start a war this time and cause internal strife in the catacombs, at least let both sides be wary of each other. Huang Jing heard that and gritted his teeth. He nodded and said, all right. Then let's go to the Jiao's forest. Fang Ping, if this affects Hope City, I don't need anyone else to kill you. At this point, he could only trust Fang Ping's judgment. At least this kid had survived the Jiao's hands a few times. If the Jiao wanted revenge after eradicating the Jiao's forest, it would probably look for Fang Ping, right? The opportunity was right in front of him. He would not be satisfied if he did not take the gamble. The powerhouses of Hope City dared not start a war. However, if the catacombs monsters and the city started a war, then it would have nothing to do with Hope City. At the same time, Hope City Grandmaster-level powerhouses were all flying in the air, on high alert. At the entrance of the passageway, some people were walking out of the passageway, seeking support. The catacombs was in chaos, dozens of rank 9 auras filled the air. The entire Magic City catacombs was in a state of tension. Sumafu made arrangements quickly and said with a headache, it can't be those two kids doing, right? I don't think so. Those two kids only attracted some low-ranked monsters at most. At most, they killed a few rank 7 and 8 monsters. Right now, the entire catacombs is in chaos. Sumafu was about to explode. This was really troublesome. The entire Hope City had entered the highest state of alert. Was an all-out war going to break out? Sumafu looked at the surging auras in the distance, then at Hope City's only rank 9 powerhouse, Elder Fan. He felt a little bitter. Did they really have to wait for reinforcements to arrive? Sumafu was deeply worried, and so were all the warriors in Hope City. They could all feel the pressure. The catacombs was in chaos. No one knew that this was the result of a rank 8 beast's immature behavior. When the heavily injured Jiao rushed to Hundred Beasts Forest to report that the emissary and guardian were killed, suspected to be the work of Monsterwood City's monster tree, the few kings of Hundred Beasts Forest were completely enraged. In the eyes of many monsters, guardian monster plants and monsters were traitors. However, these monsters and monster plants were not weak. Everyone minded their own business. Usually, there were no monsters and monster plants from the Forbidden Land looking for trouble. But now, the guardian of Hundred Beasts Forest was killed. This was the biggest provocation. Feeling the monsterwood aura coming from the golden-horned beast king's wound, the few kings were sure that this was the aura of the monsterwood in Monsterwood City. Moreover, it was not the aura of a branch. The aura was too strong. This could not be achieved by just taking a branch. The reactions of the kings of the Forbidden Lands were also beyond the Jiao's expectations. The kings immediately released their auras. 2 of them even moved out to investigate. The Jiao, who followed them, was also a little frightened. It seemed like things had gotten out of hand. It thought it would at most be suspicious. It did not expect the kings of the Forbidden Lands to immediately confirm that it was the work of the monster wood. And from the looks of it, they were going to fight. However, the Jiao knew that this was just the aura of the monster wood. It did not mean that it was the monster wood who did it. Once they reached Monsterwood City and found out that a section of the main trunk had been cut off, they might be exposed. They could not give the silly tree and the Wood King a chance to explain. The Jiao, who was following the 2 kings to Hedgehog Ridge, had a plan. Once they reached Monsterwood City, they would do it without saying a word. They would tear down the city. The monsterwood would probably not explain even if they were beaten to this state. As for the final outcome, it was none of the Jiao's business. Even if the kings of the Forbidden Lands broke through Monsterwood City, the probability of them staying was not high. They also had no use for the Fountain of Life and the Life Ores. As the only rank 8 who followed them, he should be able to take the opportunity to swallow those, right? At this moment, these people and monsters had their own plans. The war had not started. The Magic City catacombs, which had been peaceful for many days, had erupted into large-scale chaos on the first day Feng Ping entered. As for Feng Ping, he felt that this had nothing to do with him. This was entirely the doing of the Jiao. He just happened to be there. If Skygate City was really going to fight the Jiao or the Hundred Beasts Forest, he would try to see if there was a chance to reap some benefits. Perhaps he could really reap some benefits. Feng Ping was planning to reap some benefits. Qin Fengqing was calculating whether the benefits he had reaped were enough for him to liquefy his energy. Huang Jing, on the other hand, was running madly while silently telling himself that this was the only time, next time, he would not enter the catacombs with these 2 fellows. He had never been so excited in his entire life, even when he had made it to rank 7. If this matter was really exposed, it would be more troublesome than Feng Ping imagined. He did not know how Wuquishan had cut off the main trunk of the monster wood. Skygate City probably knew that it was done by human martial artists. This could really trigger a war. When that time came, the only thing he could do was to bring the divine weapon deep into the catacombs instead of returning to Hope City. He could create chaos in the depths of the catacombs, or he could simply go to Skygate City and die in battle there. Only then could things be settled. Feng Ping probably had not thought of this yet. However, when he thought of the opportunity to make Hundred Beasts Forest and Skygate City go to war, Huang Jing still decided to take the gamble, use his own life, bet that the 2 places would go to war. Even if a rank 9 died in battle, his death would be worth it. A rank 7 martial artist's life in exchange for a rank 9's life, it was a great deal. However, he still had to think carefully about how to not implicate the entire human race. Huang Jing sighed and glanced at Feng Ping. If he had Feng Ping's ability and hid his aura, he might really be able to easily start a war between the 2 places without attracting the attention of humans. Just as Huang Jing was thinking about this, Feng Ping suddenly said, "Vice-Chancellor, after we destroy the Jiao's forest, give me the divine weapon. I'll bring it to Skygate City and try it out." Huang Jing was stunned for a moment. This kid, had he considered this too? No. If you go in, once the divine weapon's aura is exposed, you'll be discovered very quickly. It's okay, trust me. Feng Ping had a storage space. Unless he exposed it on his own, the monster would not be able to sense it. Magic City Catacombs. The rank 9 suppressive force swept across thousands of miles, far away, Imperial Sea Hill. One after another, extremely powerful powerhouses revealed some of their auras, intimidating Imperial Sea Hill into silence. The masters of these powerful auras did not move, but they cast their gaze toward the 7th Southern Territory. What was happening in the 7th Southern Territory, Imperial Sea Hill, Forbidden Canyon? An energy passageway that looked like a catacombs passageway opened slowly. After a while, a few silhouettes soared into the sky, flying toward Hundred Beasts Forest. The rank 9 suppressive force originated from Hundred Beasts Forest. What was happening in Hundred Beasts Forest, and what was it trying to do? In the depths of Imperial Sea Hill, a few sky-shaking silhouettes did not move, nor did they stop them. The suppressive force that rose for no reason in the 7th Southern Territory should have nothing to do with Hope City. There were no powerhouses in Hope City, so it would not cause a chain reaction. It was not the time for both sides to go to war yet. The catfish effect was vividly reflected at this moment. First, it was Hundred Beasts Forest, followed by a few nearby cities. Very soon, this demonstration of intimidation spread to the entire 7th Southern Territory. There were movements in the 13 catacomb cities. In the west, in the sky above Monster Phoenix City, a gigantic phoenix-like monster covered the sky with its wings, letting out a cry that echoed for hundreds of miles. Further west of Monster Phoenix City, a monster that looked like a white tiger roared at the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the 10,000 Ants Desert, golden yellow sand rose, a sandstorm swept across the entire desert, a few silhouettes intimidating in all directions. Powerful mentality fluctuations spread throughout the catacombs. Were they going to war? Many powerhouses had this thought. Who were they going to war with this time? At Imperial Sea Hill, after the passageway opened and the few rank 9s left, the sky-shaking silhouettes disappeared. As soon as they disappeared, more than 10 extremely powerful auras rose in this quiet and huge mountain range. Imperial Sea Hill was known as the second Forbidden Land, second only to the Forbidden Sea. How could there be no powerhouses? Hope City. In midair, an old man with snow-white hair looked extremely solemn. What's going on? Old Fan had many thoughts in his mind. Right now, he was extremely worried. The reinforcements from China would not arrive so quickly. Even if the powerhouses near Shanghai arrived, there were too many powerhouses who had been affected this time. At this moment, all the major cities, the Forbidden Lands, as well as some uninhabited mountain ranges and jungles had rank 9 auras rising, intimidating all directions. The entire Magic City catacombs had attracted close to 30 rank 9s. This did not even include the powerhouses in the depths of Mount Royal Sea. If they were included, it would be equivalent to the total number of Sino Nation rank 9s. Was it only in Magic City, or in all the catacombs? At this moment, even a rank 7 or 8 powerhouse did not have the qualifications or ability to release pressure to compete with these top-notch powerhouses. Tian Mu, Ko Bianjiang, and the other experts around Senior Fan wore extremely gloomy expressions. Recently, Magic City's catacombs had finally enjoyed a period of peace and quiet. Why did something happen again? Moreover, every time something happened, it was a big deal. 300 miles away from Hope City. Fang Ping urged, Vice Chancellor, hurry up. It's almost too late. In the distance, 2 rank 9 auras from Hedgehog Ridge were flying in the direction of the battle between Jiao and the rank 8 Hedgehog Beast. Obviously, they were continuing to investigate. Once these places were investigated, the other party might rush to Skygate City soon. At that time, if they had not completed their assistance, Fang Ping was worried that the humans would be the scapegoat, who would believe that Jiao was the one who did this. Even Fang Ping would not believe it if word got out. As for whether these catacombs monsters would believe it or not, who knew? Huang Jing's head was already sweating. He panted, Qin Fengqing, what are you carrying? It's too heavy. Qin Fengqing laughed dryly. Nothing, just some worthless metal. Fang Ping glanced at him and frowned. Where did you go earlier? Cough. Nowhere. I looked around and found a small metal mine. I dug some raw ores. Some metal ores were valuable, some were not, but they were usually not too expensive. Compared to energy ores, the difference was huge. Fang Ping was suspicious. He suddenly said, Did you notice that the rank 8 monster suddenly flew away? What? Qin Fengqing looked confused. What did you say? Of course, he saw the rank 8 monster flying away, but could he say it? Could he tell Fang Ping that he went to the monster's lair? Could he tell Fang Ping that there were many good things in the lair? Could he tell Fang Ping that even if he did not have that energy mine, it would not be a problem for him to enter rank 5, not only would it not be a problem, but he was also prepared to exchange for a large number of energy ores to carry out energy liquefaction and swim in liquefied energy. Could he tell Fang Ping about this? Obviously not, Qin Fengqing said hurriedly. Right, how's the mining going? Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously. After a while, he said, I hid it first. I dug a little. I'll go look for it when the catacombs are quiet. F***ck, you didn't bring it back? Qin Fengqing was speechless. This guy was too careless. If he encountered something good, even if he died, he would bring it back first. Who knew what would happen next? Huang Jing said with some regret. Not only the energy mine, but the 2 rank 7 monster corpses couldn't be brought back. The other one. I don't know if the Jiao swallowed it. And the rank 8 monster too. What a pity. It was really a pity. This time, 3 high-ranked demonic beasts and 1 rank 8 were killed. If he could bring it back, Huang Jing felt that dying would be worth it. 3 divine weapons, he had never seen something like this happen. It was really rare to see a situation where the core of the brain and heart were intact. He killed the rank 7 monster instantly. The other party did not have the time. The Pekingese did not expect the Jiao to kill it. The rank 8 hedgehog beast did not think that it would self-destruct. It was not much weaker than the Jiao, so it had a chance to escape. 3 high-ranked monsters died in one battle. This situation was too rare. It was a pity that he did not bring any of them. Fang Ping coughed dryly and smiled. I've discussed it with Jiao. It didn't eat the rank 7 hedgehog beast, but it took it away. I'll go ask later and see if it can be given to me. Huang Jing suddenly fell silent. He did not know what to say. Qin Fengqing's eyes were spinning wildly. Was this even possible? After flying for a while, Huang Jing suddenly threw Qin Fengqing out and scolded, You think of a way to get back to the city. We're leaving first. This guy was too heavy, he was only a rank 7. Carrying Qin Fengqing on his back while hurrying on like crazy was really taxing. Vice-Chancellor Qin Fengqing, who was left behind, looked indignant. He was left behind just like that. They were not there yet. If there was a big battle in Skygate City later, he might be able to reap some benefits. Now that he was left behind, where could he reap any benefits? Qin Fengqing chased after him crazily. Fang Ping turned his head and smiled. Give it to me. I'll help you find a place to hide it. We'll split the profits later, get lost. Qin Fengqing scolded. Dream on, even if he died of exhaustion, he would not split the profits with Fang Ping. If Huang Jing did not bring him along, no problem. He would run on his own. The next moment, Qin Fengqing landed on the ground directly. Carrying the big sack, he sprinted toward the direction of Skygate City. This guy was extremely fast. Although he was slightly slower than Huang Jing was also restraining his aura to avoid being detected by a rank 9. His speed was not much faster than the other party. Huang Jing looked at Qin Fengqing, who was carrying the heavy sack and running so fast. He felt a little embarrassed. Before he could say anything, Fang Ping said, Vice-Chancellor, you're restraining your aura. You're running a little slow. How about this? You grab me. I'll bring you and run. Huang Jing was stunned. What was he talking about? Before he could understand, the golden light in Fang Ping's bones flickered faintly. Then, with a low growl, he grabbed Huang Jing and shot out. Rank 7 Huang Jing dared not go all out. It was easy to attract attention. Rank 5 Fang Ping restrained his aura and sprinted at full speed. His speed was actually not slower than Huang Jing, who restrained his aura. Huang Jing, who was caught, suddenly felt a little sad and self-doubtful. I was a rank 7, why was it like this? Rank 4 Qin Fengqing's speed was slower than his, but that kid was fearless and was running wildly below. Rank 5 Fang Ping's speed was actually slower than his, but he dared not go all out. The vitality force that he erupted was too strong. At this moment, it was somewhat eye-catching. In the end, Fang Ping, who had no aura, ran slightly faster than him. Moreover, he was not the kind that was burdened, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Huang Jing was really starting to doubt his life. After being grabbed by Fang Ping and running for a while, Huang Jing suddenly said, "We're going in the wrong direction." Fang Ping said without turning his head, "I know. We're taking a shortcut. There's also an entrance to the Jiao's forest in Monster Sunflower City." Huang Jing was speechless. This kid was really daring. Half an hour or so later, Fang Ping reached the entrance of the Jiao's forest in the direction of Monster Sunflower City. At this moment, in the sky above Monster Sunflower City, an extremely huge sunflower was swaying in the air. Looking at the sunflower, the golden stem was especially dazzling. In the sunflower dish, there seemed to be some golden sunflower seeds. Fang Ping felt like snatching it away. Huang Jing, on the other hand, was as careful as he could be. He had completely concealed his aura. Although he could not hide from them at close range, these rank 9 martial artists were all on guard against other rank 9 martial artists. They would not purposely investigate a mere rank 7 martial artist like him. Huang Jing was getting more and more excited. The feeling of rushing to the entrance of someone else's city was really exciting, watching as a rank 9 martial artist unleashed his aura nearby, and he was still wandering right under their noses. Was this not exciting enough? At this moment, if he was discovered, he might be killed in a flash. Huang Jing's heartbeat was much more obvious. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not pay much attention to it. He glanced at the sunflower, then quickly rushed into the Jiao's forest. Huang Jing breathed a sigh of relief and shot a glance at Fang Ping. "How dare you?" Fang Ping, on the other hand, ignored him. As he ran, he said, "The Jiao's forest covers a very large area. It's very difficult to destroy it completely, and it'll be easily noticed by others. Later, we'll attack directly in the core area and flatten it." Having said that, Fang Ping added, "After that, Vice-Chancellor, you can return to Hope City. Just leave the divine weapon to me." Fang Ping, Huang Jing did not know what to say. After a while, he sighed and said, "Be careful then. Don't worry. It won't be difficult to enter Monsterwood City in the chaos." Although he said that, the more chaotic it was, the stricter the city's security would be. If he was discovered, Fang Ping, who was only a rank 5, would be discovered if he was even slightly careless when a rank 9 was awakening. If a rank 9 attacked him within the attack range, it would be an instant kill. Huang Jing wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. Fang Ping was more suitable to step up than him. At least, it would not be that easy for him to stir up chaos. Instead, it would be easier for humans to be viewed as enemies and cause chaos. In silence, Fang Ping sprinted all the way to the core area of the Jiao's forest. The entire Jiao's forest was also extremely quiet. The Jiao was a lone traveler. There were very few monsters in its lair. Most of them had been eaten by it. The Jiao rarely went out to hunt. The monsters in this area all knew that the golden-horned beast king of the Jiao's forest was not a good thing. It did not even want the monsters guarding the gate. If they caught them, they would eat them. Even the low and mid-ranked monsters that did not have much intelligence knew that the Jiao's forest was a dangerous place. It was even more dangerous than a few of the major forbidden areas. This was also why, without the Jiao, Fang Ping did not even see any monsters blocking his way as he sprinted. After a while, Fang Ping arrived at an empty space. This was also the place where he saw the Jiao earlier. Fang Ping stopped, took a deep breath and said, "Vice-Chancellor, let's do it. Hurry up." Huang Jing glanced into the distance. That was the exit of Skygate City. At this moment, Skygate City also had a force of suppression in the air, but it was not too. The monsterwood did not release its force of suppression. Huang Jing did not say much. The golden short sword appeared in front of him instantly. In the next moment, the short sword shot out, exploding with a powerful destructive force. In an instant, the surrounding trees were chopped down. Within a radius of tens of meters, all the trees exploded. Huang Jing's movements were extremely fast. The short sword was like a slithering snake, wandering through the entire forest. Everywhere it went, it was cleared. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the trees were chopped down and exploded. The commotion was getting a little too big. Skygate City seemed to have sensed something. However, at this moment, the Lord of Skygate City did not have the time to care about what was happening in the Jiao's forest. That was not his territory. Not only Skygate City, but Hope City had also sensed some changes. However, everyone's thoughts were the same. At this time, a rank 9 should not be moved lightly. A little carelessness could cause chaos. Whether it was Skygate City or Hope City, they were both the weaker side at this moment. They dared not act rashly. As for what exactly happened, everyone still did not know. However, in the east, 2 rank 9 forces of suppression mixed with anger were getting closer and closer. If they had not been delayed by a few other cities along the way, they might have arrived here by now. The 2 kings of the Forbidden Lands in 100 Beasts Forest had completed their investigation. The rank 8 guardian had been confirmed to have been killed, leaving behind some golden skeletons that had not yet been destroyed. The scars on the skeletons, mixed with the monster wood aura, were extremely dense. At this moment, the 2 kings of the Forbidden Lands were flying toward Monster Wood City with the Jiao, demanding an explanation. However, as they passed by a few cities, even the 2 kings of the Forbidden Lands had to offer a few words of explanation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, although the kings were fast, they were still delayed and had yet to arrive here. In addition, there was still the burden of the Jiao, so their speed was even slower. Just as the Jiao and the 2 kings of the Monster Kingdom arrived, Huang Jing had already controlled the short sword, flattening the area within a radius of a few thousand meters. The huge Jiao's forest seemed to have become bald. A huge barren area appeared in the middle of the forest. At this moment, Huang Jing had also reached his limit. The injuries from the previous battle had not fully healed yet. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had gotten the short sword. He did not allow Huang Jing to continue destroying it. He asked quickly, Vice-Chancellor, how can I make the short sword release a stronger aura? I don't think I can control it. I can only use it as a normal weapon. It's very difficult to control a divine weapon that isn't owned by the owner unless it's been nurtured for many years. I could release a full force attack earlier because the short sword contained a large amount of the owner's mentality and celestiality. Huang Jing gave a simple explanation and continued, if you want to release a stronger aura, pour in more celestiality and mentality, then you'll be able to detonate it. As he said that, Huang Jing said in a low voice, Fang Ping, if you can't do it, remember to save yourself. At this moment, he no longer tried to persuade Fang Ping not to go to Skygate City. He could only pray that nothing bad would happen to Fang Ping. Once a battle that involved a rank 9 like this broke out, Fang Ping might not be able to escape unscathed. Vice-Chancellor, don't worry, you should go back first. Fang Ping had already felt 2 powerful forces moving toward him from afar. He exhaled and said, don't talk about me when you go back, lest it causes trouble. Huang Jing nodded slightly, looking into the distance. They were getting closer and closer. He had to go. I'll leave first then. Huang Jing said no more and quickly chose to leave. As he left, he thought of Qin Fengqing again. Did that kid go back to Hope City or follow him here? Don't be reckless. Fang Ping could not be bothered with Qin Fengqing. After obtaining the divine weapon, he ran all the way towards Skygate City. As he ran, he used the divine weapon to cut down the trees in the area he passed by. At that moment, a clear passageway appeared in the forest between the Jiao's forest and Skygate City. When he arrived near Skygate City, Fang Ping's movements came to a halt. Then, he quickly took out a shovel and began to dig a tunnel. He dared not go there openly. At this moment, at Skygate City, there were countless powerhouses patrolling in the air. The rank 9 Skygate City Lord's aura had reached its peak. 2 rank 9 auras were approaching Skygate City. The Lord of Skygate City didn't know if the other party was just passing by or what, but in any case, he had to be vigilant at this time. Although the Forbidden Land and Royal City hadn't fought for a long time, it wasn't that there hadn't been any conflicts between them. Who knew what was going on? While Fang Ping was digging the tunnel, the Skygate City Lord was on high alert. Jiao, who had come with the 2 kings of the Forbidden Lands to demand an explanation, was also thinking about how to directly go up and fight. Would the king of the Forbidden Lands stop him if he went up? Once the silly blockhead and the Wood King explained everything clearly, then he would have worked for nothing. At that time, they might even suspect that he had disloyal intentions. If the fact that he had killed the messenger and the guardian was exposed, then he would be done for. Jiao was also very anxious. This matter could not withstand a detailed investigation. It had not digested the guardian's immortal essence yet, so the king of the Forbidden Lands did not investigate its situation in detail. Otherwise, it would be easily discovered. Jiao was starting to get anxious. With this kind of anxiety, when Jiao neared its lair, it suddenly sped up, appearing a little irritable. It seemed to feel that something was wrong, its territory seemed to have been invaded. When they reached Jiao's forest, Jiao suddenly roared at the sky. Its lair had been destroyed, it had painstakingly planted trees for 100 years, but countless of them had been cut down. Roar! Jiao was completely enraged. A figure flashed in its huge head, but it did not have time to think too much. At this moment, the opportunity had come, its lair had been destroyed. What was there to talk about? It would just go up and fight. The next moment, Jiao could not care about the two kings anymore. With a flash of golden light, it roared and flew toward Monsterwood City. It's you! The two huge monsters following behind also saw the situation in Jiao's forest. Before they had time to investigate, they saw the golden-horned beast king already charging toward Monsterwood City. The two demonic beasts growled in a low voice and quickly followed behind. Monsterwood City had to give them an explanation for this. Just as they were still thinking of an explanation, Jiao, who had shot forward, approached Monsterwood City in the blink of an eye. The Lord of Skygate City also arrived at the city gate, his expression extremely ugly. The golden-horned beast king had come in a menacing manner, and it had even brought two kings of the Forbidden Lands with it. What did it want? The Lord of Skygate City was still calculating what was going on, and what the pros and cons were. Jiao was already roaring from afar. It had no intention of communicating at all. On its giant golden horn, a surge of heaven and earth power, which had long been prepared, shot toward Monsterwood City's city gate like a giant pillar. How dare you! An angry roar reverberated through heaven and earth. Cunning didn't care if he was angry or not, he would just do it. A huge pillar of heaven and earth power instantly reached the city gate. The Lord of Skygate City was infuriated to the extreme. He made his move in an instant, and a wave of heaven and earth power shot out, blocking the Jiao's attack. At this moment, he was still hesitating. Looking at the two demonic beasts behind him, he didn't dare to make a move against the Jiao. This slight hesitation gave Jiao a chance. Just as the Lord of Skygate City blocked the first attack, a few more beams of heaven and earth power shot out from the Jiao's golden horn. Boom! There was a loud explosion. This time, the Jiao did not attack the city gate. Instead, it spread out, and some of the surrounding walls were instantly blasted to pieces. That was not all. The Jiao's spiritual power suddenly exploded, and some of the armored soldiers at the city gate were instantly turned into meat paste. You're courting death. The Lord of Skygate City, who had been a little hesitant, was now completely enraged. A king could not be insulted. The golden-horned beast king had already come knocking on their door. If this matter were to pass, Monsterwood City would no longer have a foothold in the 7 southern regions. The next moment, the void in front of the Skygate City Lord shook, and an invisible wave instantly attacked the Jiao. The Jiao had no intention of fighting him at all. With a roar, its body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the Jiao, which was originally the size of a Tier 7 hedgehog beast, suddenly swelled to several times its original size. Its head and tail were more than 10 meters long. The moment his body expanded, Cunning let out a roar and directly crashed into the Skygate City Lord. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Behind him, the two huge demonic beasts growled a few times. However, the Jiao did not care and began to howl mournfully. His house had already been raided, so what was there to care about? Boom boom boom, a series of explosions rang out. The Jiao had no qualms about exchanging blows with the Skygate City Lord several times, and the city wall at the city gate instantly collapsed. Some of the people in Skygate City who were below the high ranks were almost instantly affected by the aftershocks and killed. You're courting death. The Lord of Skygate City was furious. He could no longer endure it. At this moment, there were no longer invisible waves of mind energy in front of the Skygate City Lord. Instead, a towering tree materialized out of thin air. As soon as the giant tree appeared, countless branches whipped towards the Jiao. Some of the branches started to bind the Jiao. Inside the city, in the center of the inner city, a towering tree that seemed to have been dead silent before was also swaying slightly at this moment. Spiritual energy waves were rapidly transmitted from afar. The spiritual energy was mixed with anger, as if it was questioning something. Behind the Jiao, the two large rank 9 beasts were also recovering their mentality. Seeing that the two sides were about to negotiate, the Jiao panicked. Roar! A loud roar cut through all the psychic waves, and in the next moment, the Jiao's horn exploded with a brilliant golden light. Roar! Behind him, the two giant beasts also roared. The golden-horned beast king was going to risk its life. It was normal for rank 8 powerhouses to fight with celestiality. Once the imperishable substance erupted, it would be a battle to the death. The Skygate City Lord had originally been waiting for the results of the negotiations between the two sides. He did not want to see the 100 Beasts Forest start a war without any clear reason. Who knew that even though he wanted to go easy on the Jiao would not. The instant the imperishable golden substance erupted, the countless illusory and real branches suddenly shattered, and wisps of energy dissipated between heaven and earth. This was not enough. It was not time for the Jiao to risk its life. The Jiao's imperishable substance erupted, and in the next moment, it charged out of the Skygate City Lord's line of defense, and in an instant, it was above the city. Its mentality was fully unleashed, and pillars of golden energy exploded like thunder in the city. King! Save me! Wood King! The weaker Skygate City people died instantly, and the stronger martial artists bled from their orifices, howling in pain. Bastard! The Skygate City Lord's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared, "Divine Wood, kill it!" Before he finished speaking, the Skygate City Lord broke through the void, appearing in front of the Jiao in an instant, and slammed his palm down. The Jiao's golden armor exploded with a brilliant light, and it roared, not to the Skygate City Lord, but to the two rank 9 beasts who were still waiting behind. If anyone understood the language of the beasts, they would understand that the Jiao was asking if the 100 Beasts Forest had fallen to the point where anyone could kill as they pleased. The emissary was killed, the guards were killed, the Jiao was attacked, and its home was raided. What was it waiting for now? Was the 100 Beasts Forest still the demon's territory? These traitors had already come to their doorstep. What were they waiting for? Were they waiting for all the demons to be killed? The Jiao's furious roars made the two beasts tremble continuously. The next moment, the two beasts suddenly moved when they saw the Skygate City Lord crack the giant golden horn with a palm strike. One of the beasts, shaped like a giant crocodile, swept its giant tail toward the Skygate City Lord. Before the giant tail reached him, the buildings below collapsed instantly. Countless residents died instantly, not even having the chance to scream. The Skygate City Lord was furious. Without mercy, he slammed his palm across the air. The void trembled, the earth cracked, and countless buildings collapsed. The ground below caved in, and even the energy mineral veins became clearly visible. In the center of the city, the towering tree's mentality fluctuated violently. The other lion-like beast also roared, questioning the Skygate City Lord. The towering tree's mentality fluctuated continuously, as if trying to explain something. Monsterwood City was not willing to start a war with the Forbidden Land. Especially when the battlefield was in Monsterwood City. If they continued fighting, Monsterwood City would be destroyed. At this moment, the Skygate City Lord was already fighting the giant crocodile. Under the battle between two rank 9 powerhouses, the giant crocodile had no scruples. Under the aftershock, thousands of city guards and martial artists within a radius of 1,000 meters were almost defenseless. Their flesh and blood exploded, and they died tragically. As for the Jiao, it was also fighting with a few high-ranked powerhouses from Skygate City. Even if the rank 8 golden body Jiao injured itself all over, its combat strength was still extremely strong. Right now, it was facing a rank 8 and a few rank 7s. Under full outburst, it suppressed them all the way to the depths of the city. As for the Sillywood who was explaining, the Jiao was also helpless. It could not stop it. It could only fight first. It would rush to the central area and fight with the Sillywood. Who knows, they might start fighting. By then, it would be useless to explain. Just as the two sides fought until the void trembled, the buildings collapsed, and the earth cracked, Fang Ping had already taken the opportunity to dig a hole into the city. At this moment, Fang Ping also felt an immense pressure. In the sky, the two rank 9 powerhouses were fighting. A few other rank 7 and 8 martial artists were also fighting with the Jiao. The aftershock shook, and countless people died. If Fang Ping's mentality was not strong enough, he suspected that he would have been killed by the aftershock. Too strong. Fang Ping was shocked. No wonder humans dared not let the catacombs powerhouses rush out, no matter how big the price was. Right now, the two rank 9 powerhouses were not necessarily fighting to the death. In fact, the Skygate City Lord was actually protecting Skygate City. Under such circumstances, within a radius of 1,000 meters, except for a few top-notch middle-ranked powerhouses, almost everyone else was dead. This is not a fight to the death. Once on the ground, under the rank 9 fight to the death, fighting and running at the same time, how many people will die? Fang Ping shuddered a little. Even a martial artist like him felt immense pressure when faced with the aftershock of the battle between the two sides. He was worried that he might be killed. Those ordinary people would probably become minced meat in an instant. In a large city with a radius of a few thousand meters, if it was crowded, there might be tens of thousands of people. When both sides fought, the aftershock could kill all of them in an instant. After finding a place slightly closer to the inner city, Fang Ping carefully hid beside a collapsed building. He felt a headache coming on. What should he do now? The big tree in the center of the city seemed to be negotiating with the lion. He did not understand how the two sides negotiated. There was no sound either. The big tree and the lion seemed to be communicating with mentality. Fang Ping did not know when the negotiation would end. What should I do? How do I trigger the two sides to continue fighting? Fang Ping glanced at the Jiao not far away from him. At this moment, the Jiao was also fighting with its life on the line. It was fighting with all its might, forcing a few rank 7 and 8 powerhouses to retreat continuously. Fang Ping saw that it seemed to want to rush to the center of the city. Could it be that rushing to the center of the city was enough? Fang Ping could not hear the big tree and the lion's negotiation, but the Jiao could. As the big tree's mentality fluctuated continuously, the lion suddenly looked at the Jiao, a fierce glint in its giant eyes. The Jiao roared angrily. It was the monster tree. In the next moment, the Jiao suddenly cracked its flesh. Visible wounds and cracks appeared on its body. The monster tree's aura was strong. The lion looked at the giant tree in the center of the city again. The fierce glint in its giant eyes appeared again. This aura could not be faked. Did the monster tree attack the golden-horned beast king? The Skygate City Lord, who was fighting with the giant alligator, saw this scene and roared suddenly. Stop it, all of you! Crocodile King, Lion King, it's all a misunderstanding. The Skygate City Lord did not use mentality to negotiate. Instead, he used the catacombs language. At this moment, the Skygate City Lord was furious. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the collapsed buildings in the city and the cracked ground. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He roared, the divine tree has not left the city. It has not left the city. The golden-horned beast king's injuries have the remnants of the divine tree's aura, but it was not the divine tree's doing. Roar! Before the two beast kings could speak, the Jiao's ferocious nature exploded. It suddenly attacked. Opened its mouth. It opened its mouth wide and a huge black hole appeared in an instant. It swallowed a level 7 martial artist who was fighting with it in one gulp. Bastard, golden-horned beast, you have a death wish. The Skygate City Lord was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He slapped his palm in the air. His palm instantly became countless times bigger. In the blink of an eye, his palm covered the sky and the earth, falling toward the Jiao. The Jiao roared violently. Its whole body shone with golden light, but it did not take the attack head-on. Instead, it quickly rushed into the ranks of the Skygate City high-ranked martial artists. Its body suddenly shrank, returning to its original size. The giant palm kept chasing. The high-ranked martial artists hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the giant crocodile swept its tail, smashing the giant palm into pieces. The Skygate City Lord said angrily, "Let him go." Nowadays, there were not many high-ranked martial artists in the city. Another rank 7 commander had been swallowed. This was something he could not tolerate. The death of other middle and low-ranked martial artists did not affect him much. Even if he was a rank 9, he could not bear the loss of a high-ranked martial artist. The Jiao ignored him. Its huge stomach squirmed. After a while, the Jiao spat out a skeleton that was almost inhuman. Boom, the Skygate City Lord was furious. Celestiality intertwined in midair, like thunder. He no longer cared if a great battle would break out. His figure pierced through the void and suddenly appeared in front of the Jiao. His palms quickly slapped down, boom, the sound was heard again. The Jiao flew hundreds of meters backward, crashing into countless buildings along the way. Its golden flesh cracked continuously, blood splattering across the void. Seeing this, the two monster kings flew into a rage. The Skygate City Lord did not chase after the Jiao. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Are you two beast kings trying to start a war between the kings?" The golden horned beast's injuries were not caused by the divine tree. The lion beast roared a few times. A golden skeleton suddenly appeared in its hand. The Skygate City Lord's eyes were dark. He said angrily, "The Forbidden Land guards were not killed by the divine tree. The divine tree has been healing all this time. 3 years ago, the Land of Rebirth powerhouses ambushed Monsterwood City. The divine tree was not paying attention and was injured. This mark was caused by the Land of Rebirth powerhouse's divine weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, the Jiao, who was flying backward, suddenly let out a shrill cry. The next moment, its huge golden head was almost chopped off. A golden ray flashed. At the same time, the tree in the center of the city suddenly trembled. Then, the tree uprooted itself from the ground. No longer caring if it would cause damage, it attacked at high speed. The Jiao roared mournfully and slammed its 4 claws on the ground. The ground cracked again and collapsed completely. With a few fierce roars, the Jiao quickly flew backward toward the two beast kings, still roaring incessantly. The Skygate City Lord's expression was extremely gloomy. With a furious roar, he struck with his palm. It was not aimed at the Jiao, but at the boundary where the Jiao was previously attacked. Boom! An incomparably huge pit appeared. Countless low-grade energy stones were blasted out, but no one paid attention to it. The two beast kings' huge eyes were bloodshot. Someone had attacked the golden-horned beast king right in front of them. Moreover, they had guessed that the golden ray earlier was the weapon that had attacked the guards and the golden-horned beast king. The lion beast wanted to ask more questions, but the giant crocodile was completely enraged. Would the Land of Rebirth powerhouses appear in Monsterwood City? If even Monsterwood City had been invaded, then Monsterwood City would have been destroyed long ago. How could it have fought the Land of Rebirth for so many years? During the ambush just now, even they did not feel any fluctuations. Because there were no strong energy fluctuations, they did not know how strong the attacker was. However, the rank 8 golden-horned beast king had its golden body broken directly, and its head was almost chopped off. This was definitely not something an ordinary rank 8 could do. There was still a king-level powerhouse hiding in the dark. If a king-level powerhouse appeared in Monsterwood City, unless the Monsterwood of Monsterwood City helped to hide, there was no way he could hide from them. Would the Monsterwood help the Land of Rebirth powerhouses hide, or was there some shameful secret that they did not know? At this moment, no one, not even the demons, noticed that the Jiao's huge eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The chef was actually here, but he was really weak. If it had not let go of all its defenses, it would not have been able to stab in. The Jiao was surprised. Fang Ping, who had already sneaked into the mine, was scared. That was so dangerous. Besides, the Jiao was really King cunning. As soon as the short sword appeared, that fellow let go of its defenses, and its head was chopped off until it was bloody. Fang Ping felt that he did not have the ability to do that. That fellow did it on its own. "You'd be happy if I really chopped off your head," Fang Ping complained in his heart. He moved forward cautiously, keeping the short sword in his storage space. At this moment, it was already a mess outside. The monster would sense the aura of its main trunk. It rose from the ground and rushed over. The two beast kings were completely enraged because the Jiao was almost killed. They could not care less about explaining to the other party. They were already fighting the Skygate City Lord. This also had something to do with the Jiao. The fellow retreated, looking extremely aggrieved. It had an attitude of wanting revenge even if it had to risk its life. It charged straight at the Skygate City Lord, refusing to retreat even when its whole body was torn apart. At this time, the two Beast Kings could no longer sit by and watch. They had brought the golden-horned Beast King to seek justice. In the end, the golden-horned Beast King was almost killed in front of them. This was the greatest humiliation to them. As for the person who had attacked the golden-horned Beast King, he had suddenly disappeared. The two Beast Kings believed that the monster would have helped the other party hide his aura. Perhaps he wanted them to stay more vigilant. The two beasts did not plan to look for him. Together with the person in the dark, the Monsterwood City had 3 Beast Kings. Perhaps they needed help. The Skygate City Lord wanted to look for him. At this moment, he was extremely aggrieved. He wanted nothing more than to capture the murderer immediately and prove his innocence. However, he was entangled with the Jiao. The other party refused to retreat. The 2 Beast Kings did not listen to his explanation either. They began to attack with all their might. His ability was slightly weaker than the 2 Beast Kings. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to explain anything. Who is it? The Skygate City Lord was furious, but he was also a little confused. Why would another powerhouse suddenly appear in the city? He had almost killed the rank 8 golden-horned Beast King in one move. He must be extremely powerful. Where did this powerhouse come from? Also, the weapon that suddenly appeared earlier was clearly mixed with the Divine Wood's aura. It must have something to do with the Divine Wood's main trunk that was cut off 3 years ago. The person who broke into the city 3 years ago was actually not in the city at that time. He only found out later that it was a powerhouse from the Land of Rebirth who attacked. However, at this moment, even he had doubts. Had the Divine Wood's main trunk really been cut off by a powerhouse from the Land of Rebirth, he and the Divine Wood were only partners. They were not completely integrated. Was the Divine Wood hiding something? At this moment, the Skygate City Lord only felt that he had fallen into a huge trap in darkness. What was going on? Monster Sunflower City? Or does the Divine Wood have its own thoughts? Monsterwood City's ability has been continuously damaged. Is it really just an accident? As he resisted the attacks of the 2 Beast Kings with difficulty, all kinds of conspiracies and schemes kept appearing in the Skygate City Lord's mind. At one point, he even thought of the restricted area. Today, it was obvious that someone was framing him in Monsterwood City. However, time was too short. Moreover, he was entangled by the 2 Beast Kings. He had no time to think carefully. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes. When he saw that the Divine Wood was only looking for the thief from earlier instead of helping him out, a large number of buildings in the city collapsed. Countless people died a violent death. At this moment, the Skygate City Lord could no longer tolerate it. He had been bullied to this extent. If he continued to tolerate it, someone would dare to replace him tomorrow. For so many years, Monsterwood City had sent a large number of genius seeds to the restricted area. He had also made arrangements in the restricted area. Had he violated the interests of some people? You forced me to do this. He growled in his heart. The Skygate City Lord no longer cared about the people in the city. If this went on, he might die. If his people died, he could just abandon Monsterwood City and move to another place. He could still continue to be the king. Just as these thoughts appeared in his mind, the giant tree shadow in front of the Skygate City Lord suddenly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, a divine weapon in the shape of a giant axe was instantly grabbed by the Skygate City Lord. Kagu! The Skygate City Lord roared. The giant axe slashed out violently. The void trembled, and the sound of an explosion rang throughout the world. Bang! A loud noise was heard. A giant golden blood column suddenly shot out from the giant crocodile's tail. The giant axe shadow covered the sky and the sun. Its aura was extremely powerful. The 2 Beast Kings were in disbelief. The towering tree in the distance also trembled slightly. They could no longer care about looking for the thief who had carried part of its body. The Wood King had condensed a divine weapon used by the Land of Rebirth powerhouses. It was not that the Catacombs powerhouses did not use weapons, but they did not use the so-called divine weapons of the Land of Rebirth. Divine weapons required the heart and brain cores of monsters or monster plants. This was a big taboo in the Catacombs. The Catacombs powerhouses would not take the risk of starting a war with monsters or monster plants to condense a divine weapon. In addition to the existence of guardian monsters and monster plants, it did not matter if they were middle or low-ranked monsters. High-ranked monsters and monster plants could not be killed indiscriminately. This was a violation of the interests of monsters and monster plants. At this moment, the disbelief in the two beast kings' eyes turned into incomparable anger. The Wood King had killed high-ranked monsters before. No matter where the monsters came from, they were all their compatriots. But now, they had become divine weapons. The land of rebirth and the catacombs were enemies. It was understandable that the two would kill each other. The Forbidden Lands did not want to get involved. Most of the divine weapons used by the Land of Rebirth martial artists came from the battleground, including some guardian monsters and monster plants. However, no matter where the Wood King's divine weapon came from, it was a sin. Roar! Roar! Two oppressive forces pierced through heaven and earth, covering the whole city in an instant. At this moment, countless catacombs humans died instantly. The Jiao dodged a few of them, slightly frightened. The Wood King had this? Did that not mean, if it really invaded and angered the other party, it would really be killed quickly? The Jiao was a little scared. The ignorant were fearless. Previously, when it saw the Wood King being suppressed by the Land of Rebirth, it was not afraid of the Wood King, even if the Wood King was also a rank 9. But now, the Jiao's big head trembled. It was a little scared. Fortunately, there were two kings of the Forbidden Lands to deal with it. The Jiao was scared, the Beast Kings were angry, the monster plants were hesitant, and the Skygate City Lord's eyes were cold. This time, it was in trouble. Hopefully, the people from the Forbidden Lands would come as soon as possible. No matter what, it had to get through this first. Seeing that the two Beast Kings were furious and attacking him again, the Skygate City Lord did not show any mercy. With a loud roar, the giant axe slashed across the sky and the earth. The entire outer city of Skygate City completely collapsed. In mid-air, the few rank 9s had already begun to fight with their lives on the line. The fight was intense. The powerful energy waves could be felt clearly from hundreds of miles away. Hope City. Huang Jing had already returned to the city, his face full of worry. They had really started fighting. However, at this moment, he did not know if he was happy or worried. This time entering the catacombs, his mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down. It was exhilarating. Could Fang Ping wash away the suspicion of humans? It did not matter between humans and the catacomb city. Even if Fang Ping killed his way into the catacomb city, that was also his capability. Huang Jing was mainly worried that the monsters would be involved here. Powerful demonic beasts and humans didn't have many opportunities to fight. It was mainly because of the monsters and plants that guarded the monsters. The monsters in places like 100 Beasts Forest did not come into contact with humans. If things went wrong this time, it might increase the number of monsters in Magic City's catacombs. He could not say anything about this. If he said it, it might bring some trouble to MCMAU. Unless it could be solved properly. The monsters did not involve humans. Just as Huang Jing was worrying, Tianmu suddenly said, "Old Huang, where are Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing?" Huang Jing said calmly, "They are still training outside." Tianmu nodded, then said, "These two kids should not run around. Now that the situation in the catacombs has changed, no one knows if there will be a big battle next." Sigh, troubled times. Tianmu sighed. The white-haired elder fan said solemnly, "Skygate City, something is wrong." I can feel it. The Lord of Skygate City is fighting with two big beast kings. Elder fan paused, then said in a low voice, 1 against 2. How is that possible? Everyone exclaimed. In many people's eyes, the Lord of Skygate City was the weakest rank 9, a piece of trash. Back when he killed Wu Quishan, a rank 9 could not even kill a rank 7. All these years, Elder Fan had fought with him many times. Almost all of them had the upper hand. If not for some scruples and the fact that he could not kill him, he would have killed him long ago. But now, Elder Fan said that the Lord of Skygate City was fighting 1 against 2, and 2 beast kings at that. Demonic beast experts were all extremely powerful. In the same realm, if a human expert fought against an opponent, the chances of winning would only be 50-50. As for human powerhouses, they were generally slightly stronger than the catacombs powerhouses. Elder Fan said in a deep voice, "It is indeed 1 against 2, and he is not at a disadvantage." At this moment, Old Man Fan turned his head back. Very soon, a figure shot over. A middle-aged man with a cold expression stood in the air and said in a low voice, "The aura of a divine weapon. The master of Skygate City is using a divine weapon." Apart from Elder Fan, everyone bowed slightly when they saw the person who came. Guardian. The person who came was not Wu Chuan, but the Guardian of the West, Zhang Weiyu. Sino Nation's four great guardians, the Eastern Guardian and the Northern Guardian, were top-notch powerhouses who ranked 3rd and 4th in Sino Nation. They were among the top 10 in the global Rank 9 ranking list, true Rank 9 Paragon figures. The 5th was the director of the Department of Investigation, ranked 14th in the world. The 6th was the Guardian of the West, Zhang Weiyu, ranked 18th in the world. Compared to Zhao Xingwu, Zhang Weiyu's ranking was much higher. Zhao Xingwu was ranked 35th in the world. As for Wu Chuan, one of the four guardians, he was ranked 98th and was not worth mentioning. Zhang Weiyu was ranked top 20 in the world. Naturally, his ability was not weak. He was much stronger than Old Man Fan. Looking at Skygate City in the distance, Zhang Weiyu's expression was calm. This time, he was the only Sino Nation Rank 9 who came to help. However, Zhang Weiyu was not afraid. After looking for a while, he said, "It's a divine weapon. And it's not an ordinary divine weapon. It's a Rank 9 divine weapon." This guy hit it very well. Interesting. I just want to know, who taught him the method to condense a divine weapon? At this moment, everyone thought of something. Their expressions changed. Is it unique to him, or do all the catacombs powerhouses have it? Zhang Weiyu said playfully, "Don't be nervous. It might not be our people who have the problem. Actually, we've even taken the initiative to reveal the condensing method in the past few years. I just want to know, is it only known in the 7 southern regions, or is it a method passed down from the restricted areas? If it's unique to him, then it'll be boring. If the restricted areas spread it to the outside world, then it'll be interesting." As soon as he said this, Old Man Fan frowned and said, "You mean, yes. If it's really done by the restricted areas, then there are many secrets hidden in it. Killing monsters and monster plants? Aren't they afraid that the monsters will rebel?" As Zhang Weiyu said this, he suddenly stopped talking about this. He smiled faintly and said, "This is the 7 southern regions' internal strife. It has nothing to do with us. It's not time for a war yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Jing looked a little uneasy. Zhang Weiyu glanced at him. Huang Jing said immediately, "I'm afraid that our Hope City will be affected." Zhang Weiyu said faintly, "Don't worry about these people. If the Paragon Kings don't come out, they can't do anything. If it really affects Hope City, kill a few Rank 9s, and then there'll be peace." Zhang Weiyu's words were extremely domineering, but everyone was not completely at ease. The Western Guardian was very strong, but that was one-on-one. Right now, there were so many Rank 9s. Even if he could kill the other party, how many could he kill? As if he knew what they were thinking, Zhang Weiyu smiled faintly and said, "Don't panic, everyone. The Southern Minister is already rushing over here. I'll join forces with the Southern Minister. If the Paragon Kings don't come out, don't worry." The Minister of the Department of Investigation Services, Man Yunue, was the #1 person below the Paragon Kings in Sino Nation. She was also the only Rank 9 female powerhouse who entered the top 10 in Sino Nation. Her ability was slightly stronger than Zhang Weiyu's. With the two powerhouses joining forces, although the situation was tense, it was not to the point where they could not fight back. They were not as strong as the Paragon Kings, but both of them were not far from the Paragon Kings. If they joined forces, they could even destroy a few cities easily. Hearing that the Southern Minister was coming, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were only 3 Rank 9s including the Southern Minister, but the 2 strongest Rank 9s below the Paragon Kings in Sino Nation were here, so they did not have to be too afraid. Secretly relieved, Huang Jing suddenly thought of something and asked immediately, "Guardian Zhang, does the Skygate City Lord have a divine weapon?" This was a big deal. Yes. Huang Jing's expression changed completely. The Skygate City Lord had a divine weapon, and a Rank 9 divine weapon. Old Wu still wanted to hide his ability and break through to Rank 9 to kill the other party. Fortunately, the other party exposed himself in advance. Otherwise, if Wu Kuishan really went with the intention to kill the other party, without such preparation, he might lose his life. No matter how weak the Skygate City Lord was, he was still a rank 9 for many years. Moreover, was he really weak? Could the other party have been hiding his ability all along, or was he simply showing up but not putting in any effort? Now, with the appearance of a rank 9 divine weapon, Huang Jing realized that some things were really beyond his imagination. This time, if it were not for Fang Ping accidentally causing an internal conflict between the two parties, MCMAU might have suffered a huge loss. At this moment, Huang Jing no longer thought about whether Fang Ping would cause a war between humans and monsters. This matter would cause a commotion. Even if the monsters found out that it was the humans who caused trouble, but the Skygate City Lord had produced a divine weapon, this matter could be explained, and both parties would be entangled. At this time, the monsters might not care about the life and death of a rank 8 monster. Compared to this, the more important thing was that the catacombs powerhouses were condensing divine weapons. After all, there were 13 City Lord powerhouses in the 7 southern territories. If each of them condensed a rank 9 divine weapon, it meant that at least 13 rank 9 monster plants and monsters had to be killed. Compared to this, what did it matter if the humans caused trouble and killed a rank 8 monster? The kings of the Forbidden Lands were more concerned about their own lives. They were rank 9, if there was one, there would be 2. Today, they secretly killed a rank 9, who knew if it would be them next time. This kid, this time, he really caused a big commotion, Huang Jing murmured in his heart. From the looks of it, this matter was developing in a good direction. Forcing the Skygate City Lord to reveal his divine weapon, not only could he prevent Wu Kuishan from failing, but he also caused an internal conflict in the catacombs. This was a good thing. Now, the only thing he was worried about was whether Fang Ping could come back alive. Skygate City was in such a state. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. Skygate City. At this moment, both parties were really angry. The two monster kings were fighting to the death. The Skygate City Lord's eyes were cold and fierce, fighting with all his might. Monsterwood did not participate in the battle, nor did it continue to search for Fang Ping. Instead, it was guarding the city. The 3 rank 9s were fighting without a care for anything else. If this went on, the city would be destroyed. There were millions of citizens here. Compared to the Wood King, this was Monsterwood's lair. These citizens were also its people. Monsterwood's branches and roots spread out, building a celestiality barrier in the direction of the inner city. Monsterwood itself was also swaying in the void, blocking the aftermath from invading the inner city. It would be fine if the outer city was destroyed, but if the inner city was destroyed, the essence of Monsterwood City would be lost. At this stage, the Jiao was no longer worried about the two sides making peace. Ever since the Wood King's divine weapon appeared, the Jiao was both afraid and relieved. At this time, no matter what the Wood King did, the 100 Beasts Forest would not let it go. The other Forbidden Lands would not let it go either. While the powerhouses were fighting, the Jiao slowly retreated. The next moment, the Jiao's figure disappeared. After a while, in another direction of Monsterwood City, the Jiao appeared on the ground without a sound. The few martial artists who saw it were horrified. Before they could speak, the Jiao's mentality shocked them to death, turning them into mush. The Wood King was fighting, the silly tree was guarding the city, and the other rank 7 and 8 martial artists were defending the periphery. As a rank 8 venerable, what did it have to fear? The fountain of life was in the silly tree's body. It was not easy to take it, but the life ores, the silly tree could not bring them away, could it? It would swallow the ores first. At this stage, even if the two sides sat down to negotiate, it would swallow it. Would the Forbidden Lands make it spit it out? The Jiao entered the city from another direction. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not dare to move. He hid carefully in the mine tunnel. He wanted to mine some ores too, but at this moment, there were still many martial artists patrolling the mine. Even if the battle outside was earth-shattering, these powerhouses did not leave. Especially after the Monsterwood left, there was still a rank 7 powerhouse guarding this place. This was the foundation of Monsterwood City. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not be abandoned. Fang Ping did not dare to show himself, mainly because he was afraid that if he fought, he would cause a big commotion and attract attention. Once the rank 9 powerhouses outside noticed that a big battle had broken out here, they might stop fighting. It was not easy to get both sides to fight. At this time, Fang Ping could not lose the big picture because of a small matter. The energy mine was indeed a small matter at this moment. The death of a few rank 9s was a big deal. Just as Fang Ping was carefully hiding, a slight tremor suddenly came from afar. After a while, Fang Ping's face was blank. This guy. Why was it here? Was it not fighting with the people of Skygate City outside the city? Why, was this demonic beast still a demonic beast or not? It provoked a war between the two sides, and in the end, it wandered into the mine leisurely while the few rank 9s outside were still fighting. Fang Ping was stunned to the extreme. In the mine tunnel a distance away, the Jiao did not maintain its golden body. There was no golden light flashing. The grey outer armor made the Jiao less domineering and more wretched. This guy looked around with its big head. Whether it saw people or energy ores, it did not waste any time, opening its mouth and swallowing. After swallowing, it was still a little disgusted. At first, it swallowed people directly. Later, it did not swallow people at all. Instead, it swallowed energy. The people it swallowed were also spat out. Obviously, it felt that these people were too dirty, or the taste was not delicious. After swallowing for a while, the Jiao continued to walk around the mine tunnel. It had not found the core mining area. However, sensing energy was also a monster's specialty. It had already sensed the location of the core mining area and was walking towards it. As it walked, the Jiao suddenly looked back. In the mine tunnel, Fang Ping hid himself well. Although he had worked with the Jiao a few times and the big guy did not eat him, Fang Ping did not feel that the man and the monster had any tacit understanding. Who knew if he would be swallowed by the Jiao in the next moment? If he could avoid it, it was best not to. The Jiao looked back suspiciously, but did not stay for long. Very quickly, it walked briskly towards another tunnel. Fang Ping waited for it to walk for a while, then came out. His face showed a hint of struggle. Then, he gritted his teeth and went. Maybe this big guy could be his fighter and help him take the blame. The core mining area would definitely have a lot of energy ores, and they would be the high-ranked kind. There might even be 100% pure ones. If he could dig some out, then he would really make a killing. Fang Ping followed behind the Jiao cautiously. In front of him, there was a faint vibration from time to time. The Jiao was going for the kill. This guy was a rank 8 monster. Although it had been injured a few times, it had just swallowed a rank 8 monster, so it did not lack imperishable substances. Although it looked miserable, its injuries were almost healed. At this moment, the powerhouses were all outside. The monster trees had all left their roots and were not in the mood to care about it. In the mining area, this guy was almost invincible. The vibration came from time to time. Fang Ping saw a lot of corpses along the way, and he also saw a lot of weapons. The Jiao did not swallow these weapons. It was not interested in them, and it did not have the habit of eating metal. It was not interested in them, but Fang Ping did not care. The Jiao had swallowed all the energy ores. Even the low-ranked ones were not spared. Wherever Fang Ping walked, the energy in the tunnel was wiped clean. This bastard did not leave any for him. Fang Ping kept the weapons, armor, and other miscellaneous items such as metals and the like. These things did not take up much space. When he went back to MCMAU, it would be good to set up an exhibition hall. He had collected a lot of middle-ranked martial artist medals. Fang Ping had collected a lot recently, at least 100. He, a rank 5, had killed hundreds of middle-ranked martial artists. If word got out, it would be a great achievement. Even in the military department, the medals he had accumulated might be enough to reach the rank of general. Fang Ping followed the Jiao to the core mining area. Outside, a few rank 9s were fighting. Outside Skygate City. The Jiao's forest. In the area destroyed by Huang Jing, Qin Fengqing was digging frantically, murmuring, "There must be something. How can a rank 8 monster not have any treasures? No matter how poor it is, it should have left something behind, right?" Yes, he was raiding the Jiao's old home. Just a few dozen li ahead, 3 rank 9s were fighting, the aftershocks almost reaching here. Qin Fengqing did not care, though. He was so weak that they did not want him. He was very concerned about the monster's nest now. It was not easy for him to wait until the Jiao left. If he could not go to Skygate City, it would be a death wish, but the Jiao's forest could come. After digging for a long time, there was nothing. This can't be. Did Fang Ping and old Huang dig it away? That's not right, they didn't dig, Qin Fengqing frowned. Was there such a poor rank 8 monster? He did not believe it. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing continued digging frantically. If he did not dig now, there would be no more chances in the future. Soon, Qin Fengqing's face lit up, and he grabbed a metal weapon in his hand, murmuring, "There is." I knew it. Although this weapon was not very good, it looked like it was made of C-class alloy, but it was better than nothing. When the Jiao killed people, it would usually not swallow these things. It would just dig a hole and bury the dried corpses together with the miscellaneous items. Qin Fengqing was suddenly motivated, still muttering, raiding 2 rank 8's nests in a day, who else but me can do it? However, when he thought of Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing's expression turned ugly. That guy had gone to raid a rank 9's nest. Just you wait, I will raid a rank 9's nest sooner or later. End of chapter 442. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.